No, please, I beg you, let me go. They'll give you money, all of it. The woman's shrill sobs were heartbreaking as two men pinned her brutally against the cold ground. Damn it, the world's about to end. What uses money? The man in the lead spat on the ground, madness burning in his eyes. With a harsh ripping sound, her expensive dress was torn apart into shreds. Ha, there's still more than half an hour left. More than enough. Never thought I could taste the boss lady before I die. Hurry up, even if I die, I'll die as a happy ghost. That's for docking my attendance. That's for cutting my performance bonus. Their vicious laughter and the woman's desperate pleas tangled together, heralding the complete collapse of order. Doomsday Game arrival countdown 33 minutes, 33 seconds. In leaching a remote mountain backwater, a 5.2-meter hybrid oil-electric SUV struggled forward along a muddy mountain road under the pouring rain. Mud and broken leaves were splattered all over the vehicle's body. Damn this weather. Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other deftly fished out a cigarette, lit it, and drew in a deep drag. Shut myself away for not even 7 days. The opening chapter still stuck in my head, and this damned rain forces me out. He cursed under his breath as smoke slowly filled the cramped cabin. Lin Chen, a down-and-out online fiction writer, had used the savings from the past few years to buy this SUV. To seek inspiration, he had driven into the mountains for what he called a closed-door retreat. He had planned to make use of the mountain's lack of signal and human presence to focus better on his writing. Yet in less than a week, the endless downpour had cut his retreat short. With no other choice, he decided to head down to the village at the foot of the mountain to take shelter until the weather cleared before going back up. When the vehicle finally left the mountain road and rolled onto concrete, his phone signal returned. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out abruptly in his ears. The Doomsday Game is about to descend. All humans, please make your preparations. Countdown 3 minutes 49 seconds. Current theme, endless night. Friendly reminder, after the game descends, all power supply will be unconditionally cut off. Certain overpowered weapons and items will become unusable. Friendly reminder, pay attention to the people beside you. 70% of the global population will transform into zombies and become your enemies. The announcement repeated 3 times. Then a transparent countdown appeared before Lin Chen's eyes, the digits flickering and tumbling down without pause. Damn, isn't this a game invading reality? As an online fiction writer, Lin Chen was all too familiar with this trope. Instead of panicking, he felt a kind of absurd, so it really is like this, acceptance. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the SUV to a halt by the roadside. He turned off the engine, pulled out the keys, and even wrapped the seatbelt around himself twice, binding his body tightly. If I really do turn into a zombie, at least I'll have tied myself up, so it'll be easier for some passing survivor to take my head off with one swing. Since there were less than 3 minutes left, this desolate wilderness was for the moment the safest place to be. Unless he fell into that 70% and became a zombie. That would be fine too. Turned into a zombie out here in the wild, he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. He could treat it as his final contribution to humanity. Besides, the mountains here were lush and the waters clear, a place of good feng shui. Spending the rest of his corpse life here would not be so bad. This was the best plan Lin Chen could come up with. He switched on the seat massage, lit himself another cigarette, and let the scent of nicotine mingle with his favorite song, Xiangyang, by Xueqing, which drifted from the speakers and echoed softly inside the car. Countdown 0005. Countdown 0004. Countdown 0003. Countdown 0002. Countdown 0001. It's here. The sky, already shrouded by dark clouds, turned even blacker. The scenery that had still been faintly visible a moment earlier was swallowed in an instant by absolute darkness. The Doomsday Game has descended. Congratulations to those who have not been converted. You are the hope of humanity. Survivor panels have been activated. Please proceed to draw your initial talent. Map system activated. Chat channel activated. Trading system activated. Friendly reminder, this is not a game. You have only one life. Death is final. There will be no resurrection. Stay strong and live on. Good luck to you all. As the voice faded, a wave of intense vertigo hit. Lin Chen's whole body went limp. He collapsed back into the driver's seat, gasping for breath. Cold sweat slid from his forehead along his temples. His heart thudded like it would smash through his ribs, each frantic beat echoing through the silent cabin like a drum. Only when a searing pain shot from his fingertips did he react. The forgotten cigarette had burned down to the butt and was scorching his fingers. He jerked violently, and only then did he claw back a sliver of control over his body from that extreme tension and lingering terror. Yet the dread etched into his bones refused to subside. Since he had not turned into a zombie, he needed to draw his talent and fight to survive in this apocalypse. With a single thought, a status panel unfolded before his eyes. Name Lin Chen. Level 0. Constitution 4, average adult male 5, can be regarded as defense and health bar. Strength 3, average adult male 5, can be regarded as attack power. Agility 3, average adult male 5, can be regarded as speed. Spirit 7 average adult male 5 can be regarded as spell attack and mana bar. Endurance 3 average adult male 5 can be regarded as stamina. Weapon none. Equipment none. Survival coins 0. Backpack 1 cubic meter. Items stored will not spoil. Living creatures cannot be stored. Talent to be drawn. Skills none. Is this some kind of joke? Low strength I can accept, but how is my endurance only 3 points? I'm clearly very lasting all right. If you don't believe it, you can ask those teachers in Xiangyang. In his mind, countless late nights rose up all at once. His stamina back then had been outstanding. This was practically an insult to his very person. Complaints aside, the mental stat that surpassed the average still pleased him. After all, he was a web novelist. Draw talent now. Yes. Talent drawing in progress. Nothing on the panel changed yet, but Lin Chen silently prayed in his heart. According to online fiction tropes, this was the moment when, as the protagonist, in his own eyes at least, he should obtain some outrageously powerful talent. Only with an overpowered talent could he survive better. After about 30 seconds, the mechanical voice sounded again. Talent draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent Plunder unique. Plunder. Each of your effective attacks has a 15 chance to seize 1 random attribute point or 1 item from the target, including, but not limited to, survival coins, consumables, equipment, a 5 chance to seize 2 random attribute points or 2 items, and a 1 chance to seize 3 points of all attributes or 3 items. Upon a successful plunder, your own attributes are permanently increased and items are automatically sent to your backpack. Friendly reminder: the stronger the opponent, the higher the plunder chance. After killing the target, the probability is doubled. Don't keep picking on small fries all the time. Good news: a unique talent. Destined child of fortune, at least in his own mind. Bad news: he would have to live as a robber. He looked at his pitiful 3 points of strength, then back at the talent description with its each attack requirement. So if I want to grow stronger, I have to keep beating people up or beating zombies. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth curled into a strange grin. No matter how he looked at it, this talent hardly resembled the righteous path. Still, it seemed rather exciting. All right then, time to go and rob someone. Lin Chen smacked his lips and crushed the cigarette, but in the car ashtray. Plunder. Isn't that just forcing good people into prostitution? No forcing me to become some so-called righteous outlaw. Muttering under his breath, he deftly swiped open the system panel, wanting to see whether there were any other functions available. The map system was shrouded in darkness, with only the spot marking his current location faintly lit. It seemed to work like an exploration game. Only places he had personally traversed would be revealed on the map. The trading system was likewise completely empty. With the game having just begun, most people probably had not even figured out their system panels yet. As for the chat channels, they were divided into regional, national, and world tabs. The only thing lit up was the regional chat channel. Driven by an author's curiosity and his instinct for collecting material, he tapped it open. Current regional survivors 1615644. Number refreshing in real time. A string of scarlet digits sprang into view and began to drop by several with every passing few seconds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen's heart gave a violent jolt. Reaching a quasi-first-tier city with a permanent population of over 8 million now had barely more than 1.5 million still alive. A 70% conversion rate delivered exactly as promised without the slightest discount. The channel had already exploded, messages cascading like a waterfall down the screen. Help! My husband has turned into a monster. He's going to eat me. I'm in building 13 of Jinbi community. Someone please save me. Stop shouting upstairs. I'm in your complex too. Those things are everywhere outside. Who would dare go out? Huh. This is great. I never have to go to work again. Tomorrow I'm going to twist my boss's head off and kick it like a ball. I'm so hungry. There's not a scrap of food at home. Is there any kind soul willing to give me some bread? I'm willing to do anything. I'm a beauty streamer. You know what that means. Send your address, sweetheart, and I'll come rescue you right away. Remember to wear black stockings. I declare that from today on I am the king of Xiangyang. Every woman in this city belongs to me. All manner of messages were jumbled together. Pleas for help, deranged ravings, brazen boasting, people seizing the chaos to hook up, laying bare the most primitive facets of human nature. Just then a bold pinned golden message appeared. Xiangyang Temporary Command Center, all survivors please remain calm and immediately seek sturdy cover to hide in. Do not go outside lightly. The government and the military are gathering their strength. We will spare no effort to carry out rescue operations. Repeating, all survivors please remain calm. The official appearance brought a brief moment of silence to the chaotic channel before it was promptly drowned beneath another deluge of messages. The government's still there? That's great. We're saved. Save my ass. I just saw a squad of soldiers swallowed up by zombies. The guns did nothing. Exactly. The system already said it. Overrule weapons can't be used. Guns probably count as that too. Lin Chen watched in silence, having already drawn his own conclusions. Order still existed, but it had become perilously fragile. At that moment, a user with the ID Xueqing posted an extraordinarily arrogant statement. Xueqing, I drew a spatial talent. A backpack space of 100 cubic meters. I just emptied out a small supermarket. No worries about food for the rest of my life. You trash can all starve to death for all I care. The instant this message appeared, it drew a swarm of fawning replies in the channel. Boss, please take me under your wing. I can do anything. Laundry, cooking, warming your bed. Brother Chen, take me in. I used to be a fitness coach. I can fight, and I can take hits. 100 cubic meters? Damn, mine's only one. The gap is insane. Xueqing was clearly reveling in the adoration and sent another message. Xueqing, if you want to run with me, report your talent and location first. Women get priority. Pretty ones get priority. The more positions you know, the higher the priority. Just as the crowd was collectively debasing itself, a discordant voice suddenly cut in. You're that full of yourself over a measly 100 cubic meters. Ignorance really is terrifying. Did you not read your system panel? Backpack space can be upgraded. Your only edge is a slightly bigger starting capacity, so what's there to strut about? Xueqing's supporters immediately struck back. Slightly bigger. Try 100 times bigger, okay? Keep seething in your jealousy. Exactly when Brother Chen upgrades his backpack to 1,000 or 10,000 cubic meters, you'll still be worrying over your single cubic meter. The two sides instantly dissolved into a full-blown shouting match. Lin Chen could not help but chuckle. The apocalypse had only just begun, and yet factional infighting was already on stage. It really had not let him, a web novelist, down in the slightest. Suddenly a new ID popped up, its very name exuding a brutal, vicious air. Shuebiao, hey, you've got food, and I've got guns. Kid, your home is my granary now. Wait for me. I'll find you. With that one sentence, the boiling regional channel fell instantly and utterly silent. Of course, no matter how many supplies you had, if you could not defend them, you were nothing but someone else's granary. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth curled upward. Interesting. The show had barely started, and already every kind of demon and monster was leaping onto the stage. He shut down the cacophonous channel. The information he had gleaned was already enough. In a world like this, if you wanted to survive, watching the spectacle from the sidelines was far from sufficient. The most urgent task now was to enhance his own strength. And the prerequisite for growing stronger was to fight, to trigger his plunder talent through combat. He first took stock of his supplies. For this secluded retreat into the mountains, he had prepared more than a month's worth of provisions. In the trunk lay 2 50-gene sacks of rice, 2 large boxes of instant noodles in assorted flavors, a carton of self-heating hot pots, and various canned goods and compressed biscuits. The car fridge was crammed with fresh beef and pork, enough to last him for quite some time. As for drinking water, he had 5 full cases of 1.5-liter bottles, 6 to a pack. For the moment, his survival supplies were more than abundant. Medicine was also in good supply. All kinds of common internal and external drugs were neatly arranged in a medical kit. Next came the matter of weapons. His talent required him to attack in order to trigger it. Go barehanded and brawl with zombies. He glanced at his pitiful 3 points in strength and 3 in constitution and decisively abandoned that foolish notion. He began rummaging through the car. The glove compartment held only the vehicle registration, a few packs of cigarettes, and an unopened box of ultra-thin condoms. The armrest console contained a pack of tissues and several charging cables. Damn it, I'm not seriously going to strangle zombies with a seatbelt, am I? Lin Chen mocked himself under his breath as his hand instinctively groped beneath the driver's seat. Suddenly his fingertips brushed against something icy cold and solid. His eyes lit up as he gave it a hard tug, pulling out a long metal object. It was a screwdriver so long it bordered on the absurd. Forged entirely from alloy with a non-slip rubber handle, it measured a full 58 centimeters in length, its tip a sturdy Phillips head. He had specially hunted down this divine artifact online after buying the car. Officially, it was advertised as a tool for servicing large vehicles, but the customer reviews were full of comments like, great for self-defense, feels so much safer keeping it in the car, and no more fear of road rage. In plain terms, it was a self-defense weapon skirting the edge of being classified as a controlled blade. Lin Chen wrapped his hand around it and weighted a few times. It was at least 2 or 3 gene. Its length was sufficient to guarantee a certain safety distance. The sharpened tip could easily inflict penetrating wounds. Perfect. Then it settled. You'll be my partner of justice. Lin Chen, indulging his inner Chinibu, christened his new weapon, then drew a deep breath to steel himself. He had supplies, and he had a weapon. Everything was ready. Save for one thing, or rather one group, the lab rats he needed to test his talent on. Lin Chen weighed the 58-centimeter-long screwdriver in his hand. The cool metal feel and its heavy weight gave him a sense of reassurance. Where to find a little white mouse? An image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A few days ago when he first entered the mountains, he had spent a night at the time guest house at the entrance of Xiangyang village. The owner of the guest house, a woman named Shen Xueqing, wore an elegant new style, Chong Sam, her figure graceful, with a warmth unique to the Jiangnan water town in her eyes. When she brought over a cup of hot tea, her fingertips accidentally brushed against the back of his hand. That delicate touch made Lin Chen, a seasoned veteran who often mingled in the nightclubs of Li City, feel a sudden jolt in his heart. What a pity if only she could turn into a zombie. It seems possible while it's hot. Lin Chen smacked his lips and shook his head, trying to shake off that inappropriate and unhealthy thought. This is the apocalypse, not a nightclub. But what if she is still alive? Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, and in the meantime. Heh. A bold thought took root in Lin Chen's heart, making his already restless spirit even more alive. Let's go check out the excitement and rescue a fallen. No, I mean a distressed woman. He restarted the car, choosing electric power, and drove towards Xiangyang village. Meanwhile, Xiangyang village, which had developed quite well in recent years thanks to tourism and agri-tainment. In the innermost room on the 3rd floor of the time guest house, Shen Xueqing was tightly bound to a chair with coarse hemp ropes, unable to move. This was her own request before the apocalypse struck. At that time, the inn's cleaner sister Chen cried and refused to act, but in the end Shen Xueqing made up her mind, forcing her to comply with tears in her eyes. Not just her, the entire staff of the guest house and several tourists who hadn't managed to leave had bound themselves in various ways during the last few minutes. Some tied themselves up with bed sheets, others locked themselves in the bathroom. This was the last kindness they could think of towards this world. The room was devoid of light, with only the faint daylight seeping in from outside, barely outlining the shapes of objects. The walls, which were not soundproof, could no longer completely block out the sounds from outside. Huh. The shrill roars, unlike anything human, as if a thick phlegm was lodged in the throat, came from downstairs, from the courtyard, and from all directions of the village, rising and falling. Despair slowly engulfed Shen Xueqing. Could it be that the entire village, apart from herself who was bound, had all turned into monsters? That terrifying 70 conversion rate had it become 99 here. Just as her heart sank into despair, outside the window, a blinding white light pierced through the heavy night, flashing by. Light. It's car headlights. There are still people alive. Shen Xueqing's deadened heart jolted. She twisted her body with all her might, trying to get closer to the window, but the hemp ropes on her body wouldn't budge, tightening around her wrists and sending sharp pains through her. The nearly hour-long drive was longer than Lin Chen had anticipated. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and the slippery cement road hindered his speed. Of course, Lin Chen didn't want to march out without success. He deliberately lowered his speed. When the stone tablet welcoming visitors to Xiangyang village finally appeared within the car's headlights, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't rashly enter the village. Instead, he parked the car in an open area at the village entrance, turned off the high beams, and left only the low beams to illuminate the path ahead. Raindrops continued to patter against the roof of the car. At this moment, within the beam of light, a staggering figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure was draped in an old raincoat, stooped over, swaying as it walked, as if drunk. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. As the figure approached, the details became clearer. It was an old man, his face riddled with deep creases and bizarre black markings, his pupils a lifeless grayish-white, his mouth unnaturally agape, emitting a low growl. A zombie. An information prompt appeared in front of him. Level 1 zombie, elderly, strength 2, agility 2, constitution 1, spirit 1, stamina. Infinite stamina. That makes sense, these things never know fatigue. According to online novels, being injured by such a creature infected with the virus without a special antidote would also turn one into a zombie. Life really is only once, but it has to start somewhere. This elderly zombie with attributes that were overall lower than his own was undoubtedly the best practice target. He unbuckled his seatbelt, put on the waterproof jacket he had just changed into, and opened the car door. The icy rainwater drenched him instantly, clearing his head significantly. "Old man, I'm sorry, may you rest in peace," Lin Chen murmured softly, gripping the justice partner with his right hand, lowering his body, and quietly sneaking around to the side and back of the zombie, taking advantage of the night and the sound of the rain. However, as the distance closed, the elderly zombie sensed Lin Chen's presence. It swayed around. Now, Lin Chen dashed forward in a single move, gripping the rubber handle of the screwdriver tightly, and with all his strength, he plunged it fiercely into the zombie's back. Thud. The looting talent did not activate. Was this not considered an effective attack? Or was it a 15 chance that didn't trigger? The tip of the screwdriver felt like it had pierced into a piece of tough leather, only embedding a short distance before it could go no further. The zombie's body suddenly stiffened, then emitted a sharp howl. Crap. Lin Chen was taken aback. The menacing face, so close, made his stomach churn. Without thinking, he withdrew the screwdriver and tried to retreat. The zombie's bony hand clawed through the air with a foul wind reaching directly for his face. Lin Chen awkwardly leaned back, easily dodging it, but his foot caught on a stone, and he fell into the muddy water. Damn, having 3 agility is indeed a hard shortcoming. The zombie's attack missed, and it let out an angry hiss from its throat, taking another step forward to pounce on Lin Chen, who was on the ground. Looking into those grayish-white pupils and the drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, Lin Chen knew he could not hesitate any longer. He attempted a fish leap, but failed, having to scramble up using both hands and feet. As the zombie lunged closer, he instead moved in, swiftly sidestepping to stand before the zombie. Simultaneously, the screwdriver in his hand was thrust upward with all his might into the zombie's chin. Thud! This time the screwdriver pierced through without obstruction, emerging from the zombie's crown. The zombie's body convulsed violently for a moment, its forward momentum abruptly halted, then it crumpled down, its grayish-white pupils quickly losing their last glimmer of light. You have killed a level 1 zombie, gained 5 experience and 5 survival coins. Talent looting activated successfully. Congratulations. You have successfully looted 1 point of agility attribute from the opponent. A series of mechanical notifications echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Leaning on the screwdriver, he gasped heavily, his heart racing. Rainwater mixed with cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. Exciting. This is so damn exhilarating. He focused his thoughts and pulled up his attribute panel. Name: Lin Chen, level 0, 5100 Constitution, 4 Strength, 3 Agility, 4-1 Spirit, 7 Stamina, 3. In the agility column, a green 1 appeared next to the number 3, changing it to 4. This really works. An indescribable sense of ecstasy surged within him, sweeping away all the fear and apprehension he had just felt. This talent is simply a divine skill. He turned his gaze to a glowing orb on the ground. It even drops items. He reached out to touch the orb, and it vanished. At the same time, a message appeared before him. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 G of French bread 1, automatically placed into your backpack. Can killing zombies also yield food? This is indeed good news, at least it provides another avenue. At the start of the game, it was announced that electricity would be cut off unconditionally, indicating that production lines had essentially come to a standstill. Meanwhile, if the frozen goods were not salvaged and stored in the backpack, in a short time, they would inevitably spoil. If not placed in the backpack, only the packaged food could be preserved. But apart from that guy named Xueqing, everyone else only had 1 cubic meter of space. How much could they possibly store? On one side lay the endless night, and on the other the continuous rain, planting. Don't even think about it. Thus food would only become scarcer. Turning back to the car, fortunately, when Lin Chen bought the car, he opted for a high configuration with genuine leather seats, unfazed by the rain. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward at this moment. The sound of rain drowned out the earlier sounds of fighting, so it seemed that the other residents of the village were undisturbed. But one couldn't be too careless. Lin Chen restarted the car, this time opting not to use the headlights, leaving only the 2 faint daytime running lights to barely illuminate the few meters ahead. The car silently slipped into the village at a near walking speed. Entering the village was a concrete road with recently harvested rice fields on both sides, puddles reflecting shimmering light in the dim glow. One could imagine that before the apocalypse struck, those working in the fields and those cooking at home must have chosen to return to their houses at the first opportunity, and then turn their homes into graves. After driving for over 200 meters, the outline of a 3-story small building appeared at the end of the car's headlights. The exterior walls of the building were painted a light yellow with a store on the first floor. A sign hung at the entrance, and in the faint light Lin Chen vaguely discerned the word sales of seeds and fertilizers. He didn't drive directly to the door, but parked the car under the shade of a large banyan tree several dozen meters away, turned off the engine, and extinguished all the lights. Lin Chen sat quietly in the car for a few minutes, adjusting to the pure darkness, then retrieved a small LED camping light from a backpack in the back seat. He didn't turn it on directly, but wrapped the lamp head in several layers of a black t-shirt before pressing the switch. A faint halo of light seeped through the seams of the t-shirt, just enough to illuminate a small area in front of his chest. After dimming the brightness, he removed the t-shirt, and the weak light was just enough to illuminate the area in front of him. He gently opened the car door and stepped out. The main door of the small building was the type of stainless steel roll-up door commonly seen in rural areas. Lin Chen knocked on it, producing a dull bang-bang sound. Once this type of door is raised, the clatter sound could probably attract half the village's zombies for a party. This way is blocked. Pressing against the cold wall, he cautiously felt his way to the side. According to Lin Chen's experience, such self-built rural houses generally have side and back doors. Around the corner was a narrow alley leading to the small building's backyard. At the end of the alley was a small side door, likely the back door of the kitchen or a storage room. The wooden door, soaked by the rain, appeared particularly dark. Lin Shan pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully. Aside from the patter of rain, it was quiet inside. He reached out, grasped the old brass doorknob, and cautiously twisted it. It was not locked. The door hinge emitted a slight protest, opening just a crack. A distinctive smell of fertilizer mixed with mold wafted out. Lin Chen quickly slipped inside. Using the light from the camping lamp, he took a general look around. The store's hall was quite spacious, with fertilizers and seeds stacked on either side, and a tea table facing the main entrance. However, there was only one master cup on the tea table. The first floor was safe. Lin Chen then boldly increased the brightness of the LED lamp, following the stairs up to the second floor. The layout on the second floor was also simple, with 3 rooms and 2 living areas. Except for one room that clearly resembled a master bedroom, the doors to the other 2 rooms were wide open. He turned his gaze to the closed door. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped a few times. An odd sound came from within the room. Huh, 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 huh. 2 heads. Lin Chen's expression tightened, feeling troubled. If there was one, he could handle it easily. After all, a level 1 zombie is quite similar to an ordinary human, and being mindless makes it easy to kill. If there were 2, however, he would have to be more cautious. After all, life is only once. Whether injured or killed, it would mean game over. After hesitating for less than 5 seconds, Lin Chen made his decision. Some things always need to be done. The greater the storm, the more expensive the fish. He pushed open the door, and the light from the camping lamp surged into the room. The sight before him left Lin Chen somewhat at a loss. There were indeed 2 zombies in the room, but they did not launch an attack on him. It wasn't that they didn't want to. The male and female zombies were both bound with ropes. The male zombie was tied to the bed, while the female zombie was secured to the stainless steel security bars on the window. From the condition of their clothing, they had dressed in their finest attire to welcome the apocalypse, to leave with dignity. Seeing Lin Chen, both zombies instinctively struggled and howled, but they could not take a step forward. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh at this moment. This was a pair of kind-hearted spouses, perfectly embodying the honesty and kindness of farmers. Perhaps the kindness of the 2 moved the system. Talent robbery activated successfully. Congratulations, you have successfully robbed the other party of 1 point of strength attribute. Congratulations, you have successfully robbed the other party of 1 point of stamina attribute. Kill a level 1 zombie. Gain 5 experience, 5 survival coins. Congratulations, you have successfully robbed the other party of 1 point of constitution attribute. Congratulations, you have successfully robbed the other party of 3 points of all attributes. Kill a level 1 zombie. Gain 5 experience, 5 survival coins. Several notification sounds rang out, leaving Lin Chen stunned, and then a wave of excitement washed over him. His 4 quick attacks had unexpectedly triggered the robbery talent. He called up his attribute panel. Name: Lin Chen, level 0, 151-0 constitution, 8, 4 strength, 7, 4 agility, 7, 3 spirit, 10, 3 stamina, 7, 4, a 15 chance to trigger. Lin Chen was not too surprised. A 1 chance to rob all attributes was something Lin Chen had never dared to imagine. Anyone who has played games knows that this probability is basically a decoration. Without a large base and high frequency, it is nearly impossible. On the way down the mountain, Lin Chen even thought, unless one sprayed a Gatling gun at the zombie horde, how could that 1 chance be triggered? Those who understand, understand. Apart from the boost from the talent robbery, the green light orb appearing next to the female zombie excited Lin Chen even more. Hopefully something good will come out, like a weapon or something. Item card: weapon enhancement card. Melee enhances a designated weapon, making it sturdier and sharper. First of all, this is a good item. Secondly, damn it, I only have this screwdriver in hand. Isn't enhancing this a bit of a waste? Finally, you'll just keep it for now. Lin Chen stood still, feeling the surging power within his body. Physical constitution 8, strength 7, agility 7, spirit 10, endurance 7. These attributes have far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Especially the spirit rated at 10, which made his thoughts much clearer. The sounds of the wind rustling and raindrops falling on different objects became extraordinarily distinct. Item card: weapon enhancement card. Melee enhances a designated weapon, making it sharper. Should I use it now? Lin Chen glanced at the justice partner. In his hand, a 58-centimeter long screwdriver. Using an enhancement card on a screwdriver felt somewhat wasteful. It's like putting a V12 engine on a tractor. It would definitely be impressive, but it feels like a loss no matter how you think about it. Forget it, good steel should be used on the blade. They'll keep it for now and wait until I get a real divine weapon. He put the card away, adhering to the excellent tradition of a web novelist to be frugal, and began to scavenge in the home of this kind couple. Safe travels to you both. Use your things, which counts as putting them to good use, not wasting your final kindness. Lin Chen mumbled as he opened the wardrobe in the master bedroom. Most of the clothes were simple styles, and they were mostly not as new as what the couple wore. He then moved to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Milk, a good source of protein. Apples, good for vitamins, fine by me. Instant noodles, a must for survival. Cured meat, my favorite. After rummaging through, aside from some food and basic daily necessities, there was nothing else of value. Lin Chen did not linger, closing the door as a final respect to the couple. He left the small building quietly, silently retreating into the rain. Back in his SUV, he did not head to the next destination immediately. Instead, he took out the freshly acquired French baguette and boxed milk from his backpack, tearing open the packaging and inserting a straw, stuffing a few bites into his mouth. The sweet, creamy flavor melted in his mouth, slightly relaxing his tense nerves. After finishing his food, he leaned back in his seat and began to plan his next steps. Target, time, guest house, the proprietress. This short-term goal must be accomplished regardless of whether the proprietress has turned into a zombie. It's about a kilometer away from here, requiring him to traverse the entire village. Driving there, this 5.2-meter-long vehicle of his would be no different from a moving target on the village's narrow roads. Looks like I can only rely on the 11 bus now. At the same time, he needed to become stronger, preferably leveling up. It was peak tourist season, and the guest house would likely be swarming with zombies. It would be a pain if he ended up as a bear instead of a hero saving a beauty. Perfect timing to slowly kill zombies along the way, leveling up and gathering supplies. He turned off all the lights in the car. Opening the regional channel, he sipped his milk while browsing. Anyone have food? I'm at the ATM on Chongqing Road. It's crawling with zombies, and I'm about to starve. Dude, I'm right above you. There are zombies at your door. Even if you don't starve, you won't escape. Accept your fate. Brother, don't you know zombies can drop food? What the hell, is it real? What the guy upstairs said is true. I just killed my wife and got a bowl of soy milk, and it's still warm. Killing my wife for enlightenment. 666666666 Why is it all food for you? I just killed the pervert next door and got a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes. I'm so hungry. Hongta, can I trade you bread for it? Damn, I want to trade too. The chat channel remained lively, but after so long no one had found out if zombies dropped equipment. Could it be that zombies don't drop equipment? Forget it, after resting for a while my status is fully restored. He got out of the car ready to level up by defeating monsters. With the increase in attributes, Lin Chen's movements were now much more agile than before. His steps were light and steady. With agility rated at 7, he could easily avoid puddles and rocks on the ground, making almost no extra noise. The sound of rain served as the best cover. As he turned a corner, 3 swaying figures suddenly appeared not far ahead. They were 3 zombies. In the dim light, Lin Chen could see the information above their heads. Level 1 zombie, adult, strength 6, agility 4, constitution 5, spirit 1, endurance. Level 1 zombie, mid-leech, strength 4, agility 3, constitution 4, spirit 1, endurance. Level 1 zombie youth, strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5, spirit 1, endurance. The strength attribute of the adult zombie was an astonishing 6, only slightly lower than his current strength. If it were before, Lin Chen would have definitely turned and fled. But now, just the chance to test my current capabilities. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen lowered his stance and actively approached. The 3 zombies almost simultaneously noticed him, letting out low growls from their throats, stiffly charging forward. The fastest was the youth zombie. Its agility of 5 made its movements much more nimble than the other 2. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. At the moment the youth zombie lunged at him, he twisted his body at an extremely tricky angle, narrowly evading its claw. At the same time, he flipped his wrist, and the tip of the screwdriver glinted coldly, as it was aimed not at a vital point, but precisely thrust into the thigh of the adult zombie. Effective attack. Almost simultaneously with the screwdriver's entry, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Talent robbery activated successfully. Congratulations, you have successfully robbed the opponent of 1 point of strength attribute. A warm current instantly spread throughout his limbs. Strength 8 points. Lin Chen felt his arm muscles surge suddenly, as if the screwdriver had become lighter in his grasp. The adult zombie stumbled from the thigh wound and fell to the ground. Now's my chance. Lin Chen kicked aside the middle-aged zombie blocking his path, and taking advantage of the youth zombie's momentary turn, dashed towards the fallen adult zombie. He gripped the screwdriver with both hands, channeling all 8 points of strength, and aimed a vicious stab at the zombie's nape. PFF. This time there were no obstacles. The screwdriver cleanly pierced through the skull. Killed a level 1 zombie, experience 5. Survival coins 5. Congratulations, you have obtained a pack of Huangala cigarettes already automatically placed in your backpack. Damn, it dropped cigarettes too. This system understands me. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, but his actions did not stop. He pulled out the screwdriver and turned to face the other 2 zombies. At this moment, he completely overpowered them in both strength and speed. The battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. He even had the leisure to experiment with different angles of attack between dodges. In less than a minute, the remaining 2 zombies fell one after another, turning into his experience and survival coins. Killed a level 1 zombie, experience 5 survival coins. 5 Killed a level 1 zombie, experience 5 survival coins. 5 Unfortunately, this time the robbery talent did not activate again. That 15 probability was likely halved for Lin Chen system. Is it possible it's more than that? Otherwise, he wouldn't have faced so many failures. But killing 3 zombies in a row raised his experience bar to 35100, and his backpack also gained 15 survival coins and a pleasant surprise. For the next several hours, Lin Chen cleared zombies building by building, gathering supplies as he steadily approached the time in. A pity. Such is the cruelty of the apocalypse. He gazed at the girl's slender legs and fair skin. Had the world not fallen, she would surely have been pursued by thousands. Defeated level 1 zombie. 5 Experience 5 survival coins. Congratulations. Level up, all attributes 1. Current level 1. At last, he had leveled up. Though advancing a single level required only 20 zombie kills, it was far from effortless. Along the way, he dared not force entry into any dwelling with tightly shut doors. Most of his kills were stragglers wandering the streets, or those whose windows and doors stood unlatched. His original companion, the screwdriver, had finally shattered. Fortunately, he'd found a baseball bat in the girl's room, otherwise he'd have been forced to dispatch her with far more brutal means. How brutal? Clang. The blood-smeared baseball bat clattered onto the floor as Lin Chen sank heavily onto the girl's charming pink bed. The soft mattress instantly yielded beneath him. His rain-soaked, mud-caked, blood-streaked tactical jacket left a broad, grim stain across the pristine pink sheets. He exhaled deeply. A warm current surged through him, washing away the exhaustion of hours of intense combat, reinvigorating every limb and sinew. He clenched his fist, savoring the surge of strength now thrumming through his muscles, a power far exceeding his former self. A thrill of exhilaration rose within him. Perhaps this wretched apocalypse wasn't so bleak after all. His face felt sticky and uncomfortable. Without thinking, he snatched a garment from the pillow beside him and began wiping away the grime. His fingers met an unexpectedly supple texture. Instead of blood or decay, his nostrils filled with a faint sun-warmed scent, like soapwort gently dried in sunlight. His hand stilled. Peering closely, he realized he held a delicate lace-trimmed cotton camisole. TCH. He clicked his tongue, tossing the soiled camisole aside. A shame. Such fragrance deserves more than a passing breath. With 11 points of spiritual acuity just earned, it would be criminal not to inhale deeply. Muttering under his breath, he leaned forward and drew a long, deliberate breath over another clean garment resting on the pillow. This breath truly filled his lungs. Pure, unadulterated relief. After that brief respite, Lin Chen immediately steeled his focus and summoned his attribute interface. This, above all else, was what mattered most now. Name: Lin Chen, level 100, constitution, 9 strength, 9 agility, 8 spiritual acuity, 11 endurance, 8 weapon, baseball bat, common, equipment, none, survival coins, 100 backpack capacity, 1 cubic meter, talent C's, unique skills, none. Gazing upon his refreshed stats, Lin Chen's grin stretched nearly to his ears. All attributes increased by 1. Especially spiritual acuity, soaring straight to 11. 11 points of spiritual acuity. Surely my writing won't stall anymore. Won't ideas now flood forth like water bursting through a breached dam? He chuckled wryly, though he no longer needed to earn his living by writing. And 9 points each in strength and constitution, far surpassing his initial frail 3. Right now he felt capable of felling an ordinary bull with a single punch. Of course, just an ordinary bull, not some mutated zombie bovine. The dramatic leap in capabilities inflated his confidence to bursting. Rising to his feet, he retrieved the baseball bat from the floor and tested its weight in his palm. It felt markedly lighter than before. Aside from scattered clothing, the only useful item in the girl's room was a few unopened packs of sanitary napkins tucked inside the nightstand. Lin Chen swept them unceremoniously into his backpack. In the post-apocalyptic world, these would soon prove more valuable than gold, especially now that industry had ground to a halt. He circled the room once more. The girl appeared to live alone. The refrigerator held only frozen dumplings and a few bottles of soft drinks. The kitchen stove gleamed spotlessly, evidence she rarely cooked. Lin Chen didn't linger. He slipped out quietly and closed the door behind him, then retraced his steps back toward his vehicle, stealthy, silent, and swift. What had taken hours on the way there now took less than 10 minutes on the return. The surge in attributes transformed him. His steps grew light, his movements fluid and precise. Neither darkness nor driving rain could impede him now. Back inside the car, he began organizing his supplies. With only 1 cubic meter of backpack space, every centimeter demanded meticulous calculation. He dumped all non-essentials, daily necessities, spare clothes, onto the rear seat, then packed the most vital strategic reserves into his backpack: food, medicine, fresh meat from the car's portable fridge, and bottled water. In the apocalypse, food and medicine were true hard currency. Leaving them in the car unsettled him. If someone raided it while he was away, the loss would be catastrophic. As the final cases of water vanished into his backpack, a rectangular cardboard box emerged. Damn, I'd completely forgotten about this. He smacked his forehead, memory flooding back. Wasn't this the Longquan sword he'd impulsively ordered days before retreating into seclusion, purchased during a live stream on Douyin? The hostess, dressed in flowing hanfu, had cooed Big Brother, chivalrous hero, her voice melting his resolve until he clicked purchase without hesitation. It had arrived the day he departed, too cumbersome to carry home, so he'd tossed it into the car trunk. Unwrapping the package revealed 2 foam-wrapped blades, one white, one red. Xueqing Dao, Qi Xiaohan Jian. Lin Chen vividly recalled the live stream hostess's introduction. At last his retired screwdriver had found its worthy successor. Though both were sealed mass-produced replicas, their craftsmanship was undeniably striking. And, bless those kind-hearted sellers, they'd included a weapon enhancement card. Lin Chen drew the Xueqing Dao, its scabbard pure white intricately carved with dragon motifs, and pressed the card firmly against the blade. Activate. Instantly the card dissolved into a gentle cascade of white light flowing seamlessly into the steel. The blade, once merely sharp in appearance, emitted a resonant hum. A visible ripple of frost-laced brilliance flashed along its edge. Simultaneously, a new line of text shimmered into view. Xueqing Dao Blue, fine quality, strength 5, constitution 3 note, forged using ancient Longquan techniques adapted for industrial production. Blue, fine quality. Lin Chen froze, then erupted into unrestrained elation. As a web novelist, he knew exactly what this meant. Gear possessed tiered rarity, white common, green superior, blue fine. Beyond lay purple epic, gold legendary. This enhancement card had vaulted a mere replica straight into the fine tier. Even more electrifying were the stat bonuses, strength 5, constitution 3. His base strength and constitution both stood at 9. Wielding this blade, his strength soared to 14, his constitution to 12. What did that signify? Pre-apocalypse, the average adult male registered 5. His current strength was nearly triple that, raw, overwhelming power. That livestream hostess didn't lie. Every Big Brother was worth its weight in gold. Lin Chen burst into laughter. 188 yuan hadn't bought folly, but a true apocalyptic artifact. Who could have foreseen that a momentary hormonal impulse would become his greatest lifeline? He caressed the blade's cool surface, enraptured, the engraved dragon seeming to writhe with life flickering within an ethereal azure halo. Reading the footnote again, he grinned anew. Ancient techniques adapted for industrial production. So it is a factory-line product after all. This system certainly doesn't sugarcoat reality. Gripping the hilt, he carefully swung the blade within the cramped cabin, a sensation utterly alien to wielding a screwdriver or baseball bat. Lin Chen held the Xueqing Dao before his eyes, watching his own reflection in its razor-sharp edge, his gaze growing brighter, sharper, fiercer with every passing second. With this blade, and this surge of augmented might, his confidence swelled beyond measure. His earlier plan now seemed timid, outdated. What did slowly fight our way forward even mean? It no longer applied. What he intended was nothing short of total, unstoppable conquest. His gaze pierced the rain-streaked windshield, locking onto the time and nestled deep within the village. Darkness and storm no longer barred his path. They were mere backdrops to his advance. Xueqing. He wondered how the gentle, graceful innkeeper was faring. I hope you're still alive, he murmured softly, placing the Xueqing Dao on the passenger seat before restarting the engine. This time he bypassed the silent electric mode entirely. A deep, guttural roar erupted from the engine, shattering the hush of the rain-drenched night, echoing far into the distance. Lin Chen floored the accelerator. Twin beams of high-beam light tore through the oppressive gloom as the SUV surged forward like a furious iron beast hurtling toward the heart of the village. The roar of the engine echoed through the tranquil Xiangyang village, akin to thunder on a clear day. Lin Chen even playfully honked the horn twice. The piercing sound of the horn tore through the rain curtain, reverberating in every corner of the village. Come on, my darlings, hurry into the bowl. Lin Chen grinned, widely shifted into drive, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. At that moment he was exhilarated. Those terrifying zombies were now his little cuties. The slumbering village was instantly awakened. From the dark alleys behind closed doors and windows, and along the muddy paths, staggering figures were drawn out by the light and noise surging from all directions. Their numbers grew rapidly, soon gathering into a gray-black tide on the path ahead of the SUV. Well, it seems I've poked a zombie nest. This is perfect. Do I want to have to search one by one? The buffet mode has begun. Instead of feeling fear, he became excited. Experience. Survival coins. Attribute points. They are coming. If it weren't for his life being at stake, and that landlady. Otherwise, Lin Chen truly wanted to find a place to tie this zombie up and slowly farm attributes one by one. Haha. When the first zombie lunged at the front of the car, frantically pounding the hood, with its decaying hands, Lin Chen made his move. He didn't turn off the engine, but directly pushed open the car door. Bang! The heavy door slammed into a zombie that had just lunged from the side. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was clearly audible. The zombie flew out like a broken sack, knocking down 2 companions behind it. Lin Chen stepped out, reaching back to grab the snow-white Xueqing knife from the passenger seat. "Come on, my darlings, line up and come to meet your death." Lin Shan let out a low growl, facing the horde of at least 20 to 30 zombies, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. The foremost zombie opened its gaping maw, a foul stench wafting towards him. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold without a thought to evade. With a flick of his wrist, the Xueqing knife cut through the rain-soaked night, leaving a dazzling blue arc of light. Swoosh! The blade sliced effortlessly through the zombie's neck. A decayed head flew skyward, rolling through the air with a grotesque expression still etched on its face. The headless corpse stumbled forward a couple of steps due to inertia before crashing to the ground, black blood gushing out. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 5 experience, 5 survival coins, talent snatch activated successfully. Congratulations, you successfully snatched 1 point of agility attribute. Agility 9 points. His body felt a little lighter. Nice! Lin Chen shouted loudly, completely freeing his limbs. He charged into the horde like a tiger among sheep, the Xueqing knife transforming into the scythe of death. With each flash of the blade, a zombie fell either dead or half destroyed. Swoosh! Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 5 experience, 5 survival coins, talent snatch activated successfully. Congratulations, you successfully snatched 1 point of Constitution attribute. Constitution 13 points. A brutal one-sided slaughter. Lin Chen was completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of mowing down enemies. Each swing of the blade and each increase in attributes sent his adrenaline soaring. In less than 2 minutes, the ground in front of the guest house was already covered with incomplete zombie corpses. The air was thick with the rich scent of blood mixed with the earthiness of rain. And Lin Chen stood in the midst of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, allowing the cold rain to wash away the black blood on his blade, his chest heaving violently. His experience bar had risen to 175200, just a step away from level 2. The survival coins in his backpack had also surpassed the 300 mark. More importantly, his attributes had also seen a slight increase. System, if it were someone else, it would be a significant boost. Lin Chen, can you show me some respect? System, with your level of bad luck, you wouldn't be doing much better without me pressing you down. Lin Chen, humph. Constitution 13-1, Strength 14, Agility 10-1, Stamina 9-1, huff. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, feeling utterly exhilarated. The front door was tightly closed, and he could see the mess inside through the glass. Instead of using the front door, he circled to the side and kicked open the slightly ajar kitchen door. Bang! The sound of the wooden door collapsing echoed through the silent building. Lin Chen stepped inside, the camping lamp on his chest illuminating the path ahead. In the first floor hall, tables and chairs were overturned and guests' luggage was scattered on the floor. 2 zombies, drawn by the noise, had just poked their heads out from the staircase when Lin Chen swiftly dispatched them with a clean single strike. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 5 experience, 5 survival coins. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 5 experience, 5 survival coins. He then began to ascend the stairs step by step, his mountaineering boots creaking on the wooden steps, the sound echoing clearly in the empty corridor. Lin Chen was unsure which room the landlady was in, so he had to search room by room. On the second floor, there were 5 rooms. Room 201 kicked open, empty. Room 202 kicked open, killed a level 1 zombie, gained 5 experience, 5 survival coins. Room 203 kicked open, killed 2 level 1 zombies, gained 10 experience, 10 survival coins. Room 204 empty. Room 205 empty. Then it was the third floor. The process continued as before. Reaching the innermost room, Lin Chen paused. He could hear an extremely weak and suppressed breathing sound from within. It was a living person. He didn't knock. Sticking to his usual style, he kicked the door open. Boom! With a loud crash, the solid wooden door along with the frame burst inward from his force. Amidst the flying wood chips, Lin Chen's figure appeared at the door. The light illuminated the room, revealing Xueqing tightly bound to a chair, staring at him with a face full of terror. Her gentle and charming face was marked with the remnants of tears, her eyes filled with extreme fear and a hint of disbelief. Their gazes locked. The air seemed to freeze. Xueqing looked at this fearsome man, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long time. You. Lin Chen looked at her, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile appeared somewhat grim against the backdrop of bloodstains. Beautiful lady, do you need some service? I offer door-to-door, untying the 5-star review kind. Xueqing's mind went utterly blank. Before her stood a man drenched in blood. A slaughter god freshly crawled from the abyss. Yet his words carried the nonchalant, almost market bazaar swagger of a man haggling over vegetables. The jarring dissonance left her momentarily forgetting fear. She could only stare dumbfounded. Of course she remembered him. Just 1 week ago he had been a young man driving a luxury car, generous with money, eyes perpetually laced with irreverent amusement. At the time she'd silently scoffed another spoiled heir utterly oblivious to the hardships of ordinary life. But now, Lin Chen, noticing her silence, paid it no mind. He strode forward, gripping the Xueqing blade. Its icy edge flickered before Xueqing's eyes. Her pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively, she squeezed her eyes shut. Schwat. No pain followed, only sudden startling relief. The coarse hemp rope that had bound her for hours snapped cleanly apart. Lin Chen sheathed the blade. Its surface remained flawlessly gleaming, unsullied by a single drop of blood. With his enhanced attributes, even his swordsmanship had sharpened noticeably. There, you're free. Xueqing stiffly flexed her wrists, bruised purple and numb, wincing at the sharp, prickling ache. She did not rise immediately, but remained crouched low, wary and watchful, tilting her head up to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Through that accursed system she knew, the world had irrevocably changed. She had seen with chilling clarity the frenzied, despairing, grotesque messages flooding the regional chat channel. In this moment of shattered order, what did a man so suddenly appearing, and terrifyingly powerful, represent? Salvation, or merely another descent into the abyss? Thank you. It's good that you're still alive, Xueqing whispered, her voice hoarse and trembling with the raw afterglow of survival. Naturally. A chosen one like me can't just drop dead without permission, huh? Lin Chen slung the Xueqing blade over his shoulder and grinned, effortlessly cocky. Xueqing drew a slow, steadying breath and asked the question that mattered most. May I ask, did you come here specifically for me? Of course. Lin Chen replied without hesitation, his gaze lingering with unmistakable appreciation over her elegantly tailored cheongsam. It's the apocalypse. How could someone like you, such a rare beauty, go unclaimed? I certainly wouldn't miss a prize like this. His gaze was fiercely possessive, so much so that Xueqing's breath hitched, and she instinctively crossed her arms across her chest. Just as she braced herself for worse, Lin Chen shifted tone entirely, shrugging lightly. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I was passing by anyway. If you turned into a zombie, I'd have put you out of your misery. If you were still alive, well, I figured I'd lend a hand. He paused, then flashed a lopsided grin. Besides, your tea is actually quite good. This half-truth, half-tease did not fully dispel her wariness, but it did confirm, at least for now, that he bore no ill intent. She struggled upright, her legs cramped from prolonged binding wobbled violently. She nearly collapsed. Lin Chen caught her deftly by the arm. Even through the silk of her cheongsam, the warmth of his touch sent a jolt through her entire body, her muscles locked rigid. Thank you. Without a word, she stepped back half a pace, reclaiming her space. Her eyes swept over the splintered remains of the door he'd kicked and then drifted past the broken window to the outside. In the courtyard, the SUV that had drawn her attention earlier sat motionless, its high beams still blazing, illuminating the open ground, and illuminating the scattered limbs and severed torsos strewn across it. A thick, coppery stench of blood seeped through the shattered doorway and window, churning Xueqing's stomach violently. Her face paled as she gripped the wall to steady herself. Was this all his doing? Recalling the deafening roar of the engine and the blaring horn moments before, had he deliberately lured every zombie in the village here and slaughtered them all? What staggering power! What breathtaking audacity! Gazing upon her beloved inn, her cherished home painstakingly restored, now reduced to rubble, a pang of sorrow flickered deep in her eyes. Yet that sorrow swiftly gave way to overwhelming gratitude, for she knew with absolute certainty that without this man her best possible fate would have been slow starvation chained to that chair. We can't stay here. The door's gone. Zombies could breach it any time. Come to my place. It's right next door. She turned to Lin Chen, offering the suggestion. Your place? Lin Chen arched a brow. Yes. This inn was converted from my family's old house. I live next door in my own home. Xueqing explained. Fine. Your call, Lin Chen agreed readily. A proper roof beats sleeping in a car any day. They descended the stairs side by side. All along the way, Xueqing stared at the wreckage within the inn, the carnage, the decapitated zombies, each sight striking her like a physical blow. Yet she forced her gaze away, refusing to linger. Carefully stepping around severed limbs and congealing blood, they emerged outside. Xueqing pointed toward a freestanding two-story cottage beside the inn. The cottage boasted a delicate, well-kept courtyard, newer, warmer, far more lived in than the inn. She retrieved her keys and unlocked both the courtyard gate and the front door. Inside, Lin Chen wasted no time. He lifted the heavy solid wood coffee table and sofa from the living room and barricaded the entrance in seconds. He moved with such casual ease, as if shifting foam boxes, not furniture weighing hundreds of pounds. Xueqing watched, stunned anew by his sheer unnerving strength. Next, he drew every curtain tight, sealing off light and sight from the outside world. Only then did he dust off his hands and turn to face her. Safe, for now. The room plunged into darkness save for the soft, steady glow of the camping lamp hanging from Lin Chen's chest. Xueqing switched on her phone's flashlight, the beam pushing back some of the encroaching dread. She studied Lin Chen's tactical jacket stained with blood, mud, and sweat, her nostrils catching the faint metallic tang of iron. You? She hesitated, then spoke decisively. Go take a shower first. You must be uncomfortable. Sure thing. Lin Chen agreed without pause, flashing a bright, easy smile. He tossed the Xueqing blade casually onto the sofa, utterly unguarded. Where's the bathroom? Xueqing led him upstairs to the guest room. The water heater's tank type. I think there's still hot water. Go ahead and wash quickly. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He disappeared into the bathroom. Men bathed fast. Less than 5 minutes later, he emerged wrapped in a towel, bare-chested, damp-fared, and relaxed. The room was empty. Clearly, Xueqing had retreated to her own room. Soon after, Lin Chen sank onto the guest bed, drifting drowsily toward sleep. Half-conscious, he glimpsed a slender figure slip quietly into the bathroom. Surely Xueqing. Her room must have run out of hot water. But 30 minutes later, when Xueqing appeared at his bedside, wrapped only in a towel, Lin Chen felt a distinct chill of foreboding. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-ding-dong-dong. The obnoxious smartphone alarm jolted Lin Chen awake. He instantly snapped his eyes open and silenced the accursed device. So loud. Let me sleep a little longer. A woman's languid voice murmured beside him. What the a? His gaze fell upon the slender figure curled beside him, and memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Lin Chen had been overpowered, reversed in the most unexpected way. When Xueqing approached the bed wrapped only in a towel, Lin Chen, still dazed and half asleep, had no time to react before she lunged and pinned him down. Naturally, he offered no resistance. Not that he saw any reason to. Outside the room, apocalyptic night, torrential rain. Inside, silence, warmth, intimacy. Don't move. Damn. How did you even know how to do that? No. Again. In moments, the dynamic within the room shifted, from initial strategic defense to tense stalemate, then finally, to full-scale counteroffensive. No. Darling. Husband. Time returned to the present. Xueqing lay curled against him like a contented cat, breathing softly and evenly against his chest. One arm was tightly wound around his waist, the other, well, let's just say it wandered. A faint involuntary twitch tugged at Lin Chen's lips. Gently, cautiously, he tried to disentangle that mischievous hand from its explorations. But the moment he stirred, her grip instinctively tightened, clutching him as if he might vanish into thin air. It was a universal truth: women in sleep always needed something to hold on to. His movement roused a soft protest from the form nestled in his arms, so he froze utterly still. Long minutes passed. Then Xueqing sat up, and the sheets slipped away naturally. The light was blinding. Do you think I'm too easy, eh? No. Not at all, Lin Chen stammered. Yet inwardly a sharp question mark formed. Last night had shattered every illusion he'd ever held about this woman. The staggering contrast left him reeling, unable to reconcile the two versions of her. Men. And so her story began. Years earlier, Xueqing had been a fresh university graduate, eyes bright with innocence and untested idealism, armed with years of diligent study, ready to conquer the professional world. Reality delivered a brutal lesson in practical life. Most of her applications vanished without trace. In the rare interviews she secured, interviewers' gazes made her deeply uncomfortable, appraising her like merchandise at a marketplace, scanning her face, her body with cold calculation. Miss Shen, do you have a boyfriend? Any plans to marry in the next 2 years? This position requires frequent travel and overtime. For a young woman, well, each rejection chipped away at the pride and confidence she'd spent years cultivating, until nothing remained but hollow exhaustion. Then came him a mature, urbane company executive who drove a Mercedes S-Class. At the job fair, he glanced once at her resume and asked precise, insightful questions about her thesis. For the first time in any interview, she felt seen, not as a woman, but as a mind, as talent. Ms. Xueqing, you're hired. Trainee assistant. Salary $8,000 per month. 3-month probation. Prove to me you're worth more. She accepted the offer with tearful gratitude. Those early days unfolded like a glossy urban romance, effortless, radiant. He taught her to draft project proposals, escorted her to elite galas she'd only ever glimpsed on television, patiently guided her through the subtle hierarchies of vintage wines. When they worked late into the night, his office light burned steadily beside hers, and a warm, thoughtful meal always appeared on her desk at precisely the right hour. Once, when a greasy client pressured her to drink at dinner, he stepped forward, unflinching, and downed 3 glasses in succession. Then, arm draped protectively over her shoulders, he said coolly to the stunned man, "My assistant doesn't drink well. I'll drink for her." In that instant, she was utterly undone. On her birthday atop the city's highest revolving restaurant, he pointed to the glittering sea of lights below and murmured, voice thick with devotion, "Xueqing, look. All these lights pale beside the stars in your eyes." By day, she was a razor-sharp executive secretary. By night, his devoted, tender companion. She believed this was love, her hard-won destination. But fairy tales always shatter. During a high-stakes client dinner, she drank too much, trying to shield him. Stumbling toward the restroom, she heard his voice, familiar yet chillingly alien, echoing from a corridor corner. To a balding, oily man named Mr. Wu, he boasted with cruel amusement, "Wu boss, Xueqing is my carefully trained toy refined over a year. She masters every art, skilled, pristine, obedient. Be gentle tonight, don't break her. Good ones like her are rare." Toy. Those 2 words pierced her skull like white-hot needles. Her blood turned to ice, her stomach heaved violently. She refused to believe it. Surely it was a drunken hallucination, a cruel trick of the mind. Yet when the banquet ended, he himself guided her, gentle smiling, straight into Mr. Wu's presidential suite. And before closing the door, he gave her one last look, cold, distant, utterly unfamiliar. In that moment, the dream died, utterly. Is that it? What happened after? Lin Chen stirred from her tale, instinctively asking. Her story wasn't long, but it was lurid, raw, and devastatingly real. Xueqing shot him an exasperated glance, then tapped his chest with a slender porcelain finger. "After. You're looking at her, the owner of Xiangyang Hostel. You idiot." She feigned indignation, arching her back slightly, causing the sheet to slip further, revealing a breathtaking curve silhouetted in the dim light. Lin Chen's throat moved as he swallowed. Without a word, he flashed a crooked smile and rolled her gently beneath him once more. Every story demanded its price, and he intended to pay in full. 2 hours later, Lin Chen stood bare-chested by the window, easing it open just a crack and lighting a cigarette. Cold rain and wind rushed in, cooling his feverish skin and calming his hypercharged nerves. Smoke curled from the gap, dissolving into the endless dark. On the wide hotel bed, Xueqing slept deeply tangled in the sheets, her hair tousled, exhausted beyond measure. Lin Chen exhaled a slow, perfect smoke ring, and his expression grew grave. A seasoned veteran of life's rougher currents, he understood her strategy perfectly. This woman was frighteningly intelligent. She hadn't wept for protection. She hadn't weaponized morality or guilt. Instead, she chose the most direct and effective path possible. A body no healthy man could refuse, and a story raw enough to ignite both protective instinct and primal desire. She laid bare her past, confessing openly that she'd once been treated as mere plaything. She was gambling, betting Lin Chen wasn't the kind of monster she described, betting that her final, most precious asset, herself, could buy her sanctuary in this ruined world. Lin Chen knew the truth. In the apocalypse, women were abundant. Power, resources, these drew them in droves. Any new flame was inevitably someone else's discarded ember. He himself had never claimed virtue, just a struggling web novelist, a frequent patron of pleasure houses. And Xueqing. She fit his type perfectly. "You gambled right," Lin Chen murmured wryly, crushing the cigarette but against the windowsill. He truly wasn't that kind of man. At least, not anymore. Nor was he some paragon of chastity. But neither was he a saint who could remain unmoved in such proximity. This damned apocalypse demanded ruthless resource acquisition, by whatever means necessary. He wielded a system-bestowed talent for plunder. She deployed intellect and flesh. At their core, the methods were identical. Lin Chen turned back to the bed and looked upon that flawless form, without pity, only quiet admiration. Few women could grasp reality so swiftly and stake everything without hesitation in this broken world. The sky remained pitch black, indistinguishable between day and night. The cold rain relentlessly pounded against the window, forming the only background sound of this world. The mental attribute of 11 allowed him a bare minimum of vigilance towards his surroundings. His body was filled with explosive strength. Last night's fierce battle had not fatigued him, but felt more like a deep recharge, with every cell alive to the utmost. He glanced at his attributes panel, disappointed to find that last night's intense exercise had not increased any of his attribute points. It seemed the system had strict criteria for combat. The delicate body in his arms stirred. Xueqing had also awakened. She had shed the usual shyness and coyness of women, instead opening her eyes wide and meeting Lin Chen's gaze with clarity, even harboring a hint of scrutiny. "Awake." Her voice had a hint of hoarseness, adding to her allure. Lin Shan nodded casually, pulling out a pack of huangalu from the nightstand and lighting one for himself. Xueqing watched him without speaking. It wasn't until Lin Chen finished a puff of smoke that she slowly spoke. "Where do you plan to go next?" I haven't thought it through yet, maybe just to check the situation in the city, Lin Chen replied, casually exhaling a ring of smoke. Don't go to the city. Xueqing immediately dismissed his idea. The population of Liqing district exceeds 8 million. With a 70 conversion rate, there are at least 6 million zombies there, and countless survivors are fighting over resources. Although you are strong, charging in would be a gamble with your life. She sat up the blanket, slipping away, revealing large patches of her snowy skin and the mottled marks left from last night. But her expression was unusually serious. If you head east out of the village, there's a vacation resort where many big bosses from the city have built villas to holiday. Next door to my house is the village chief Xiangyang's home. I know that old guy, fat and bald, who wasn't anything good even before the apocalypse. He relied on being the village chief to do plenty of wicked deeds. Xiangyang loves hunting. I've seen him personally unload shotguns and bullets from his car. Moreover, he has a massive basement converted into a wine cellar and storage room, which surely holds a vast amount of supplies. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Guns. Although some speculated in the regional chat that firearms were super-regulated weapons that would be prohibited, that likely referred to standard-issue guns. What about private hunting rifles? Even if they can't be used, the massive supplies are a tremendous temptation. Moreover, Xueqing paused, throwing out another bombshell. There's a green source storage center about 2 kilometers east of the village, opened by a distant relative of mine. I know the exact location of the warehouse. Inside, there are not only newly harvested rice. Lin Chen's breath halted for a moment. In the apocalypse, food would only become scarcer, and canned goods would eventually run out. Having more stockpiled early on offers a greater hope of survival. Even if monsters might drop supplies, who knows if they will drop again in the next phase. It's necessary to be prepared. This woman was truly a treasure. She had proven her worth to Lin Shan with her body overnight. Now she demonstrated her intellect with just a few words. She was a qualified partner for the apocalypse. What do you want? To survive. Xueqing's answer was equally simple. I will follow you. You need intelligence, I will provide it. If you need a woman, I will be yours. I have only one request: don't treat me like a toy you tire of and discard. Her gaze held no plea, only a resolute determination. Lin Chen smiled. He reached out, holding her smooth chin, leaning closer, and saying, deal. Boss lady, welcome aboard. But before boarding, let's settle last night's tab. What tab? Xueqing was taken aback. Lin Chen grinned, rolling over to pin her down again. Not again, you lecherous reincarnation. After a morning workout, the two finally got out of bed. Xueqing changed into a convenient outdoor jacket for mobility, which was somewhat oversized, but couldn't hide her remarkable curves. Lin Chen nibbled on bread while opening the regional chat channel. After a night of fermentation, the information in the channel had become even more frenzied. The number of survivors had dropped from over 1.6 million to less than 9,000. Huh. I've leveled up too. All attributes 1. The guy upstairs is delusional. I just saw a level 2 zombie. It moved as fast as Bolt and crushed a level 1 survivor's skull with one swipe. How do you even play this game? Everyone shut up. This is Xueqing, now level 3. I've taken over the Good Again supermarket in the west of the city, forming the Mad Dragon Gang. Recruiting core members, requirements at least level 2, preference for those willing to kill zombies or beautiful women. If you want to survive, bring your supplies and come to me. The address. Xueqing's message sent the entire channel into a frenzy again. Previously, he had only made verbal threats. Now he had actually formed a faction. Countless people began to flatter and curry favor, hoping to join. Lin Chen's expression turned cold. This Xueqing would surely be a disaster. At that moment, a Scarlet System notification covered the entire chat channel, unremovable by any information. Announcement: the first stage of the apocalypse, the adaptation period, is about to end. To incentivize survivors, 3 beginner supply boxes will be randomly dropped in the Liqing area 24 hours later. Each supply box contains a large amount of survival supplies, rare weapons and equipment, skill books, attribute point items, etc. After the supply boxes are dropped, specific coordinates will be disclosed, visible to all survivors. Warning: elite level infected will guard the vicinity of the supply boxes. Survivors should proceed with caution. Once the announcement was made, the channel fell into a dead silence before erupting completely. Holy crap. Airdrop. Are they sending warmth? The guy upstairs is naive. Sending warmth. Didn't you see elite level infected and coordinates disclosed? This is meant to make us kill each other. Damn, isn't this just raising a goo? Whoever grabs it dies. I have a space backpack. My supplies are sufficient. I'm not joining this chaos. Have a bunch of useless people. My Mad Dragon Gang will take all 3 supply boxes. Whoever dares to snatch from me better ask about the big knife in my hand. Lin Chen looked at the announcement, his heart racing. While others saw danger, he saw a tremendous opportunity. Elite level infected. That was a moving attribute gift package. Rare weapons. Skill books. This was the real hard currency in the apocalypse. We must seize it. Lin Chen instantly made up his mind. He turned to Xueqing and asked about the village chief's house and the storage center you mentioned. Let's go now. Now. Xueqing hesitated. It's pouring rain outside and the zombies. Zombies are no longer a problem. Lin Chen stood up, walked to the window, looking out at the rain-washed severed limbs, speaking in a calm tone. We don't have much time, only 24 hours left. We must scavenge as much as possible and increase our strength before the airdrop arrives. He turned to Xueqing. Boss lady, our new journey is about to begin. This man might truly lead her to carve out a path to survival in this damned apocalypse. The two hastily prepared. Lin Chen instructed Xueqing to pack the food, purified water, and some essential female items from her house into the system backpack. As for Xueqing's talent, it had been drawn when she was trapped in the guest house. Insight unique, the ability to see through illusions, understand motives, and discover hidden things and weaknesses through observation, intuition, and logical reasoning. A multifunctional talent that could be used for exploration, interrogation, and to discover enemy weaknesses in combat. During last night's gamble, this talent likely provided Xueqing with considerable judgment. Let's go. Lin Chen, carrying the Xueqing knife, took the lead toward the door. Instead of using the blocked front door, he led Xueqing to a window on the second floor. Below was the villa's backyard lawn, about 4 to 5 meters high. They'll go down first, and then I'll catch you, Lin Chen said. He flipped out of the window, grabbing the edge and landing steadily on the lawn. With attributes of physique 12, strength 14, and agility 10, this action felt as easy as stepping down a stair. He looked up and shouted to Xueqing, jump. Xueqing closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and let go. The anticipated pain didn't come. She fell into a solid and powerful embrace. Lin Chen easily caught her, smoothly turning to dissipate the impact and gently placing her on the ground. Your weight is only 4 points of physique. Too light. You need to eat more meat, Lin Chen teased. Xueqing's face instantly flushed. It was the first time someone evaluated her weight in such a manner. The two did not linger, braving the heavy rain as they quickly, stealthily moved towards the village chief's house. The sound of rain was the best cover, but the sporadic zombies wandering in the village were still attracted by the scent of two living beings roaring and lunging at them. Stay close to me, Lin Chen said without looking back as the Xueqing knife cut a brilliant arc through the rain. PFF. A flying zombie's head soared into the sky, its black blood instantly washed away by the rain. The battle had begun once more. A sickening thwip, a mottled corpse-riddled head soared high into the air, tracing a grim parabola before slamming into the muddy water with a hollow plop, sending up a turbid splash. Black blood gushed from the severed neck, only to be instantly washed away by the torrential downpour. Lin Chen didn't so much as flinch. In one fluid motion, he reversed his grip and swept his blade sideways, deflecting, with surgical precision, the razor-sharp claws of another zombie lunging from the flank. Level 1 zombie. Physical constitution, 4 strength, 5 agility, 4 mental resilience 1. Mediocre stats. Worse even than the prime-aged zombie they'd encountered earlier. Just as he prepared to finish it off, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xueqing not far behind him. She clutched a firewood cleaver, scavenged from her own kitchen, with white-knuckled intensity. Her face, pale in the gloom, trembled faintly with tension, yet her eyes burned with unyielding resolve, locked fiercely upon the shambling horror. A subtle shift stirred within Lin Chen's mind, and with it a new intention. He altered the arc of his strike. The Xueqing blade slashed downward at an unervingly precise angle. Shwa shwa. More blinding arcs of steel flashed through the rain. The zombie let out a guttural, agonized shriek. Its arms and legs severed cleanly simultaneously. Its limbless torso crashed onto the ground like a writhing maggot, convulsing violently in the mud, shrieking without cease, yet utterly powerless to threaten. Lin Chen sheathed his blade. Rain sluiced the dark blood from its surface, leaving the steel gleaming pristine once more. Without turning, he spoke, voice calm and level. The rest is yours to practice on. Xueqing shuddered all over. Her grip tightened further on the cleaver. You'll have to fight creatures like this. Your level must rise. His voice, though quiet, cut cleanly through the drumming rain and reached her ears with unmistakable clarity. I cannot shield you forever. You must lift the blade yourself. She understood the logic perfectly. Last night, she had staked everything. Her life, her certainty, on surviving this brutal new world. Yet understanding was one thing, doing another. Gazing at that thrashing, inhumanly shrieking person, her stomach roiled. Fear surged up like glacial floodwaters, from her soul straight to the crown of her skull. From his tattered clothes, she vaguely recalled. He'd been a village cadre going door to door just before the apocalypse, urging everyone indoors, doors locked tight. It is no longer human, Lin Chen said again. What you face is a monster, a thing that will tear you limb from limb. If you do not kill it, others like it will come for you. Strike now. Those final 2 words struck her heart like twin hammers. She drew a deep, steadying breath, suppressing the bile rising in her throat. Fear and hesitation melted away, replaced by a fierce, unflinching resolve. Yes, he was right. There was no turning back. Raising the heavy cleaver with both hands, she stepped forward, one deliberate pace after another, toward the writhing abomination in the mud. Grara! The zombie sensed her intent and shrieked anew, wilder than before. Ah! Her scream tore from her lungs, not to embolden herself, but to expel terror itself. Eyes snapping wide open, Xueqing swung the cleaver down with every ounce of strength she possessed. Fluck! A dull visceral sound, the blade sinking deep into flesh. The zombie's shriek died mid-breath. Silence fell, absolute profound. You have slain a level 1 zombie. 5 experience. 5 survival coins. A cascade of system notifications echoed inside her mind. A wave of warmth flooded her limbs, dispelling the chill of rain and the icy grip of dread. She released the cleaver, gasping, raggedly, chest heaving as exhaustion washed over her. Lin Chen approached, retrieved the cleaver from the mud, and handed it to her. How does it feel? Still okay. Her voice trembled, but her eyes shone with startling brilliance. I feel as if my body is brimming with power. You'll grow accustomed, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, clapping her shoulder. Welcome to the endgame, newbie villager. They wasted no time. Skirting past fallen bodies, they soon arrived outside the courtyard wall of village chief Xiangyang's residence. The chief's home was a 3.5-story self-built villa enclosed by a high perimeter wall. Its main gate, a heavy stainless steel retractable door, looked far grander and sturdier than those of ordinary villagers. They vaulted the wall effortlessly. The moment their boots hit the ground, muffled, frenzied snarls erupted from behind the villa's sealed stainless steel security door. And it wasn't just one. 7 people lived here, Xueqing whispered urgently. The chief himself, his 2 sons, their wives, and 2 young grandsons. Unlike that kind couple who bound themselves in despair, the chief won't go quietly, Lin Chen remarked, a cold, knowing smirk curling his lips. With his portly frame and calculating nature, Xiangyang's first instinct upon the apocalypse's onset would surely have been to barricade himself and wait for rescue, or worse, sacrifice others as bait. Fall back, Lin Chen told Xueqing. He strode to the thick security door, inhaled deeply, and coiled his waist and abdomen before delivering a devastating kick with his right leg. Boom! A thunderous impact. The reinforced stainless steel door along with its frame crumpled inward, warped, and shattered outward in a single brutal blow. A heavy thud followed from beyond the doorway. The LED beam of Lin Chen's camping lamp swept across the ravaged living room, revealing 2 figures staggering upright from the floor. One was grossly obese, the village chief Xiangyang. The other younger, but equally grotesque. Level 1 zombie obese, level 1 zombie prime-aged. Him, and his eldest son. Xueqing recognized them instantly. Grara. Smelling fresh prey, both zombies lunged, howling. Lin Chen did not retreat. He surged forward, vanishing in a blur as the Xueqing blade carved a ghostly arc through the dim room. Fluck! Fluck! 2 heads flew. Clean, decisive, flawless. You have slain a level 1 zombie. 5 experience. 5 survival coins. Talent, seize, activated. You have successfully seized 1 physical constitution. You have slain a level 1 zombie. 5 experience. 5 survival coins. Talent, seize, activation failed. Lin Chen's physical constitution rose from 12 to 13. He flicked black blood from the blade and turned his gaze towards Xueqing. Though still pale, her composure had steadied considerably. She pointed upward. The second floor belongs to his eldest son's family. Most likely only his daughter-in-law and grandson remain up there. She paused, then added, the 3rd floor houses the younger son's family. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes lifting toward the shadowed staircase leading upstairs. From that darkness came faint skin-crawling sounds, scratching, scraping, and low guttural growls. The staircase was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the swaying glow of the LED camping light hanging from Lin Chen's chest. The grating sound that sent chills down one's spine and the oppressive low growl emanated from the shadowy 2nd floor. Lin Chen gripped the Xueqing knife, ready to step forward. Wait! Suddenly Xueqing spoke from behind, her voice barely above a whisper. She tilted her head, listening intently, her brow furrowed, and a concentrated glimmer shone in her eyes. The sound is off. It seems to be coming from more than one room. She pointed to the left and right directions on the 2nd floor. The room on the left has a faint sound, but the frequency is fast, like nails scraping against a wooden door. The room on the right has a heavier sound, like a body crashing against the door. Lin Chen glanced at her with some surprise. Is this her talent of insight? Analyzing details to determine the number and general condition of the enemies. Quite interesting. This is much more useful than a simple radar, and it can provide behavioral analysis. First, eliminate the small threats. Lin Chen made a quick decision, his toes pressed lightly, and he silently sprang up to the 2nd floor, making almost no sound at all. With an agility attribute of agility 10, his movement resembled that of a raccoon in the night. He arrived directly at the door of the room on the left. Bang! Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to unlock the door and kicked it open instead. As with splinters flew, the door swung wide open. Huh! Two small black figures dashed out from within at an astonishing speed, lunging at Lin Chen's face. They were two children no more than 7 or 8 years old, having completely transformed into corpses, their greenish-black faces bearing a ferocity unbefitting their age. Level 1 Zombie Child Physical Attribute 2 Strength 2 Agility 5 Mental 1 Endurance. The attributes were poor, but 5 points of agility were already a nightmare for an ordinary survivor. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Chen. He didn't even wield the Xueqing knife. As the two little zombies lunged at him, he slightly tilted his body, skillfully dodging their claws. At the same time, his hands shot out like lightning, each gripping the neck of a little zombie. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. With a slight exertion of strength, the terrifying force of Strength 14 instantly crushed their necks. The two small bodies went limp and were casually tossed aside. You have killed a Level 1 Zombie. Experience 5, Survival Coins, 5 Talent Plunder Activation. Failed. You have killed a Level 1 Zombie. Experience 5, Survival Coins, 5 Talent Plunder Activated. You have successfully plundered 1 point of agility. Agility increased from 10 to 11. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Xueqing, who had followed him, watched this scene with slightly widened eyes. She knew Lin Chen was strong, but witnessing him dispatch the two zombies effortlessly, as if crushing 2 chicks, sent a shiver down her spine. This was completely beyond her understanding of human capabilities. The room on the right is yours. Lin Chen did not turn back, his gaze already fixed on the shaking door on the right. There should only be one inside. Now it's your time to shine, boss lady. Xueqing took a deep breath, gripping the hatchet tightly. Having experienced it once, her fear had decreased significantly, replaced by a desire to grow stronger. She approached the door, not using brute force like Lin Chen, but gently turning the doorknob. The door was unlocked. She suddenly pushed it open, and a female zombie in pajamas lunged out with a roar. It was the village chief's eldest daughter-in-law. Roar! The female zombie opened her bloodied mouth, and putrid saliva splattered everywhere. Xueqing took a step back in fright, but maintained her composure. Her gaze was locked on the female zombie. The insight talent activated at this moment, and every movement of the zombie seemed to slow down in her eyes. She could clearly see the openings in the zombie's lunge due to its unsteady center of gravity. Now's the time. Xueqing chose not to strike hard, but instead crouched low, approaching from a tricky angle, the hatchet in her hand slicing upward towards the zombie's neck. Swoosh! Although the blade was not as sharp as the Xueqing knife, under her full force it still cut through most of the neck. Black blood gushed out. The female zombie froze, collapsing to the ground. Xueqing stepped forward to deliver the final blow, cleaving off half of the zombie's head. The female zombie twitched a few times before falling still. You have killed a Level 1 Zombie. Experience 5, Survival Coins 5. Xueqing leaned on her knees, panting heavily, but a smile of excitement spread across her face. She did it. With her own strength, she killed a zombie. Well done. Lin Chen's voice came from behind. Knowing how to use cleverness instead of brute force shows great potential. He said no more and walked directly towards the 3rd floor. At the stairway to the 3rd floor, 2 figures had been waiting for a long time, the village chief's second son and his wife. Level 1 Zombie Adult. Level 1 Zombie Adult. Roar! The two zombies attacked from left and right, forming a pincer movement, lunging forward simultaneously. Come on! Instead of being frightened, Lin Chen felt thrilled. He loved this kind of gored baby, saves grandpa style of delivery. He did not retreat, but charged towards the left adult zombie, the Xueqing knife, drawing a cold arc in the air. The adult zombie attempted to block with its claws, but how could a strike empowered by Strength 14 be thwarted by its mere 5 points of strength? Swish! Along with its arm and head, it was cleaved off. You have killed a Level 1 Zombie. Experience 5, Survival Coins, 5 Talent Plunder Activated. You have successfully plundered 1 point of strength. Strength increased to 15. Lin Chen felt the muscles in his arms swell, his sense of strength intensifying. He didn't even look at the headless corpse. Using his forward momentum, he twisted his body, sharply thrusting the Xueqing knife backward. Thud! The knife tip pierced through the eye socket of another female zombie, penetrating its entire brain. You have killed a Level 1 Zombie. Experience 5, Survival Coins, 5 Talent Plunder Activation. Failed. The battle is over. It took less than 3 minutes to clear the upstairs. Done. Let's wrap it up. Lin Chen shook off the black blood from the knife. Boss lady, it's time to utilize your expertise and find out where the basement is. Okay. Xueqing quickly got into character. With her sensitivity to environmental abnormalities, thanks to her insight talent and her knowledge of the village's architectural layout, she soon discovered a hidden door behind a large cross-stitch hanging in the living room. Lin Chen stepped forward, violently tearing open the hidden door, revealing a staircase leading down to the basement. A cool breeze mixed with the scent of wine and earth rushed towards them. This is it. Xueqing's eyes sparkled. The two descended the stairs, and a massive underground room of nearly 100 square meters came into view. Rows of wooden wine racks were filled with various red and white wines. On the other side, stacks of cardboard boxes were piled high, filled with rice flour, canned goods, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and various supplies. At the deepest part of the basement, a large locked iron cabinet stood out. We struck gold. Even Lin Chen, upon seeing this vast amount of supplies, felt his breath quicken. He approached the iron cabinet and swung the Xueqing knife. Clang! The heavy lock snapped open. Pulling the cabinet door open revealed two guns lying quietly inside. One was a double-barreled shotgun, the metal polished to a shine. The other was a pneumatic rifle alongside a pump and several boxes of pellets. Inside the cabinet were also several boxes labeled Hong Shuangxi, filled with yellow shotgun shells. Lin Chen picked up the heavy double-barreled shotgun, and the system prompt immediately appeared. Double-barreled shotgun, white, ordinary, requirement strength 5, damage 1550, depending on distance, and ammo type capacity 22. Note: the king of close range, with one shot all, are equal. Gunfire will attract enthusiastic fans, please use with caution. Non-restricted weapons can be used normally. It's perfect. This thing is a killing machine in tight spaces. Especially the note about non-restricted weapons. What exactly are you restricting? If this isn't a restricted weapon, then what about pistols? These supplies are enough for us for several years, Xueqing said, looking at the room, filled with food, her voice trembling. The problem is, how do we take all this away? Lin Chen's excitement quickly cooled, and he calmed down immediately. In this nearly 100 square meter basement with supplies piled high, let alone the two of them, even a small freight team would take a long time to finish. That old bastard village chief, having looted a lifetime, ends up benefiting me instead. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder, patting a box of canned goods. What do you call this? The cycle of heaven is good, who does heaven spare? Xueqing wasn't as optimistic as him, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she pointed to her body. My backpack is only 1 cubic meter, and it's almost full. What about yours? About the same, Lin Chen shrugged. Shall we try upgrading the backpack? Xueqing immediately opened the system interface, swiped a few times on the virtual screen, and quickly found the backpack icon, clicking on the small plus sign. A line of cold system text appeared before her eyes. Upgrade to level 2 backpack 20 slots, requires 500 survival coins. Do you want to upgrade? It requires 500 survival coins. Xueqing's voice dropped. I only have 10 from killing the zombies just now. 500. Lin Chen also opened his panel, looking at the upgrade costs, his brow furrowed into a knot. He glanced at his balance. Survival coins, 345. I have 345, which only adds up to 355, still lacking 145. Lin Chen cursed. Damn it, the system is clearly robbing me. System, you're broke. Looking at the room full of food and canned goods, he felt as if a cat was scratching at his heart. The golden mountain was right in front of him, yet he couldn't take it. It was worse than having to clash with an elite monster. So, what should we do? Xueqing asked anxiously. Should we pick the most important items first? But what if we're discovered? She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. This place couldn't be safe forever. Once they left, these supplies could become someone else's. Lin Chen fell silent. He slowly walked to the double-barreled shotgun, picking up the heavy piece, feeling the cold metallic texture of the gun. Suddenly he smiled. After picking up the shotgun, a beam of golden light appeared in the original position. Removing the red silk cloth on top revealed a pile of shimmering gold bars. Years of online writing gave him an intuition that these gold bars should be convertible into survival coins. Sure enough, Lin Chen picked up a 100G gold bar, and the system sent a prompt. Detected precious metal gold 100G. Would you like to convert it into survival coins? Yes. Convert 100G precious metal survival coins 1000, a ratio of 110. That's really steep. I'm truly a genius. What are you doing? Xueqing looked at the silly smiling Lin Chen, a bit confused. We're rich. We're truly rich. Lin Chen excitedly turned around and hugged Xueqing, giving her a passionate kiss. Lin Chen's movements were quick and fierce. Xueqing was slightly dazed from the kiss, her cheeks instantly flushed, heat radiating from her ears. Hey. Can you not do this at such a time? Xueqing pushed Lin Chen's chest with force, pouting. Lin Chen grinned, pointing at the pile of golden bars, excited like a 160-pound fat man. Xueqing followed his finger, her eyes full of confusion. Is this stuff useful in the apocalypse? Can it be exchanged for food or used as a weapon? It can't be eaten directly, but it can be exchanged for survival coins. Lin Chen didn't elaborate further, directly grabbing a 100G gold bar. Detected precious metal gold 100G. Would you like to convert it into survival coins? Conversion successful. You have gained 1,000 survival coins. It worked. Lin Chen watched as his survival coin balance jumped from 1345 to 2345, his heart racing. You turned the gold bar into nothing. Xueqing stared in shock at what was happening, those gold bars turning into golden particles and vanishing in Lin Chen's hands, exceeding her comprehension. You try it yourself. He then handed Xueqing a gold bar. 3 seconds later, the gold bar turned into golden particles and disappeared. It really works. My survival points increased by 1,000. Her breath caught for a moment. She immediately understood what this meant. Upgrading the backpack meant they could take all the supplies here. This was not just becoming rich, it was a leap to the sky. Can mine be upgraded too? Her voice trembled with anticipation. Of course, you're my woman. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the remaining pile of gold bars. The village chief didn't know how many years he had scavenged, but there were 10 100G gold bars in that safe. Detected precious metal gold 490G. Would you like to convert it into survival coins? Convert all. Conversion successful. You have gained 49,000 survival coins. In an instant, the number in the survival coins section of Lin Chen's personal panel skyrocketed. Survival coins 51345 over 50,000. Looking at that number, Lin Chen's mouth almost stretched to his ears. He clicked on his upgrade button without hesitation. Would you like to spend 500 survival coins to upgrade your backpack to level 2, 10 cubic? Yes. Would you like to spend 2,000 survival coins to upgrade your backpack to level 3, 20 cubic? Yes. Would you like to spend 5,000 survival coins to upgrade your backpack to level 4, 40 cubic? Yes. Would you like to spend 10,000 survival coins to upgrade your backpack to level 5, 80 cubic? Yes. After a series of confirmations, Lin Chen's survival coins instantly evaporated by 17500. Backpack upgrade successful. Current level 5.0 capacity 80 cubic meters. Feeling the expansion sensation from the backpack space, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Xueqing. Open your backpack interface, will transfer the money to you. Although the trading system didn't have goods, the transfer function between survivors was open. You transferred 17,500 survival coins to survivor Xueqing. Xueqing looked at the sudden large amount of money on her panel, momentarily at a loss. 17,500 survival coins were enough for her to upgrade to a level 5 backpack. This is too much. It's not too much. You're my woman, an essential asset, and must be prioritized in investment. Lin Chen waved his hand. Hurry up and upgrade. We don't have much time and still need to rush to the next place for supplies. Xueqing felt warmth in her heart, no longer being coy, and quickly upgraded her backpack to level 3. Backpack upgrade successful. Current level 5.0 capacity 80 cubic meters. Together, they had a total of 160 cubic meters of portable space. All right, boss lady, let's start our delightful zero-cost shopping spree. Lin Chen waved his hand grandiosely. The rest was simple. Lin Chen walked to the row of shelves, not needing to lift a finger. He simply extended his hand, focusing his mind. Collect. A whole box of 24 bottles of mineral water vanished in an instant. Collect. Piles of rice, 50 pounds a bag, 10 bags, 50 bags in the blink of an eye, all entered the backpack. Collect. 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 Canned goods, cured meat, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot. Even the shelves storing them were not spared, all frantically collected into the backpack space. Xueqing followed suit, starting to gather supplies. She mainly focused on medicines, women's products, various seasonings, and clean clothing. In less than 10 minutes, the originally overflowing nearly 100 square meters of vast underground room was left empty, as clean as if it had been licked by a dog. Thank you, Comrade Zhang Dehai, for your remarkable contributions to the construction of the apocalypse. Lin Chen clapped his hands, looking at his spoils, and sincerely sighed. If he knew that the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated in his lifetime was so easily emptied by us, he might crawl out of the ground again. Xueqing looked at her stuffed backpack, filled with an unprecedented sense of security. These supplies were enough for them to comfortably get through several years without worrying about food. Her gaze towards Lin Chen changed, becoming increasingly different. This man was not only powerful, but also clear-minded, with clear goals, and even a bit generous. Her gamble had paid off. Lin Chen had no time to admire her gaze. He checked his balance. Survival coins 16345. He spent 35,000, but he didn't feel a bit of regret. Money spent is money owned. Exchanging it for tangible supplies and strength was far more useful than a string of numbers. Let's go upstairs. There should be good things left in the rooms. Lin Chen picked up the snow dragon knife and led the way towards the basement exit. He discovered quite a bit of gold and silver jewelry in the rooms on the second and third floors, which Xueqing turned into survival coins. On the third floor in the last room, the corpse of the village chief's second daughter-in-law lay at the stairwell, and the living room still had an intact happiness, character indicating a recent marriage. According to the marriage customs of Li City, the bride's dowry must include gold and silver jewelry. Moreover, given the village chief's family background, it was reasonable to assume that the daughter-in-law's family was also well off, likely bringing along a large quantity of gold and silver. Opening the room door revealed a relatively cozy master bedroom with a wedding photo of the couple hanging on the headboard. Aside from some clutter and cosmetics on the nightstand and dressing table, no gold or silver was found. His gaze continued to scan the room. Finally, it landed on the enormous mahogany wardrobe in the corner. Approaching the wardrobe, he pulled open the double doors. However, when he saw what was inside the wardrobe, the smile on his face instantly froze. The expected clothing and gold jewelry were nowhere to be found. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of women's lingerie. To be precise, it was erotic lingerie. Black lace adorned with cutouts. Red silk texture tied with bows. Next to it hung several pairs of garter stockings. The variety and boldness of the styles were enough to astonish any seasoned connoisseur, and they were all unopened. Lin Chen's mind crashed for 3 seconds. Young people really play like this. Lin Chen's mind froze for 3 seconds. As a seasoned writer who had penned over 10 million words online, he prided himself on being well-informed, yet at this moment, he found it hard to maintain his composure. The village chief's second son with his thick eyebrows and big eyes had such peculiar interests behind the scenes. Xueqing, who had followed him, peeked curiously over his shoulder as Lin Chen stood motionless in front of the wardrobe. "What did you find?" Her voice abruptly halted, her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and her cheeks flushed visibly, even her ears felt hot. She instinctively glanced at Lin Chen, her expression revealing a mix of 3 parts embarrassment and 7 parts disdain, as if to say, indeed, all men are the same. Lin Chen cleared his throat twice, breaking the awkward silence. He turned his head with utmost seriousness and spoke in a tone that was both grave and academic. "Ahem. These are all strategic materials. Xueqing, you call this strategic material? Look here." Lin Chen pointed at the colorful fabrics, commencing his professional analysis. "These garments are made of top-quality silk and lace, incredibly soft, yet durable. At a critical moment, they can be ripped to serve as bandages, definitely more effective than coarse cloth. Moreover, their bright colors can be used for marking. The most important thing is..." Lin Chen paused, his expression becoming inscrutable. In the future, when encountering other survivor camps, these items might just be traded for a gun. Xueqing was momentarily stunned by his twisted reasoning. Her mouth opened as she found herself unable to rebut him. It seemed there was some logic to it. Seeing her skeptical expression, Lin Chen was nearly bursting with laughter inside. He certainly would not let go of these trophies. After all, supplies were supplies, there was no reason to be picky. He reached out towards the full wardrobe of strategic materials and with a thought commanded, "Collect." Whoosh. The entire wardrobe was instantly emptied. Xueqing looked at the empty wardrobe, then at Lin Chen's nonchalant face, and finally couldn't help but chuckle, rolling her eyes at him in annoyance. This man truly had a thick skin. "All right, I see through your little schemes, Bill. Just wear it, won't I, In this apocalypse, having such a lively companion by her side didn't seem like a bad thing. The two of them thoroughly rummaged through the village chief's house, leaving no corners untouched. They even found some gold and silver jewelry, all of which Xueqing converted into survival coins. After a busy search, Xueqing's survival coins had surpassed 5,000. "Let's go, it's time to head to the next place." After discovering that gold could be converted into survival coins, they temporarily abandoned their plan to head straight to the Green Source Storage Center. Under Xueqing's guidance, they began to loot the village. On one hand, the expanded capacity of their backpacks meant they faced no issues choosing what to take. On the other hand, the scattered zombies in the village were perfect for Xueqing to practice. It was uncertain whether the 70 probability went awry or if the villagers had all fled. They encountered no other survivors along the way. Upon finishing the last house, Xueqing successfully leveled up to level 2, while Lin Chen also reached level 3. Name: Lin Chen, level 3, 5500 Constitution, 19 Strength, 28 Agility, 19 Spirit, 19 Stamina, 17 Weapons, Snow Dragon Blade, Survival Coins, 17002 Backpack, 80 cubic meters. Lin Chen's attributes now surpassed those of an ordinary person by over 4 times, rendering level 1 zombies completely incapable of threatening him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen focused on inflicting wounds to disable the zombies' ability to attack, while Xueqing handled the kills to gain experience, allowing both of them to benefit. This also made Lin Chen realize the new application of his talent. As long as he made effective attacks, he could trigger the talent for plundering. If not for Xueqing's obstruction and the looming time constraints, Lin Chen could have executed a slow execution on a zombie. After all, they all counted as effective attacks. The two took a brief rest before returning to the SUV. With the expanded space, there was no need to pack so many items in the car. They only kept a few essential items such as a few bottles of mineral water, raincoats, towels, wet wipes, and so on. As the vehicle was about to exit the village, a tall black shadow blocked their path ahead. It was an unusually burly zombie, taller than any they had previously encountered, wearing a tattered security uniform. Its exposed skin had an abnormal grayish-white hue resembling rock. Level 2 zombie, defensive type, level 2 constitution, 21 strength, 12 agility, 6 spirit, 1 skill, hardened skin, 10 physical damage reduction, a level 2 zombie. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened instantly. This attribute had completely surpassed that of an ordinary survivor. That 21 points in constitution and 12 points in strength could easily spell disaster if one wasn't careful. Roar! The defensive zombie spotted them and let out a deep roar, lumbering forward with heavy steps. Its speed wasn't fast, but the oppressive aura was undeniable. He'll handle it. Lin Chen was not startled, rather he was overjoyed. An experience bonanza had arrived. Hopefully it would drop something good. He exerted force with his legs, moving towards the zombie instead of retreating. The snow dragon blade sliced through the rain-soaked night, emitting a brilliant gleam as it swung down fiercely towards the zombie's shoulder. Clang! Talent Plunder activation failed. A dull thud echoed as if striking a tire. The sharp snow dragon blade penetrated less than 3 centimeters before being halted by the zombie's tough muscle and skin. So tough. Lin Shan was taken aback. A strike with 28 points of strength had been mostly blocked. Indeed, that 21 points of constitution was no joke. The zombie howled in pain, unleashing a massive hand that sliced through the air towards Lin Chen's head. Be careful. Its neck. The skin on the back of its neck is lighter in color. Xueqing's urgent shout came from behind. Insight talent. Lin Shan dared not look back, quickly crouching down to narrowly evade the incoming blow. Using the momentum, he released the grip on his blade, sliding against the zombie's arm to its side and back. Then with his right hand clenched into a fist and his core engaged, he delivered a fierce elbow strike directly to the zombie's knee joint. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was unmistakable. No matter how high the defensive-type zombie's defenses were, the joints remained weak points. It winced in pain, causing its body to sway. Now's the time. Lin Chen drew the snow dragon blade lodged in its shoulder, gripping it with both hands, and with all his strength, he aimed at the skin on its neck, which was slightly lighter in color, and stabbed fiercely. Thud! This time the blade met no resistance, piercing through from the back of the neck out through the throat. The zombie's massive body collapsed with a crash, convulsing twice before falling still. You have killed a level 2 zombie, gaining 20 experience and 20 survival coins. Talent Plunder activated. You successfully plundered a pair of handcuffs. The experience and drops from a level 2 monster are indeed much greater than those from a level 1. What a pity, had you landed a hit you would have met your end, otherwise you would have made a great target for grinding stats. He reached down to pick up the 3 glowing orbs, which mostly contained food items. It seemed Lin Chen's luck truly was quite poor. Except for that weapon enhancement card, nothing useful had dropped thus far. Lin Chen shook the black blood off his blade, feeling reassured. Well done. He turned back to Xueqing and gave her a thumbs up. Having someone who could spot weaknesses made their combat efficiency double. Xueqing's face flushed, but her heart felt sweet. For the first time, she felt she was not a burden, but someone who could genuinely assist him. The two did not linger any longer and quickly drove out of Xiangyang village. Ahead lay an open area, and further on was the massive outline of the Green Source Storage Center. However, when they saw the scene ahead, clearly both of their steps came to a halt. They saw that the large storage center was actually lit up. Not just one light, but several high-powered searchlights illuminating the area at the entrance of the warehouse, as bright as day. Under the glow of the searchlights, they could clearly see that the warehouse's main door was tightly shut and makeshift defenses had been erected using abandoned cars and roadblocks. They could even vaguely hear a hum, the roar of a generator. People, and not just one or two. This place had already been claimed by a team of survivors. Xueqing's expression turned grave. Interesting. It seems someone got here before us. Lin Chen, far from retreating, exhibited an even fiercer battle intent in his eyes. Let's go, boss lady. He turned to Xueqing with a grin. Let's go say hello to the neighbors. Lin Chen parked the car in a low-lying area about 500 meters from the entrance of the storage center, just behind a dilapidated billboard. Get out of the car. He turned off the engine and spoke to Xueqing in the passenger seat. This car. Xueqing hesitated. Don't worry, it won't get stolen. Lin Chen smiled, got out, and walked to the front of the car, placing his palm on the hood. Storage, he silently commanded. In the next second, the 2-ton vehicle vanished into thin air. Xueqing's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. You stored the car too. My old buddy has sentimental value, I can't just leave it behind. Lin Chen clapped his hands, his expression one of nonchalance. Besides, this is a hybrid vehicle with solar panels that I paid a premium to install on the roof. Even though there was no sun now, it didn't mean there wouldn't be later. This thing is a top-tier real estate in the apocalypse with high intrinsic value. Shen Xueqing was momentarily dumbfounded. She had seen this car before. Even before the apocalypse, it was worth only about 100,000. Lin Chen had managed to elevate it to $1 million vehicle. Yet one had to admit Lin Chen's optimistic mindset. While others were merely focused on surviving the present, he had already begun preparing for the elusive sun that may return someday. This foresight gave her a sense of security. The two did not delay. They took out their jackets and raincoats from their backpacks, donned masks, wrapping themselves up tightly, leaving only their eyes visible. The rain continued to pour heavily as they waded through the muddy water heading toward the brightly lit area. The closer they got, the more glaring the powerful searchlights became, illuminating the entrance area in vivid detail. Behind the makeshift barricade made of abandoned cars and barbed wire, they could see two figures pacing back and forth. "Halt! Who goes there?" From over 50 meters away, a hoarse voice called out from behind the barricade, tinged with suspicion. A blinding beam from a flashlight swept toward them, scanning their bodies. Lin Chen raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light and replied in a tone that was both weary and hopeful. "We are villagers from Xiangyang village. We have no food left at home and saw the lights here, hoping to find some living souls who might share a meal with us." This set of explanations had been prepared in advance. In the apocalypse, seeking help as survivors was far more reasonable than merely passing by. Upon hearing they were from Xiangyang village, the two figures seemed to relax their guard somewhat. "Oh, Xiangyang village. Isn't that the one besieged by zombies? How did you manage to get out?" The rough voice spoke again. "We just took advantage of the heavy rain to slip out today." Lin Chen continued to weave his tale without changing expression. "All right, come on in." The other party seemed to accept the explanation and waved them over. Lin Chen and Shen Xueqing exchanged glances and stepped forward. As they reached the light, Shen Xueqing recognized one of the guards and gasped, "Cousin Rongbin, what are you doing here?" The man referred to as Cousin Rongbin was around 35 or 36 years old and rather thin. He was startled by Shen Xueqing's voice, then picked up the flashlight and aimed it at her face. When the light illuminated her familiar eyes, Yi Rongbin's face paled instantly and panic filled his gaze. He immediately changed his tone, his voice harsh as he shouted, "You must be mistaken. We don't know you. Outsiders are not welcome here. You need to leave quickly." As he spoke, he frantically gestured to Shen Xueqing, his eyes brimming with urgency. This unusual behavior left Shen Xueqing stunned. She was certain that this was her distant relative's son, her cousin Yi Rongbin. But why had he become a doorkeeper? And why didn't he recognize her? Why was he so anxious to send her away? Shen Xueqing's mind was filled with confusion, clearly not grasping what was happening. However, another guard beside Yi Rongbin, a burly man with a face full of flesh and murky eyes, spoke up at that moment. He pushed Yi Rongbin aside and scrutinized Shen Xueqing with a greedy gaze. Even though she was wrapped in a loose raincoat, her exceptional figure was still undeniable. The burly man chuckled, revealing a set of yellow teeth. "Hey, old Yi, you're mistaken here. Whether from Xiangyang village or not, it's the apocalypse now. We humans should unite and help each other. Look at these two. They've definitely suffered a lot in the past few days. Everyone who comes is a good brother or sister." As he spoke, his eyes filled with desire remained fixated on Shen Xueqing, as if he wanted to see through her clothes. Yi Rongbin staggered back, his face growing increasingly grim, sweat breaking out on his forehead in panic. "Brother Ma, but the boss said we can't let outsiders in casually. The boss is just afraid of bad people sneaking in." The burly man known as Brother Ma waved his hand impatiently, his eyes still glued to Shen Xueqing. "I see this young man and this beauty don't look like bad people at all. Besides, having two more people means two more hands, right?" He turned to Lin Chen, his tone carrying an undeniable friendliness. "Brother, don't listen to him. We welcome survivors here. Come in, there's hot soup inside." Lin Chen observed the situation keenly. His cousin's panic, the burly man's reckless lust, one desperately trying to push them out, the other eagerly wanting to pull them in. Interesting. It seemed that the internal dynamics of this survivor camp were far more complex than the torrential rain outside. The apocalypse had just begun and all sorts of strange characters were emerging. He gave a reassuring glance to Shen Xueqing, who looked perplexed and cautious, signaling her to observe the unfolding situation. Then he smiled gratefully at Brother Ma. "Thank you so much. We're starving." Of course. Come in quickly." Brother Ma, seeing them take the bait, smiled even more widely, actively stepping forward to open the makeshift gate made of barbed wire. Yi Rongbin watched this scene, anxious and stamping his feet. Yet under Brother Ma's warning gaze, he dared not utter a word, only watching helplessly as Lin Chen and Shen Xueqing entered what he deemed hell. As Lin Chen brushed past him, Yi Rongbin quickly whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "Run. Run quickly. Don't look back." Lin Chen's footsteps did not falter as if he had heard nothing. However, the corner of his mouth hidden beneath the mask curved into a cold arc. Run. The feast had just begun. How could he leave now? Brother Ma enthusiastically pulled open the makeshift door made of iron wire and old car doors, and a strange smell mixed with sweat, the sourness of fermented food, and a hint of blood wafted over. The odor was repulsive. It had only been 3 days, yet this place felt like a chaotic market and a public toilet that hadn't been cleaned for a week. Xueqing instinctively wrinkled her brows and moved closer to Lin Chen. Our conditions inside may be poor, but it's safe. Brother Ma's gaze was almost glued to Xueqing as he enthusiastically led the way, subtly squeezing to the other side of her, attempting to separate them. Sister, with your delicate skin, you obviously haven't done any hard labor. Later I'll tell Tiger Brother to arrange a light place for you to stay, guaranteed to be 100 times better than those doing heavy work. As long as he spoke, a rough hand casually reached towards Xueqing's waist. Lin Chen naturally noticed Brother Ma's little gesture, but he didn't immediately act. He stepped forward, subtly positioning his body perfectly between Xueqing and Brother Ma, making that lecherous hand fall short. At the same time, he spoke with a weak, yet somewhat conciliatory tone. Big brother, my sister and I are about to faint from hunger. Could we have something to eat first? My sister is weak and might suffer from low blood sugar. He swayed his body just right, appearing as if he could collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Brother Ma clicked his tongue impatiently. A duck about to be served still needed to be fed first. Indeed, they had to fill them up, otherwise it would be no fun if they fainted later. After all, he was surrounded by a bunch of brutish guys. It was all about grabbing a spot in the front. Fine, follow me. After eating, you'll have plenty of energy. He didn't linger on the matter, leading the two deeper into the warehouse. Lin Chen followed weakly, quickly scanning the surroundings. His spiritual power reached 19 points, far surpassing that of ordinary people. He could distinctly sense the pervasive aura of oppression and fear in this seemingly lively survivor camp. It felt like a herd of sheep trapped in a cage facing wolves that could devour them at any moment. Meanwhile, Xueqing's insight talent quietly activated. Her gaze swept over the survivors huddled in the corners. Most of them had vacant expressions with no trace of life on their faces. As Brother Ma swaggered by, a woman who was carrying goods visibly trembled and instinctively shrank toward the wall. Xueqing's gaze lingered on the woman for a second, clearly seeing the purplish bruises exposed beneath her tattered sleeves. Her eyes continued to move, landing on a sign on the wall written in charcoal. Resource distribution rules: 1. Laborers 1 bowl of thin porridge daily. 2. Guards 2 bowls of thick porridge daily with meat. 3. Core members unlimited resources. 4. Women managed uniformly distributed as needed. The last line of text made Xueqing's heart sink. Here women were not considered human, they were treated as resources like food and water. They passed by a makeshift kitchen separated by tin. A shirtless cook was vigorously chopping something on the cutting board with a bone cleaver. Bang, bang, bang. Xueqing's attention was drawn over. That wasn't pork or beef. The meat was an abnormally pale color with a loose texture and an unusual stringiness. A faint fishy sweet smell wafted over. Her stomach churned violently, and a wave of nausea surged up her throat. What kind of meat is that? She dared not think further, her face turning pale as she quickly averted her gaze, subtly shaking her head at Lin Chen. Their silent exchange went unnoticed by Brother Ma. He led them through the chaotic living area to the door of an office at the back of the warehouse. Tiger Brother, newcomers have arrived. Brother Ma knocked on the door, his tone instantly turning sycophantic. Come in. A rough voice came from within. Brother Ma pushed the door open, gesturing for the two to enter. Inside the office, a remarkably burly man was seated in a boss chair, his feet propped up on the table, playing with a polished fire axe. He was the head here, Wang Hu. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon him, and a line of data quietly appeared. Wang Hu, level 3 survivor. His attributes should be quite impressive, possibly double that of an average adult male. No wonder he could be the boss here. Unfortunately, in Lin Chen's eyes, he was still not enough to be taken seriously. Wang Hu's gaze first swept dismissively over Lin Chen, seeing him in a disheveled state, and he snorted derisively. However, when his eyes landed on Xueqing, a blatant greed and lust erupted in his murky eyes. He lowered his feet, leaned forward, and tapped the table with the back of the fire axe, cutting straight to the point. You from now on will be a porter, working a full 12 hours a day for a bowl of porridge. If you can kill zombies, you'll get an extra bowl. He pointed at Lin Chen as if assigning a tool. Then he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his gaze intensely fixed on Xueqing. As for you, you'll stay by my side and serve me and my brothers well. As long as we are satisfied, I guarantee you'll have meat to eat every day. The conditions were laid bare without any hint of concealment. The surrounding Brother Ma and others let out lewd laughter. Xueqing's body tensed, gripping the firewood knife hidden under her raincoat. But Lin Chen pressed her hand down. Anger flashed across his face before it was replaced by intense struggle, his fists cracking. Ultimately, all emotions transformed into humiliation and helplessness. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away, his shoulders slumped, and he hoarsely said, "All right, I agree to your terms. But could we please have a full meal first? We really are about to starve. Only when we are full can we have the strength to survive." His performance, worthy of an Oscar, successfully pleased Wang Hu. Wang Hu's favorite sight was always that of men willingly offering their women for survival. "Ha, good. You've got spirit." He waved his hand grandly. "Ma Zi, take them to the canteen and give them 2 bowls of thick porridge. Make sure my sister gets enough to eat. She'll have the strength to work at night." "All right, Tiger Brother." Brother Ma responded with a lewd smile, leading the lost 2 out of the office. In the canteen, the 2 were seated in a corner. 2 bowls of so-called thick porridge were heavily placed on the table, floating with several pieces of meat that were unrecognizable. Just as Lin Chen and Xueqing had just lifted their bowls, not even having a chance to take a sip, the impatient Brother Ma had already surrounded them with 2 underlings. He rubbed his hands together, wearing an eager, lecherous smile, and reached out towards Xueqing's shoulder. "Sister, don't eat. Well, what's so good about porridge? Come with me to a nice place. I have sausages for you. The kind that's big and thick." Slap. A light sound. In the noisy canteen, it went unnoticed. Lin Chen slowly set down the porcelain bowl in his hands. He kept his head lowered, the mask covering most of his face. But beneath that shadow, a pair of eyes simmered with cold, killing intent. "Come with me. I'll take you somewhere great, and I've got sausages for you." And before the words had fully left his mouth, and Lin Chen moved. Without warning, without flourish. One moment, he sat hunched on the stool. The next, he was upright, a blur streaking through the air. And fast. And unimaginably fast. Brother Ma's pupils contracted sharply. His vision blurred. Then a crushing, irresistible force surged up his outstretched arm. Crack. Na's sickening, bone-shattering snap exploded across the cafeteria. Ni's entire right arm bent backward at an impossible, grotesque angle, defying human anatomy. Ivory shards of broken bone pierced his grimy skin, jutting raw into the air. And Na half-second delay, and then agony flooded his nerves like a breached dam. Brother Ma screamed like a slaughtered pig, convulsing into a shuddering ball as he rolled violently across the floor. And the cafeteria's laughter and chatter died mid-breath. Everyone stood frozen, stunned by the sudden violence. Only 2 seconds passed before Wang Hu's 2 lackeys flanking Brother Ma finally registered what had happened. "Fuck, you're asking for death, and dare to touch Brother Ma. Kill him, now." In roaring, they lunged, fists raised, one from the left, one from the right. Lin Chen didn't even glance their way. And he lifted his foot and drove it hard into the heavy solid wood dining table before him. And boom. The 100-gene table, bowls, chopsticks, everything, launched skyward like a boulder hurled from a trebuchet, crashing headlong into the thug on the right. The man never uttered a cry. He was slammed against the wall, blood erupting from his mouth, unconscious before he hit the ground. And at that instant, Lin Chen snatched up the long wooden bench beneath him. With 28 points of raw strength, even a wooden bench became a weapon capable of delivering tons of impact. And he stepped forward to meet the left-hand attacker, his bench whistling through the air in a brutal horizontal arc. Thud, and the bench struck true, crushing the man's skull like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. In crimson and ivory splattered across the floor. "You have slain a level 1 survivor, 10 experience, 10 survival coins. In talent, seize, activated, you have successfully seized 1 strength. Talent, seize, activated, you have successfully seized 1 unwashed triangular undergarment." And Lin Chen did not pause. Not for an instant. Amid the jarring system chime echoing in his mind, he flicked his wrist, the bench becoming a black streak, hurtling toward another thug just rising from the floor. Thump, and another muffled impact. "And you have slain a level 1 survivor, 10 experience, 10 survival coins. In talent, seize, activation failed." Silence swallowed the cafeteria whole. Naviri survivors stared at Lin Chen, not with disdain, but with the wide-eyed awe of those gazing upon a monster, terror shock, and beneath it all a flicker of fierce, unspoken excitement. This was no helpless lamb awaiting slaughter, but a prehistoric tyrannosaur bursting into the fold. "And what are you all staring at? Get him, cut him to pieces." And the door burst open. Wang Hu charged in, fire axe in hand, his eyes blazing with fury at the carnage before him. Inside the cafeteria, 7 or 8 of Wang Hu's remaining core enforcers snapped out of their daze, grabbing cleavers, steel pipes, and roared toward Lin Chen in a tightening circle. The one on the left, old injury in his left knee. Inshin Xueqing's clear, urgent voice cut through the chaos, her talent, insight, burning at full intensity. Lin Chen understood instantly. He twisted aside, dodging a downward slash. then swung the bench upward in a vicious, precise arc, striking the left attacker's knee. Crack! And the man shrieked, collapsing to his knees, clutching his shattered joint. Lin Chen reversed the bench in one fluid motion, smashing it down to knock him unconscious. In talent, seize, activated, you have successfully seized 1 endurance. Talent seize, activated, you have successfully seized half a pack of Lacune cigarettes. The one behind you is left hand, his right side is blind. Inshin Xueqing's voice rang out again. Without turning, as if sighted by instinct alone, Lin Chen wrenched his torso rightward and swung the bench backward in an impossible contorted arc. Thud! And the ambusher dropped like a sack of grain. And you have slain a level 1 survivor, 10 experience, 10 survival coins. In talent seize, activated, you have successfully seized 1 hole-ridden, foul-smelling sock. Lin Chen carved through the crowd like a god of slaughter, each swing of his bench felling another foe. In brutality, in pure unrelenting brutality. And with every blow the system's chimes spurred him onward. In talent seize, activated, you have successfully seized 1 strength. In talent seize, activated, you have successfully seized a crumpled 10 yuan banknote. Talent seize, activated, you have successfully seized 2 constitution. His attributes rose, subtly, steadily, amid the storm of battle. The enslaved survivors huddled in the corners, shaking, yet their eyes burned brighter with each fallen tyrant. Among them Yi Rongbin, Shen Xueqing's cousin, watched Lin Chen's rampage, then turned to glare at the seething Wang Hu. He knew this was their only chance. And miss it today, and all would be damned beyond redemption. A flash of iron resolve hardened in his gaze. Slipping silently to several burly laborers bound hand and foot, he drew a razor blade hidden in his sleeve and sliced through their ropes with swift practiced strokes. Wang Hu had lost all restraint. And he raged, not merely with anger, but with disbelief, with humiliation. And he watched helpless as his most trusted men fell one after another. This camp, his empire built from nothing, was crumbling before his eyes, its foundations dissolving in real time. It was unacceptable. And how could this frail, desperate wretch, who'd once offered up women just to survive, be such a terrifying force? Die for me. And seeing his men utterly overwhelmed, Wang Hu unleashed a guttural, bestial roar. His body swelled visibly, muscles swelling like boulders beneath his skin, his flesh flushing as sinister crimson veins writhing like serpents across his surface. A line of data flashed across Lin Chen's vision, and Wang Hu activates talent rampage. In effect, 300 strength, 50 pain sensitivity, duration 60 seconds. After effect, 10-minute debuff, all attributes reduced by 30. And deity, Nei's blazing red reason abandoned. Wang Hu entered pure feral frenzy. He ignored his men's fate entirely, raising the massive fire axe with both arms, and charged Lin Chen like a runaway crimson freight train, intent on obliterating everything in his path. Tables, chairs, debris, everything in his wake shattered upon impact. Facing the oncoming Wang Hu, who charged like a red truck, Lin Chen showed no signs of fear on his face. He didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. The long bench in his hand transformed into a shadow as he tossed it aside, spinning through the air to accurately knock out the last thug attempting to get up. At the same time, the snow dragon blade was unsheathed. The entirely white long blade reflected a chilling light under the dim cafeteria lights. Die! Wang Hu's roar was deafening as he leaped high, gripping the fire axe tightly, pouring all his strength into it, and swung it down at Lin Chen's head. His frenzied strength, soaring to 30 points, was enough to split a second-level zombie in half. Lin Chen didn't dodge. He slightly sank his legs and held the blade horizontally above his head. Clang! The fire axe collided violently with the snow dragon blade. A deafening explosion sounded as if a bomb had been detonated in the center of the cafeteria. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending nearby tables and chairs flying. Sparks flew. Wang Hu's crimson eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. The bloody scene he envisioned, where the opponent would be cleaved in half along with the blade, did not occur. Instead, he felt an equally immense and terrifying force rebound from the blade, numbing his arms and splitting his palms. Evenly matched. How could this be? Wang Hu knew clearly that his strength would surge to a full 30 points after activating his frenzy talent. This was his trump card. It was the foundation upon which he could reign supreme in this warehouse. Not to mention a single survivor. Even the second-level zombie he had encountered earlier would be unable to withstand his full power axe. But this man before him, not only did he block it, but it seemed he was doing so with ease. Lin Chen was indeed very relaxed. During the warm-up earlier, he successfully stole 2 points of strength from Wang Hu's incompetent subordinates. Strength 28230, not a bit more, just enough to match the rampaged Wang Hu. Is this all the strength you have? Lin Chen grinned, his face under the mask filled with mockery. This is lighter than a tickle. As the words fell, he suddenly thrust his wrist upward with force. Clang! Wang, who felt an irresistible force come crashing in the heavy fire axe, was forcefully knocked aside. The immense power caused his body to sway, exposing a huge opening. After each swing of the heavy axe, his back will be stiff for half a second. Xueqing's crisp and urgent voice sounded like heavenly music at the perfect moment. Now's the time. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened instantly. His feet moved, and his agility attribute of 19 exploded, circling around to Wang Hu's back. Wang Hu's internal alarm bells rang as he attempted to forcibly turn around. But it was too late. A cold arc flashed through the corner of his vision, so fast that he had no time to react. PFF. The snow dragon blade accurately sliced through Wang Hu's remarkably muscular wrist, made thick by muscle expansion. The sharp blade cut through skin, muscle, tendons, and even the hard wrist bone with ease. Wang Hu let out a scream 100 times more tragic than before. He watched helplessly as his two massive hands, which were gripping the fire axe, detached from his body, accompanied by 2 spurts of blood, and fell to the ground with a clang. A tidal wave of pain surged in, instantly breaking through the pain reduction effect brought by frenzy. All right, the warm-up is over. Lin Chen didn't even glance at the severed hands. Instead, he sheathed the snow dragon blade with a clang behind his back. Now it's time to collect some interest. He cracked his neck with a sound and stepped toward Wang Hu, who was kneeling on the ground due to intense pain and blood loss. He put away the snow dragon blade because using a blade for the next phase would be too wasteful. Lin Chen stood over Wang Hu, looking down at him. Then he clenched his fist and swung it at Wang Hu's face, which was twisted in pain. Bang! In this punch, he didn't use all his strength, but precisely hit the target. Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole 3 points of all attributes. The delightful prompt in his mind made Lin Chen's smile grow wider. It worked. It really can. As long as it is an effective attack, it can trigger the talent. In that case, bang! Another punch. Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole the item Neo Lanshan Baijiu 1. Bang! Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole 1 point of strength. Bang! Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole the item 001 Set 1. Lin Chen's fists fell like raindrops, each punch controlled in strength, capable of inflicting effective damage without killing Wang Hu in one blow. In the cafeteria, everyone stared in shock. They watched Lin Shan as if he were playing with a toy, pounding the once mighty Wang Hu punch after punch. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's mind was flooded with notifications. Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole 1 point of stamina. Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole the item Hua Zi Cigarettes 1. Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole 1 point of physique. Talent, Steel activated. You successfully stole the item Bread that is about to mold 1. Wang Hu's frenzy state had long faded, leaving him weakened. He had no strength left to scream, merely enduring Lin Chen's extraction like a ragdoll. His consciousness grew increasingly blurred, and he could feel something within his body being gradually drained away. Strength, speed, stamina. Even some random memories and items. What kind of devilish technique is this? Finally, after Lin Chen's 17th punch landed, opponent's physique reached 0, death determined. Wang Hu's massive body crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. On his corpse, a golden orb significantly larger than the usual orbs dropped by zombies began to materialize. Lin Chen walked over and reached out to grab it. You have obtained an unclaimed backpack, Wang. Who would you like to pick it up? Pickup successful. You have obtained Wang Hu's backpack, which contains machete 3, boning knife 4, Hua Zi cigarettes for 1, Li Zi cigarettes 3, 2 biscuits 20, beef cans 5, cola 36, survival coins 887. Congratulations, your backpack has expanded by 10 cubic meters. Wang Hu's backpack was very rich in supplies, especially the tobacco, which took up a lot. So the backpack can be upgraded by spending money, but also through killing. As Wang Hu died, those few who had managed to avoid being knocked out by Lin Chen completely crumbled. They tossed down their weapons, kneeling on the ground, banging their heads like garlic. Spare us. Spare us. We were forced to. But before Lin Chen could speak, the survivors, who had been enslaved and oppressed for several days, erupted with flames of vengeance after a brief silence. Their fighting spirit ignited. Kill them. These beasts. My wife was killed by them. And that cook. He was the one who killed old Li. Not knowing who led the charge, the angered crowd surged like a burst dam, instantly overwhelming the few thugs begging for mercy. Those who had their ropes cut by Yi Rongbin, their eyes red with anger, picked up the steel pipes and machetes on the ground and charged into the crowd. The sounds of screams and curses filled the air. Lin Chen did not stop them. He simply stood quietly, pulling out a clean towel from his backpack and slowly wiped the blood from his hands. At the same time, he instructed Shen Xueqing to collect the backpacks of the others. Even a mosquito is meat. A few minutes later, the chaos subsided. All of Wang Hu's core subordinates lay dead in pools of blood. The entire cafeteria was littered with corpses, a river of blood flowing. The cafeteria was filled with a stench of blood as the survivors sat on the ground, complex emotions washing over their faces as they surveyed the devastation around them. Some were crying, some were laughing, and many wore expressions of numb bewilderment. Yi Rongbin, accompanied by several young men, dragged the bodies of Wang Hu and his cronies outside the warehouse. Brother Lin, these supplies. Yi Rongbin gazed at the mountain of rice and flour, his throat bobbing with desire. Seeing Lin Chen prepare to store some of the rice in his space, at that moment Xueqing tugged at his sleeve. Lin Chen, let's leave some for them. She spoke softly. These people are villagers from Xiangyang village. When I ran a guest house, they helped me a lot. When a pipe broke or the electricity tripped, they would come immediately, never asking for payment. Now, they just want to survive. Lin Chen paused, glancing at Xueqing, then at the villagers whose eyes were filled with hope and fear. He was not a saint, but he could distinguish right from wrong. This batch of rice was merely a luxury for him, but for these people who had just escaped the claws of doom, it was a lifeline. Moreover, one played the good cop, while the other played the bad cop. He understood the art of winning people's hearts. All right then, Lin Chen said plainly, as he symbolically took 5 packs of 100 G. Consider it as your accommodation fee. He winked at Xueqing, causing her face to flush. Seeing that Lin Chen was truly willing to leave behind food, Yi Rongbin was almost brought to his knees, while the survivors erupted in cheers of relief. After all, Lin Chen was the one who had defeated Wang Hu. They could no longer contend with him. Brother Lin, your kindness is beyond words. As they parted, Yi Rongbin caught up and shoved a card into Lin Chen's hand, his expression tinged with sadness and relief. This is something my daughter dropped after turning into a zombie. I never had the heart to use it, keeping it as a keepsake. Now that you have saved us all and are going for that airdrop box, you will definitely find this useful. Lin Chen looked down. Item card, weapon enhancement card, ranged, another enhancement card. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. This was a valuable item. Thanks. He did not decline, but accepted it readily. Under the grateful gazes of the crowd, the two left the storage center. Lin Chen released the powerful SUV. Once inside the car, he opened the regional chat channel. Doomsday supply box drop, countdown 11 hours, 24 minutes, 13 seconds, half the time had already passed. The number of survivors in the channel had dropped from over 600,000 to less than 500,000. Meanwhile, Xuebiao was flooding the channel with messages. Xuebiao, ha! I just reached level 4. The feeling of having all attributes at 1 is simply exhilarating. Who else is in leeching? Xuebiao, my crazy dragon gang, currently has 35 core members and over 100 peripheral members. The supply box near the west of the city is mine. Anyone who dares to reach for it better ask about the broadsword in my hand. Xuebiao, anyone not afraid of death, come on. His brash statements left the entire channel in stunned silence. Countless people gritted their teeth in anger, yet no one dared to speak out against him. In this era where human lives were as cheap as grass, a heavily armed team with hundreds of members was undoubtedly a behemoth. Lin Chen stroked his chin, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Level 4, huh? That's indeed impressive. However, it's just that. Just as Xuebiao was basking in the respect of the crowd, a subtle anonymous message abruptly appeared in the gaps between the flood of messages. Anonymous user, Hoidajo supermarket located at No. 334, Chonghong West Road. Their personnel are mainly concentrated in the supermarket building. The back alley fire escape and the ventilation ducts on the roof are weak points in their defense, with only 2 people on guard. Additionally, they are running low on generator fuel. The searchlights will only last for another 5 hours. That's all I have to say. Good luck to everyone. This message flashed by, but those who saw it held their breath for a moment. After a 3-second silence, the entire channel erupted. What the hell? Is this for real? Which god is leaking this information? The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Someone wants to use us to weaken the crazy dragon gang's strength. Who cares? Fortune favors the bold. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well take a gamble. Let's form a team. Any brothers want to fish? Coordinates west of the city. Didn't you notice this person could even post anonymously? Xuebiao clearly saw this message, too furious as he cursed and spammed threats, but it was all in vain. The seeds of greed had already taken root in the hearts of countless survivors. Interesting. Lin Chen closed the channel, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This apocalyptic game was more than he had imagined. Not only were there brutes like Xuebiao, but also clever individuals lurking in the shadows. Are we going to the west of the city as well? Xueqing asked. Not yet. Lin Chen started the car. Let them tear each other apart. We'll check the other 2 first. If they are not easy to take, we can always come back to clean up the mess. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he switched the SUV to electric mode and drove onto the national highway through the rain. Not far along the road, a blinding high beam suddenly shone from the opposite side. A car was driving in the wrong direction on the national highway at high speed. Lin Chen frowned and pulled the car over, preparing to yield. To his surprise, the car came to a halt right beside them. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a blue and white police car, but the body was covered in dried blood and scratches, looking extremely battered. The window rolled down, and a pale young police officer in uniform poked his head out, urgently shouting, "Turn back. Don't go forward." "What do you mean by a big guy?" Lin Chen asked. Zombie we've never seen before." The officer said with lingering fear. "We were originally a team of 10 ready to rendezvous at the police station, but we encountered it at the toll booth ahead. Only 3 of us managed to escape. That thing is impervious to blades and bullets strong enough to overturn cars. It's a Lord-level zombie." "Lord-level zombie." Lin Chen's eyes sharpened instantly. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Lin Chen, level 3, 175500, physique, 31 strength, 42 agility, 24 spirit, 24 stamina, 22. With a physique nearly 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person, wielding a blue-quality weapon, and with an enhancement card still unused in his backpack. "A lord. Perfect, let me try out what I've got now." "You all go first," Lin Chen said calmly. The young officer was taken aback. "Brother, what do you mean?" "I'm not joking, that thing really." Before he could finish, Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, charging towards the death zone pointed out by the officer, leaving behind 3 stunned survivors in the police car, watching the taillights disappearing into the rain curtain, murmuring to themselves, "Is he crazy?" The 3 individuals in the police car stared blankly as the tail lights of the black SUV vanished into the heavy curtain of rain, unable to utter a single word for a long time. "Are they going to their deaths?" The young police officer driving trembled as he spoke. In the passenger seat, a companion with a severed arm and a pale face muttered blankly, "Madman. Another one driven insane by the apocalypse." Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the SUV was starkly different from the despair in the police car. "Lin Chen, are you really going?" Xueqing tightened her grip on the axe in her hand, her palms slick with sweat. Although she had already killed zombies with her own hands, the mere mention of the term Lord type sent a shiver deep within her soul. Of course, Lin Chen not only did not slow down, but instead pressed the accelerator further, the quiet electric motor in pure electric mode, unleashing a powerful torque, once again increasing their speed. "Now that we're here, we should see what the boss looks like, right?" His tone was as casual as if discussing what to have for dinner. "What if it drops a divine artifact?" Xueqing glanced at his relaxed profile, her tense mood inexplicably calming a bit. Indeed, this man always managed to do things that ordinary people couldn't understand, but could create miracles. Less than 3 kilometers ahead, in the middle of the national highway, an enormous silhouette loomed like a small mountain blocking the road. Lin Chen switched on the high beams. 2 blinding beams of light tore through the rainy night, illuminating the entire form of the monster clearly. It was a massive zombie, standing well over 3 meters tall. Its body was grotesquely bloated, skin exhibiting a metallic dark gray hue covered in keratinized growths and decaying flesh. The most terrifying aspect was its right arm, which had completely mutated into a tumterlong giant bone blade glimmering with a bony cold light. Beneath it lay several wrecked cars, one of which had the same paint job as the police car. Level 2 Ordinary Lord Zombie Butcher, Level 5 Physique, 40 Strength, 45 Agility, 15 Spirit, 1 Skill, 1 Bone Blade. Your right arm is a natural killing weapon. Attack 10, Skill 2, Hardened Skin, Physical Damage Reduction 20, Skill 3, Frenzied Charge, Lock onto a target and charge, dealing massive damage to all units in its path. Hiss. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock upon seeing this luxurious attribute panel. With a base strength of 45 points plus the 10 points of attack from the bone blade, the strength assessment reached a staggering 55 points. Not to mention the 20 physical damage reduction. This was no level that an SUV could handle. "What do you think? Should we take a detour?" Xueqing's voice quivered slightly. Her talent for insight allowed her to perceive the terror of the monster more intuitively than Lin Chen. It was a pure oppressive sense born solely for slaughter. "Take a detour?" Lin Chen laughed. He not only did not turn around, but instead slowly stopped the car 100 meters away from the butcher. "No, it's just the right opportunity to test out my new toy." He pulled out 2 items from his backpack. One was the rugged-looking double-barreled shotgun he had found in the village chief's basement. The other was the item card weapon enhancement card ranged given to him by Yi Rongbin. Using it on this shouldn't be a waste, right? Confirm using weapon enhancement card ranged on double-barreled shotgun. Confirm. The card transformed into a stream of blue light, instantly merging into the seemingly ordinary shotgun. In the next moment, the gun trembled violently, and the originally dull wooden stock and metal barrel were adorned with numerous intricate blue patterns, as if infused with a power that intertwined technology and mystery. As the light faded, a brand new weapon appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Thunder Blue Quality Type Shotgun Magazine, 22 Requirement Strength 10 Special Attribute 1, Agility 5 Special Attribute 2, Armor Piercing. Your attacks will ignore 15 of the target's physical defense. Special Attribute 3, Thunder, each shot has a 30 chance to inflict paralysis on the target for 1.5 seconds. Note, this is no longer the shotgun your grandfather used for hunting chickens. Rule-based weapon. Beautiful. Lin Chen whistled and handed the transformed shotgun to Xueqing. Hold this and follow my commands. When I say shoot, you shoot. Agility 5. This is practically tailor-made for Xueqing. Xueqing took the gun, the cold touch and heavy weight, giving her a sense of security. Its weak point. Xueqing closed her eyes, activating her insight talent once more. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes and spoke rapidly. It's at the back of its heart. There was a thin area of keratin there, which was an old wound. Also, its left knee joint had suffered damage, making it difficult to move. That was its power point and flaw when it turned around. These old wounds must have been inflicted by the previous policeman who fought it. Got it. Lin Chen grinned and pushed open the car door. Roar. The butcher had clearly noticed his new toy, letting out a deafening roar as it lumbered forward, dragging its massive bone blade towards Lin Chen. The ground trembled beneath them. Boss lady, watch closely. This is how your man takes down a boss. Lin Chen charged ahead, meeting the moving mountain of flesh. Clang. The Xueqing blade was drawn, cutting through the rain with a flash of light. Faced with the butcher's downward strike of the heavy bone blade, Lin Chen did not take it heeded. He suddenly sidestepped, his agility of 24 points reaching its peak in that instant. His body slid left like a ghost, narrowly evading the world-splitting strike. Boom. The massive bone blade crashed down into the spot where Lin Chen had just stood. The hard concrete road instantly crushed into a terrifying deep pit with debris flying everywhere. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the butcher's momentary stiffness after its attack missed, Lin Chen had already circled around to its left side. He aimed for the left knee joint that Xueqing had pointed out. Thud. The blade scraped against the tough skin, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The Xueqing blade successfully breached the defense, leaving a deep wound on the butcher's knee, exposing bone. Talent Steel activated. You successfully stole 1 point of physique. Physique 1. Roar. The intense pain sent the butcher into a frenzy, and it suddenly spun around, its other intact arm sweeping towards him with a howling wind. Lin Chen had anticipated this. He rolled on the spot to evade the attack again and quickly distanced himself. He knew very well that his task was not to be the main attacker, but to distract and create opportunities. The real killing blow was in Xueqing's hands. Xueqing. Now. It's turned around, attack its back. Lin Chen shouted loudly as he maintained his distance. Xueqing had already locked her gun's aim on the butcher's massive form the moment Lin Chen charged out according to his instructions. Upon hearing the command, she hesitated not for a moment and pulled the trigger. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted like thunder on a clear day. The muzzle of Thunder unleashed a furious blaze, a hail of steel pellets raining down accurately on the butcher's weak spot at the back. Ayah! The butcher let out a scream of utmost agony, its huge body suddenly stiffening. The paralysis effect had triggered. 1.5 seconds of paralysis. For an ordinary person, it is merely the time taken to blink twice. But for Lin Chen, this 1.5 seconds. 5 seconds is the golden time that decides life and death. Well done. Lin Chen roared, exerting force under his feet. His body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, instantly covering dozens of meters. With a burst of agility attributes at 24 points, his figure blurred in the pouring rain, leaving behind a faint afterimage. The massive body of the Slayer froze in place, a painful roar caught in its throat, its crimson eyes filled with fear and confusion. It could not comprehend why the attack from this tiny insect could cause it to lose control. Lin Chen had already appeared behind it. He gripped the snow dragon blade tightly, his muscles taut, pouring all 42 points of his strength into the blade without reservation. With an additional 5 points of strength amplification from the snow dragon blade, the power assessment of this strike had reached a terrifying 47 points. Target the back heart. Discovered by Xueqing using her talent insight, this was the only fatal weakness on the monster. Die for me. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy as he thrust the snow dragon blade in without a hint of embellishment. Puff. The blade scraped against the keratin layer, producing a piercing sound. The armor-breaking effect of thunderclap, combined with Lin Chen's terrifying strength, made the snow dragon blade unstoppable. The hardened outer skin was as fragile as paper. The long blade penetrated effortlessly. Talent Seize activated. You successfully seized 3 points of all attributes. Talent Seize activated. You successfully seized the skill Hardened Outer Skin Flawed. The continuous prompts in his mind made Lin Chen overjoyed. It actually triggered a skill. Roar. The paralysis effect ended, and unprecedented pain erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the Slayer's entire body. It thrashed wildly, trying to shake off the nail lodged in its back. Lin Chen took advantage of the opportunity, withdrawing his blade without hesitation. A fountain of blood erupted from the wound in the Slayer's back heart, spreading in the rain like a blooming blood-red flower. Severely injured, the Slayer fell into a frenzy. It abandoned all defenses, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Chen in the distance. Furious charge. Skill activated. The massive body of the Slayer suddenly sank, the muscles in its limbs swelling to the limit. The next second, it transformed into an uncontrollable heavy truck, charging straight at Lin Chen with unparalleled force. Cars along the way were effortlessly smashed and torn apart before it. The ground trembled violently as though a minor earthquake had occurred. Lin Chen, be careful. Its charging trajectory is a straight line, it can't turn. To the left. Dodge to the left. Shen Xueqing's anxious voice rang out again. She clutched the hot thunderclap tightly, her heart racing. Just watching the impact of this charge made one's scalp tingle. However, in the face of this world-destroying strike, a strange smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Dodge. Why should he dodge? A target delivered right to his door, why not strike? He glanced at his recently enhanced attributes. Constitution 34, Strength 45, Agility 27, Stamina 25. The boost in all attributes made him feel filled with explosive power. Boss, give it another one. Lin Chen charged forward, accelerating toward the Slayer that was rushing at him. Although Xueqing was puzzled, her absolute trust in Lin Chen made her hesitate not at all as she raised her gun again. Bang! Another thunderous sound. A barrage of steel balls once again enveloped the massive body of the Slayer. Although it did not trigger paralysis again, it successfully caused the Slayer's momentum to slightly falter. In that moment, Lin Chen's figure dashed past the gigantic bone blade like an elf dancing on the edge of a knife. He could even feel the gust of wind from the bone blade, causing his cheeks to sting. At the instant he crossed paths with the Slayer, Lin Chen acted. He did not choose to attack, but instead made a move that stunned Xueqing. He reached out his left hand and grabbed the Slayer's injured, immobile left leg. Then with his right hand, the snow dragon blade pierced into the knee joint of the Slayer's left leg. Stop right now. Lin Chen roared, his arm muscles bulging as the terrifying 45 points of strength erupted without reservation. His feet were firmly planted on the ground like nails, anchoring himself. He forcefully held onto the Slayer that was charging at full speed. Boom! The massive body of the Slayer lost its balance due to the tremendous inertia. It crashed forward like a tripped elephant, crashing heavily onto the national highway, creating a huge dent and countless cracks in the hard cement surface. The battle had ended. Lin Chen shook his slightly numb arms and walked up to the convulsing Slayer. Big guy, your health bar is quite thick. But now you are just an attribute target. He raised the snow dragon blade and cruelly tortured the Slayer's limbs. 1 strike. Talent seize activation failed. 2 strikes. Talent seize activation failed. 3 strikes. Talent seize activation failed. Lin Chen. 4 strikes. Talent seize activation successful. You obtained the item Torn Socks. After an unknown number of strikes, blood-soaked Lin Chen, the Slayer, had completely lost its combat ability. Even getting up was a problem. In the distance, Xueqing knew Lin Chen was using his talent to grind attributes, but the scene was indeed quite frightening. Ultimately, Lin Chen lost his patience and decisively swung down the blade at the back of the boss's neck. You successfully killed the level 2 Lord Zombie Slayer, gaining experience 500, survival coins 500. Level increased to level 4, all attributes 1 as the Slayer died. A basketball-sized, brilliantly golden light orb and several blue light orbs slowly appeared on its massive corpse. This was the largest light orb Lin Chen had ever seen. He stepped forward and reached out to grab it. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill book, Furious Charge. Congratulations, you have acquired a special item, Slayer's Bone Blade material. A series of system prompts almost made Lin Chen's smile go crooked. The gloom of the recently failed talent activation was swept away. Big explosion. This wave was a huge profit. He first looked at the skill book. Skill book, Furious Charge. Learning requirements: Constitution 30, Strength 35. Skill effect: lock onto a target and initiate an unstoppable charge, dealing self-strength 200 physical damage to all units in the path. Cooldown time 30s. Wow, what a divine skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He chose to learn without hesitation. A beam of light flashed, the skill book disappeared, and a new icon appeared in his skill bar. Then he looked at the so-called flawed skill. Hardened outer skin, flawed type, passive skill effect: your skin's keratin layer is strengthened, reducing physical damage taken by 5. Note: a good item seized from a Lord-level zombie. Although a bit flawed, it's better than nothing. Perhaps there will be a way to complete it in the future. A free 5 physical damage reduction, what more could one want? He then focused on the several blue light orbs. Congratulations, you obtain Laborer's Gloves, blue quality, strength 3, Constitution 1. He picked up a pair of sturdy canvas gloves, plain, but with tangible attribute bonuses. Not bad. He then picked up the second one. Congratulations, you obtained Xiangyang running shoes, blue quality, agility 3, Constitution 1 Lin Chen looked at the iconic Adiwang running shoes in his hand, his mouth twitching. This system was quite down to earth. The third light orb was picked up. Congratulations, you obtained shooting bracers, blue quality, strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1, increasing shooting stability by 10. This balanced attribute along with the shooting stability bonus was simply tailor-made for Xueqing. Lin Chen finally understood why hundreds of zombies dropped nothing. It turned out all the good stuff was on the Lord. After collecting 3, there were still 2 light orbs on the ground, shining even brighter than the previous 3. The grand finale. Lin Chen, filled with anticipation, reached out to grab them both. The next second, his expression instantly froze. Both surprised and awkward. The surprise was that the equipment was quite good, and even a 2-piece set. The awkwardness was that he couldn't wear it. No, he was too embarrassed to wear it. Or rather, he didn't have enough of a perverse attitude. Lin Chen's expression indeed froze. It was a complex mix of emotions combining disbelief, admiration, and incredulity. The surprise was genuine, and the embarrassment was equally real. Set effect 2-2 upon activation slightly enhances dynamic vision and neural reaction speed. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the detailed attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. Dark Knight Rose upper garment quality blue rare type inner armor attributes constitution 3, strength 1 note a thorny rose that blooms only for true masters. Of course, it is primarily a qualified work of art. Dark Knight Rose lower garment quality blue rare type inner armor attributes spirit 3, agility 1 note same as above with built-in cleaning and temperature control effects. A real man should provide the best for his woman. Lin Chen. Blue rare grade equipment. And it's a set. The attribute bonuses are straightforward and practical. This is a major profit. But the problem is, he looked down at himself, then at the 2 pieces in his hands. 2 items made of black lace and dark red silk with pitifully little fabric, yet exquisitely crafted, looking nothing like ordinary products, leaving him utterly speechless. He couldn't wear this. Or rather, his level of perversion was not enough to support him wearing these to grapple with zombies. This system is truly wild. Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. He could even imagine a scene in the future where he got into a fight, threw a punch, activated his talent, and snatched a genuine lace underwear from his opponent. The image was too beautiful. He simply couldn't bear to think about it. What's wrong? Did you get something good? I can tell from your expression. Xueqing's voice came from behind. She had finished tidying up the weapon Thunderstrike, and seeing Lin Chen standing there in a daze with a strange expression, curiously walked over. Her gaze landed on the 2 art pieces in Lin Chen's hands. Swish! A beautiful blush spread visibly from her snow-white neck to her earlobes. Her breath paused for a moment. Though the fabric was pitifully scanned, it outlined the most alluring curves of a woman's body vividly. Lin Chen cleared his throat, intending to put the items away. But just a few seconds later, she couldn't help but steal a quick glance out of the corner of her eye. Then, in a voice as thin as a mosquito's, she muttered softly, "It's actually quite pretty." Lin Chen heard her and turned his head, looking at the woman whose cheeks were blushing so fiercely it seemed she might bleed. "Oh, you think it's pretty too? Then it's perfect, they'll give it to you." Lin Chen returned to his senses and without thinking tossed the 2 pieces to her. The attributes are decent, a blue set that boosts constitution, spirit, strength, and agility, just perfect for you. Xueqing instinctively caught them, the warm sensation from her palms, making her cheeks even hotter. She quickly stuffed the items into her backpack space, moving as if she were hiding a scalding hot potato while muttering softly. "How did you know? The size fits perfectly." Her voice was as soft as a whisper, but before Lin Chen's high spirit attribute of 28, it was as clear as if she were whispering in his ear. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, not daring to respond. In this slightly ambiguous atmosphere, a cold mechanical notification rang out in Lin Chen's mind. "Ding. Detected that you have successfully killed the boss-level butcher in the eastern suburbs of Li City. Would you like to announce it to the whole server?" Anonymous. Announcement. Lin Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. What a joke. He as a web writer understood better than anyone the principle of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Jumping out to be the most dazzling would only make him a target, attracting countless unnecessary troubles and prying eyes. Silent wealth is the way to go. Yes. He did not hesitate for a second. You have chosen to remain anonymous. Li City area announcement. Congratulations to the survivor Anonymous for successfully killing the boss-level butcher. Reward for this survivor, all attributes 5. Area announcement. The key node boss butcher in the eastern suburbs of Li City has been killed. After 5 minutes, the endless night status will be lifted. Day and night transitions will resume normally. After 5 minutes, the heavy rain status will be lifted. Weather will normalize. The announcement repeated 3 times, each word exploding like a heavy bomb in Lin Chen's and all survivors' minds. Lin Chen felt the surge of new power within him and immediately opened his attribute panel. Name Lin Chen level 4080 constitution 45-1 level up 5 boss kill reward 2 equipment gloves and shoes 3 weapon strength 59 153 gloves 5 weapon agility 36 153 shoes spirit 33 15 endurance 31 15 talent snatch skills rage charge hardened skin incomplete weapon snow dragon blade equipment laborers gloves Adidas running shoes survival coins 18589 backpack 90 cubic all attributes have increased again. Now his base attributes had completely crushed that of the earlier boss. But what shook him more was the announcement about the endless night coming to an end. The sky is about to brighten. Lin Chen and Xueqing exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Since the apocalypse began, this world had been shrouded in endless darkness and heavy rain. Everyone had nearly forgotten what the sun looked like. Now, because he had killed a boss this damn night, and this damned rain were actually about to end. This sudden change made Lin Chen instantly alert. This was definitely not good news. He habitually opened the area chat channel. As expected, the entire channel had gone completely crazy. The oppressive atmosphere brought by Xuebiao's spamming was swept away, replaced by a torrent of messages like a landslide. No way, no way, no way. Did I hear that right? The sky is going to brighten. The rain is going to stop. Boss. Which god took down the boss? And it's anonymous. Now that's a real big shot. Damn awesome. I thought I would never see the sun again. Big shot is amazing with a broken voice. Don't get too excited. Is it a good thing that the sky is brightening? During the day visibility is better and the zombies can see us too. And the supply crates. As soon as this message appeared, the channel fell eerily silent for a moment. Everyone reacted. The end of night means survivors can venture out of their shelters more boldly. But it also means that the competition over those 3 supply crates will be 100 times fiercer than in the dark. Xuebiao, damn. Who did it? Step up. The words of the leader of the Mad Dragon Gang, Xuebiao, appeared again, but this time his roar was filled with suspicion and a hint of barely perceptible fear. A mysterious powerhouse who can silently take down a boss-level enemy was like a thorn piercing into his inflated ambitions. The supply crates in the west of the city belong to my Mad Dragon Gang. The brighter the sky, the better. I want to see who dares to seek death. Our hundreds of brothers' blades are not to be trifled with. His threat in the face of this enormous good news of the sky is brightening seemed somewhat hollow. Countless survivors who had been trembling in the darkness now ignited flames of hope and greed. Let's team up. Anti-Mad Dragon Gang Alliance in the west of the city. Anyone coming? We have the numbers to wear them out. Does anyone know the situation regarding the supply crates in the South City University? Seeking information. Is there a big shot teaming up in the northern suburbs industrial park? Full is the supply crate definitely in the west of the city. I also claim the supply crate in the north city. The entire survivor channel in Lee City was completely ignited by the news of the sky brightening and the rain stopping. An anonymous big shot. A bloody storm of competition over the supply crates had already begun. Interesting. Lin Chen closed the already chaotic regional channel. To him, the revelry shouts and alliances of those survivors were merely a group of fish in a pond about to be served on a platter, biting at each other in a desperate struggle to live just one more second. Lin Chen. Xueqing's voice trembled slightly. The two of them instinctively raised their heads and gazed toward the east. The horizon, dominated by thick, dark clouds and continuous heavy rain for several days, was quietly undergoing a change. A faint, almost imperceptible fish belly white was struggling to seep through beneath the clouds. Darkness was fading away. A few minutes later, a golden light tore through the dark clouds in the sky, like a divine sword cast down, slicing through the shroud of darkness enveloping this world. Immediately afterward, there was a second, a third. A myriad of golden light burst forth. For the first time since the apocalypse struck, the blinding sunlight arrogantly bathed the land. Lin Chen instinctively squinted his eyes, raising a hand to shield his forehead. He could feel the sunlight hitting his skin, bringing a touch of long-lost warmth. Despite it being morning, it felt overwhelmingly like the breathtaking moment of dawn. Beside him, Xueqing reached out her hand in a daze, as if trying to catch the rays of sunlight, her eyes involuntarily reddening. For those who had struggled in darkness and despair for far too long, light itself was a force powerful enough to shatter their psychological defenses. However, once they adjusted to the light and saw the new world illuminated by the sun, that fleeting moment of emotional resonance was instantly replaced by the cold reality. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins. The once bustling national road was now choked with wrecked and abandoned vehicles, rendering it impassable. In the distance, villages and towns lay in ruin, houses collapsed, a scene of utter devastation. Further away, the outlines of tall buildings in Xueqing were clearly visible, but they no longer symbolized civilization. Xueqing could even see countless black dots slowly moving and wandering around the rooftops and windows of some skyscrapers. They were zombies. Tens of thousands, if not more zombies. The end of the endless night did not bring a sense of security. Instead, it laid bare the cruelty and terror of this world in the most direct and stark manner before all survivors. It's truly magnificent. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, his tone revealing no emotion. He turned to look at Xueqing and flashed a smile. All right, boss lady, no time for sentimentality. Daylight is here, it's time to get to work. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes glinting with undeniable teasing. But before we start, you should change into your new gear first. Xueqing's face flushed instantly. She instinctively glanced outside the car window. Although they were in a remote area in such bright sunlight, changing into those scantily clad art pieces in front of a man was more difficult than killing zombies. They'll change in the car, she said softly. In the car? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Sure. The two returned to the SUV and Lin Chen consciously sat in the driver's seat looking ahead. Xueqing was in the back seat. The sound of rustling came with her somewhat hurried breathing. Lin Chen could only see a hint of white and the edges of black lace through the rearview mirror. He cleared his throat and said, Boss lady, we're all adults here, no need to be so nervous. Besides, I've seen every inch of you before. Right now, it's just a matter of going through the motions, putting on your gear to enhance combat power, understand? This is serious business. This twisted logic made Xueqing in the back seat both shy and angry, causing her hands to stop moving. You need to tilt the rearview mirror up. All right. Lin Chen chuckled as he adjusted the rearview mirror. A few minutes later, the sounds from the back seat ceased. I'm done. Xueqing's voice came tinged with an unnatural calm. Lin Chen turned his head. The sight before him made his breath hitch slightly. Xueqing had put on her own clothes, and outwardly there was no difference from before. But Lin Chen, with his high mental attribute of 33 points, could keenly sense the changes in her physical state. Her gaze. If previously Xueqing's eyes were bright and resilient, at this moment her eyes seemed to hold a flowing galaxy, revealing a depth that saw through everything. Before Lin Chen could speak, Xueqing was taken aback, first looking incredulously at her hands, then suddenly raising her head to gaze out the window. My eyes. Her voice was filled with shock. What happened? Lin Chen asked with keen interest. I can see so clearly. She pointed to a stumbling zombie 100 meters away on the road. That zombie is wearing a blue striped t-shirt and the left sleeve is torn. When it walks, the right leg lags behind the left by 0.3 seconds. It must have injured its joint. On the third segment of its cervical spine, the color is lighter than the rest and the skin is thinner. That's its weak point. Xueqing finished her sentence in one breath, stunned by her own words. In her vision, the entire world had become different. Every subtle movement of the distant zombies was infinitely slowed and magnified. Various streams of information automatically generated in her mind, like a computer analyzing data, instantly pointing to the most critical flaw. Her insight talent and the dynamic vision enhancement from the Dark Knight Rose set produced a perfect chemical reaction. 11, a far greater than 2. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. A super support that could report all enemy weaknesses in real time and even predict movements had a value that at certain times was even greater than his own. Looks like you'll be my human auto-targeting assist from now on, Lin Chen joked. Xueqing shot him a glance, but the joy in her eyes was hard to conceal. Power is the only passport in the apocalypse. The ability to grow stronger, to have the capability to protect herself and help Lin Chen made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. All right, human auto-targeting assist, since your vision has improved, help me plan a route. Lin Chen started the car, the roar of the engine breaking the tranquility. Where are we heading next? They said there are 3 supply crates, but the time isn't up yet. Who knows where they'll drop them? Hearing the serious matter, Xueqing immediately got into the zone. Let's not worry about the supply crates for now. We're going to the Southern University City. This answer surprised Lin Chen. Oh, why? 3 reasons. Xueqing's reasoning was exceptionally clear. First, for leveling up. The University City has tens of thousands of students and faculty. Right now, it's one of the largest zombie refresh points in Xiangyang. Your level is still far from level 5. Oh, and I need more combat to raise my level and adapt. If we rashly go for the supply crates, we might encounter tough opponents and end up at a disadvantage. Lin Chen nodded. This reasoning was very sound. And the second and the most critical point is transportation. Xueqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Southern University City is the starting and ending point of Licheng's BRT rapid transit. BRT. Lin Chen instantly understood her meaning. Exactly. Xueqing affirmed BRT runs on dedicated elevated roads with no traffic lights at all and won't be blocked like the main roads below by abandoned vehicles. It's like a highway in the city that traverses the entire city. No matter where those 3 supply crates are, we can reach them, and the announcement also mentioned that elite monsters will guard the supply crates, so defeating them won't be easy. As long as we control this hub of the University City, it means we have the initiative. No matter where we go, we can get there faster than other survivors. This time is enough for us to do anything. After hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes reflected undisguised admiration. This woman was not only decisive, but also had an astonishing strategic vision. While he had only thought about how to fight his way there, she had already considered how to leverage the city's transportation network to establish advantages in information and time. And the third reason, Lin Chen asked with a smile. Xueqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she avoided his gaze and said softly, the university city has a lot of supplies. Supermarkets, canteens, dormitories. Enough for us to scavenge for a long time. Ultimately, it still came down to her old profession. Ha ha ha, great. Lin Chen laughed heartily, feeling elated. Well, do it your way. Hold on tight, my boss lady. He slammed the accelerator down, speeding toward the direction of Southern University City. The SUV inched forward with difficulty along the ravaged national highway. Its 1.5T engine's low hum failing to draw the attention of nearby zombies. Meanwhile, Lin Chen seized the sunrise hour to charge the vehicle's battery using the rooftop solar panels. With the engine's output added in, the battery should reach nearly full capacity by the time we reach the university city. He murmured to himself. Yet those peaceful moments were short-lived. After traveling only 15 or 16 kilometers, the road ahead became utterly impassable. Cars, trucks, and buses lay twisted together in grotesque heaps, completely blocking both lanes of traffic. Not even an SUV could pass, let alone a motorcycle. Looks like we'll need a new mode of transportation, Lin Chen said, switching off the engine with a sigh of resignation. Let's get out and walk, Lin Chen declared decisively. Walk. Xueqing peered through the window at the sunlit world outside, hesitating. Isn't that too dangerous? On the contrary, Lin Chen pointed towards several ordinary zombies wandering listlessly by the roadside. Look at them. Xueqing followed his gaze and saw those zombies moving with unnatural sluggishness under the sun's glare, their motions stiff and jerky as rusted automatons, their groans feeble and breathless. Level 1 zombie weakened. Status exposed to intense light. All attributes temporarily reduced by 30. Her insight talent automatically supplied the analysis. Ah, I see, she murmured, comprehension dawning. Exactly. Sunlight suppresses creatures long accustomed to darkness. Clearing them now is easier than slicing vegetables at night. Lin Chen grinned and stepped out of the vehicle. With a sweeping gesture, and without eliciting so much as a blink from Xueqing, who had long grown accustomed to such feats, he vanished the 2-ton SUV into his spatial backpack. Let's go, my human mount. Carry me to higher levels, carry me to victory. Clutching the Xueqing blade, Lin Chen strode forward in high spirits. The two walked side by side down the ruined highway. Sunlight stretched their shadows long across the cracked asphalt. As Lin Chen had anticipated, confronting ordinary zombies by day was effortless. These creatures moved sluggishly, their senses severely dulled. Lin Chen needed no warning from Xueqing. His own agility of 36 allowed him to weave calmly through swarms as if strolling through a garden. The Xueqing blade flashed, heads soared skyward. They advanced like sovereigns through their own domain, experience points and survival coins rising steadily. At this rate, we'll reach University City before nightfall. Xueqing followed closely behind Lin Chen, her confidence bolstered by the Lei Ming shotgun in her hands. Boss lady, tell me, do the female university zombies still wear black stockings? Lin Chen asked idly as he cleared the path ahead. Xueqing shot him a sharp glance. The lingering embarrassment of having just donned the dark night rose set had not yet faded, and her heightened perception amplified by it let her see even the subtle curve of his mischievous smile. Can't you think about something serious for once? This is serious, Lin Chen retorted earnestly. Analyzing enemy attire is the very first step in tactical assessment. At that moment, Lin Chen froze mid-step. His spirit attribute, 33, detected something deeply anomalous. Not the guttural moan of zombies, but a dry crackling sound like kindling bursting into flame. Watch out. He yanked Xueqing behind him and scanned the open plaza ahead with sharp vigilance. The plaza stood empty save for several mangled corpses. Sunlight scorched the concrete pavement. What is it? Xueqing whispered. Lin Chen remained silent, his eyes locked on the plaza's center. Crackle, crackle. The eerie sound drew nearer, growing clearer, more insistent. In the next instant, chaos erupted. From the shadowed edge of a nearby building, a black silhouette launched itself forward with impossible speed, leaving behind a faint afterimage in the sunlight. It lunged straight for a corpse at the plaza's heart and fell upon it, tearing and devouring with frenzied hunger. Only then did Lin Chen fully grasp its form. It was a zombie, yet unlike any he had ever seen. Its body was desiccated, shriveled like a mummified cadaver, its skin charred black and fissured as though seared by fire. Most unsettling of all, embedded along its hunched spine at the level of the vertebrae, grew an irregular fist-sized yellow crystal. The crystal shimmered with an uncanny, malevolent luster in the sunlight, absorbing solar heat with palpable veracity. Sun Exposure Zombie Mutated Elite, Level 3, Constitution 13, Strength 12, Agility 19, Spirit 1, Skill Solar Frenzy. All attributes increased by 20 under direct sunlight, grants exceptional regenerative capacity. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply upon reading the stats. Agility 17. Its base agility surpassed even that of the ordinary lower-tier boss. And with Solar Frenzy's 20 boost its speed, there's more than one. Xueqing cried out. From the shadows encircling the plaza, more sun exposure zombies burst forth, one after another. They moved in clusters across the open expanse, scanning relentlessly for sustenance, shattering the axiom that zombies fear light. For them, sunlight was not a bane, but a catalyst. Trouble. Lin Chen's expression hardened. One he could handle, but here stood at least 20 or 30. If surrounded, escape would be impossible. As Lin Chen weighed whether to fight or retreat, one sun exposure zombie spotted them. A piercing, shrieking wail tore through the air. In the next heartbeat, it dropped to all fours, coiled its emaciated frame, and launched itself like a living projectile, hurtling toward them with physics-defying jagged strides. Too fast. Lin Chen pivoted sideways, evading the lunge with his agility of 36. But the creature, missing its mark, twisted its brittle body midair and raked its desiccated claws toward Lin Chen's throat with a vicious whistle. Lin Chen's gaze turned glacial. He surged forward, not back, and swept the Xueqing blade upward in a devastating arc. Clang! The blade struck true, biting deep into the zombie's forearm. The limb flew away as expected, yet in that split second, opening the creature's remaining claw already slashed toward Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen, the crystal on its back, the third vertebra. That's its core. Xueqing's voice cut through the crisis like divine revelation. Her insight talent, enhanced by the Dark Knight Rose set, had in mere seconds of combat dissected the anatomy of this entirely new species and exposed its fatal flaw. Lin Chen needed no further prompting. He drove a hard kick into the creature's chest, using the recoil to wrench his blade free and leap backward. Simultaneously, he activated a skill he'd only recently mastered: Frenzied Charge. His body blurred into a streak of motion, not charging Hedon, but carving a razor-sharp arc that carried him behind the creature in a single fluid motion. The sun exposure zombie, clearly lacking higher cognition, failed to react. Now or never. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with fierce intent as he channeled every ounce of strength into the Xueqing blade and drove it downward with lethal precision at the spot Xueqing had named. Thwip. Unimpeded by bone, the blade pierced the yellow crystal like a hot knife through soft butter. Talent Seize activated. You have successfully seized the skill Solar Adaptation passive. SSSSS. The sun exposure zombie unleashed a shriek of unimaginable agony. Cracks spiderwebbed across its yellow crystal. Then with a muffled boom, it detonated violently. A wave of scorching heat rippled outward. Then before Lin Chen and Xueqing's stunned eyes, the creature ignited from within, its body erupting in golden flames that consumed it utterly within 3 seconds, leaving only drifting ash. You have successfully slain a level 3 mutated elite zombie sun exposure zombie, earning 30 experience points and 30 survival coins. Lin Chen glanced at his skill panel. Solar Adaptation passive. Affect. Your body begins adapting to intense light environments, drastically reducing visual impairment caused by bright illumination. An excellent skill, tailor-made for hunting sun exposure zombies. Lin Chen lifted his gaze toward the plaza where the surviving creatures, startled by their fallen comrade, now turned in unison, their hollow eyes locking onto him. A cold, predatory smile curled at the corners of his lips. Warm-up's over. Boss lady, watch closely. What comes next is slaughter. Madam Boss, report the points. Lin Chen shouted softly, already charging into the horde of corpses. 3 in the front left, in a triangular formation. Xueqing's voice was calm and swift, her insight talent enhanced by the Dark Knight Rose set, making her Lin Chen's best battlefield assistant. Lin Chen didn't even need to think. His body reacted instinctively to the commands. His feet shifted, advancing in an unusual zigzag pattern, perfectly avoiding the encirclement of the 2-side sunburst zombies, while his snow dragon blade struck directly at the center target. With the terrifying power of 59 points combined with the sharpness of his excellent blue weapon, these fragile elite monsters stood no chance. Puff. One strike. With just one strike, it accurately pierced through the yellow crystal. You have successfully killed a level 3 mutated elite zombie sunburst zombie, gaining experience 30, survival coins 30. The talent Plunder is activated. You have successfully plundered agility 1. Without hesitation, Lin Chen flicked his wrist, sending a handful of golden flame fragments flying as he executed a horizontal slash. Right rear. Be careful of ambush. Its target is your side. Xueqing's warning echoed again. Lin Chen didn't look back, stabbing backward with his blade. Puff. The tip of the snow dragon blade precisely pierced through his armpit, accurately hitting the crystal core of the sunburst zombie that attacked from behind. Another one. The ensuing battle turned into a flawlessly coordinated slaughter. Xueqing was responsible for analysis, reporting, and warnings. Lin Chen was in charge of execution. He moved like a robot programmed with the optimal kill path, twisting and turning through the horde, and wherever his blade shone, a yellow crystal shattered in response. Those sunburst zombies, which appeared to be as swift as specters to ordinary survivors, became as vulnerable as wheat under their seamless cooperation, being harvested in droves. In less than 5 minutes, the square was cleared of 20 to 30 sunburst zombies. The charred ashes on the ground bore witness to their previous existence. You have successfully killed a level 3 mutated elite zombie sunburst zombie, gaining experience 30, survival coins 30. You have successfully killed. Level up to level 5, all attributes 1. As the last sunburst zombie turned to ashes, the long-awaited level-up notification rang in Lin Chen's ears. A warm current surged through his body, and he could clearly feel his physical attributes rising to a new level. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Name Lin Chen. Level 501200. Constitution 46. Strength 60. Agility 38. Spirit 34. Stamina 32. Talent Plunder. Skills Frenzied Charge, Hardened Skin, Incomplete, Sunlight Adaptation Passive. Weapon Snow Dragon Blade. Equipment Laborer's Gloves, Adidas King Running Shoes. Survival Coins 19529. Constitution 46, Strength 60. These stats are really impressive. Lin Chen clenched his fist in satisfaction, feeling the explosive power within him. Let's go, it's time for us to head to our next destination. He sheathed the Snow Dragon Blade and continued forward with Xueqing. The two soon found the entrance to the BRT station in the south of the city. This rapid transit system ensured efficiency by building platforms and tracks over 10 meters high. Resolving a few ordinary zombies wandering at the stairway, the two ascended to the platform, and the sight before Lin Chen made him whistle involuntarily. On the wide BRT-dedicated elevated road, it was indeed not as congested as the ground roads. However, not far ahead, 3 articulated BRT buses had collided rear-end. More spectacular was the interior of the buses. Through the enormous windows, it was clear to see that they were crammed full of zombies. Due to the confined space, they were piled on top of each other, with those behind pushing the ones in front, their faces pressed against the glass, countless rotting and twisted faces deforming into an intensely striking scene of zombie tower. They were trapped in a steel cage, unable to move, only able to futilely howl and scratch. Level 1 Zombie Student. Level 1 Zombie Office Worker. The vast majority were the most ordinary level 1 zombies whose attributes were pitifully low under the suppression of sunlight. This is truly a great place to farm experience. Lin Chen grinned. Immediately, he made a decision that surprised Xueqing. He handed the Snow Dragon Blade to Xueqing. Take this. Me. Xueqing was taken aback. Yes, it's you. Lin Chen took out the shotgun Thunder, loading it with a click, leaning against the railing in a relaxed manner. These guys are trapped and won't move, making them the best targets. You go and stab them one by one. Aren't you in greater need of experience? Xueqing asked, puzzled. These are all ordinary zombies, and they won't provide me with much experience. Moreover, you know my talent. The slight attribute increase from leveling up isn't significant for me. I can farm slowly when I encounter those tougher ones later. Besides, my attributes are sufficient for now. Xueqing looked at the Snow Dragon Blade in her hand, then at Lin Chen's encouraging gaze, and warmth surged within her. She understood that this man was pushing her to grow in his own way, allowing her to possess the true capital to survive in this apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, she nodded firmly. Okay. Xueqing tightened her grip on the Snow Dragon Blade. It was heavier than she expected, but the cold touch of the handle gave her unprecedented courage. She walked to the shattered window of the first carriage. A student zombie in a school uniform was snarling at her through the glass. Its weakness is deep in the left eye socket, where the skull connects with a crack. The insight talent automatically provided the optimal solution. Xueqing suppressed the nausea and fear in her heart, gripped the blade with both hands, recalling Lin Chen's decisive killing stance, and thrust forward with all her might. Puff! The Snow Dragon Blade pierced precisely through the zombie's left eye, entering without the hilt. The zombie's howl abruptly stopped, its body twitched twice before becoming utterly motionless. You have successfully killed a level 1 zombie, gaining experience 5. A faint warm current flowed into her body, invigorating Xueqing. She had successfully killed a zombie independently. Very good, continue. Lin Chen's voice sounded behind her, steady and powerful. Xueqing's confidence surged as she walked to the next window. 3rd cervical vertebra in the back of the neck. Puff. Temples at a 30-degree angle down. Puff. Although Lin Chen had already reminded her that these ordinary zombies didn't require the insight talent to observe, just hacking would suffice, Xueqing had her own persistence. Under the guidance of the insight talent, Xueqing's movements transformed from clumsy to proficient, from fear to numbness, and eventually evolved into an efficient killing instinct. As time passed, she suddenly realized she no longer needed to think. Her body could strike with the utmost precision based on the red dots of weakness that emerged in her mind. The snow dragon blade in her hand seemed like the pen of the Grim Reaper, each strike snuffing out a vibrant or once vibrant life. In total, 3 carriages filled with hundreds of zombies were methodically named and killed by her from outside the carriage. By the time the last blade was withdrawn, Xueqing was already drenched in sweat, her arms so sore she could barely lift them, but her gaze was brighter than ever. Level up to level 3, all attributes 1. Talent insight proficiency increased, analysis speed 10. Indeed, Xueqing's persistence was justified. How do you feel? Lin Chen smiled as he approached, handing her a bottle of water. I feel like I've become stronger. Xueqing took the water, drinking deeply, her tone filled with uncontrollable joy. And look at this. Xueqing shared her talent with Lin Chen. Proficiency. And there's this hidden attribute. Aren't I impressive? No wonder you're my woman strong. Ignoring Xueqing's eye roll, Lin Chen summoned the SUV, using the winch to drag the bus aside, clearing the road to avoid slowing down his speed and grabbing the supply boxes behind. The road was clear again. The two got into the car and sped along the empty elevated road. 10 minutes later, a massive, tranquil complex appeared at the end of their sight. South City University Town arrived. The SUV rolled along the expansive elevated road before finally coming to a halt beside the platform at the terminal station. The South City University district had arrived. However, the sight before them caused their steps to come to an abrupt halt. The BRT terminal was a vast parking lot densely packed with zombies. The narrow exit was further obstructed by zombies jostling in various poses. A chill ran down their spines. One could only imagine the despair of those who had not found a safe haven when the apocalypse descended. On one side lay the fear of the impending apocalypse. On the other, the narrow exit and the elevated road towering over them by more than 10 meters. It was estimated that there were at least a few hundred of them. The sunlight suppressed them, making the horde of corpses appear somewhat lethargic, yet the terrifying number was enough to deter any survivor team. It seems today there will be no chance to see the black stockings of the student zombies in the university district. Lin Chen mused, stroking his chin, his tone devoid of disappointment, instead tinged with a hint of eagerness. He simply abandoned the idea of forcing his way into the university district, his gaze sweeping across the vast experience far below, a dangerous grin spreading across his lips. This was a natural leveling ground. What a pity, without a team function the two of them could have greatly improved here. It seemed now that he would take the bulk, while Xueqing would get the lesser share. Xueqing, you're the one getting the lesser share. The supply drop is still 6 hours away. Xueqing's calm voice rang out immediately, conducting a pre-battle analysis upon sensing Lin Chen's thoughts. We must clear this area within 5 hours, and then leave an hour to adjust our state, preparing for the enemies that may appear at any moment. She looked at Lin Chen, a hint of worry in her eyes. But the problem is 5 consecutive hours of high-intensity combat. Xueqing hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. This was no joke. Even if it were just chopping vegetables, swinging a knife for 5 hours straight would exhaust even an Iron Man. Moreover, one had to maintain a high level of mental concentration at all times. Hearing Xueqing's concerns, Lin Chen laughed. He turned his head, leaning closer to her ear, his warm breath causing her ears to flush slightly. Only 5 hours. Lin Chen's voice was low, tinged with a teasing tone. Boss lady, do you have some misunderstanding about your man's stamina? You? Xueqing's cheeks flushed crimson, both embarrassed and angry as she pushed him away. This guy's still making jokes at a time like this. She shot Lin Chen a fierce glare, wanting to say something in rebuttal, but found herself utterly unable to counter. In a sense, she had indeed personally verified it. Pervert. She spat, turning her head away, but the smile she couldn't suppress at the corner of her mouth revealed her true feelings. Lin Chen laughed heartily, no longer teasing her. Rest assured, Lin Chen said, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. I know my limits. We don't have to force our way through, we need to outsmart them. He pulled out 2 rows of chocolate and 2 bottles of energy drinks, handing a portion to Xueqing. Did you see that billboard? You'll be responsible for hitting that sign. Those zombies will head over when they hear the sound. Be mindful of the strength of your strikes. If there are fewer zombies, hit harder, and if there are too many, stop and control the number. The rest is up to me. Understood. Xueqing immediately focused her mind and nodded firmly. The battle was about to begin. Clang. The crisp sound of metal striking resonated across the elevated platform. Xueqing stood beneath a speed limit sign of 5 kilometers, striking it with a fire axe. The nearest dozen or so zombies aimlessly wandering were instantly drawn to the sound, turning their heads in unison and shambling towards the billboard. Lin Chen, wielding the Xueqing blade, had long been waiting ahead. They're coming. He observed the zombies moving sluggishly under the sunlight, his gaze steady. For him, now dealing with these low-level zombies was indeed no different from chopping vegetables. Swish, swish, swish. The blade flashed like the Grim Reaper's scythe cutting through a wheat field. Lin Chen didn't even use any flashy techniques. He simply employed the most straightforward and efficient tactics of advancing, swinging his blade, and decapitating. His strength attribute of 60 ensured that every swing of the Xueqing blade was accompanied by a gust of wind that tore through the air. With an agility attribute of 38, his figure moved leisurely amidst the attacks of the dozen zombies, untouched by a single leaf. In less than 30 seconds, a dozen heads rolled to the ground. You have successfully killed a low-level zombie, gaining experience 5 survival coins 5. You have successfully killed a low-level zombie, gaining experience 5 survival coins 5. A series of system notifications flooded Lin Chen's mind, but he couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. Next wave, he shouted to Shen Xueqing atop the vehicle. Clang. Another sound echoed. The new experience pack was accurately drawn in. In the following hours, Shen Xueqing followed Lin Chen's lead, progressively dispatching the zombies in the square using not just the billboard, but also the car bodies, and even throwing glass bottles directly. Occasionally, she was able to spare a hand to clear a few stray zombies. This battle could no longer be called a battle. It was a slaughter of an assembly line. Shen Xueqing's talent for insight granted her an extraordinary battlefield perception ability. She was always able to control the volume of the sound precisely, not more or less, just enough to lure over a dozen zombies, ensuring Lin Chen's efficiency in clearing them without letting him fall into unnecessary ambushes. As for Lin Chen, he displayed his inhuman stamina. Time passed second by second. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Level up to level 6, all attributes 1. Unfortunately, his talent had not triggered even once. It was unclear whether it was Lin Chen's bad luck or if the level suppression had lowered the drop rate. The black blood had nearly stained the entire ground a dark crimson. Shen Xueqing felt fatigued from the prolonged high concentration. Yet in contrast, Lin Chen remained as lively as ever. His actions with the blade showed no signs of slowing down, and as he fell into a certain rhythm of slaughter, his speed actually increased. That stamina attribute of 33 granted him a monstrous capability for sustained combat. This guy, truly a freak. Shen Xueqing looked at the figure below, resembling a war god, unable to help but murmur quietly. Half an hour later, as Lin Chen decapitated the last wandering zombie, with a single stroke the entire station square was finally cleared. Done. Lin Chen flicked the blood off the blade, letting out a sigh of relief. After 4 consecutive hours of hacking, even he felt a slight ache in his muscles. He glanced at his experience bar, which had already risen significantly, not far from reaching level 7. His total survival coins had successfully surpassed the 2000 mark. Let's take a break, Lin Chen said. He went to the side of the SUV, jumped onto the hood, and took out food and water from his backpack. Shen Xueqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, following Lin Chen's lead to hop onto the hood, leaning against his shoulder, feeling as if her bones were about to fall apart. After resting for a while, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the buses. Inside, they were still packed with zombies. They screamed frantically at the 2 living people outside, their distorted faces pressed against the windows, looking exceptionally horrifying. A devilish smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Boss lady, do you remember our previous leveling ground? Shen Xueqing was momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. You mean? Exactly. Lin Chen stood up, patting his backside. It's your turn to perform next. Shen Xueqing was taken aback, looking at the devilish smile on Lin Chen's face, instinctively believing he was about to make her act as a pile driver, piercing through hundreds of zombies one by one. Just as she was about to express that her stamina had truly reached its limit, Lin Chen shook his head, dismissing her thoughts. No, you won't be going this time. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the several articulated buses packed with zombies, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Killing them one by one is too slow. We have less than 2 hours left for the supply drop. We can't waste time here. Your endurance won't keep up. After all, you aren't as enduring as I am. He emphasized the word enduring once again. Shen Xueqing's pretty face flushed, and she shot him an annoyed glance, but inwardly she felt relieved. After several hours of continuous fighting, her mental and physical state was on the verge of collapse. So what do you plan to do? Give up. Give up. That's impossible. Lin Chen laughed like a child ready to play a prank, pointing at the buses. Madam, take a close look. Oh, what's different about those buses? Shen Xueqing focused her gaze. There are 2 buses with brand new bodies and overhead pantographs. They are electric. The other 3 buses are old with thick black exhaust pipes. They are old-fashioned diesel buses. Exactly. Lin Chen snapped his fingers as a crazy and bold plan formed in his mind. Madam, do you know what art is? Without waiting for Xueqing's response, he answered himself with a grin. Art is explosion. Lin Chen jumped off the engine hood, quickly taking out several empty mineral water bottles from his backpack, deftly prying open the fuel tank cover of an old bus. A pungent smell of diesel wafted out. He carefully siphoned the diesel, filling 7 or 8 bottles. What are you planning to do? Xueqing watched his actions, vaguely guessing something, her heart racing. Set it on fire. Lin Chen tightened the bottle cap and weighed the Molotov cocktail in his hand. The fuel tank of the old bus is a ready-made bomb, and the lithium battery pack of the new energy bus is the best fuse. He briefly explained the plan. Throw the diesel-filled bottles into those diesel buses packed with zombies, then use thunder to detonate the battery pack of one of the new energy buses. High-temperature short-circuit explosion. The instant high temperature will ignite the diesel, triggering a chain reaction to create a massive fiery hell. But if we do this, won't all the dropped items from those zombies be gone? Xueqing pointed out the most critical issue. Hundreds of zombies, even with a low drop rate, would still amount to a significant income. It's a pity, but... A pained expression flashed across Lin Chen's face, resembling a profiteer who had just lost millions. But compared to time, this bit of survival currency is nothing. Our goal is the supply drop. That's the real prize. Let's go get to work. Lin Chen grabbed several Molotov cocktails and agilely climbed atop the first diesel bus. The zombies inside the bus were immediately disturbed, frantically stretching out their rotten arms, roaring and banging on the roof, making dull thumping sounds. Lin Chen feigned indifference. He opened the skylight on the bus roof, aiming for the gaps in the pile of zombies, and tossed a bottle of diesel inside. Then the second, the third. After completing all this, he returned to Xueqing's side, handing her the thunder shotgun again. Do you see that newest electric bus? Mid-body at the chassis position, there's a huge silver-gray battery compartment. Lin Chen pointed to an electric bus 30 meters away. Your talent should be able to find the weakest point, aim thunder there, and take a shot. After shooting, I'll take you away immediately. All right. Xueqing did not hesitate at all, raising the hot thunder. She had absolute trust in Lin Chen. Within the vision of her insight talent, the structure of the battery compartment was clearly displayed in her mind, a red dot flashing at the most densely packed circuit interface. That was the switch to detonate everything. Lin Chen took a deep breath, wrapping his arms around Xueqing's slender waist, lifting her into a princess carry. Are you ready, my princess? Xueqing's cheeks flushed, snugly nestled in his embrace, steadying the shotgun's muzzle on the target. Fire! Bang! The thunderous gunfire resonated across the entire elevated station. Countless steel balls formed a barrage, accurately striking the weak point of the battery compartment. Sparks flew. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, Lin Chen, holding Xueqing, activated Furious Charge. But he didn't charge towards any enemies. Instead, he used the skill as an extreme displacement skill, madly retreating in the direction away from the explosion center. With an agility of 38 points coupled with the rushing effect of the skill, his speed reached its peak. Xueqing felt the wind whistling by her ears, the scenery rapidly receding. She was tightly protected in Lin Chen's arms, but couldn't help but glance back. Then she saw a sight she would never forget for the rest of her life. The battery compartment, hit by thunder, first billowed out thick black smoke, and then an eye-piercing electric arc exploded. Boom. The first explosion. The entire new energy bus was blasted in half, the terrifying shockwave tearing the bus apart, countless burning parts flying everywhere. Immediately after this, searing flame ignited the leaked diesel inside the adjacent diesel bus. Boom. The second explosion was an even more violent detonation. Fire dragons soared into the sky. The entire diesel bus transformed into a colossal fireball, the terrifying high temperature instantly igniting the zombies inside the bus. But this was just the beginning. 1 bus, 2 buses, 3 buses. A chain reaction occurred. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions connected into one, like the artillery of apocalypse. The entire BRT elevated station trembled violently, the flames soaring to the heavens, casting the sky into an orange-red hue. Xueqing, carried on Lin Chen's shoulder, felt the scorching heat wave behind her, watching the splendid fireworks they had orchestrated, completely stunned. In her mind, the system prompts were refreshing at an unprecedented speed, flooding the screen. You have successfully killed a level 1 zombie, gaining experience 5, survival currency 5. You have successfully killed a level 1 zombie, gaining experience 5, survival currency 5. You have successfully killed a level 1 zombie, gaining experience 5, survival currency 5. You have successfully killed a level 2 zombie, gaining experience 20, survival currency 20. You have successfully killed. Level up to level 4, all attributes 1. Level up to level 5, all attributes 1. In an instant, hundreds of kill messages and level up notifications nearly overwhelmed her consciousness. Lin Chen ran nearly 500 meters in one breath before stopping. He set down the still dazed Xueqing, and they turned back to look. The fire burned for more than half an hour before gradually extinguishing. The few buses that once blocked the road were left as nothing but charred remnants. As for the zombies inside, not even ashes remained. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning. The road was completely clear. Lin Chen looked at the empty, burnt-out explosion site, unable to restrain a sigh, his face written with deep regret. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. If we could collect that, it would have been a huge fortune. Now it's all gone. Wasteful, too wasteful. Inside the SUV, the aging vehicle's built-in air purifier blocked out the acrid stench of distant burning. Lin Chen gazed at the blast site, reduced to a barren ashen wasteland, and anguish contorted his face. Ah, what a waste, such a terrible waste. He turned his head, his expression heavy with sorrow as he looked at Xueqing beside him, still catching her breath. If only I'd taken them down one by one myself. Just the survival credits alone would have netted me another 10 or 20,000. And those gear drops, what if one had yielded a full blue tier set? Gone, utterly gone. Reckless. Unforgivably reckless. All of it, just to light off a firework for your amusement. My heart, it aches. It's like a blade tearing through my chest. He pounded his chest and stamped his feet, resembling nothing so much as a retail investor watching his portfolio crash to zero in a single day. Xueqing had been lost in awe, both from her sudden level surge and the sheer spectacle of that colossal explosion, until his absurd theatrics made her burst into a soft, delighted laugh. The exhaustion and tension of battle instantly eased. With a glance both alluring and languid, she cast Lin Chen a sidelong, coquettish look, her eyes shimmering with the lingering thrill of recent adrenaline. All right. I'll make it up to you. Her voice softened, laced with playful petulance as she leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing his skin. Tonight I'll repay you properly. How's that? But for now we need rest. The supply crate is arriving shortly. Lin Chen had been poised to continue his antics, until the word repay lit a spark in his eyes. He studied Xueqing's flushed cheeks, flushed not just from exertion, but from exhilaration, and his throat moved instinctively. Still, he knew this wasn't the moment. The race for the supply crate was the true crucible ahead. Fine, this is on your word. Lin Chen chuckled lowly, then shifted tone smoothly. But tonight's repayment is for tonight. What about interest? Surely I'm owed something now. Before Xueqing could react, a large hand slipped deftly beneath her hem. Its warmth settled over smooth, silken skin. Xueqing stiffened, her breathing sharpening instantly. Lin Chen's palm unbidden rose to cup a firm, elegant curve, kneading with quiet, confident possession. A soft, breathy moan escaped her lips. Her clear gaze clouded over in an instant, glazed with desire. Her body melted against his, her delicate fists tapping feebly against his chest. Just as the cabin's heat climbed and the air thickened with intimacy, a cold mechanical chime pierced both their minds without warning. Leeching district announcement. Supply crate drop in 5 minutes. All survivors prepare. Supply crate no. 1 coordinates, Leeching Normal University Central Stadium. Supply crate no. 2 coordinates, Leeching Health College Library Rooftop. Supply crate no. 3 coordinates, Leeching University of Technology Indoor Gymnasium. The announcement repeated 3 times, each syllable echoing with crystalline clarity across every survivor's consciousness in Leeching. Lin Chen froze mid-motion. All of them in the university district. Xueqing murmured, dazed and disbelieving. Lin Chen's gaze hardened, sharp, calculating, razor-edged. They'd labored relentlessly, clearing barricades, orchestrating explosions, just to breach the university district's entrance. And now the system had delivered this staggering gift without warning. 3 supply crates, concentrated entirely within the Southern University District. And the 3 campuses lay barely kilometers apart. A feast flung straight into a shark-infested sea, guaranteeing bloodshed the moment anyone stepped inside. Lin Chen instinctively opened the regional chat channel. As expected, the silence shattered instantly. What the hell? Is the system mocking me? I've been lying in wait at the North Industrial Park for 24 hours, and now it drops crates in the University District. Are you serious? Hundreds of us were prepping to take down the Xiangyang gang in West Leeching. Now you're telling us the crates are in the south. Are we clowns? We're doomed. Who dares enter the University District? That's a zombie nest. Those crates might as well be buried with us. Heaven smiles upon us. Our squad's already camped near the University District. Brothers, get ready to strike it rich. Xuebiao, damn it. Damn it. Again, the University District. Is that anonymous monster who slew the boss hiding there? Xuebiao, leader of the Xiangyang gang, erupted once more in fury. His original plan, to dominate the western drop zone, cementing the gang's dominance, had just crumbled to dust. Now his strategy lay in ruins. Not only must he quell growing unrest among his ranks, but he must also weigh the perilous gamble of leading over 100 fighters across half the city into the unknown depths of the university district. That risk alone sent him into apoplectic rage. Xuebiao, listen well. All of you. These 3 crates. The Quanglong gang claims at least 2. Anyone who dares oppose us will face annihilation. No quarter, no retreat. His threat rang hollow amid the chaos, though everyone knew geography had become destiny itself. Distant aid cannot quench immediate fire. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Lin Chen watched the frenzied chatter scroll past, a faint knowing smile curling at his lips. This was nothing short of celestial decree. From their current position, they would reach any of the 3 campuses first, guaranteed. Complete strategic initiative rested squarely in their hands. A surge of electric exhilaration flooded his veins, and unconsciously his grip tightened. "Yeah!" A sharp cry broke from beside him. Lin Chen blinked, then looked down, realizing his hand still lingered where it shouldn't. Shen Xueqing's eyes brimmed with tears, not from passion, but pain. Her hazy gaze snapped into fierce clarity. She glared at him, mortified and furious. "Yeah, you. Do you want to kill me?" "Ahem, mistake. Purely accidental." Lin Chen flushed crimson, hastily withdrawing his hand and coughing awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. "I was simply overexcited. Let's go. Time to collect our delivery." Lin Chen's gaze swiftly swept between the 3 vivid red coordinates on the system map, deep in thought. Lee City Normal University Central Playground. Lee City Health College Library Rooftop. Lee City Industrial University inside the gymnasium. The 3 locations formed an irregular triangle encompassing the core area of the southern district of the university town. Their current position was nearest to Lee City Health College, less than 1 kilometer away. This is it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen decided to head for the health college. It was now a race against time. Whoever arrived first would have absolute initiative. "Get out of the car." The 2 immediately exited the vehicle, stowing it away in their space before quickly running towards the platform exit. Lin Yi led the way, carefully avoiding the charred ground. Shen Xueqing followed closely behind. The attribute boost from her level 5, along with the enhancement from the Dark Knight Rose set, allowed her to barely keep pace with Lin Chen. One in front, one behind, they swiftly passed through the smoky turnstile and descended the elevated walkway. The wide main avenue of the campus was littered with abandoned vehicles and scattered shoes, backpacks, and books. Hundreds and thousands of zombies wandered aimlessly across the campus like marionettes. The sunlight suppressed their ferocity, making their movements sluggish and stiff. This number was still beyond what a typical survivor team could handle. But for Lin Chen, it represented a ground full of experience points and survival currency. 30 meters to the left, 3 of them dressed as students, low threat level. Xueqing's calm voice came from behind, tightly gripping her shotgun Thunder. In her line of sight, the movement, trajectories, and physical weaknesses of the 3 zombies were analyzed clearly by her insight talent. Lin Chen didn't even turn back. Maintaining his pace, the snow dragon blade in his hand sliced through the air, emitting a chilling white light. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heads flew into the air almost simultaneously. The entire process was fluid and swift. Lin Chen's figure showed no sign of pausing as he passed directly by the 3 decapitated corpses. Killed a level 1 zombie, experience 5, survival currency 5, killed a level 1 zombie. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind, but they felt like background noise, failing to stir any emotional response within him. Shen Xueqing quickly caught up and pocketed a fallen white orb of light. Acquired mineral water 5 Ml X. 1. The coordination between the 2 had already formed a terrifying synergy. One was primarily killing while the other was on guard and providing support. Right side flower bed, 5 of them too are 10 faster than the others. Prioritize those. Understood. Lin Chen adjusted his direction and drew the snow dragon blade once more. In a flash of blade light, another 5 zombies lost their heads. This time his talent finally reacted. Talent Plunder activated. You successfully plundered 1 point of strength. His strength attribute rose to 62 points. Thus the 2 of them carved a straight path through the ocean of zombies at a constant high speed. Lin Chen led the charge, resembling a humanoid reaper. Each time the shining blade flashed, several zombies would inevitably fall. Shen Xueqing followed closely behind, holding Thunder and calmly observing her surroundings. Her insight talent was now in full effect. She not only provided early warnings, but also judged which zombies posed a higher threat, advising Lin Chen to prioritize those. She resembled a top-tier game assistant, processing all the information and feeding the optimal solutions directly to Lin Chen. And Lin Chen was the ultimate player with extraordinary execution. After all, doing things that didn't require thinking was indeed enjoyable. It would be great if he could write like this every day. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Lee City Health College. The stone tablet inscribed with the school's name in gold had been half covered in dark red blood. Shen Xueqing quickly approached the flat guide map at the school entrance and soon made a suggestion. Our target is the library rooftop. To enter through the main gate, we need to traverse the central square and 2 teaching buildings, but there are too many zombies along the way, which will waste time. Her slender finger pointed at one side of the map. Let's go here, sticking to the western wall of the college. There's the equipment room and the lab. The zombie density should be relatively low here. By going around the nursing school building in front, we can directly reach the back door of the library. This is the fastest and safest route. She laid out the optimal route with clarity. As expected of the boss lady, she even has a path planning feature. Lin Chen smiled and praised her, reaching out to pinch her pert bottom. Shen Xueqing stiffened, her pretty face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she slapped his hand away with annoyance. Be serious. The supply crate has respawned. Got it, navigator comrade. Lin Chen grinned, retracting his playful demeanor and becoming serious. Get ready, we charge ahead. The two raced along the western wall of the college. This path, just as Shen Xueqing had predicted, had a significantly reduced zombie density. However small was merely relative. Zombies occasionally staggered out from the greenery or the shadows of the teaching buildings, still gathering in groups of 3 to 5. Around the corner ahead, 8 of them, all level 1, no mutations. Xueqing's voice was calm and swift, like a highly professional battlefield commander. Lin Shan could hardly be bothered to respond, his body was already reacting. Killed a level 1 zombie, experience 5, survival currency 5, killed a level 1 zombie. Talent Plunder activated. You successfully plundered 1 point of stamina. The stamina attribute rose to 34 points. Lin Chen felt the energy within him growing more profound. The previous high-speed sprinting and slashing had left him barely breathless. Boss lady, your navigation is way better than that shoddy map. He still had the leisure to make a joke. Shen Xueqing shot him an annoyed glance, quickly catching up and casually picking up a fallen white orb of light. Acquired compressed biscuit X1. Stop joking around. The back door of the library is just ahead. Be careful. The back door of the library is a gray iron fire door. A large Xueqing hangs on it, its body already rusted. Clearly this place hasn't been visited in a long time. How the hell did this pass the fire inspection? Lin Chen stepped forward, gripping the Xueqing with both hands, attempting to force it open with a strength of 62. Creak. A harsh metallic twisting sound erupted. The Xueqing in Lin Chen's hands began to deform at a visible speed, as if it were a twisted donut. Shen Xueqing watched with her eyelids twitching. Moments later, guess what? It didn't open. Damn it, media in China is impressive. You idiot, use some tools here. Noticing the flushed face of Lin Chen, Shen Xueqing rolled her eyes and took out a hydraulic cutter for him. Crack. With a crisp sound, the Xueqing snapped. Lin Chen casually tossed the broken lock on the ground and pushed open the heavy iron door. A musty smell mixed with dust and decayed paper hit them. Behind the door was a narrow fire escape, the walls covered in cobwebs. The two did not linger and quickly passed through the passage. Behind a slightly ajar door was the first-floor lobby of the library. However, just as they stepped into the lobby, Shen Xueqing suddenly halted, her beautiful brows knitting tightly. What's wrong? Lin Chen immediately became alert, his Xueqing knife positioned in front of him, scanning the empty and dim lobby. Be careful, my talent feels very vague here. Shen Xueqing's voice carried a hint of confusion and unease. She tried to concentrate, looking towards a distant row of bookshelves. In the past, the material structure and even the angle of each book on the shelves would transform into a clear stream of data flowing into her mind. But now she could only see a chaotic outline, as if viewed through frosted glass, all information turned into fragmented gibberish. Talent suppression. Lin Chen's mind raced. He immediately recalled the cold hint from the system. There are elite infected entities guarding the supply box. The entity capable of suppressing Shen Xueqing's rare talent was certainly not ordinary. It seems the guardian of this supply box has some tricks up its sleeve. Don't worry, without navigation, I can drive like a veteran. Lin Chen patted Shen Xueqing's shoulder, his relaxed tone providing her with a bit of comfort. The two began to cautiously explore the eerily silent library. The entire first-floor lobby was deserted, with not a single zombie in sight. Upon reaching the library's main entrance, the massive glass doors were completely blocked. Rows of heavy solid wood bookshelves, tables, chairs, sofas, and even water dispensers were haphazardly piled together, forming an incredibly solid barrier. Is this the work of survivors? Shen Xueqing whispered, her eyes filled with surprise. From the way the barricade was constructed, it was evidently a human effort sealed from the inside. There are survivors here, but the question is, why is it so quiet? There was not a hint of human presence, nor any voices, not even a glimmer of light. The entire first-floor lobby was eerily quiet, from the windows to the elevator shaft. Interesting. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. An elite monster capable of suppressing talents. A survivor camp of unknown status. Let's not worry about them. We'll head to the rooftop, grab the supply box, and leave. Lin Chen made a decision. He didn't want to complicate matters, at least not before obtaining the supply box. The two abandoned the idea of ascending the central stairs and instead stealthily made their way to the side fire escape. Along the way they passed through the study area and the journal reading room. Tables and chairs were tossed about, books scattered everywhere, a hurried escape evident. Yet still there were no bloodstains, no corpses, and certainly no zombies. Just as they were about to reach the end of the hallway leading to the fire escape and the restrooms, Xueqing suddenly stiffened, grabbing Lin Chen's arm tightly. Her face turned pale in an instant. There, in the restroom. Her voice trembled. There's something there. Lin Chen followed her gaze. At the end of the hallway, the signs for the men's and women's restrooms hung properly on the wall, the men's room door slightly ajar, while the women's was completely shut. This was very typical of school life. Can you see what it is? How many? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Xueqing shook her head vigorously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. No. The interference is too strong. As for the number, it's completely blank. Not being able to sense the number at all. That elite monster's suppression aura was astonishingly powerful, especially considering that Xueqing was already at level 5. Although her mental attribute wasn't as high as it had reached 16 points, far exceeding the normal triple. It must be a big guy. Let's go take a look. Lin Chen showed no signs of retreat, gripping his Xueqing knife tightly as he led the way towards the end of the hallway. Xueqing also raised her shotgun, Thunder, closely following behind him. The closer they got to the restroom, the heavier that foul odor became. It was the stench of a zombie. The two stopped at the restroom door. Lin Chen did not rashly push it open, but listened intently. Inside there was a dead silence. No howling, no scratching, not even the sound of breathing. He glanced at Xueqing, signaling her to step back a few paces with his eyes. He gently pushed open the door to the men's restroom. Inside, aside from a few urinals and an open stall, it was empty. Cautiously he looked up at the ceiling. The tiles were intact. He quickly checked the stall, and aside from a few clumps of unflushed human waste, there was nothing unusual. Quick in and out, let's promote civilized restroom use together. Afterward, he exited and shook his head at Xueqing. Their gazes turned towards the women's restroom. If anything happens, you shoot immediately. Lin Chen said softly to Xueqing. She nodded in acknowledgement. Along the way they were cautious not to attract the zombies' attention. Thunder was mostly used as a blunt weapon. But now was clearly not the time to consider that. Lin Chen gently pushed open the door to the women's restroom. In an instant he smiled. A petite female zombie stood between two rows of stalls. Lin Chen accurately deduced that this girl was caught in the restroom when the apocalypse struck. Unfortunately, she had been transformed into a zombie by the rules. Because she hadn't even had time to pull up her pants, her white cotton underwear with Hello Kitty was still hanging at her knees. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she lunged at him without the time to scream, completely forgetting her pants were down. As a result, thud, she fell at Lin Chen's feet. Lin Chen had no choice but to stab the girl in the head. He then began to survey the entire women's restroom. The layout was just like a normal women's restroom. Don't get me wrong, as a web novel author he couldn't continue writing. Just as the zombie fell to the ground, he clearly heard a noise coming from the last stall on the left. Lin Chen cautiously approached. It seemed he had caught a whiff of human presence. Two growls echoed from inside the stall. Two. He quickly bent down. As expected, he saw 4 feet. The 2 feet in front were wearing red-soled high heels. The 2 feet behind were clearly those of a man wearing a pair of large basketball shoes. Are college students really this daring? Even in the apocalypse, they still want to have a final farewell in such a manner. What if one turns and the other doesn't? They might get scared and retreat into asceticism, seeking purity. Lin Chen had never been shy about breaking up couples. He often threw mud at young workers who were dating in the back hills. Now Lin Chen yanked the door open. A shocking sight appeared before him. 2 decomposed zombie bodies were tightly pressed together. The female zombie was dressed in a cute cheerleader uniform, her short top already lifted. The male zombie was wearing green basketball gear, sitting on the toilet. What a pair. One was truly hard-headed, the other was truly survivor. Both were doomed lovers, even in death. Not giving this doomed couple a chance, Lin Chen swiftly ended their love life with a knife. Killed. Level 1 zombie experience 5, survival coins 5 killed. Subsequently, a green light orb appeared above their bodies. As expected, lovers produce a crystal together. Lin Chen picked it up for a look. Delayed paralysis pill can temporarily shield the human nervous system and reduce sensitivity of certain organs. What the hell? This even exists. Lin Shan weighed the small box of pills in his hand, glancing once more at the 2 corpses tightly embraced. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Even the apocalypse can't stop a heart that desires to fire, now that is true love. He casually tossed the box of uniquely effective delayed paralysis pills into his backpack, muttering to himself, college students just know how to have fun. I should find an opportunity to study the pharmacology of this thing later. What are you studying? Hearing the noise, Xueqing walked in and caught Lin Chen's muttering. Her face flushed as she was genuinely afraid that one day this guy might whimsically use this on her. That image was simply unimaginable. Business was pressing. The two of them tidied up, briefly abandoning the exploration of other floors, and directly ascended the fire escape. The layout of the second floor was much like the first, with a reading area and a library, but it was also deserted, eerily quiet. Apart from scattered books and debris, there were no signs of a struggle. This eerie calm heightened Lin Chen's vigilance to its peak. Something unusual must be afoot. The two didn't linger, continuing upward, and soon reached the staircase leading to the third floor. A heavy fire door, just like the one on the second floor, blocked their path. However, unlike before, dark red, still coagulating blood was seeping slowly from the crack of this door. The door itself was covered in dents from the impact on the inside. An ominous aura washed over them. It seems the answer lies behind this door. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. He instructed Xueqing to step back a few paces and raise the shotgun thunder in preparation. Instead of pushing the door, Lin Shan sidled up and gathered his strength. His right leg's muscles tensed instantly. He aimed to kick at the door lock with all his might. "Get out here!" Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The heavy fire door was kicked inward violently by his ferocious blow. At the moment the door was dislodged from its frame, several heavy objects flew out, rapidly crashing against the distant bookshelves with a series of dull thuds. Lin Chen stepped inside the third floor, steadying his gaze. What flew out were several mangled human corpses, half-eaten and utterly unrecognizable. They had originally been piled behind the door, now sent flying by Lin Chen's kick. Before he could take in the full scope of the third floor, a piercing sense of danger struck him from the left. There was no sound, no warning. "Be careful!" Xueqing's scream suddenly rang out. Almost instinctively, she trained her gun toward that direction as Lin Chen stepped onto the third floor. Bang! A thunderous gunshot exploded on the quiet third floor of the library. Countless steel pellets infused with immense kinetic energy formed a deadly fan and blasted toward Lin Chen's left side. At the same moment, the gun fired a blurred shadow lunged toward Lin Chen. It was a zombie moving with astonishing speed on all fours. Most of the steel pellets from Xueqing's shot were dodged at an incredible angle, but a few still embedded painfully into the zombie's shoulder and hind leg. The massive impact caused its attack momentum to stall abruptly. It was this brief moment that granted Lin Chen the time to react. He didn't even have time to turn around. His body instinctively twisted to the right, and the snow dragon blade in his hand swept back, tracing a deadly silver arc. Thud! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was crystal clear. The zombie's head was severed cleanly at the neck by the snow dragon blade, soaring into the air. Stinking black blood splattered all over Lin Chen. Kill level 2 elite zombie silencer experience 30, survival coins 30, talent plunder activated. You have successfully plundered agility 1. Lin Chen's agility attribute rose to 39 points. At the same time, a line of cold system data floated before his eyes. Level 2 elite zombie silencer, level 2 physique 25, strength 20, agility 30, spirit 10, skill 1. Silence field passive can absorb and suppress sounds within a 50-meter radius, causing continuous interference to mental probes. Skill 2 silent kill passive reduces sound emitted while moving by 90. So it was this thing causing the trouble. Lin Chen wiped the blood off his blade, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. If it hadn't been for Xueqing's shot, he probably would have been ambushed by this creature. With 30 points of agility combined with its silent trait, it was practically a natural-born assassin. However, the solemn expression on his face did not dissipate. He noticed Xueqing's beautiful brows were still tightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" "The interference hasn't disappeared, just slightly weakened." Xueqing's voice was somewhat hoarse. Lin Chen's heart sank heavily. There were accomplices, and not just one. He immediately put all his focus on guard against the dimly lit bookshelves around them, while quickly surveying the entire environment of the third floor. This was the social science reading area of the library. The few corpses that had been kicked away were dressed differently, but all appeared to be quite young. They were likely students here. From the horrifying state in which they had been devoured, the time of death must have been recent, likely just as the supply crate had refreshed. These elite monsters had spawned here on what should have been the safe third floor of the library. In a corner of the reading area, one could still see a makeshift bed made from numerous books and cushions alongside a pile of ashes left from burnt books. This was a small survivor camp. Judging by the number of makeshift beds, there should have been a dozen or so survivors. Now they all lay as corpses on the ground. And the killers were those silencers lurking in the shadows. The bloodstains on the ground began at the fire door, trailing in a winding path toward the other end of the library. Over there was also a fire escape that allowed access to the upper and lower floors. The enormous noise brought by thunder must have attracted the attention of other silencer zombies. Soon movement could be heard from the fire escape at the other end of the third floor. A rustling sound emerged from the fire escape. 1, 2, 5. A total of 8 silencers appeared before the two. Well, we've poked the rat's nest. Lin Chen stepped forward rather than retreating, shielding Shen Xueqing behind him while making a joke. Shen Xueqing had no time to heed his banter. She was quickly loading ammunition into Thunder, which held only 2 rounds, a rather annoying limitation. Their field effects have stacked, my talent has been nearly completely suppressed, and I can't see anything clearly. She spoke in a low voice, urgency creeping into her tone. Having lost the inside ability that was her human-shaped cheat, all she could rely on now was this heavy recoil shotgun. Perfect timing. Today let's see if this veteran driver can hit the highway without navigation. His aura suddenly shifted. If he had been carrying a hint of cynical jest moments ago, he now resembled a blade drawn from its sheath, radiating lethal sharpness. The 8 silencers did not attack immediately. They displayed remarkable patience, slowly tightening their encirclement, like true hunters searching for the most fatal flaw in their prey. The air felt as though it had solidified. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the 8 zombies. Since you've come, I can't let you leave with empty stomachs. Before his words had fully faded, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Lin Chen exerted force beneath his feet, transforming himself into a bolt that shot towards the 8 silencers. He chose not to clash head-on. Without the precise reporting comparable to a human-like auto-aiming hack provided by Shen Xueqing, facing 8 agile level 30 assassin-type zombies still posed some pressure. But it was only a little pressure. His figure darted swiftly between the dimly lit bookshelves, leaving behind fleeting shadows with his impressive agility of 39. The silencers displayed a level of intelligence starkly different from ordinary zombies, or rather a more powerful entity seemed to be commanding them. They did not chase recklessly. Instead, they quickly dispersed, using rows of tall bookshelves as cover to weave a hunting net. From all directions, they launched coordinated attacks on Lin Chen. Shoo! A sharp claw grazed Lin Chen's lower back, tearing a hole in his tactical jacket, but fortunately, it did not injure his skin. Without looking back, Lin Chen countered with a strike to repel another approaching silencer, his feet never pausing as he darted into the shadows of another row of bookshelves. Trouble. Very troublesome. These creatures not only moved silently but attacked without a sound. Had it not been for his heightened sense of crisis, due to his 34-point mental attribute, that previous attack would not have merely torn his clothing. Lin Chen. 7 o'clock. Shen Xueqing's anxious voice rang out at that moment. Although her insight talent was severely suppressed by the force field, rendering her unable to analyze precise, weak-point data, her vague perception of danger became exceptionally sharp under her heightened mental concentration. Bang! Almost the instant she called out, the massive sound of the Thunder shotgun echoed throughout the enclosed 3rd floor. The tremendous gunfire was dampened significantly by the influence of the silencer field, sounding somewhat muffled, yet the deadly fan of steel pellets still accurately covered the blind spot behind Lin Chen. A silencer preparing to pounce silently from midair was unexpectedly hit by this sudden gunshot. It let out a silent roar, half of its body mangled by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Opportunity. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not even glance at the heavily injured zombie, his body abruptly twisting in the opposite direction, the snow dragon blade slicing through the air towards the distracted silencer caused by the loud noise. The silencer reacted quickly, immediately turning to block. But it underestimated Lin Chen's power. What does a 62-point strength attribute represent? 12 times the strength of an ordinary person. Crack. A crisp sound. The snow dragon blade, in a manner that defied all reason, directly severed the silencer's arms that were raised for blocking, and with unyielding momentum it cut through its knee joints. Thud. The silencer instantly transformed into a human stick, collapsing to the ground and twitching helplessly. Lin Chen did not even glance back, swiftly withdrawing his blade, the entire process fluid and seamless. The talent steel activated. You successfully stole agility 1. The system notification echoed in his mind. Lin Chen felt his body become even lighter, his speed dramatically increasing, allowing him to maneuver through the bookshelves with even greater ease. Well done, boss lady. He still had the leisure to compliment Shen Xueqing. However, the battle situation did not improve as a result. The remaining silencers became even more cunning. They completely abandoned frontal assaults, using the bookshelves for cover, only attacking with their claws from the gaps, as Lin Chen passed by, retreating swiftly if they missed. They were employing this harassment tactic to deplete Lin Chen's stamina and mental energy. Damn it, are we playing guerrilla warfare? Lin Chen cursed, inwardly dodging another treacherous backstab. He suddenly halted, leaning against a tall metal bookshelf, the snow dragon blade held horizontally across his chest in a defensive posture. However, just as he shifted to block another claw attack from the side, an unexpected incident occurred. Clang! The back of the snow dragon blade unintentionally struck heavily against the metal bookshelf behind him. A piercing, high-frequency noise much sharper than the gunshot from before suddenly exploded throughout the entire third floor. In that instant, all the moving, lurking, and preparing silencers froze in place. Their movements were halted for a full half-second. It felt as if a computer running at high speed had its plug suddenly pulled. Although it was only a moment for Lin Chen, that half-second represented the distance between heaven and hell. So that's how it is. Lin Chen's mind sparked with clarity as he instantly understood. The silencer field could absorb and suppress sound, but not all sounds. For this sharp, piercing, and erratic high-frequency physical noise, they not only could not absorb it, but would also be greatly disturbed by it. Their weakness was noise. "Boss lady, cover your ears," Lin Chen shouted loudly, warning Xueqing behind him. In the next second, the tension on his face vanished, replaced by a nearly cruel smile. "Time for some rock and roll, you brats." He no longer dodged or defended. He charged towards the nearest row of metal bookshelves using the snow dragon blade, not for killing. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Chen gripped the snow dragon blade like a frenzied drummer, wildly and chaotically striking every metal object in his sight. Bookshelves, the metal legs of reading tables, the iron door of the fire hydrant. The deafening noise surged like a tidal wave, echoing throughout the entire third floor. The previously cunning wolf-like hunters were now in complete disarray. Under the onslaught of noise, their movements became slow and stiff, with several of them clutching their heads, writhing in pain on the spot, completely losing their combat ability. The identities of hunter and prey had completely reversed in that moment. Time to collect some heads. Lin Chen's figure transformed into the most lethal embodiment of death amidst the cacophony of noise. Swish! The flash of the blade, and the head of a silencer crouching and covering its head flew into the air. Kill a level 2 elite zombie silencer, gain 30 experience, 30 survival coins. Lin Chen's footsteps did not stop. He swiftly countered with another strike, severing the waist of another sluggish silencer. Kill a level 2 elite zombie silencer. Talent Steal activated. You successfully stole Constitution 1. The battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. Lin Chen was even too lazy to search for their vital points. With his 40 agility and 62 strength, each strike was sufficient to inflict fatal damage. The blade flashed and flesh and blood flew. In less than a minute, 6 incomplete corpses already littered the ground. Just as Lin Chen swung his blade at the last silencer, an unexpected change occurred. The silencer seemed to have realized something. It suddenly raised its head and emitted a silent shriek towards the ceiling. It was a mental shock that made Lin Chen's head feel slightly heavy. Immediately after, it turned away from Lin Chen without a glance and bolted towards the fire escape at the other end of the third floor at an unprecedented speed. Its target was upstairs, the rooftop, trying to escape. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, dispatching the enemy before him with a single strike, his eyes glinting with killing intent as he watched the fleeing figure. "Boss lady, follow me," he shouted loudly, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself like a cannonball in pursuit. Xueqing immediately understood, quickly loading ammunition into the Thunder and closely following Lin Chen. The two charged into the blood-scented fire escape, heading straight for the highest point of the library, the rooftop. Inside the fire escape, the steps were stained with dark red drag marks winding upward. With an agility attribute of 40 points, his figure left almost afterimages in the narrow staircase. Xueqing followed closely behind. The attribute boost from her level 5 and the enhancement of the Dark Knight rose set barely, keeping her from falling too far behind. As she ran, she quickly reloaded her thunderclap shotgun. Bang! Lin Chen kicked open the last iron door leading to the rooftop. The glaring sunlight mixed with the fresh air after the rain rushed toward them. The scene on the spacious rooftop was clear at a glance. In the center of the rooftop, a massive dark green metal supply box hovered silently in the air, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. On the other end of the rooftop, the fleeing silencer knelt on the ground in a pitiful posture, prostrating itself. Before it, a figure slowly stood up from the shadows. It was also a silencer, but its size was 2 whole sizes larger than a typical one. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall with thicker limbs, its jet black skin was covered with a layer of hardened shell, and its claws gleamed with a metallic luster. The most chilling aspect was its massive head. There were no facial features, only a smooth, bony mask. When it looked over, Lin Chen and Xueqing both felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. The source suppressing Xueqing's talents has been found. Level 3 Elite Boss Silencer Overlord, Level 3 Constitution, 40 Strength, 35 Agility, 35 Spirit, 25 Skill 1. Absolute Silence passive creates a silence field with a radius of 100 meters, greatly suppressing and distorting sound and spiritual probing within the area. Skill 2 Mental Intimidation active delivers a powerful mental shock. Spirit 2 to all hostile targets within the field. Those with weak will directly fall into chaos or submission. Skill 3, Silent Instant Kill active. Lin Chen's pupils slightly contracted. 25 points of spirit. This was far beyond the scope of survivors at this stage. The Silencer Overlord did not attack immediately. Its faceless mask turned toward Lin Chen, and the next moment a cold, emotionless thought, like a steel needle, pierced directly into Lin Chen and Xueqing's minds. Submit. Or. It wasn't a voice, but pure mental communication. Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. This was the first time he encountered a zombie capable of clear logical communication. This was no longer just a monster, but an intelligent enemy. Before Lin Chen could respond, the Silencer Overlord seemed intent on demonstrating its authority and power. It slowly raised one claw. With a gentle swipe towards the kneeling silencer that had just escaped, there was no sound. The head of the level 2 elite zombie exploded like a watermelon crushed by an invisible hand, instantly bursting into a cloud of black mist. Instant kill. After doing this, the Silencer Overlord's thought descended again, carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. Submit. Boom. A terrifying mental pressure surged toward the two, like a flood breaking through a dam. Xueqing let out a muffled groan, her face instantly turning as pale as paper, her body swaying unsteadily, nearly dropping her thunderclap. Her spirit attribute was only 16 points, unable to withstand this level of mental shock. However, this pressure struck Lin Chen as if it had hit a reef. With Lin Chen's high spirit attribute of 34 points, he found it relatively easy to resist. He only felt a slight heaviness in his head before quickly regaining clarity. Submit to your mother. Lin Chen grinned, responding with action. The blade of the snow dragon knife pointed directly at the Silencer Overlord. Roar. The Silencer Overlord seemed taken aback that its mental intimidation was ineffective, and it became utterly enraged. A silent roar exploded on the mental plane. Its figure instantly vanished from the spot. So fast. Lin Chen's danger sense went into overdrive. He didn't even have time to think before his body instinctively rolled to the left. Shoo! A dark shadow brushed past his back, leaving 5 deep claw marks on the concrete where he had just stood. Missing its strike, the Silencer Overlord's figure blended back into the shadows, moving at a speed that was dazzling. Lin Chen found himself in an unprecedented struggle. Without Xueqing's inside assistance, facing a boss with agility on par with his own and the ability to disrupt mentally, he was completely at a disadvantage. Lin Chen, don't compete with its speed. Its force field has issues. Xueqing gritted her teeth against the headache, shouting urgently. She abandoned the futile search for weaknesses and focused all her energy on something else. She raised her thunderclap shotgun, aiming at a massive air conditioning unit nearby. Bang! The enormous gunshot rang out. Countless steel balls pounded against the metal casing, producing a harsh, distorted noise. The tactic used against the silencer before. Sure enough, at the moment the noise erupted, the Silencer Overlord's rapidly moving figure showed a moment of stagnation. Its absolute silence force field experienced severe fluctuations under the sharp, physical noise impact. Useful. Xueqing's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, she reloaded and fired again at the metal railing on the other side of the rooftop. Bang! Clang! The sounds of gunfire and metal clashing intertwined, forming a savage symphony of death. The Silencer Overlord was completely enraged by this noise. It abandoned Lin Chen and suddenly turned toward Xueqing, ready to deal with this annoying drummer first. Your opponent is me. Lin Chen seized the opportunity and activated Furious Charge. His body transformed into a crimson afterimage, not charging toward the Overlord, but towards a lightning rod beside it, slashing down hard with the snow dragon knife. Clang! An even sharper, higher frequency noise exploded close to the Overlord's ears. Roar! The Overlord's movements completely froze, and it painfully covered its smooth head. Now's the time. Xueqing's insight talent captured a fleeting opportunity in the moment of the force field's fluctuation. She shouted with all her might. Its chest. Under the third rib on the left side. There's an energy core pulsing. Got it. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He slid past the Overlord's side, thrusting a knife toward its thigh joint as a feint. The Overlord instinctively swiped its claw to block. Clang! The knife and claw clashed. At that moment, a heavenly sound echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Talent Steel activated. You successfully stole agility too. Speed increased a bit more. This slight speed advantage became the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a twist of his wrist, the snow dragon knife slid past the edge of the Overlord's blocking claw at an incredible angle, accurately stabbing towards the position Xueqing indicated. Puff! The blade sank into flesh. It felt like a red-hot knife cutting through butter. The entire blade of the snow dragon knife smoothly penetrated the Silencer Overlord's chest. Woo! The Silencer Overlord did not make any sound, but a devastating mental shockwave erupted centered around its body. Lin Chen was at the forefront, feeling as if his head had been violently smashed by an invisible giant hammer. He saw darkness before his eyes, his body flung away like a kite with a broken string by this violent force. A headache. It felt as if 1,000 bees were having a party in his head, complete with a heavy bass. Lin Chen's consciousness struggled to surface from the chaotic darkness. He forced his eyes open, and it took half a second for his vision to refocus. The first thing that came into view was a familiar black lace under which a breathtakingly full curve was outlined. This scenery seems familiar. A soft sensation came from the back of his head, and a faint pleasant fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Lin Chen blinked and finally reacted. He was resting on Xueqing's lap. The view he had just seen was inadvertently revealed as she leaned down to check on him, exposing a glimpse of her beauty. "Are you awake?" A cool voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness and deep concern rang out above him. Seeing him open his eyes, Xueqing's beautiful eyes, which had been tense, instantly filled with a sense of relief and joy. "Boss lady." Lin Chen opened his mouth, his voice dry. He tried to sit up, but felt his whole body was sore and soft with a buzzing still ringing in his head. "Don't move." Xueqing quickly pressed down on his shoulder, her tone firm and unyielding. "You were stunned by the mental shock from that thing. Just lie still." Lin Chen complied and lay back down. His head still throbbed, but it didn't stop him from joking. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Boss lady, am I dead and in heaven? I didn't expect the reception angel in heaven to be so beautiful." Xueqing's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. She instinctively covered her collar, glaring at him with a mix of shyness and anger. "What nonsense are you talking about at a time like this?" Her eyes turned slightly red, and her voice even carried a hint of tears. "Do you know you almost died just now, eh?" Looking at her like this, Lin Chen's smile faded slightly. Just now the boss' final strike had overwhelmed even his high spiritual power. But fortunately he had withstood all the damage. On the rooftop, the corpse of the silent master lay not far away, a massive blood hole in its chest surrounded by chaos. "Did you do this?" Lin Chen asked in surprise. "Otherwise, do you think anyone else is here?" He looked around, and indeed it was just as it was before he fainted. Xueqing had been waiting by his side while he was unconscious, though he didn't know for how long. He reached out and gently patted her hand resting on his shoulder. "See, everything is fine now." "But..." Lin Chen's tone shifted, returning to a playful manner as he mischievously scrutinized her from top to bottom. "Boss lady, this time it's your turn to be on top. How does it feel? You get lost." Xueqing spat angrily, yet she couldn't bring herself to truly push him off her lap. Lin Chen chuckled, no longer teasing her. In the distance, the glowing orbs from the boss defeat still floated in midair. The supply box remained unopened. It seemed that after seeing him injured, Xueqing had defeated the boss using thunderous roar and hadn't left his side since. Lin Chen felt deeply moved. "I received the kill confirmation for the BOSS. I'm level 6 now. This should have been yours," Xueqing said hesitantly. "What's yours and mine? You're all mine now. Giving you the experience is the same." Lin Chen sat up, stretching his limbs, and looked at the corpse of the silent master. "Now let's see what good loot the boss has given us." Several glowing orbs floated above the silent master's body in purple, blue, green, and white. They looked quite abundant. Lin Chen walked over and reached out to touch them. Acquired epic material silent core, a crystal containing immense spiritual and spatial power, is a core material for constructing certain special equipment and items. Acquired blue rare equipment, masked glasses, attributes Spirit 8, Constitution 3, special effect, the mask slightly alters the wearer's facial contours and aura, making it undetectable by non-special investigation skills. Acquired blue rare equipment, resistance ring, attributes Spirit 8, Agility 3, special effect, resistance slightly reduces damage from spiritual attacks. Acquired Cola 335 ml 24. He ignored the green and white supplies. Lin Chen directly put on the masked glasses, as surprisingly with the glasses on he instantly looked more refined, exuding a scholar-like aura. The glasses fit perfectly to his face, and from the outside one could only see his features becoming a bit blurred, adding a touch of mystery. Unfortunately, paired with that lewd expression, he seemed like a refined scoundrel. He decided to give the glasses to Xueqing just right to enhance her spiritual power and constitution. This way she could endure a bit longer next time. As for the ring, even though the spirit boost was significant, it should theoretically go to Xueqing, but the existence of the resistance special effect made Lin Chen keep it for himself. Although it was a slight effect, just now the silent master's attack had overwhelmed even his higher Thambus spiritual attribute. He guessed that the boss skill had layers. If he didn't survive, they both would be in danger. If there were any other monsters nearby, even a single silencer, they would have both perished here today. Equipping the ring Spirit 8. His spiritual power rose to a new level, making the entire world seem incredibly clear, even allowing him to vaguely see the floating dust in the air. Name Lin Chen level 6, 33 constitution, 48 strength, 62 agility, 46 spirit, 43 stamina, 34 talent, plunder skills, frenzied charge, hardened skin, incomplete, sunlight adaptation, passive weapon, snow dragon blade, equipment, laborers, gloves, Adidas King, running, shoes, masked glasses, resistance, ring, survival coins, 22229 backpack, 90 cubic, done. Let's go, boss lady, time to open the box and check the goods. The two walked up to the supply box, which was as tall as a person. Ding. Silent Master has been defeated, guardian privileges lifted. Basic supply box now. 2. Opening. With a light, crack, the metal box split open from the middle, slowly unfolding to the sides. Brilliant light erupted from within, almost blinding. Area announcement, basic supply box now. 2. Has been opened. Area announcement, basic supply box now. 2. Has been opened. Area. Ignoring the system's notification sound, the two eagerly looked towards the center of the box. As the light faded, 15 glowing orbs quietly floated in the center of the box. The orb in the very center sparkled with golden light. Golden legend. A region announcement, primary supply box no. 2. Has been opened. What the hell? The no. 2 box is gone. How long has it been since then? Is it cheating? I've calculated from the 5-minute countdown until now it's been 41 minutes. It must be that anonymous big shot. My goodness, what kind of deity is this? I need a big shot. Big shot, I have a lowly voice, I can go yee. Don't be a fool, that big shot is clearly a lone wolf, decisive in killing. If you approach, you're just a dish on the table. The face of the crazy dragon gang has been swollen. They just made a harsh statement and the opponent's spoils are already in hand. In the channel, whales, shock, envy, and speculation intertwined in various emotions. The most eye-catching, of course, was the leader of the crazy dragon gang, Xuebiao. Xuebiao, sneaky little rats. Have the guts to reveal your names. Those who don't want to die hand over the supplies from the supply box. As for the remaining 2 supply boxes, I, Xuebiao, declare today that anyone who dares to touch them will face the wrath of the crazy dragon gang. His furious declaration only earned a few scattered jeers. Give it up, the other party has even killed the Lord, why would they care about a crazy dragon gang? Exactly, making threats from half a city away is laughable. Lin Chen glanced at it and turned off the channel. The impotent rage of a clown was far less important than the tangible treasure before him. He rubbed his hands together and reached for the most dazzling golden light. Readers who have played games know what this golden light represents. It is a color that can change the game's dynamics. Xueqing's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock and surprise. The moment his fingertips touched it, the light burst open, transforming into an ancient parchment scroll, falling into his hands. Lines of golden text floated in his mind. Acquired portable safe house construction blueprint, golden legend effect, consumes 1 Xiangyang survival coins and specified materials to build an initial area of 50 square meters of portable safe house. Safe house features 1. Absolute defense, can withstand any attack at the current stage. 2. Space folding, can be stored in the backpack at any time, but must clear out non-bound personnel inside. 3. Energy core, comes with a primary energy core capable of self-repairing energy, providing basic lighting and power internally. 4. Upgradable, the safe house can be expanded and upgraded in function by consuming materials and survival coins. Required materials: silence core X1, high strength alloy X50 units, energy crystals X20 units. Damn. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse, his eyes wide as saucers. This is a mobile, invincible fortress. What is most important in the apocalypse? It's not food nor weapons, but safety. A place where you can sleep soundly. No one wants to die unexpectedly in their sleep. And this safe house perfectly meets all fantasies. Absolute defense. And it can be carried around. I hit the jackpot. This time I really hit the jackpot. Lin Chen was so excited, he almost jumped up. He looked at the materials list. Silence core X1, just obtained and fresh. As for high-strength alloy and energy crystals, although he didn't have them now, Lin Chen immediately had a direction. Industrial University. There must be no shortage of various metal materials there. And various advanced laboratories in the university might even have energy crystals. Boss lady, we have a house now. Lin Shan waved the blueprint in front of Xueqing, grinning ear to ear, fully furnished with invincible defense, ready to move in. Xueqing was also stunned by the powerful attributes of this equipment, quickly calming down and pointing at the other light clusters. Quick, check the others. Lin Chen nodded, suppressing his excitement, and reached out toward the few equally enticing purple lights. The first purple light he grabbed turned into a card flashing with electric arcs. Acquired weapon advancement card, melee purple epic effect, can designate 1 blue quality or below equipment to upgrade its quality by 1 major tier. There is an extremely low chance that during the advancement the weapon will gain a brand new unique effect. Note, this card is the only output in this area. Lin Chen's gaze instantly fell on the snow dragon knife in his hand. His heart began to race. The blue quality Snow Dragon knife already granted him overwhelming power. If it advanced to Purple Epic, how strong would it become? And that extremely low chance unique effect was even more enticing. Good stuff. He resisted the urge to use it immediately and looked at the second purple light cluster. The light faded, revealing a blood-colored crystal the size of a baby's fist pulsating slowly like a heart. Acquired life source crystal purple epic effect after use permanently increased 10 points of physique, 10 points of stamina, and gain the passive skill basic regeneration. Basic regeneration slowly restores minor injuries to the body. Another premium item. Permanently increases 20 points of core survival attributes, plus a recovery type passive. You should use it quickly. Xueqing urged Lin Chen to use the life source crystal without thinking after seeing it. Lin Chen immediately pressed the life source crystal against his chest without hesitation. The crystal melted instantly, transforming into a warm and powerful life energy, washing over his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that his muscles, bones, and even every cell were rejoicing, becoming tougher and filled with explosive power. Physique 48-58, stamina 34-44. Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him unprecedentedly strong. With this boost, ordinary zombies, which were already not much of a threat, were now as easy to cut down as chopping vegetables. Next came the third purple light cluster, a uniquely shaped dagger. Acquired Guardian Dagger, purple epic quality, purple epic strength 10, agility 10 effect, passive wind walk, increases the wearer's movement speed by 10. Another premium weapon, lightweight and compact, very suitable for girls to use. Lin Chen directly handed it to Xueqing. You carry this for self-defense, it's faster than Thunderbolt, which is too inconvenient. Xueqing took the dagger, feeling its coldness, a sense of power coursing from her arm. She shot Lin Chen a glance, but couldn't help but smile. This man still knows how to care for others. The remaining two blue light clusters revealed two vests. Pure Vest male physique 5. Pure Vest female physique 5. Pure. Lin Chen looked at the item name, then meaningfully glanced at Xueqing, grinning. Boss lady, is the system hinting at us? Unfortunately, we are already impure. Talkative. Xueqing's cheeks flushed as she snatched the female vest and equipped it directly. Lin Chen also equipped the male version, further increasing his physique. As for the last few white light clusters, they contained basic supplies such as compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and mineral water. Lin Chen even dug out a pack of toilet paper. This is the real hard currency. Lin Chen sighed as he stored the toilet paper. After tallying up all their gains, both were quite satisfied. The harvest from this supply box could be said to be a leap to the sky. Lin Chen opened his attribute panel, looking at the splendid data, his confidence swelling like never before. Name: Lin Chen, level 6, 3300, physique 63, strength 62, agility 46, spirit 51, stamina 44, talent theft, skills rage, charge, hardened skin, incomplete, sunlight adaptation, passive basic regeneration, passive weapon Snow Dragon knife, equipment laborers, gloves, Xiangyang, running shoes, resistance bracelet, pure vest, survival coins 2229, backpack 90 cubic meters. At this moment, Xueqing also reached level 6, equipped with Thunderbolt, Guardian Dagger, mask, glasses, shooting bracers, pure vest. Her attributes had also significantly increased, and now she could easily handle several ordinary zombies on her own. Lin Chen's gaze finally landed on the new equipment, the mask, glasses on her face. The black, thin-rimmed frames accentuated her already fair skin, and beneath the lenses her eyes, which were always cold and somewhat guarded, seemed to carry a hint of scholarly charm. These glasses are nice, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Xueqing instinctively adjusted the frames, feeling a bit unaccustomed. What's wrong? This face is too eye-catching. You have to know, in the apocalypse, being beautiful itself is a sin. And for someone like Xueqing, it is undoubtedly a death-level crime. Although the glasses wouldn't have any effect on zombies, the most dangerous things in the apocalypse aren't necessarily zombies and all kinds of strange monsters. The most dangerous might be one's own kind. He couldn't be with her all the time, and these glasses could conceal her beauty, blocking most of the malicious gazes. They were undoubtedly an excellent talisman. On the other hand, wearing glasses also added a bit of small flair at times. Purity and desire, two completely opposite qualities, formed a deadly contradiction within her. Boss lady, are you ready to witness a miracle? Lin Chen raised the Snow Dragon knife and the weapon advancement card in his hand. He no longer hesitated. Use. The card transformed into a purple stream of light, instantly surging into the blade of the Snow Dragon knife. Buzz. The Snow Dragon knife emitted a clear dragon's roar, flying out of his hand and hovering in midair. Dazzling purple light burst forth from within the blade, rendering the entire sword as perfect as a piece of purple crystal. Mysterious and ancient golden patterns began to appear on the originally white blade, moving and spreading like a living creature. The shape of the blade, crossguard, and edge. The entire knife underwent earth-shattering changes. An aura of sharpness and dominance far beyond before surged into the sky. Xueqing was even forced to take 2 steps back by this aura, her face filled with horror. Just then a cold system prompt echoed loudly in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Advancement successful. Extremely low probability event has been triggered. Unique effect generation in progress. Ding. The unique effect has been generated. Congratulations survivors, the Snow Dragon Blade has successfully advanced to the epic weapon Purple Gold Dragon Soul. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The Snow Dragon Blade hovering in midair retracted its purple light and slowly fell into Lin Chen's hands. The blade felt slightly heavy, yet its touch was smooth as jade containing explosive power. The entire shape of the sword underwent a dramatic transformation. The blade lengthened and widened its lines, becoming even more fluid and domineering. On the originally snow-white blade, a vivid purple-gold dragon pattern coiled, stretching from the hilt to the tip, its mouth agape, as if ready to emit a thunderous roar at any moment. The hilt was intricately carved into the shape of a dragon's head, with 2 grain-sized rubies embedded in the dragon's eyes, radiating an eerie glow. This was no longer just a sword, it was practically a work of art. Lin Chen eagerly opened its attributes. Name: Purple Gold Dragon Soul. Quality: Purple. Epic. Unique attributes: Strength 20, Constitution 15, Agility 15, Spirit 10. Effect: 1 Dragon Souls. Might. Passive: deals extra damage and intimidation to enemies with lower combat power than yours. Effect 2, Armor Break. Passive: ignores 20 of the target's physical defense when attacking. Hiss. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in amazement at these monstrous attributes. The main attributes were maxed out, with 2 passive effects, one for clearing the clutter and the other a powerful weapon, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings when facing high defense, high constitution units. Is this the combat power? What the hell does this even mean? Forget it, I won't dwell on it now, I will delve deeper later. Boss lady, we are really taking off now. Lin Shan caressed the cold blade, feeling the thrill that resonated with his spirit, a smile spreading across his face comparable to a zombie. Xueqing stood nearby. Although she couldn't see the specific attributes, the sharp aura emanating from the blade made it clear to her that the sword had evolved to an unfathomable level. She watched Lin Chen suppressing his ecstasy, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This man had grown stronger again in a way that was incomprehensible, a leap in power. Stop grinning like an idiot, check the regional channel, it must be buzzing. Xueqing adjusted her glasses and reminded him. Lin Chen chuckled, equipped the Purple Gold Dragon Soul, and opened his attribute panel again. Name: Lin Chen. Level 6, 3300. Constitution 75, 12153. Strength 70, 71520. Agility 61. Spirit 61. Endurance 44. Talent: Theft. Skills: Frenzied Charge, Hardened Skin, Incomplete, Sunlight Adaptation. Passive: Basic Regeneration. Passive weapon: Purple Gold Dragon Soul. Gear: Laborers Gloves, Adidas King Running Shoes, Resistance Bracelet. Pure Vest. Survival Coins 22229. Backpack 90 cubic meters. Except for the endurance attribute, all other attributes have surpassed 60, with Constitution and Strength exceeding 70. It should be noted that Xueqing, also at level 6, had just barely broken through 10 points in her attributes. With her gear enhancements, she had just reached around 20 points. If other survivors did not have Lin Chen's talent for stealing attributes or other talents and items that enhance attributes, Lin Chen was confident he could become a numerical monster. Right now he felt he could take down a cow with a single punch, and it would be one with horns. Satisfied, he opened the regional channel. As expected, it had turned into complete chaos. The residual impact of the regional announcement was still present, and the entire channel was buzzing about the newly opened supply box number 2. Anonymous big guy is incredible, voice cracking. This speed is insane. Did he also take down a lord in the process? I just ran out from near the Hygiene Academy. Let me tell you, the plaza is like hell, full of zombies, and there are those agile zombies on all fours. My squad lost 3 brothers on the first encounter. The big guy was actually able to cut through there. Is there a possibility that the big guy didn't go through the front door, but flew straight to the rooftop? The upstairs imagination is wild. Ooh, just write it down. What good does it do to say this now? There are still 2 supply boxes. Brothers, anyone want to team up? Fortune favors the bold. Let's go. Team 1, we're almost there, bring some strong men. Let's go together and share the spoils at the university. Amid the chaos, the most eye-catching was still the leader of the crazy dragon gang, Xuebiao. Xuebiao Industrial University, right? Very well. Everyone from my crazy dragon gang is already on the way. That anonymous dog hiding and revealing himself, and you bunch of garbage wanting to pick up the scraps, listen up. The supply box belongs to my crazy dragon gang. Whoever dares to reach for it, I will chop them up. This time the response was no longer mockery, but a deathly silence. Clearly having been robbed of the first prize, Xuebiao had completely gone mad. His threats carried significant weight for those scattered survivors. But for Lin Chen, they were meaningless. He closed the interface. Boss lady, let's go. We continue to open boxes. Lin Chen twirled the purple gold dragon soul in his hand satisfied, and called to Xueqing as he headed downstairs. Lin Chen, you. Wait a minute. Xueqing's voice trembled slightly, and her expression was not good. Lin Chen was taken aback, then grinned, and leaned closer, lowering his voice. What's wrong? Were you mesmerized by my heroic stance just now? Are you so moved that you want to pledge yourself to me right now? What? Look below. Below. Lin Chen, confused, glanced down at her slender legs. You didn't wear black stockings today. Oh, what's there to see? Could it be curries? You. Xueqing's cheeks flushed, instantly embarrassed, and angry, shoved him away. What time is it to still be joking? Look downstairs. Lin Chen casually walked to the edge of the rooftop and carelessly peered down. The next second, the smile on his face froze. Good heavens, the entire library was surrounded by a dense mass of zombies. Without needing to think, Lin Chen knew who was to blame. Thunderous shotgun. Everything else was acceptable, but the noise was truly thunderous, practically a super-penetrating arrow among the horde of zombies. Goodness. Downstairs in the library, an ominous tide of corpses had gathered at some unknown time. A rough glance suggested there were at least 1,000. Lin Chen also saw the black silk zombies he had been thinking about. There were quite a few of them. However, they surrounded the entire library like sharks, smelling blood, blocking every exit, stretching out their decaying arms, hissing and roaring as they violently slammed against the first-floor door. Boss lady, your voice is really loud, Lin Chen remarked seriously after smacking his lips. Off. Xueqing was taken aback and didn't react. I mean, with one shot you've called all the single zombies in the school out for a blind date, Lin Chen grinned. You. Xueqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger as she pushed him. What are you talking about at a time like this? We're surrounded. What do we do? Her voice trembled slightly, a quiver she didn't even notice. Even though she had reached level 6 and had personally killed quite a few zombies, the terrifying sight of the black tide below still sent chills down her spine. It wasn't dozens or hundreds, it was thousands. A single spit from each person could drown them. What do we do? Lin Chen put away his joking demeanor, turned around, and looked at the tide of corpses below again, his gaze as calm as a deep pool. He extended a finger. First, remove the word we. We-oi. Xueqing was even more confused. No, Lin Chen slowly shook his head, a proud smile, curving his lips as he pointed to himself. It's me. I will kill through them all. The moment his words fell, he had already vaulted over the rooftop railing. Lin Chen. Xueqing exclaimed in shock, rushing to the edge of the rooftop, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. This was the 3rd floor. A sound of heavy impact echoed as something fell and shattered bones. But it wasn't Lin Chen. As Lin Chen descended to the 2nd floor window ledge, he lightly tapped his toes against the wall, absorbing most of the force, then slammed his feet hard onto the fire door that had just hit the ground. The zombie beneath the iron door had its head crushed into its chest, or simply torn from its body. Roar! The nearest zombie discovered this fresh blood meal and lunged forward, roaring. Lin Chen didn't even look. Boss lady, watch closely, he shouted to the rooftop without turning his head. I'm about to start mowing the grass. Xueqing on the rooftop nervously gripped the thunderclap in her hands, her eyes fixed below. In the next second, a dazzling purple-golden light suddenly lit up in the center of that darkness. Buzz. A sound like the roar of a dragon from ancient times reverberated through the sky. A magnificent purple-golden long knife appeared in Lin Chen's hand. A phantom dragon coiled around the long knife, letting out a silent roar. Dragon soul's might. That terrifying pressure emanating from a higher being spread like a tangible shockwave in all directions. The previously frenzied tide of corpses suddenly came to a bizarre halt. All the level 1 zombies became slow and rigid. This was the passive effect of the new weapon. It inflicted additional damage and intimidation to enemies with lower combat power. And for Lin Chen, everyone present was nothing but trash. Die! Lin Chen shouted, unleashing his 77 points of strength through purple gold dragon soul. He didn't even use any fancy techniques, just the simplest and most direct horizontal sweep. Swoosh. The purple golden blade light flashed before him like a crescent moon of death. He encountered no obstacles whatsoever. In the fan-shaped area before him, 7 or 8 zombies, whether heads, arms, or torsos, all snapped apart like cut tofu upon contact with the blade light. The foul-smelling blood and shredded flesh exploded into a mist of crimson in the sky. The power of a single strike was terrifying. Kill level 1 zombie, experience 5 survival coins, 5 kill level 1 zombie, experience 5 survival coins, 5 talent plunder activated. You successfully plundered pink panties, X1. Talent plunder activated. You successfully plundered broken black stockings, X1. A continuous stream of system prompts flooded Lin Chen's mind. Without even looking, his 61 points of agility allowed him to become a ghostly figure weaving through the horde. The zombie's claws couldn't even brush against the hem of his clothes. Xueqing on the rooftop was completely stunned. He wasn't fighting. He was slaughtering. A one-sided, utterly merciless massacre. Lin Chen's figure left behind trails among the corpses, each flash of the purple-golden blade clearing a swath of space. Armor break effect rendered the proud hard skin of the occasionally appearing level 2 defensive zombies utterly meaningless. Swoosh. Another strike severed a zombie's head. Kill level 1 zombie experience, 5 survival coins, 5 talent plunder activated. You successfully plundered agility 1. Agility 6162, it's here. He had completely gone insane with killing. From the library entrance, he forcefully carved a bloody path paved with corpses and shredded flesh toward the main road leading out of the campus. Xueqing stood on the rooftop, her initial shock and worry gradually transforming into awe, and finally only a sense of helpless amusement remained. She realized that all her previous concerns seemed so ridiculous. She even felt that what she should consider now wasn't worrying about him, but how to help him clean up the battlefield later. Thinking of this, she silently raised her thunderclap. Although she couldn't be of much help, clearing out those trying to sneak around and block the library entrance was still more than enough. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the heads of the 5 or 6 zombies attempting to regroup from behind the library entrance exploded, injuring several others nearby. She also contributed to this mowing the grass operation in her own way. 20 minutes later, when Lin Chen cleaved through the last zombie blocking his path, he halted. Behind him lay a 100-meter-long death square. Piles of severed limbs and broken bodies covered the entire open space in front of the library. Lin Chen stood in the center of the square, holding purple gold dragon soul, the tip of the blade angled toward the ground, the purple golden dragon pattern shimmering in the sunlight. Breathing lightly, he turned his head and looked at the small figure on the library rooftop, grinning widely to reveal his white teeth, and stylishly flashed a V sign. Xueqing watched the figure bathed in sunlight and blood, gazing at his iconic radiant smile, and for some reason her cheeks felt a bit hot. She adjusted her fake glasses on her nose, lightly huffed, and turned her head away, but the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Lin Chen sheathed the long knife and quickly reviewed his gains. In this wave he had killed over 1,000 zombies, directly leveling up twice to level 8, and earned over 6,000 survival coins. Through plunder he also gained 1 point in agility and 1 point in constitution. It seemed that the greater the level gap, the more it affected the activation probability of his talents. Lin Chen's system, can you be humane? Over 1,000 heads, and you only give me 2 points. Is that reasonable? System, don't blame me for your bad luck. And what about those dozens of black stockings? Isn't that your favorite? Lin Chen, forget it. Small gains add up. As for the supplies, they were countless. Not counting the glowing orbs on the ground, he had plundered dozens of items. But what were they? Pink panties, a pair of socks that hadn't been washed for a week, broken black stockings, torn white stockings, men's ripped shoes. Lin Chen looked at the pile of strange items in the system backpack, such as pink panties, shredded black stockings, and socks not washed for a week, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This talent, does it imply some strange obsession? He mumbled, tossing all the bizarre items from his backpack out. Out of sight, out of mind. He and Xueqing began to quickly clean up the battlefield. Thousands of light orbs dropped by the zombies covered the entire square, creating a spectacular scene. It took the two of them a few minutes to collect all the light orbs. Most of them were basic supplies like bread, bottled water, and compressed biscuits, all of which went into Xueqing's backpack. In addition, they also found 2 pieces of green quality equipment. One was a pair of pure white shoes, very trendy. Agile white shoes, green quality, requirement female, agility 3. The other was a wooden hairpin with an ancient design. Feminist hairpin, green quality, requirement female, spirit 2. Lin Chen looked at the name of the hairpin with a strange expression. What a mess this is. He casually tossed both pieces of equipment to Xueqing. Xueqing took the items and murmured softly when she saw the hairpin's name. The name is quite odd. Nevertheless, she quickly put on the shoes and styled her long hair into a bun with the hairpin, revealing her fair and slender neck. Do I look good? She asked somewhat awkwardly. Not bad, you look much more spirited. Lin Chen nodded, but his gaze swept across her graceful neck. Xueqing felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and hurriedly urged, We've collected everything in my backpack, is almost full. With thousands of supplies dropped by the zombies, even if they are just basic supplies, the quantity is enormous. Her 89 cubic backpack space is indeed quite limited. It's a small matter. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. He directly opened the trading function and transferred 200 survival coins to Xueqing. Ding! Received 200 survival coins from Lin Chen. Xueqing stared at her suddenly inflated balance, momentarily stunned. You? Stop with the you and me, hurry and upgrade your backpack to level 6, 160 cubic, that should be enough, Lin Chen urged. Xueqing bit her lip, a complex emotion surging within her. This man spends money as if it were paper. Yet the feeling of being trusted and cared for so unreservedly warmed her heart. She said no more and quickly spent 2,000 survival coins to upgrade her backpack space to level 6. Looking at the spacious storage space that had opened up, she felt a sense of unreality. Let's go, don't waste any more time, let's head to the next place to collect supplies. The Industrial University is only 2 blocks away from the Hygiene College. After upgrading to level 6 and equipping new gear, Xueqing's attributes also received a significant boost. Most importantly, her mental power, bolstered by the hairpin, had already surpassed 20 points. The effect of the insight talent had become even more powerful. Turn left at the intersection ahead. There are 3 isolated ones. At the window on the 3rd floor of that teaching building ahead, there are 2 exposed zombies. We'll go around from the back of the building. There are over 10 in the right alley. Don't go there. Under Xueqing's precise guidance, which could be called human navigation, the 2 of them encountered almost no unnecessary battles and swiftly traversed the alleys of the district. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the tall walls of the Industrial University. As soon as they approached, a thunderous roar erupted from inside the wall, mixed with dense gunfire and explosions. The sounds were violent and dense, indicating that the zombies were not just wandering mindlessly. A battle has broken out inside. Lin Chen's eye shifted. And it sounds quite intense. There are likely many people involved. Zombies are mostly quiet and less stimulated. They only roar when they spot a target. Such a massive roar can only indicate one thing: the entire zombie tide at the Industrial University has been activated. I'll go take a look, Lin Shan said to Xueqing, taking a few steps back, then suddenly sprinting forward. With a powerful push, he leaped up effortlessly and crouched on the wall to look inside. After just one glance, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Good heavens, a 3-way battle. This is high-level play. Inside the vast campus of the Industrial University, the black tide of zombies surged like a flood that had broken its dam, divided into 3 main parts, and was engaged in a frenzied battle with 3 different factions. The first battlefield was at the school's main entrance. A team of about 40 or 50 people was forming a standard defensive formation, steadily pushing inward. At the forefront of the team were a dozen sturdy men wielding half-height blast shields, forming an iron defense line. Between the gaps of the shields, long guns and knives continuously stabbed out, reaping the approaching zombies. Behind them, others wielded crossbows and air guns for range suppression. This group was clad in unified black combat uniforms, moving in an orderly fashion, cooperating seamlessly. This was clearly the official armed forces capable of such discipline and order. Lin Chen speculated that this was likely the Mad Dragon Gang that had been boasting in the regional channel. The second battlefield was concentrated near the school cafeteria. Another group had built a defensible position using the cafeteria's sturdy door and barred windows. It was hard to see their numbers, but they continuously harvested zombies through various gaps. Occasionally, Molotov cocktails were thrown from the second-floor windows of the cafeteria into the zombie horde below, exploding into bursts of flame. Their equipment was varied, but their combat effectiveness was not to be underestimated. The last and most chaotic battlefield was around the gymnasium, where the supply box was located. At this time, the gymnasium was surrounded by an uncountable number of zombies. 7 or 8 survivor teams that looked hastily assembled were struggling at the gym's entrance against the tide of zombies, trying to carve out a bloody path. But they were soon overwhelmed by the endless horde, with many falling and becoming food for the zombies. Clearly, they aimed to snatch the supply box from the scattered players, but their strength was lacking. Lin Chen watched the chaotic scene of the 3-way brawl and the surging zombie tide, and his smile grew increasingly brilliant. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now both the mantis and the cicada have entered the arena. It's time for him, the oriole, to find the best spot and prepare to enjoy the show. The 3-way battle: official troops and rogue players. Lin Chen crouched on the wall, stroking his chin, a mischievous smile growing on his face. This Industrial University has turned into a meat grinder. What should we do? Should we charge in directly? A voice came from below the wall. It was Xueqing, already equipped with ammunition for the thunderstrike, ready for battle. Charge in. No, no, no. Lin Chen nimbly jumped down from the wall and shook his finger. The 2 groups at the front are fiercely engaged, clearly tough opponents. If we go there now, we will only be seen as third-party forces under fire. And those rogue players, they are even more pathetic, a bunch of rabble bound to be drowned by the tide of corpses sooner or later. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the massive gymnasium in the distance. Our target is only the supply crate. Let them clear the small monsters for us, and we can go straight to find the boss. Come on, let's plan a route to the gym that avoids the main battlefield. Hearing this, Xueqing climbed up the wall with Lin Chen's help and began surveying the entire school. The gym is located in the northwest corner of the school. To get there from here, we need to pass through 2 experimental buildings and a small forest the density of zombies over there is the lowest. Let's go. Lin Chen wasted no time, leading Xueqing as they moved quickly along the shadows of the wall like leopards in the night. Under Xueqing's almost perceptive guidance, the two perfectly avoided wandering groups of zombies. Occasionally, a few lone zombies would block their path. Before they could let out a roar, Lin Chen's purple gold dragon soul had already swept across their necks. Talent Steal activated. You have obtained Tattered White Lab Coat X1. Talent Steal activated. You have obtained Greasy Glasses X1. Lin Chen expressionlessly discarded all these worthless items. 5 minutes later, the two successfully reached the side rear of the gym. It was indeed much quieter here than at the front, with only a few zombies wandering aimlessly. However, just as Lin Chen was about to find an entrance, Xueqing suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait, look over there. Lin Chen followed her pointing direction. In front of an inconspicuous fire exit of the gym, a man in a gray hoodie was crouching there, sneakily fiddling with a lock with a piece of wire. He moved very skillfully, obviously an old hand. But that wasn't the main point. The key issue was that less than 3 meters away from him, 2 zombies were ambling by, completely oblivious to his presence. Lin Chen's brows instantly furrowed. What's going on? Invisibility skill? Or some item that can mask his presence? Xueqing also wore a look of disbelief and whispered, "My insight can't lock onto him either. I can only see a vague human outline. His presence is extremely low. If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I would have almost overlooked him." This was definitely a survivor with special abilities. Just as the two were filled with suspicion, they heard a soft click, and the man actually managed to unlock the door. A hint of joy appeared on his face as he carefully opened a crack in the door, slipping inside like an eel. Interesting. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with intrigue. This mysterious person clearly also targeted the supply crate inside the gym. Seems like there are more than just one hidden players here. Just as he was preparing to follow and see what this guy was up to before he could take a step, a thunderous roar erupted from behind that fire exit. The sturdy steel fire door, along with a large section of the surrounding brick wall, instantly exploded outward as if struck by a battering ram. Countless rubble and dust swept out, accompanied by a violent wave of energy. A figure faster than the debris was violently hurled out by this immense force, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the cement ground several meters away. It was the same mysterious man who had just unlocked the door. He struggled to get up, but coughed out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. In the midst of the swirling dust, a massive figure slowly emerged from the gaping hole created by the violent breach. A terrifying zombie over 3 meters tall with bulging muscles and skin that resembled a rocky grayish texture. Its right arm was extraordinarily thick, almost comparable to an average person's waist, with fists as large as cooking pots stained with fresh blood and debris from the walls. A fierce and vicious aura surged forth. In front of Lin Chen, its data immediately appeared. Level 2 Elite Mutated Zombie Force Brute. Level 3 Physique 35 Strength 35 Agility 15 Spirit 5 Skills Barbaric Charge Heavy Punch 35 points of strength. A strength-type elite mutated zombie. As the brute stepped out of the door, its murky yet brutal eyes instantly locked onto Lin Chen and Xueqing. It opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar, taking heavy steps toward them. Lin Chen's fighting spirit surged as he prepared to step forward and confront this giant. Run! Run! The survivor, who was just thrown to the ground, suddenly raised his head and shouted hoarsely at the two. That's a mutated zombie. Its strength is terrifying. Don't fight it. After saying this, he began to cough violently, blood streaming down the corner of his mouth, staining his shirt. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on the three-meter turtle giant for less than half a second before shifting to the survivor, who was coughing up blood in the distance. That guy looked like he was close to death. He didn't call for help immediately, but instead reminded them to flee, showing he wasn't entirely heartless, a rarity. Moreover, that miraculous ability to be ignored by zombies made Lin Chen feel he was a valuable person. He should also have a rare talent. In the apocalypse, what is the most precious? Talent. Xueqing, go check on that person and see if he can still be saved. Xueqing was holding the thunderstrike, her spirit highly tense, as she stared at the giant zombie, momentarily taken aback at his words. Leave the rest to me. Xueqing nodded, said no more, lowered her posture, and quickly moved toward the fallen survivor with her gun raised. Lin Chen then refocused his attention on the giant mutated zombie. Seeing Xueqing move, the monster seemed to want to prioritize her as a target. Just as it was about to step forward, Lin Chen took a step forward, the cement ground beneath his feet, letting out a muffled thud. Hey, big guy. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the brute zombie's senses. Your opponent is me. Roar. The brute seemed to be thoroughly enraged, its thick legs suddenly exerting force as its massive body charged straight at him. Come at me. Lin Chen flicked his wrist, and the epic long knife, purple gold dragon soul adorned with dragon patterns, instantly appeared in his hand. Lin Chen didn't retreat, but advanced, rushing toward the rampaging beast ready to charge back. Raging charge. Faced with the approaching giant, which charged like a heavy truck, Lin Chen's expression showed no change. His gaze was as calm as a deep pool. At the moment when a person and a corpse were about to collide in the most primitive and brutal way, Lin Chen moved. He did not choose to meet force with force. After all, the giant was so dirty, and getting his clothes dirty wouldn't be good. Despite his 79 points of strength, he might not necessarily lose to the opponent. However, his 65 points of agility gave him more options. Lin Chen slightly tilted his body, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, sliding past the massive body of the giant at an astonishing angle. The giant's massive fist, accompanied by a howling that tore through the air, struck heavily at the spot where Lin Chen had just stood. Boom! The cement floor cracked in response, exploding into a shallow pit. And Lin Chen had already appeared behind it. Turning back, the purple gold dragon soul in his hand traced an arc in the air, sweeping past the giant's thick neck. There was no sensation of the blade sinking into flesh as imagined. It felt as smooth as a hot knife cutting through butter. The giant's forward momentum suddenly stalled. Its gigantic body maintained its forward posture, but its ugly head had already soared into the air, rolling far away. Black blood gushed out like a fountain. Ding! You have killed level 2 elite mutant zombie giant. Experience 40. Survival coins 40. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained Constitution 1. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained a Tattered Jacket 1. Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel, noticing his Constitution had risen to 79 points. He shook off the non-existent bloodstains on the blade, and the purple gold dragon soul remained pristine. Is that all? The system's notification sound had not completely faded. Boom, boom, boom. From the doorway that the giant had violently breached, heavy and furious crashing sounds echoed again. In the astonished gazes of Xueqing and the survivor, the already massive doorway was once again torn and expanded from the inside. Bricks and steel bars were easily destroyed like cookies. Immediately after 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 giants identical to the previous one charged out in succession from the widened opening. They instantly locked onto Lin Chen in the field. 9 deafening roars erupted. Roar, roar. The survivor in the distance saw this scene, and the last trace of color drained from his face, leaving only despair in his eyes. 9 heads. 9 terrifyingly powerful monsters. How could he fight against this? It was over for him, and everyone was done for. Xueqing's heart tightened, instinctively gripping her thunder strike. Just right, saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. He thought these were the guardians of the supply boxes. No unnecessary chatter. Lin Chen moved. He took the initiative to face the 9 charging corpses of the giants. Rampaging charge. His figure transformed into a blur in an instant, and the purple gold blade ignited. Puff! The first giant in line didn't even have time to throw a punch before Lin Chen cleaved it in half from head to toe. Ding! You have killed level 2 elite mutant zombie giant. Experience 40. Survival coins 40. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained Strength 1. Lin Chen did not stop turning his body and sweeping the blade horizontally. The heads of the second and third giants flew off in response. With absolute attribute suppression and the enhancement of an epic weapon, these so-called elite mutant zombies were indistinguishable from the most ordinary level 1 zombies in front of him. They couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Chen's clothes. Their tough skin was as fragile as paper against the 20 armor-breaking effect of the purple gold dragon soul. The ensuing scene could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided, efficient massacre. Lin Chen's figure darted between the 9 giants, and every flash of the blade was accompanied by the fall of a giant beast. In less than a minute, as the last giant's massive body crashed to the ground, only Lin Chen remained standing with his blade in the empty space at the back of the gymnasium. Under his feet lay the corpses of 10 massive figures. Ding! You have killed. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained Sweaty Wristbands X1. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained Constitution 1. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained Tattered Sports Shorts X1. Lin Chen casually discarded those messy items with both strength and constitution, breaking through the 80-point barrier. He was just about to call Xueqing over. Roar! A roar more terrifying and angrier than all the previous roars combined suddenly came from deep within the already excessively enlarged doorway. Following that were loud thuds of thump, thump, thump. The sound was as if a prehistoric beast was wildly crashing against the gymnasium's load-bearing structure, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. You two stay here, don't move. He'll be right back, Lin Chen said to Xueqing and the already dumbfounded survivor. He held the blade and walked straight into the pitch-black doorway. As soon as he stepped in, the scenes within came into view. The gymnasium was in disarray. A creature larger than an ordinary giant, nearly 4 meters tall with skin resembling metal, was wedged beneath a thick steel-reinforced concrete beam. Its massive body could not stand and pass under the beam. It was repeatedly slamming its head and shoulders against the beam, in anger producing a dull thud. Level 3 Elite Boss Giant Overlord. Level 5 Constitution, 50 Strength, 60 Agility, 20 Spirit, 10 Skills. Brutal Charge, Heavy Punch, Earth-Shaking Strike. Lin Chen looked at this big guy, then glanced at the beam above its head, which was cracked, but still standing strong, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Truly a mindless creature. Just lower your head a bit, and you could pass through, right? He muttered. The giant overlord seemed to have noticed this uninvited guest, as it stopped its foolish wall-banging behavior, locking its crimson gaze onto Lin Chen. It opened its gaping mouth and let out a roar, seemingly wanting to charge over. But as soon as it took a step, its head thudded against the beam again. The entire gymnasium shook slightly. Lin Chen. He felt a bit reluctant to make his move. However, a boss is still a boss. Lin Chen pushed off the ground, leaping high, effortlessly landing on the beam that trapped the overlord. He looked down at the furious creature roaring below, unable to reach him. Come on, jump up and let me see. Roar. The overlord was thoroughly enraged, swinging its fist as big as a cooking pot wildly upwards, yet always missing the mark. Lin Chen was like a hunter teasing a clumsy bear, constantly moving on the beam, easily dodging all attacks. Meanwhile, the purple gold dragon soul in his hand was not idle. Using the advantage of the beam, he occasionally jumped down to continuously attack the overlord's lower body and torso. Each strike left a deep wound that reached the bone on the overlord's skin. Puff! Lin Chen seized an opportunity, stabbing through the overlord's calf. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained Agility 1. The overlord staggered in pain, its massive body losing balance. Opportunity. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he leaped down from the beam. His descent was perfectly aimed at the overlord's head, which had dipped slightly due to its loss of balance. This is the end, he whispered. The purple gold dragon soul came crashing down from above with immense force, slicing through the overlord's skull, without any obstruction, cleaving off a significant portion of its head. Ding! You have killed level 3 elite boss giant overlord. Experience 1000. Survival coins 1000. The cold mechanical notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The boss collapsed, scattering light orbs across the ground. 10 giants contributed 10 white light orbs. The main BOSS, as usual, dropped a purple light orb, 2 blue light orbs, and several white light orbs. Lin Chen casually waved his hand to collect all the light orbs. Ding! You have obtained a skill book, Half Moon Blade Technique. Ding! You have obtained equipment, Heroes Combat Jacket Men's. Ding! You have obtained equipment, Heroes Combat Pants Men's. Lin Chen immediately opened the purple skill book. Half Moon Blade Technique, Purple Epic Type Active Skill Effect, consumes a small amount of stamina to unleash a crescent-shaped blade of energy, dealing damage in a fan-shaped area extending 2 meters ahead. Note which man can resist a stylish blade of energy. Blade Energy. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This was a good find, finally giving him an AoE attack. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Then he turned his attention to the 2 blue pieces of equipment. Heroes Combat Jacket, Blue, Rare Position, Upper Body Requirement, Male Attributes, Constitution 8. Stamina 5. Special Effect, Windproof, slightly reduces stamina loss from negative environmental effects. Heroes Combat Pants, Blue, Rare Position, Pants Requirement, Male Attributes, Constitution 8. Agility 5. Special Effect, where resistant the pants are less likely to tear. Finally, a decent outfit has arrived. Lin Chen mumbled, immediately changing into the new gear. His original combat jacket was already stained with blood, and this black jacket and pants not only had good attributes, but also made him look sharp and energetic. His Constitution attribute surged by 16 points, jumping directly to 96. After completing all this, Lin Chen turned and walked deeper into the gym. There, the third supply box hovered quietly in the center of the gym, emitting a dark green glow. Xueqing, come over and open the box. He called out. Shen Xueqing seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly supporting the survivor, who was still collapsed on the ground, limping over. Are you all right? Shen Xueqing looked at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes still reflecting shock. What could possibly happen to me? Lin Chen smiled, his gaze falling on the pale-faced survivor. What about this guy? His name is Zhao Qian. He has severe internal injuries, several ribs are broken, Shen Xueqing said softly. His talent is disguise, allowing him to mask his presence as a zombie, which is why he was not detected. A talent indeed. He is simply a born scout. After praising him, Lin Chen walked directly to the supply box. Ding. Do you wish to open the intermediate supply box now? 3. Open. With Lin Chen's confirmation, the dark green metal box slowly unfolded. At the same time, a cold system announcement resonated in the minds of all survivors in Li City. Li City Regional Announcement. Supply box No. 3 has been opened. Li City Regional Announcement. The box unfolded, radiating brilliance. 1 gold, 3 purple, 2 blue, and 8 white light orbs, a total of 14 light orbs plus a small pile of shiny survival coins floated quietly. Lin Chen could not help but draw a heavy breath. Golden Legend. Without hesitation, he reached for the most dazzling golden light orb. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the region's unique item vehicle upgrade card Golden Legend. Vehicle upgrade card Golden Legend type, special consumable effect, can designate a vehicle for comprehensive magical upgrades, turning it into your exclusive vehicle. Upgrade direction can be chosen. Cost survival coins x 50,000, high strength alloy x 500, energy crystals x 100. Note it's your turn, Optimus Prime. Lin Chen looked at the attributes of this card, his heart skipped a beat. An exclusive vehicle. Magical upgrades. This was exactly what he needed to transform his SUV into an apocalyptic battle vehicle. Although the cost of 50,000 survival coins was exorbitant, it was absolutely worth it. He suppressed his inner excitement and looked at the 3 purple light orbs. Ding. You have obtained weapon upgrade card ranged purple epic. Ding. You have obtained life source crystal purple epic. Ding. You have obtained equipment Air Force Guy's Fisherman's Hat purple epic. Another 3 top-tier items. The weapon upgrade card ranged was just right for Xueqing's Thunderclap shotgun. Another life source crystal. This is a good item. Using it permanently increases constitution by 10 points and stamina by 10 points and grants beginner regeneration. He had already used one, but Xueqing had not. The attributes were one thing, but with her talent for stealing, Lin Chen was not overly concerned. What he cared about was the effect of beginner regeneration. Just thinking about that terrifying recovery ability that could slowly regenerate severed limbs made Lin Chen's heart race. He wondered if using another one would upgrade beginner regeneration to intermediate regeneration. But the survivor named Xiangyang, who had just been severely injured by a giant, might not see the sun tomorrow without timely assistance. He himself was tough and resilient. Even the current elite zombies didn't have attributes as high as his, and he already had beginner regeneration. But what about Xueqing? Although she had upgraded her equipment, her essence was still that of a fragile support. What if Xueqing got hurt one day? He had no ability to assist her. Bandaging. Artificial respiration. His knowledge was limited to theory, and in practice he feared he would only worsen the situation. He casually handed the source crystal to Xueqing. Xueqing was supporting Xiangyang. Upon seeing the item Lin Chen handed over, she instinctively caught it and looked down, freezing in place. Life source crystal. She exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide, hurriedly trying to push the item back. Are you crazy? Such an important item. You should use it. What if using it upgrades to intermediate regeneration? She was very clever and immediately grasped the issue Lin Chen had just considered. Oh, the landlady can answer back too. Lin Chen laughed, reaching out to pinch her face, which had turned red from excitement. The smooth touch made him feel pleased. But I'm already tough enough. If I get any tougher, I might as well be called Diamond. Then I will truly be indestructible. He put away his joking demeanor, his expression becoming serious. You're different. You're the core of our team. My eyes. I don't want my eyes to get shattered one day accidentally. I can't bandage, nor can I perform surgery. If something happens to you, all I can do is seek revenge. Oh, I can't do anything else. This statement was somewhat harsh, but it was an undeniable truth. Xueqing was left speechless by his words, her eyes slightly red. This man always used the most unserious tone to do the most reassuring things. Be obedient, use it. She looked up deeply into Lin Chen's eyes, then nodded heavily. All right. Seeing that she finally stopped refusing, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to the hat. Air Force Guy's Fisherman's Hat purple epic position, head attributes Spirit 15, Agility 5, special effect Eagle Eye enhances dynamic vision and field of view. Note, wear it, and the fisherman will never be empty-handed. Spirit 15, Eagle Eye. Great, another custom equipment for Xueqing. With her talent, she would practically be a human radar. The remaining blue light orbs yielded 3 bottles of beginner virus blocking agent and 3 bottles of beginner healing agent, all good items for survival. The 8 white light orbs were food and water. Finally, Lin Chen also picked up the 5,000 survival coins lying on the ground. The haul from this supply box was truly luxurious. Meanwhile, in the regional chat channel, things had gone completely wild. What the hell? No. 3 is gone too. Did that anonymous boss take it as well? 3 minutes. Only 30 minutes passed from the opening of No. 2 box to No. 3. Although the Hygiene College and Industrial University are closed, that's just too fast. This means the boss must have cleared the guarding boss at Industrial University already. My goodness, what efficiency. What about the crazy dragon gang? Didn't Shui Biao say that Industrial University was his? Where is he? Don't mention it, I just ran out from there. The crazy dragon gang is still blocked by zombies in the school cafeteria, and now their home has been robbed. I wonder how he feels. This is killing me. The best NTR scene of the year. The boss is amazing, voice cracking. In the channel, the name of the crazy dragon gang leader, Xueqing, had completely become a joke. Lin Chen turned off the noisy channel, a playful smile appearing on his face. He turned to Xueqing and handed her the purple weapon upgrade card ranged, an Air Force guy's fisherman's hat. Here, these are also yours. For me. Xueqing was taken aback. What else? Lin Chen smiled. Your gun needs an upgrade too. From now on you will be my exclusive artillery. He emphasized the words artillery. Xueqing's pretty face flushed, taking the card, with a sweet feeling in her heart. Lin Shan then glanced at Xiangyang beside them and asked, Hey locksmith, how about you join me from now on? Xiangyang lay on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, his entire being in a state of soul departure. Lin Chen's voice roused him from his stupor. Xiangyang jolted, struggling to sit up, but his internal injuries flared up, causing him to grimace in pain. How about following me from now on? Lin Chen's tone was casual, as if he were asking, Have you eaten? Xiangyang abruptly raised his head, disbelief filling his bloodshot eyes. He was afraid he had misheard. In this apocalypse, he was just an ordinary survivor who could only pick locks and hide, nothing more than a burden at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had attempted to join other survivor teams over the past few days, but without exception, he was treated as cannon fodder and a disposable tool. Yet now this man who had just effortlessly dispatched an elite boss was actively recruiting him. I can't do anything, I can only pick locks. Xiangyang's voice trembled with excitement, fearing that the other party was just being whimsical. Being able to pick locks is enough. Lin Chen smiled. He crouched down to look at Xiangyang, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement. Your talent shouldn't just be as simple as disguising yourself with a zombie's aura, right? Xiangyang's heart skipped a beat. This man had actually seen through him. His talent disguise not only allowed him to simulate the aura of zombies, but also significantly reduced his presence, causing others to subconsciously overlook him. This was his greatest secret, the trump card that had allowed him to survive until now. Xiangyang stammered, unsure how to explain. All right, no need to explain. Lin Chen waved his hand, directly pulling out a bottle of blue potion from his backpack and tossing it over. If you agree, drink this. If you don't, you'll just wait here to die. It was a basic healing potion taken from a supply box. Xiangyang fumbled to catch it, looking at the glowing liquid in the bottle, then at Lin Chen, his eyes instantly turning red. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and drank the potion in one go. A warm current spread throughout his body, and the tearing pain in his chest rapidly faded. In less than 30 seconds, Xiangyang struggled to rise from the ground, walked up to Lin Chen, and without a moment's hesitation knelt on one knee with a thud. I, Xiangyang, pledge my life to the boss from now on. If the boss tells me to go east, I will never go west. If you want me to pick locks, I want smash walls. Lin Chen looked at him and twitched his lips. All right, get up. We don't do that here. He did not want to engage in any feudal brotherhood ritual. Yes, boss. Xiangyang got up from the ground and stood respectfully to the side, looking just like a loyal underling. Xueqing smiled at the scene. Lin Chen's team had gained another unique member. All right, we're done here. Let's prepare to move to the next location. Lin Chen glanced at the system map, the coordinates for Lee City Normal University still glowing. There's one last supply box left. After we collect it, we'll find a place to build a house. However, as soon as he finished speaking, bang! The main entrance of the gymnasium, blocked by zombies, was violently forced open from the outside. The heavy iron door crashed to the ground. A well-equipped, imposing team appeared at the entrance. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in black combat gear bearing the insignia of a major. Behind him followed 20 to 30 soldiers, each wielding various weapons and wearing standardized black combat uniforms, their movements filled with discipline, clearly elite. This was the official team that Lin Chen had seen earlier on the wall. He did not expect them to break through the zombie blockade and enter so quickly. The major's gaze swept over the entire gymnasium. When he spotted the open supply box in the center and Lin Chen's trio, his pupils slightly constricted. The soldiers behind him instantly raised their weapons, aiming at Lin Chen. The atmosphere dropped to a chilling point. Don't be nervous. The major raised his hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. He stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen, Xueqing, and Xiangyang before finally resting on the purple gold dragon soul in Lin Chen's hand. That blade, even without triggering any special effects, emanated an extraordinary aura that made his heart tremble. It was definitely a weapon of blue quality or above. Upon seeing the 10 massive corpses of the powerful beings around, as well as the half-headless boss corpse deep within the doorway, this seasoned major was genuinely taken aback. He initially thought it was another powerful team aside from Xueqing, but now it looked like one person had cleared this place. Hello, my friend, I am Zhou Wu, the captain of the 3rd Action Team from the Lee City Military District. The major's stance was very low, a formulaic smile on his face as he extended his hand. Lin Chen glanced at the hand he extended, but did not shake it, merely nodding slightly. What's the matter? Zhou's hand froze in midair for a moment before he casually retracted it, maintaining his smile. You've taken the third supply box, right? His tone carried a hint of regret, but more of a test. My friend, you have quite the skills. You single-handedly dealt with the guards here. Impressive. You all. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, correcting him. It's me, just me. Zhao Qian, standing behind him, instinctively puffed out his chest, as if sharing in the glory. Zhou Wusi twitched. Arrogant. Too arrogant. But he couldn't refute it because the signs at the scene were undeniable. He took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Our purpose for coming here is simple. There's still a first supply box at the normal university, and we want to invite you to collaborate with us. The situation there will only be more complex than here. One more person means one more strength. When we jointly take down the supply box, you take 6, and we take 4. How about that? He believed this proposal was full of sincerity. After all, they were the official team with numbers on their side and superior firearms. Lin Chen looked at him, his expression a mix of amusement. Just as he was about to say something, a cold system announcement suddenly echoed in everyone's mind without warning. Li City Area Announcement. The first supply box has been opened. Li City Area Announcement. The first supply box has been opened. Li City Area Announcement. The first supply box has been opened. The announcement repeated 3 times. The entire gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. Zhou's smile froze completely. The soldiers behind him exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions extremely strange. Shen, Xueqing, and Zhao Qian also looked shocked. Only Lin Chen's smile grew wider, finally unable to hold back as he burst into laughter. This slap in the face was simply divine justice. Zhou's face alternated between shades of green and white, embarrassed to the point he could scratch out a 3-room apartment with his toes on the ground. He had just been confidently inviting others to collaborate, and now as soon as he finished speaking, the target was gone. It felt like he had meticulously prepared a marriage proposal only to find the bride running off with someone else just as he knelt down. Cough, cough. Zhou cleared his throat heavily, trying to break the unbearably awkward atmosphere. It seems there are other big shots moving quickly. He could only awkwardly find a way to cover up. Bang! Another entrance on the side of the gymnasium was kicked open. Another group barged in, cursing. Damn it! I'm exhausted. Finally broke through that hellish cafeteria. Hurry! That person who opened the box should still be nearby. Follow them. At the forefront was a burly man with a face full of flesh, the leader of the Quanlong gang, Xuebiao. He led dozens of people, all injured and covered in blood, clearly having gone through a brutal breakout. As Xuebiao rushed in, he spotted the official team in the hall, his expression changing. Then his gaze passed over the official team and landed on the completely empty supply box pedestal. Xuebiao's expression froze instantly. My supply box? Who took it? A furious roar echoed throughout the gymnasium. Xuebiao's frantic roar instantly shattered the awkward atmosphere within the gymnasium. All eyes in the room were focused on this bald, muscular man. The leader of the Mad Dragon gang, Xuebiao. He finally made it here. However, he was too late. Where's my supply box? Xuebiao's eyes turned red like an enraged bull, and he did not see Lin Chen. His gaze immediately locked onto the captain of the official forces, Zhou Wu. In his view, within this entire industrial university, the only ones capable and bold enough to rob him were these uniformed fellows. Zhou Wu, did you steal my stuff, you bastard? Xuebiao pointed a finger at Zhou Wu, cursing loudly. While I'm fighting thousands of zombies in the cafeteria, you lot come here to steal. Zhou Wu's brows furrowed into a knot. Who isn't fighting against thousands of zombies? He had just been made embarrassed by the system announcement, and now this fool was pointing fingers and cursing at him. Even with a good temper, he could no longer maintain his composure. Xuebiao, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you please. Zhou Wu's voice turned cold. We didn't take the supply box. You're talking nonsense. Xuebiao spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't you, then did these corpses open the box themselves, eh? With that, he finally shifted his gaze away from the official forces and scanned the other side of the venue. Then he saw them. He saw Lin Chen and the 3 others standing aside. He noticed the woman next to Lin Chen, who, despite not being particularly attractive, had a decent figure. Is that woman holding a shotgun? That thing that can only be used as a firewood stick now? Along with another frail man. And that gigantic corpse of the mighty dominator. Xuebiao's pupils constricted sharply. Although he did not recognize this elite zombie, its size indicated that it would take dozens of people to take it down. And those slightly smaller corpses outside the doorway. Xuebiao's mind was in a whirl. He looked at Lin Chen and the others, then at the corpses on the ground. These 3 people killed all the elite zombies here and opened the supply box. What kind of international joke is this? Xuebiao's thinking was simple. He couldn't understand it, so he chose not to believe it. All he knew was that he had suffered heavy losses and there was nowhere to vent his anger. The armed forces are, after all, a structured organization, and their personnel quality was higher than his, making it unwise to confront them. But someone had to help him step down from this predicament. And these three just happened to show up in a place they shouldn't be. Kid, did you open the box? Xuebiao's tone turned sinister, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at him, a playful smile appearing on his face as he raised a finger to dig in his ear. What did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you. This flippant attitude instantly ignited Xuebiao's fury. I'll fuck your mother. Xuebiao completely lost it. He swung his hand and yelled at his equally exhausted gang members behind him, kill them. The men get chopped up to feed the zombies. The women are to be kept. Damn it, why do they look so bad, yet have such good figures? Who the hell dares to move? Zhou Wu immediately shouted sternly. The soldiers behind him raised their weapons again. The official stance did not allow such indiscriminate killing in front of them. Zhou Wu, I advise you not to meddle in this. Xuebiao's face was twisted. Anyone who dares to stop me today will be the mortal enemy of the Mad Dragon Gang. However, Xuebiao's threat was not finished. A detached voice rang out. Are you misunderstanding your situation? Lin Chen took a step forward. Just this step. Charge. One of Xuebiao's henchmen, a muscular man wielding a fire axe, roared and charged first. He wanted to show off in front of his boss. And then there was nothing more. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap. The burly man who charged first flew backward faster than he charged, spraying a mixture of blood and 7 or 8 teeth into the air, crashing into the crowd of the Mad Dragon Gang and fainting on the spot. Following that crack, 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 a series of bone-cracking sounds erupted like popping beans. On the Mad Dragon Gang's side, the first 7 or 8 people who charged out all fell to the ground in twisted positions, either with broken arms or broken legs, each clutching their severed limbs and howling in agony, completely losing their combat ability. Talent loot activated. You have obtained Tattered Socks X1. Talent loot activated. You have obtained Greasy Dandruff X0. 1G. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Why was there nothing good on these people? The gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. Only a few members of the Mad Dragon Gang with broken arms and legs groaned in pain on the ground. Zhou Wu and the soldiers behind him stood there in shock. What kind of speed is this? Is this a speed that a human can achieve? Lin Chen looked at the now completely stunned Xuebiao and tilted his head. What did you just say? A cold sweat broke out on Xuebiao's forehead. His brain, once flushed with anger, finally cooled down. He finally realized what kind of existence he had provoked. This young man before him had power that surpassed the totality of all of them. I. Xuebiao's lips trembled, unable to say a word. Boss. Let's fight him. A few loyal subordinates behind him still wanted to resist stubbornly. Noisy. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. He didn't even move, just lightly flicked the purple gold dragon soul in his hand. Buzz. An invisible pressure burst forth. Dragon souls might activated. All the members of the Mad Dragon Gang, with combat power far below Lin Chen, could only feel a fear from the depths of their souls gripping their throats. Their legs went weak and they thudded to their knees in a mass. Their eyes toward Lin Chen were filled with awe and panic, and they could no longer harbor any thoughts of resistance. Who are you? Xuebiao struggled to remain standing, yet his legs shook like a sieve. Who I am is not important. Lin Chen wielded his knife, stepping toward him. What's important is I believe I just heard you say you wanted to chop me up to feed the dogs. Every step felt like a stomp on Xuebiao's heart. The shadow of death completely enveloped him. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I will give you everything. Xuebiao's mental defenses completely crumbled as he retreated in terror, trying to escape. I gave you a chance. Lin Chen's voice was soft. It's you who are useless. As his words fell, Lin Chen's figure vanished again. Damn it, I'll fight you. In a life-or-death moment, Xuebiao unleashed his final potential, roaring, as his muscles bulged, charging toward the direction Lin Chen had disappeared like a rhinoceros. However, what greeted him was a hand that appeared ordinary, yet contained terrifying power. Boom. A dull sound echoed. Xuebiao's unstoppable charge came to an abrupt stop. It felt as if he had crashed into an immovable mountain, the immense backlash causing all his bones to scream, while Lin Chen remained completely still. Is that all? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. The next second, the golden blade flashed. A large bald head soared into the sky. Xuebiao's headless corpse swayed and then crashed to the ground. You have killed level 5 survivor Xuebiao. You gained 500 experience points, 500 survival coins. Talent loot activated. You have obtained skill book Barbaric Charge. Lin Chen wiped the blood off his knife and cast his gaze over the now dumbfounded members of the Mad Dragon Gang, finally landing on the equally shocked Zhou Wu. He grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. Alright, the fly has been dealt with. Now let's talk about the ownership of this garbage. Half an hour later, the chat channel of the Li City area was flooded with a pinned red announcement. 3rd Action Team of Li City Military District, Zhou Wu. announcement the criminal organization Crazy Dragon Gang that has plagued Li City along with its leader Xueqing was successfully eradicated today at 4 p.m. by our military's 3rd Action Team within the Li City Industrial University. In this apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, justice never falters. We urge all survivors to unite in these trying times. The military is committed to restoring social order and ensuring the safety of the people's lives and property. The announcement reverberated 3 times like 3 heavy bombs exploding within the entire survivor community of Li City. What the hell? Is this for real? The Crazy Dragon Gang has been wiped out. The military is awesome. They finally took action. Haha, this is a great relief. That scoundrel Xueqing should have died long ago. My neighbor starved to death after they stole all the food. Wah! Finally there's hope. The military is mighty. I told you the official side was credible. What about those who said the government wouldn't intervene? Are they feeling embarrassed? Military district leaders am still stuck at home. Can someone come rescue me? You upstairs, you are still stuck at home. You're not worth saving anymore. The channel was alive with excitement. Countless survivors were singing praises for the military, and at that moment Zhou Wu and the 3rd Action Team's reputation reached its peak. After all, Xueqing's reputation had been notoriously bad since the apocalypse began. Meanwhile, inside the gym of the Industrial University, Lin Chen looked at the additional items in his backpack: high-strength alloy X50 and energy crystals X20. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Ding! Detection indicates that the materials needed to construct a portable safe house have been gathered. Would you like to build it immediately? Done. He glanced at Zhou Wu, who was commanding his subordinates to tie up the dejected members of the Crazy Dragon Gang with ropes, and had to admit that this guy truly knew how to handle people. Brother Lin, Zhou Wu finished his tasks and approached his smile much more sincere. What are your plans next? The address had changed from friend to the more intimate brother. It turned out that all of this was the result of communication between Lin Chen and Zhou Wu. Lin Chen was most annoyed by dealing with the mess left by foolish people like Xueqing, who knew if there were any diehard loyalists among this group, and whether they would engage in sabotage in the future. He certainly didn't want any flies buzzing around while he was trying to get serious work done. Moreover, the armed forces desperately needed a significant victory to restore their credibility in the eyes of the survivors. After all, from the onset of the apocalypse until now, in just a few days, the armed forces in Li City only managed to sort out their internal issues and surrounding threats just hours before the supply box was about to refresh. They began to organize and deploy systematically to clear out the zombies. Now the two of them reached a consensus. Zhou Wu exchanged a batch of materials urgently needed by Lin Chen for the heads of Xueqing and his entire Crazy Dragon Gang. Of course, Lin Chen would not refuse the materials that were offered. Over there, Xueqing had already taken away the survival coins and backpack space of Xueqing and others, while Lin Chen had no interest in even taking a second glance at the scattered supplies. The reserves at the village chief's house were enough for them to eat well for several years, so they weren't lacking in that regard, even with an extra person. It was of no consequence. Since the last supply box had also been claimed by someone else, there was no need to linger here any longer. Lin Chen waved his hand and summoned the black off-road SUV out of thin air. My goodness. Standing beside him, Zhao Qian's eyes nearly popped out, his whole being stunned, as if struck by lightning. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking at the massive vehicle that was 5.2 meters long, then glanced at Lin Chen, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Just how vast must the space be to accommodate such a huge thing? Boss, where are we heading next? Zhao Qian asked from the passenger seat. Seeing Lin Chen able to produce such a 5.2-meter behemoth from his space also shocked him. Let's go to the Qianni Manor that Xueqing mentioned. Lin Chen started the car and left the Industrial University. The two of them had not rested for nearly 30 hours since leaving Xiangyang village. Battling the Lord BOSS, setting fire to the BRT terminal, a major battle at the library. Snatching supply boxes. It had been less than 4 days since the apocalypse began, yet it felt as if a century had passed. The previous night mode had completely disrupted the survivors' routines. If it weren't for the constantly increasing attributes supporting them, ordinary people from before the apocalypse would have collapsed by now. Inside the car, Xueqing leaned against the back seat, deeply asleep, her long eyelashes casting a quiet shadow over her eyelids. Lin Chen glanced at the rearview mirror and quietly adjusted the back seat to the most comfortable zero-gravity mode. After driving for nearly 2 hours, a grand gate appeared at the end of the road. Carved on the lintel in a flamboyant style were the 4 gilded characters, Qianni Manor. Lin Chen had heard of this place, but certainly not in a positive light. Stories like a certain female college student sneaked into Qianni Manor and raked in $1 million in one night, and a certain wealthy man's private party filled with young models had frequently trended online before the apocalypse. In simple terms, this place was a den of vice for the wealthy, a realm that ordinary people could never step into in their lifetime. Lin Chen parked the car outside the gate and got out. Xueqing hurriedly followed, cautiously surveying the surroundings. It was too quiet, eerily so. Not even the roar of a single zombie could be heard. Boss, this place. Xueqing was about to say something when Lin Chen raised his hand to signal silence, his gaze fixed on the huge iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. At the bottom of the gap in the door, a dark red, already dried bloodstain twisted its way out. At the end of that bloodstain, a series of small, obviously high-heeled shoe prints meandered toward a nearby three-story building. Lin Chen reached out and gently patted Shen Xueqing's cheek in the back seat. Madam Boss, we've arrived. Don't sleep anymore. Shen Xueqing's long eyelashes fluttered a few times as she slowly opened her hazy eyes, a hint of confusion lingering in her gaze. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes and gazed out at the grand entrance and the four gilded characters, slightly dazed. This is Chinny Villa. Yes, the feng shui treasure land you mentioned before. Lin Chen smiled and got out of the car. He approached the intricately carved iron gate, crouched down, and picked up a dried bloodstain. Dark red, already solidified. Xueqing, it's time to get to work, Lin Chen said without looking back. Xueqing immediately understood and began to observe her surroundings. Boss, that three-story small building should be the property service center. Xueqing looked in the direction she pointed, spotting a European-style building about 100 meters away. Is there anything inside? Lin Chen asked. Shen Xueqing's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, seemingly analyzing with great effort. A few seconds later, she provided a strange answer. There are two. Very faint life signals. There are no energy reactions from zombies. Lin Chen became intrigued. He waved his hand. Let's go take a look. The three followed the intermittent high heel prints and quickly arrived at the property service center's entrance. The door was slightly ajar, and Lin Chen boldly pushed it open. The hall was empty, with only some scattered documents and an overturned unknown liquid. The three did not linger and went straight to the manager's office on the second floor. The office door was also unlocked. Lin Chen pushed the door open slightly and looked inside. The next second, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. He simply pushed the door wide open. Inside the office, two young girls sat slumped on the floor, leaning against the desk, their hands tightly clasped together. One of them wore a tattered evening gown, the fabric pitifully scant, barely covering a few critical areas. Large patches of snowy white skin were exposed, but that skin was covered with the grayish-blue spots typical of corpses. One arm bore a deep scratch that could be seen down to the bone, and the flesh around the wound had turned black and rotten. The other girl wore tight jeans and a white t-shirt, faring slightly better, but the exposed neck and arms also began to show signs of corpse-like decay. Strangely, their heads appeared normal aside from their ghostly pale faces. Two half-human, half-corpse girls. This bizarre sight made Xueqing, who was behind them, gasp in shock. Shen Xueqing's eyes were also filled with astonishment. Just then, the girl in the tattered evening gown raised her head. Upon seeing the cleanly dressed and rosy Shen Xueqing, a strong desire to survive erupted in her ashen eyes. Help! Help us! Her voice was hoarse and dry, as if she hadn't had water for a long time. Please, save my friend. Lin Chen crouched down, looking at her with interest. Tell me, how did you end up like this? Li Yutong glanced at Lin Chen, then at the vigilant Xiangyang behind him, realizing that the leader of this group was the man in front of her. Using all her strength, she began to tell her story in a halting manner. It turned out her name was Li Yutong, and beside her was her classmate and best friend Xiangyang. Both were students of Liqing Normal University. Before the apocalypse struck, Xiangyang was interviewing for a property customer service position at Chinny Villa, while Li Yutong was attending a birthday party for a rich second-generation heir. No one expected the apocalypse to suddenly erupt. They all thought that countdown was a joke made by the rich heir to enhance the party atmosphere. When the apocalyptic game began, the security guards and some guests in the villa instantly turned into zombies, and Li Yutong was scratched on the arm by a security zombie while trying to escape. It was Xiangyang who fought desperately to kill that zombie and dragged her here. However, during the struggle, Xiangyang had also been accidentally scratched. We thought we were done for. Despair flickered in Li Yutong's eyes. But we didn't immediately turn into zombies, we just remained in this state, half alive. We're so hungry, so thirsty, but we can't move. We can only wait helplessly for death. Lin Chen stroked his chin. This was getting interesting. Logically speaking, being scratched by a zombie would lead to complete transformation within a few hours. How could it drag on for several days? You awakened a talent, right? Lin Chen asked pointedly. Li Yutong was stunned for a moment, then vigorously nodded. I awakened a talent, but it's not very useful, she said as she pulled up her talent panel to show Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze swept over. Talent Great Luck Effect 1. Your luck will improve, and your teammates will also be influenced by your luck, slightly increasing their luck value. Effect 2. When you and your teammates receive a fatal strike, your soul will be locked, and you will not truly die within 7 days. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Great luck. How is that considered useless? The first effect of increased luck may be invisible and intangible, but it is undoubtedly a divine skill. Whether it's opening treasure chests or talent theft, it can be utilized. And the second effect is essentially a Gatuda fail-free card, not dying for 7 days. Although he didn't know what would happen after those 7 days, this essentially meant an extra life, and a life that could be delayed for 7 days. No wonder these two have been infected but haven't died. It turns out this talent forcibly kept them alive. His gaze shifted to the side at the girl in the white t-shirt who had remained unconscious, but whose hand was tightly held by Li Yutong. What about her? What is her talent? Yan. Her talent is recovery. Li Yutong's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of sorrow. She said that as long as she's nearby, stamina and energy can recover quickly. But we can't even move. What use is this talent? Talent recovery passive effect constructs a recovery halo with a radius of 10 meters centered on oneself. Within the halo, all allied units experience a 100 increase in stamina and energy recovery speed. Lin Chen's breath momentarily halted. A recovery halo, doubling stamina and energy recovery speed. A 100 increase means it's like a recovery spring. If Li Yutong's great luck is a strategic divine skill, then Xiangyang's recovery is a tactical level bug. What does this mean? It means that as long as she is present, the sustainability of one's energy will not be an issue, and even after leveling up, one will become an everlasting machine. The ability to sustain combat will be maximized. Madam Boss, do you misunderstand your man's endurance? Suddenly Lin Chen recalled what he had previously said while teasing Xueqing. If he had this walking power bank, then it's not a misunderstanding, it's an ironclad fact. 2 divine-level support characters. Moreover, they are 2 perfectly complementary divine-level supports. Lin Chen looked at the 2 dying girls before him, and his expression completely changed. It was no longer the gaze of a man admiring beauty. It was the gaze of Columbus discovering a new continent. Please save us. Li Yutong's eyes blazed with startling intensity as she locked her gaze onto Lin Chen, gripping him as though he were the very last lifeline. If you'll save my friend, I'll do anything. She bit down on her pale lips, steeling herself with immense resolve. And I can reveal a tremendous secret to you. Lin Chen's eyebrows lifted faintly at her words. His gaze unbidden drifted slowly downward from her dust-streaked yet delicate face. Her tattered evening gown offered no concealment, only accentuating breathtaking contours that plunged into unfathomable depth. After days of struggle in the apocalypse and wounded malnourished, her physique remained astonishingly well-preserved, a rare gift of nature. Big secret. Lin Shan instinctively stroked his chin, murmuring under his breath, inaudible to anyone else. Indeed, quite impressive. Xueqing, standing behind him, found her line of sight uncannily aligned with his. Her gaze lingered for half a second upon Li Yutong's chest, then almost reflexively dipped to glance at her own. Though the dark night rose ensemble perfectly flattered her figure, gracefully sculpted and elegantly proportioned, a subtle, unsettling sense of rivalry stirred within her. This woman was at the very least 1 cup size larger than herself. Feeling a sharp, faintly threatening glance from beside him, Lin Chen coughed dryly, swiftly withdrawing his indiscreet gaze and composing his expression into solemn gravity. He had no desire for domestic turmoil. Enough. Without further preamble, Lin Shan retrieved 4 vials from his spatial backpack. A deep sapphire vial, primary viral inhibitor. A vivid emerald vial, primary healing serum. Both had dropped from his earlier supply crate. Only 1 dose of the latter had been administered to Xiaoqian. He and Xueqing both possessed primary regeneration, ensuring full recovery from any non-fatal wound. Xueqing, it's yours. Lin Chen handed the vials to Xueqing. Taking them, Xueqing stepped forward and carefully administered the primary viral inhibitor first, then followed with the primary healing serum to Li Yutong. Only then did she turn to the unconscious Xiangyang. The serums dissolved instantly upon contact with the tongue, surging through their bodies as 2 warm, revitalizing currents. Before their very eyes, the necrotic, grayish patches mottling their skin receded, slowly yet inexorably. Blackened, rotting flesh sloughed away from their wounds, revealing tender pink tissue beneath, fresh, vital, and newly formed. It's working. Li Yutong felt warmth and strength returning to her limbs after so long. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Thank you both. Lin Chen waved a dismissive hand, his expression calm and detached. Don't thank us just yet. Once you've recovered, guide us to a secure place where we can settle in. As for that tremendous secret, I'm deeply intrigued. His gaze settled upon Li Yutong once more, knowing, enigmatic and layered with quiet expectation. 1 hour later, inside Qianyi Villa, a 3-story freestanding mansion nestled halfway up the mountainside, complete with private pool and landscaped gardens. The group gained entry after Zhao Qian demonstrated his lockpicking prowess. Lin Chen sank comfortably into the plush sofa, soft, luxurious, and undoubtedly exorbitantly priced. Li Yutong and Xiangyang had changed into clean garments graciously provided by Shen. Xueqing replenished their energy with food, and though still frail, could now move about unassisted. With the necrotic toxin fully purged, their innate talent panels manifested clearly. Namely, Yutong Level 1 Talent Fortunate Fate Effect. Your fortune is greatly enhanced. Your allies also benefit from your auspicious aura, gaining a modest boost to luck. Effect 2. When you or your allies suffer a fatal blow, your soul becomes anchored, ensuring true death cannot claim you for 7 days. Name Xiangyang Level 1 Talent Restoration Passive Effect generates a healing aura centered on yourself with a radius of 10 meters. All allied units within the aura experience a 100 increase in stamina and physical recovery rates. Lin Chen studied the 2 freshly revealed talent panels, his lips curled upward in quiet, unrestrained amusement. A treasure beyond measure. One living immortality talisman and goddess of fortune, another a mobile fountain of restoration. This pairing was forged precisely for him. Zhao Qian stood nearby observing the 2 young women, and then his leader's unabashedly appreciative gaze, and felt profound awe ripple through him once again. Was this the world of the truly powerful? Not only terrifying in strength, but peerless in discernment when selecting comrades, or rather team members. This villa is said to be the most heavily secured residence in the entire villa complex. The owner, a wealthy tycoon, lives abroad year-round while his son uses it exclusively for lavish parties. Li Yutong surveyed the opulent interior as she spoke to Lin Chen. Moreover, the area is remarkably safe. The zombies in the villa grounds have all been drawn toward the pond behind the mountain. There are virtually none left here. An excellent location. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. At last, a proper place to rest and regroup. He turned directly to Li Yutong and asked without preamble, "Now, shall we discuss that tremendous secret you mentioned?" Shen, Xueqing, and Zhao Qian immediately leaned in curiosity, alight in their eyes. At the mention, a spark of mystery and excitement flickered across Li Yutong's face. She pointed toward the forested slope behind the villa. "That secret lies submerged in the pond behind the mountain." The pond. Lin Chen reclined deeper into the sofa, settling into a more relaxed posture. Li Yutong nodded. Beside her, Xiangyang edged closer and whispered, "On the very first day of the apocalypse, the villa's head of security awakened his talent. His strength surged beyond human limits. He lured every zombie in the estate to the pond behind the mountain, intending to drown them all. We'd been scratched, we begged him for help, but he deemed us burdensome and ignored us completely." Xiangyang's voice trembled slightly with residual fear and resentment. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, inviting her to continue. "We refused to give up. We followed him, right to the mountain's rear, where we discovered he and several residents were attempting to herd the zombies into the pond to drown them. And then, oi," Lin Chen pressed. "Then, the zombies damaged the drainage valve. The water drained out entirely, yet they became trapped in thick, clinging mud, unable to climb ashore." "That's it." Lin Chen's anticipation dimmed noticeably. He'd expected something earth-shattering. All this fuss, over a stagnant pond full of immobilized, easy prey. This wasn't a secret. It was an experience bounty, served on a silver platter. Seeing Lin Chen's disappointment, Li Yutong's heart clenched, fearing her secret lacked sufficient value, and hastily added, "No, it's far more than that." For days a deafening sound has echoed from the mountain's rear. "What kind of sound?" This time Xueqing spoke up. Beyond the zombies' guttural shrieks, Xiangyang interjected, her small face paling, as if recalling some horrifying vision. "There's another noise, like something enormous striking bone over and over again. That sharp, brittle crunch, audible even from great distances." We were too terrified to investigate. A heavy, resonant cracking sound. Lin Chen's interest reignited. He glanced at Xueqing, who had closed her eyes, seemingly attuning herself to distant energies. Seconds later, she opened them, her beautiful brows drawn tightly together. "They speak truth," she said gravely. "The energy field emanating from that direction is violently chaotic, carrying a ferocious predatory presence unlike anything I've sensed before with my insight ability. It bears no resemblance to a mere zombie horde. It feels like a singular sovereign entity." Lin Chen's lips curved upward once more, this time with genuine intrigue. "Fascinating. A pond brimming with helpless experience-rich targets. And hidden in the shadows, a monstrous apex predator feasting upon the undead. This was no peril. This was a treasure vault meticulously tailored to his strengths. Boss, what do we do next?" Zhao Qian ventured softly, his expression tense. "Rest tonight. At first light tomorrow, we'll go take a look." Night fell over the Chinny villa, its detached residents bathed in brilliant light. To Lin Chen's surprise, Zhao Qian, the man he'd picked up along the road, possessed not only lockpicking and disguise talents, but also an unexpected proficiency. He had somehow acquired the skill of basic plumbing electrical mastery. Lin Chen was thoroughly pleased. After Zhao Qian's meticulous adjustments, the villa's backup power system surged to life. Remarkably, the villa even featured a self-dug while drawing fresh groundwater. In the open-plan kitchen on the first floor, 3 women moved with quiet efficiency. Xueqing worked with swift precision, slicing a slab of luncheon meat into uniformly thin, even pieces. Li Yutong and Xiangyang stood beside her washing leafy greens with steady hands. That vibrant emerald green shimmered with almost unearthly brilliance, a sight rarer than gold in this desolate world. Good heavens! I feel as though I haven't seen fresh vegetables in nearly a century. Xiangyang cradled a head of romaine lettuce, tears glistening in her eyes. Be grateful, we're still eating steaming white rice. Li Yutong murmured wistfully for the past several days they'd survived solely on a few dry biscuits. Thanks to Lin Chen and Xueqing's foresight and the time-stopping effect of their spatial backpacks, they had gathered abundant fruits and vegetables just before the apocalypse struck, preserving them in perfect freshness. Soon a feast fit for royalty in this ruined world was laid upon the table: fragrant steamed rice, stir-fried luncheon meat with garlic chives, spicy, minced pork, steamed spare ribs, and a rich pork stomach, and Sichuan peppercorn soup. Lin Chen surveyed the meal, and the 3 women seated before him, each radiant in her own way, his spirits soaring. Excellent, excellent. At last this feels like living. He sat down unceremoniously, seized a pair of chopsticks, and popped a crisp green leaf into his mouth. Everyone sit. No need for formality, he urged. Zhao Qian, take a seat too. From now on you're one of us. Zhao Qian, who had been standing stiffly nearby, nodded repeatedly in stunned disbelief before carefully pulling out a chair and sitting down. The meal unfolded in tranquil, deep-seated contentment. After dinner, Lin Chen assigned night watch duties. We'll rotate tonight. Zhao Qian, you take the first shift. You have the sharpest vision. For the second shift, Li Yutong and Xiangyang, you'll pair up. And finally, Xueqing. Me. Li Yutong pointed to herself, voice tinged with doubt. I'm not much of a fighter. This isn't about fighting, Lin Chen replied, glancing at her. Your only task is to wake me if danger arises, and pray our luck holds. Li Yutong stared silently. What kind of night watch was that? Nonetheless, no objections were raised. Everyone retired quietly to their rooms. Upstairs in the master bedroom, Lin Chen soaked in a hot shower and slipped into clean sleepwear, his body finally unwinding. Lying upon the plush, oversized bed, he sensed it clearly, a faint soothing aura seeping down from above, enveloping him completely. It was Xiangyang's recovery aura. Under its gentle influence, the exhaustion accumulated from days of relentless combat dissolved at an astonishing pace. Lin Chen's breathing slowed, deepened, and he sank into a profound, long-awaited slumber. The next day, dawn had barely brushed the sky when his eyes snapped open. Not a trace of drowsiness remained. His body hummed with vitality, like a hypercharged supercar brimming with explosive energy. He glanced at the clock, 5:30 am. The recovery aura's effect proved even more potent than he'd imagined. Beside him, Xueqing stirred awake, blinking groggily. Instinctively, she began to rise. Is it my turn for watch? Before she could finish, a firm hand settled on her shoulder, gently pressing her back into the soft mattress. No watch yet. There's still time. Lin Chen rolled atop her, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Madam Boss, if you're awake, shall we begin with some morning calisthenics? A little stretching, perhaps. Xueqing jolted, fully alert, every trace of sleep vanishing as her cheeks flushed crimson. What are you doing? There are people downstairs. Don't worry, the villa's acoustics are impeccable. Lin Chen, you brute. Her protests quickly dissolved into breathless, fragmented sighs. Up on the 3rd floor balcony, Xiangyang, assigned to the latter half of the second watch, sat curled with knees drawn close, vigilantly scanning the villa grounds. Bolstered by her own recovery talent, she felt surprisingly alert, not weary at all. Indeed, the villa's soundproofing was exceptional. Yet Lin Chen's vigor was simply too overwhelming. Faint, muffled, deeply intimate sounds drifted upward, embarrassing, unmistakable, impossible to ignore. At first, Xiangyang didn't grasp their meaning, until she recognized Xueqing's flustered, indignant whispers woven through the rhythm. She froze, utterly rigid. Whoosh! Heat flooded her skull, her face burned so fiercely it could have fried an egg. Oh my! They. Hastily, she clapped her hands over her ears and buried her face in her knees. Yet her mind raced wildly beyond control. So, the boss and Sister Xueqing had already reached that stage. A knowing, unspoken truth. By 9 o'clock that morning, the group assembled punctually at the villa's entrance. Lin Chen stood radiant, refreshed, energized, his presence luminous. Xueqing followed closely behind, clad in crisp tactical gear. Yet the lingering allure in her eyes and the delicate flush on her cheeks betrayed the morning's private interlude. She kept her gaze lowered, avoiding everyone's eyes, especially Xiangyang's evasive glances, which made her want to vanish into the earth. Before it had been only Lin Chen and herself. No awkwardness. Now with 3 new companions, and having skipped her watch due to those morning calisthenics, the tension thickened. Lin Chen, however, remained utterly carefree. With a broad sweep of his arm, he declared, "Let's move out. Destination, the rear mountain. Time to collect our package." After a simple breakfast, the 5 set off under his lead toward the pond Li Yutong had described. The sight stole Zhao Qian's breath. The vast pond lay utterly desiccated, its basin filled only with pitch-black mud. And within that expanse of mire, hundreds of zombies writhed, sunk deep, some submerged up to their necks, others barely protruding, roaring and thrashing in futile desperation. Shen Xueqing's insight talent instantly delivered the assessment: all level 3 elite zombies. 300 or more. Over 300 level 3 elites. Unleashed beyond these walls, such a force could effortlessly obliterate half a city's survivor enclave. Yet here they stood, rooted like radishes in a field, ripe for harvesting. There, Li Yutong suddenly pointed toward the pond's center, her voice trembling. All eyes followed. At the heart of the horde stood a single towering figure, vastly larger than the rest. Nearly 4 meters tall, its bulging muscles coiled beneath unnaturally ashen-black skin. Tattered remnants of a security guard's uniform clung to its frame. Level 3 elite boss, mutated brute, level 5 constitution, 45 strength, 50 agility, 15 spirit, 5 skills, brute force, strike, rampage, stomp. That's him. Li Yu said. Wang Kuei, the villa's former head of security. It was he who had ignored their desperate pleas during the outbreak. Even before the apocalypse, during Xiangyang's job interview, Wang Kuei had lurked nearby, dropping veiled hints that her hiring would be guaranteed if she offered him special services. Lin Chen gazed across the mud-choked pond, this teeming reservoir of experience, and his smile widened, gleaming with anticipation. Outstanding. Today promises a bountiful harvest. From his pack, he withdrew the Blurarity shotgun, Thunderclap, the sole weapon he'd ever fired. Then he produced a card shimmering with violet light. It was the weapon advancement card ranged obtained from Supply Crate 3 at the University of Technology. Xueqing Lin Chen asked with a grin, "How did last time feel?" She shot him a withering glance. Recoil was brutal, and the noise was deafening. Had those 2 shots not drawn so many zombies, they wouldn't have faced that onslaught. No matter, it's easily manageable. Lin Chen flashed a confident grin. Today I'll show you what true artistry looks like. Without hesitation, he slapped the violet card against Thunderclap's barrel. Ding. Blurarity weapon, Thunderclap detected. Use weapon advancement card range to enhance. Yes. A resonant hum surged forth. Violet light erupted, engulfing the entire shotgun in a radiant, pulsing halo. The purple card transformed into a stream of light in Lin Shan's hand, instantly merging into the body of the thunderous roar gun. Buzz. A visible wave of energy surged outward. The originally archaic double-barrel shotgun was completely engulfed by dazzling purple light, violently trembling, morphing, and reassembling while suspended in midair. The gun barrel elongated, the gun body thickened, and the cold metal structure grew like a living entity, extending complex mechanical patterns and heat dissipation fins. Most remarkably, the gun chamber, which could originally hold only 2 bullets, was entirely dismantled, and a brand new massive revolver-style magazine structure was rapidly taking shape, with a feeding port extending outwards for connecting the ammo chain. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. When the purple light dissipated, a fearsome steel behemoth quietly hovered before Lin Chen. This was no longer a shotgun. This was clearly a small 6-barrel rotary cannon. It presented a deep purple hue, exuding a violent aesthetic with a menacing muzzle break resembling the fangs of a demon. Ding. Thunderous Roar has successfully evolved into a purple epic weapon. You have acquired Thunderstorm Purple Epic. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he immediately checked the attributes. Weapon Thunderstorm, unique quality, purple epic type, rotary machine gun, ammo capacity, user's strength, mental power, ammo type, regular energy bullets, high explosive thunder bullets, attributes, strength 30, constitution 30, movement speed 20, special effect 1, I energy core, passive built-in micro energy core that can negate 80 of recoil during firing and slightly increase bullet velocity. Special effect 2, silent force field, passive, the energy core will simultaneously generate a micro silent force field controlling the gunfire sound within a radius of 10 meters, with sound rapidly diminishing beyond that range. Special effect 3, a Wrath of Thunder active can consume mental power to convert regular ammunition into high explosive thunder bullets, causing area explosions and paralysis effects upon hitting targets. Note: be quiet, listen, that is death roaring. An exception to the rules. Hiss. Lin Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Perverse. So perverse. From a shotgun to a machine gun, the ammo capacity is actually calculated as strength mental power. For the current Lin Chen, that would be 86.85440. There's also the ammo type, which turns out to be energy bullets. Lin Chen had been worried about how to replenish the ammo after running out. Now it was good it directly turned into energy bullets. Energy bullets depend entirely on the wearer's attributes. Coupled with Xiangyang by his side controlling the rhythm, this was no different from having infinite ammo. And those two passive effects, negating 80 of recoil, a silent force field with a radius of 10 meters. This perfectly solved all the problems raised by Xueqing earlier. This is no longer optimization. This is simply trading a bird gun for a cannon directly leaping from the Stone Age into the interstellar era. Not to mention that active skill Wrath of Thunder capable of converting into high explosive paralysis bullets if aimed at a horde of corpses. The scene, except for the 20 reduction in movement speed being somewhat annoying, everything else is a benefit. Here you go. Lin Chen casually tossed the Thunderstorm machine gun weighing at least 30 kilograms to Xueqing as if it were a stick. Xueqing instinctively caught at the heavy weight, causing her to stagger slightly, almost losing her balance. Embracing this fearsome steel behemoth, she was completely stunned. Her petite figure contrasted sharply with the violent weapon. Is this the gun from earlier? Xueqing's voice trembled. Otherwise, Lin Chen grinned, patting her shoulder. Didn't we say it had great recoil and loud noise? Now the problem is solved. Is the recoil okay now? Xueqing looked at the gun barrel thicker than her arm, her heart pounding. No worries, just shoot boldly. Lin Chen leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear, playfully blowing a breath. Your man is right behind you, supporting you. No matter how much recoil there is, I can push it back for you. You? Xueqing's cheeks instantly flushed like they were about to bleed. She glared at Lin Chen in embarrassment and anger, feeling that this guy never missed a chance to take advantage. Lin Chen walked behind her, almost enveloping her in his embrace, holding her hands that gripped the machine gun, adjusting her posture. His warm breath brushed against Xueqing's ear, causing her fair neck to instantly blush with a lovely hue. Aim carefully, use your insight to lock onto their heads. Then fire. Let them experience the mercy of the Gatling Bodhisattva. Xueqing took a deep breath, forcibly, suppressing the odd feelings within her, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her pupils were filled with streams of data. The insight talent was fully activated. In the mire, the weaknesses of over 300 level 3 elite zombies were instantly locked onto by her. She aimed the gun at the densest part of the zombie horde and then pulled the trigger. There was no deafening roar as expected, only a muffled sound like a heavy hammer striking leather. Poo 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 poo. The next second, a line of death composed of countless energy bullets surged wildly from the thunderstorm's muzzle, accurately piercing into the zombie horde. Poo 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 poo. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The first dozen zombies at the front had their heads smashed like watermelon, struck by hammers, exploding into a mist of blood before they could even scream. The barrage swept through the mire like a boiling iron plow as heads exploded one after another, scattering red and white everywhere. The zombies that had been struggling and roaring in the mire were instantly stunned by this sudden storm of death. Soon the closest few level 3 elite zombies realized what had happened, letting out frenzied howls, futilely struggling in the mud, trying to lunge at this fresh blood meal. Xueqing was initially a bit nervous, but when she discovered that the thunderstorm in her hands was as stable as a rock with almost no recoil, felt her confidence immediately grew. Her fingers firmly gripped the trigger, guided by the insight talent. She began to rhythmically move the gun barrel, controlling the barrage to conduct a precise and efficient sweep of the zombies. Her expression shifted from nervousness to focus. At this moment, she was no longer the shy and blushing proprietress. She was the goddess of death. Standing at the back, Xiaoqian, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang were completely dumbfounded. My God. Xiaoqian's mouth was agape, his eyes nearly popping out. This is a gun. The guns he had seen before could only make holes. How could it be like this, directly blowing the zombies' heads apart like fireworks? And it was so silent. Li Yutong and Xiangyang trembled, their faces pale. They were not afraid, but rather stunned by the overly shocking scene of massacre filled with violent aesthetics. That seemingly aloof and beautiful sister Xueqing, when she took action, was actually so terrifying. They looked at Lin Chen, who appeared calm, as if he were admiring his wife playing a game, their eyes filled with endless awe. This man was not only a monster himself, but even his woman was a monster too. Roar! Just then a furious and violent roar exploded from the center of the mire. The nearly 4-meter-tall level 3 elite boss, the mutated brute security captain Wang Kuei, finally reacted from the shock of seeing his kind slaughtered. It looked at the little brothers it had painstakingly gathered, now reduced by nearly half. In just a few dozen seconds, its already irrational eyes instantly filled with bloodlust. It abandoned all futile struggles and forcefully stomped its feet deep into the mud. Raging stomp. Boom. A terrifying power erupted centered around it, causing the entire mire to violently shake. The mud beneath its feet, which could trap ordinary zombies, was actually forcefully shaken away, forming a small cavity. Immediately after, Wang Kuei's massive body exerted force, actually pushing against the suction of the mud, step by step, beginning to walk towards the shore. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Xueqing stopped for a moment. Lin Chen's voice rang out. Xueqing immediately released the trigger, the poo-poo sound of the gun coming to an abrupt halt. She took a breath, already sweating slightly on her forehead. Continuous firing was also a drain on the mind. In less than a minute her mental power was almost depleted. Her mental power was high, but her strength attribute was not much. At most she could fire over 800 bullets. She also had to focus on using the insight talent. And the zombies in the mire had fallen over 100. You have killed level 3 elite zombie x 127. Gained experience x 3810. Survival coins x 3810. Current level raised to level 7. A series of system prompts left Xueqing a bit dazed. You've had your fun, now it's my turn. He handed Xueqing over to Li Yutong beside him. Lin Chen took the thunderstorm from her hands. He hoisted the fearsome machine gun, gazing at the struggling boss, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Warm-up is over. Now let me show you what true art looks like. Lin Chen took the menacing thunderstorm from Xueqing's hands. The 30-kilogram steel beast felt weightless in his grasp. He even had the leisure to weigh it in his hands, savoring the cold metallic texture, while a more pronounced smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. How's that, shopkeeper? Is my after-sales service satisfactory? He raised an eyebrow at Xueqing, who was dripping with sweat and sporting a flushed face. Now let me show you what true professionalism looks like. Before Xueqing could respond, Lin Chen had already turned around, aiming the 6 dark gun barrels at the center of the muddy pit, where the massive beast Wang Kuei had broken free from its bindings and was slowly approaching. Roar! Wang Kuei sensed an overwhelming threat, swinging its thick arms and roaring, yet all was in vain. The larger its movements, the deeper it sank. You're too noisy. Lin Chen pouted, his mind focused. Wrath of Thunder. A low hum emanated from the energy core embedded within the thunderstorm, as a massive amount of spiritual power was instantly drawn in. In the next second, countless projectiles were about to burst forth from the gun barrel, instantly enveloped by a layer of flickering blue arcs. Ordinary ammunition was forcibly transformed into high-explosive thunderbullets in that moment. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. He pulled the trigger. There was no muffled puff, puff, puff. Instead, a piercing shriek tore through the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of death composed of blue electric light surged like an enraged thunder dragon, instantly crossing nearly 100 meters and viciously colliding with the massive form of the mutated brute Wang Kuei. Boom, boom, boom. The first high-explosive round hit. Wang Kuei's chest, as tough as steel plates, instantly erupted into a bloody hole as the violent electric energy surged into its body, causing its gigantic form to stiffen abruptly. The paralysis effect was triggered. Following that was the second, the third, and countless more. A relentless series of explosions raged upon Wang Kuei's form. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, bones shattered. This once mighty Tier 3 elite boss, unable to put up a proper fight, was nailed in place, becoming a mere living target. Roar! Wang Kuei emitted a reluctant wail from its throat, but it was soon completely drowned out by another round of explosions. Just 5 seconds. When Lin Chen released the trigger, the nearly 4-meter-tall boss had been blown to bits, leaving only a pile of dismembered meat and bones, emitting smoky remnants before it fell with a thud into the mud. You have killed Tier 3 elite boss mutated brute. Earned experience points x 2500. Survival coins x 2500. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Strength 2. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Constitution 2. The entire process was fluid and direct, brutal, yet efficient. The 3 bystanders, Xiangyang and his companions, were utterly petrified. If Xueqing's shooting moments ago was shocking, then Lin Chen's actions now could only be described as divine punishment. That was a boss. Just like that, it was taken down in seconds. Lin Chen did not stop. He hoisted the thunderstorm and slowly turned the barrel towards the nearly 200 remaining Tier 3 elite zombies in the muddy pit. Alright, warm-up is over. Next up is the time for purification. Lin Chen send them all to the afterlife. With his words, the scene was set. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An even more furious barrage of death erupted once more. This time Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to aim for their heads. He activated the indiscriminate cleaning mode. Wherever the barrage passed, those elite zombies were effortlessly torn to shreds as if they were made of paper. This resulted in an extremely bizarre scene. In the distance, blood and flesh flew, severed limbs soaring through the air, and explosions echoed continuously. Yet up close one could only hear a series of dull tearing sounds akin to fabric ripping. A silent slaughter. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Agility 1. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Security Guards Thermos Cup X1. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Spirit 1. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Security Guards Stinky Socks X1. Lin Chen's brow twitched as the talent voraciously seized everything. In less than a minute, the entire muddy pit was completely cleared. The remaining Tier 3 elite zombies along with that BOSS had all been transformed into Lin Chen's experience points and survival coins. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. All attributes 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. All attributes 1. Boom. The moment Lin Chen reached level 10, an unprecedented surge of power flooded through his body. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the minds of all survivors in Li City without warning. Li City area announcement. Detected that the survivor Anonymous has been the first to reach level 10 in this area. The first phase of the Apocalypse game adaptation period is about to end. In 48 hours, the adaptation period in this area will officially end, and the following new features will be activated immediately. 1. Friends Team Alliance features survivors can communicate freely in real-time, form teams, or create alliances to survive together. 2. Leaderboard feature. The Combat Power Leaderboard will be open, showcasing the top 10 survivors in this area. 3. Marketplace feature. An initial system marketplace will be launched, allowing survivors to use survival coins to purchase basic supplies and items. This announcement detonated like a nuclear bomb in the minds of all survivors. Before they could even react to the shock, the second announcement followed closely. Li City area announcement. As the first area on this server to end the adaptation period, Li City will receive pioneer bonuses. In the next 48 hours, all monsters in this area will have their experience point gains increased by 30, and item drop rates will also increase by 30. What the hell? What's going on? Level 10. Who the hell is this strong? Leaderboard. Marketplace. Alliance. Did this game. Update. Experience and drop rates increased by 30. Brothers. A chance to make a fortune has arrived. The regional channel exploded in an instant. Countless lurking survivors were jolted out, frantically discussing this sudden massive change. Meanwhile, at the center of the event, Lin Chen was greeted by a third announcement solely for him. But it was far from over. Li City area announcement. Congratulations, Anonymous, for becoming the first survivor in this area to reach level 10, awarded the unique title Pioneer. Congratulations, Anonymous, for being rated as the strongest in this area, receiving the unique limited time title Unmatched. In the regional channel, this news lifted the already heated atmosphere to a new height, instantly igniting the entire Li City. Anonymous boss, awesome. Anonymous boss, please let me cling to your thigh. Anonymous boss, need someone to warm your bed. I can do the eeing. Anonymous boss, I have over 100 silks, the kind you'll definitely like. Is this a cheat? This must be a cheat. Where's the GM? Hurry up and ban him. You fool upstairs, this is the apocalypse. Who are you going to ban? If you're capable, why don't you show me how to cheat? The key point is the new features, brothers. Alliance, leaderboard, and the marketplace. This game. No, this world is about to change. And then there's that pioneer bonus. Experience and drop rates increased by 30 within 48 hours. Damn it, why are we still sleeping? Get up and farm monsters. At the center of the storm by the pond of Chinny Mountain Villa. Title Pioneer effect. All attributes 10. A reputation gain speed increased by 20 when negotiating with official forces. Due to your combat power being rated as the strongest in this area, you will receive the unique limited time title Unmatched. Title Unmatched limited time effect. All attributes 10, dealing 10 extra damage to targets with lower combat power than yours. Note, this title will disappear once the position of strongest combat power is taken. Lin Chen looked at these two freshly minted titles, nearly laughing crookedly. 20 free points in all attributes. And bonuses for damage and reputation. Boss. That voice just now. Zhao Qian's face turned pale as he stuttered. A chance to live better. An opportunity to change the world. Lin Chen's response was concise. Years of experience in online literature told him that in such moments speed was everything. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately opened the newly unlocked alliance interface. Would you like to spend 5,000 survival coins to create an alliance? Yes, please enter the name of the alliance you wish to create, Tiansu. Lin Chen unhesitatingly typed these two characters. In the next second, the fourth and final announcement resounded throughout the city. Li City regional announcement. Congratulations to the survivor Anonymous for successfully creating the first alliance in this region, Tiansu. As the first created alliance, all members receive a 5-point boost to all attributes. Tiansu members gain an additional 10 experience points while in a party. Anonymous is amazing. Tiansu. What a domineering name. Boss, are you recruiting? I'm level 8, and I can warm the bed. Tian Su derived from the Zhuozhuan. The chirping of the partridge Tian Su shines brightly. The boss is well read. Wow. The first alliance even has bonuses. The regional channel erupted in excitement again. Meanwhile, Lin Chen contentedly closed the interface and turned his gaze towards the four people beside him who had completely frozen in shock. Zhao Qian, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang had utterly lost their ability to speak. They stared blankly at Lin Chen, then at the shocking announcement. In their minds, their brains completely blank. This man by his own strength had ended the newbie village phase of the apocalypse. Li Yutong tightly grasped Xiangyang's hand, her knuckles turning white, but her eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The fortunate talent was wildly alerting her to the approaching danger, but there was also an inexplicable guidance that made her absolutely certain that the big leg she was holding onto was the thickest, hardest, and most reliable in this apocalyptic world. Shen Xueqing remained comparatively calm. She gazed at Lin Chen's indifferent back, her eyes shifting, a hint of unnoticed pride blossoming at the corners of her lips. He was indeed the man she had chosen. She also climbed to 4th place on the power rankings, gaining a 3-point boost to all attributes. Like Lin Chen, she too had chosen to remain anonymous. The series of rewards made Lin Chen even forget to collect the dropped items in the pond. With a thought, he opened the brand new leaderboard feature. Li City Regional Power Leaderboard: 1st place Anonymous Power 592, 2nd place Zhouwu Power 185, 3rd place Chunhao Power 162, 4th place Anonymous Power 159, 10th place Li Fei Power 121. Seeing the 592 after his name, Lin Chen immediately understood that the effect of the purple gold dragon soul passive ability inflicted extra damage and intimidation effects on enemies with lower power. Lin Chen was still puzzled about what it was, but now he understood. The so-called power was actually the sum of 5 attributes: physique, strength, agility, and so on. It also included the bonuses from equipment. This power ranking took the maximum power into account. Now he wielded 2 weapons, 1 purple gold dragon soul and 1 thunderstorm, along with the bonuses from looting, upgrades, and the alliance. The attributes were as follows. Name: Lin Chen, level 10, 30390, power 592, physique 159, strength 152, agility 93, spirit 94, endurance 94, talent, looting skills, furious charge, hardened skin, incomplete, sunlight adaptation, passive, basic, regeneration, passive, weapons, purple gold dragon soul, thunderstorm, equipment, laborers, gloves, Adidas King running shoes, resistance ring, pure vest. Survival coins 12229, backpack 90 cubic meters. After giving the thunderstorm to Xueqing, his attributes dropped by 60 points and his power correspondingly decreased by 60 points, causing his ranking data to sink down, while Xueqing, who was 4th, jumped to 2nd place with a 60-point power increase. Interesting. Zhouwu ranked 2nd, which was expected as he represented the official power. I just wonder what expression he will have when he sees the vast chasm of difference between him and me. As for those unfamiliar names behind him, they must also be various tyrants who rose during the apocalypse. It seems that Li City is even livelier than I imagined. After including Xueqing, Zhao Qian, and the others in the alliance, Lin Chen completely took on the role of a hands-off manager, instructing them to go down into the mud to collect the spoils. He and Xueqing took out 2 beach chairs from their backpack space, leisurely sitting on the shore to study the various newly unlocked features. He and Xueqing leisurely took out 2 beach chairs from their backpack space, each with a cup of refreshing drink, sitting comfortably by the shore researching the various new functions just opened by the system. Zhao Qian and the others had no complaints about this hard labor. On the contrary, they were full of enthusiasm. After all, being able to associate with a deity like Lin Chen, what did it matter if the work was a bit dirty or tiring? At least they could survive, living far better than 99% of people before the apocalypse. In their hearts, Lin Shan, referring to Shen Xueqing as boss lady, made her the true boss lady, and serving the boss and boss lady was only natural. Boss, I seem to have found something strange. In the mud, Li Yutong suddenly exclaimed in surprise as she pulled out a small green glowing earring from a pile of rotten meat. Mental earring, green, mental 5. This was just the beginning, as the other 2 also found quite a few green and even blue items and equipment. Lin Chen glanced at the corners of his mouth curling up. The fortunate talent indeed lived up to its name. You guys keep it for now. We'll distribute it when we get back to the villa. Let me see what junk this store sells. Lin Chen lazily leaned back in his chair and opened the brand new store feature. A translucent blue light screen popped up and a dazzling array of product lists instantly refreshed. Compressed biscuits 50g, 20 survival coins piece, pure water 500 ml, 20 survival coins bottle. Puffed. Lin Chen almost spat out the sip of cola he had just taken. 20 survival coins for a bottle of water. Has the system turned into a robber? He had a look of disbelief. This price is even more outrageous than those shady tourist spots before the apocalypse. After all, killing a level 1 ordinary zombie only rewards 5 survival coins. In other words, an ordinary survivor has to risk their life to kill 4 zombies to exchange for a bottle of water or a piece of biscuit. What they were selling was not water but life. He smacked his lips and then clicked on the potions category. Basic healing potion 5,000 survival coins unit. Basic virus blocking potion 5,000 survival coins unit. There were many items, but the prices were outrageously high. For Lin Chen at this moment, besides those 2 potions, the other basic supplies held no appeal. He switched to the special category. There was only one item: regional broadcast 1,000 survival coins per use. Damn, that's really extortion. 1,000 survival coins just to shout one sentence across the entire server. Wasn't this thing in previous games just a special tool for rich players to spam love declarations or curses? He could even envision certain survivors spending 1,000 coins to shout XXX I love you to grab attention. After 3 full hours of gathering, the group returned to the villa with Xueqing and the others still wearing expressions of lingering joy. Especially Li Yutong and Xiangyang, who had only recently been waiting in despair for the victims to turn into zombies. Now, not only had their bodies been healed, but they had also secured the support of the strongest ally. This feeling was 100 times more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. Boss, these were all picked up from the pond. As soon as he entered the living room, Xueqing couldn't wait to empty his backpack, spilling a pile of items shimmering with various colors onto the polished marble floor. Li Yutong and Xiangyang quickly followed suit, dumping out all their spoils. In an instant, the luxurious living room was illuminated with the dazzling light of equipment and items dazzling the eyes. Even Lin Chen, looking at the mountain of spoils before him, couldn't help but break into a grin. These over 300 elite level 3 zombies were simply moving treasure chests. Count them up. Lin Chen waved his hand, giving orders. Yes, boss. Xueqing and the others, as if injected with adrenaline, immediately squatted down and began sorting with great enthusiasm. Soon the results were in. Xueqing's mouth formed an O shape as he stuttered, B. Boss, there are a total of 52 white items. 15 green ones. And there's a skill book, he said, holding out a thick book emitting a faint green glow, respectfully presenting it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the excited Li Yutong. Her face flushed. He understood immediately. The talent of fortune was terrifying. The drop rate was simply outrageous. Li Yutong proudly puffed out her chest, causing Shen Xueqing beside her to feel a twinge of jealousy. Lin Chen took the skill book. Passive skill book, basic resilience learning requirement, none effect, permanently reduces physical damage taken by 5 after learning. A life-saving skill. Lin Chen's gaze immediately shifted to the only healer in the team, Xiangyang. Though this girl possessed a BU level recovery aura, she was as fragile as paper, the core that the team needed to protect the most. You learn it. Lin Chen succinctly handed the skill book to the still somewhat dazed Xiangyang. Huh, me. Xiangyang was taken aback, repeatedly shaking her head. Boss, this is too precious, I can't accept. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Did you not understand my order? He paused, softening his tone slightly as he looked at the girl. You are now the logistical core of our team. Take it. Surviving is your greatest contribution. Xiangyang's eyes reddened as she looked at Lin Chen's determined gaze. Eventually, she nodded heavily and accepted the skill book. A flash of green light passed, and the skill book transformed into specks of light that merged into her body. Besides the skill book, Li Yutong's luck also brought an unexpected surprise. Among the 15 green pieces of equipment, a complete set was surprisingly assembled. Survivor set: green survivor jacket, constitution 2, survivor cargo pants, strength 2, survivor hiking boots, agility 2, set effect 3, all attributes 1. This set is for Xueqing. You are responsible for perimeter security and need balanced attributes. Lin Chen made the allocation directly. Thank you, boss. Xueqing was so excited he nearly knelt before Lin Chen, hurriedly putting on the new equipment, his demeanor instantly becoming much more capable. The remaining equipment was left for the other 3 to choose suitable items for themselves, while the rest was all stored in Xueqing's backpack. These items would serve as hard currency, either as welfare for Alliance members or for trading. The 3 girls then went to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. As for Lin Chen, the Lord, he lazily reclined on the sofa and opened the regional chat channel. Sure enough, because he had established the alliance and claimed the top of the leaderboard, the entire channel was still buzzing with activity. Countless people were applying to join Tian Su, and his inbox was almost bursting. Lin Chen set it to ignore all applications. Just as he was about to close the channel, 2 bold alliance creation messages caught his attention. Li City Region announcement. Survivor Chun Hao has successfully created the Alliance Flame Alliance. Li City Region announcement. Li City Armed Forces has successfully established the official alliance Li City Military District and established the subsidiary alliance Li City Military District Courtyard. Chen Hao. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the 3rd place on the power leaderboard? It seemed he was also an ambitious and capable guy. As for the military's actions, they were entirely expected. After the official forces fell silent early on, they would inevitably use the system's functions to reorganize their strength and establish order. Flame Alliance recruits all combat personnel above level 5. Excellent treatment, green weapons given upon joining. The Lee City Military District is currently recruiting survivors from the entire city, requiring a clean background and compliance with management. Veterans, police, and government officials will be prioritized. We will provide shelter and food. Address East City Military District Courtyard. Chun Hao's and the military's recruitment messages flooded the channel, enticing countless wandering survivors. This is getting more interesting. Lin Chen casually glanced towards the open kitchen where the faint aroma of rice and the fragrance of meat soup lingered in the air. 3 women, 3 distinctly different scenes. Xueqing was undoubtedly the leader. She neatly twisted her long hair into a bun with the feminist hairpin exposing a section of her fair neck. Perhaps having been a boss for too long, she exuded a natural commanding aura, efficiently directing Liu Tong and Xiangyang as they cleaned the ingredients. Her tight combat pants hugged her curvy figure, and as she turned to get something, it traced a breathtaking curve. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on her for a few more seconds. This woman was becoming increasingly intriguing. Of course, the most important thing was that she had already been stamped with his exclusive seal. Lin Chen could even recall how this morning she had been flushed and biting her lip, refusing to yield despite being toyed with by him. His gaze shifted to Liu Tong. This fortunate girl was currently like a cheerful little sparrow washing vegetables while humming an off-key tune, her face unable to hide her delight. Over 300 elite zombies had dropped a dozen green items, including a complete set. This drop rate was simply a bug. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. This was no mere support, but a walking treasure chest. Moreover, it was a well-developed treasure chest brimming with vitality and youthful exuberance. Lastly, there was Xiangyang. This timid girl was carefully cutting meat chunks. Seemingly unfamiliar with household chores, her movements were slow and focused, afraid of cutting her hand. Recovery aura, the core of the team's perpetual motion machine. As long as she was around, one could feel a warm current enveloping them, restoring mental and physical energy at a terrifying speed. Before the apocalypse, he had been just a struggling writer scraping by, fantasizing before the screen. Now commanding a lightning Gatling gun with an ice beauty who could provide him precise intel anytime, a lucky girl who dropped equipment everywhere and had a breezy demeanor, and a shy healer who could keep him at peak performance. All of them were his. This apocalypse didn't seem so bad for him. Perhaps sensing his unabashedly aggressive gaze, Xueqing suddenly turned her head, her cold eyes meeting his, her brows slightly furrowed. What are you looking at? Looking at the empire I've built. Lin Chen grinned, his tone self-assured. Xueqing's pretty face froze, instantly understanding the meaning behind his words. She huffed in annoyance, her cheeks uncontrollably flushing red as she chastised, "You pervert." After saying this, she turned her head away, no longer paying him any mind, though the nape of her neck, pinned with the hairpin, secretly flushed bright red. Nearby, Liu Tong and Xiangyang heard the exchange, one covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, while the other buried her head deeper, her face turning crimson. Lin Chen chuckled, feeling in high spirits. He sat up, stretched lazily, and his joints popped with a series of crisp sounds. "Hurry up and eat. You need energy to work." He looked at the backs of the 3 women in the kitchen, adding a pointed remark. "This afternoon there's much to do." After the meal, everyone made final adjustments, and Zhao Qin diligently checked Lin Chen's SUV. Zhou Wu. The name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now. He is that major from the Lee City Military District, someone I met once in the sports hall of the Industrial University. How does he know me? Lin Chen quickly realized that this friend request feature requires knowing the name to add someone currently besides his team members. He is the only official representative. Agree. As soon as he accepted, the other party's message immediately came through, phrased very politely. Zhou Wu. Hello, esteemed one. I am Zhou Wu from the Lee City Military District. I apologize for the intrusion, and I hope for your understanding. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa, and replied, "Lin Chen, what's the matter?" Simple and cold, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a big shot. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, as if organizing his words. Zhou Wu, I would like to confirm, is the number 1 on the combat power ranking. You. Lin Chen, yes. There was nothing to hide, as the other party had already come to a conclusion. Sure enough, the other party immediately sent a message full of astonishment and a wry smile. Zhou Wu, it really is you. Your strength is truly beyond imagination. On behalf of the Lee City Military District, I express the highest respect to you. Lin Chen smirked slightly, not acknowledging the flattery. From the movements of the regional channel these days, it seems that this Lee City Military District is indeed doing practical work, having organized multiple teams to rescue trapped survivors and gathered quite a few refugees, earning a good reputation. At the very least, they still maintained the good conduct of the People's Army before the apocalypse. This was one of the reasons Lin Chen was willing to engage with him. Dealing with a principled and organized force is definitely less troublesome than collaborating with a rabble. Lin Chen get to the point. Zhou Wu alright. He'll be straightforward. While clearing the Industrial University, we discovered a special energy response point beneath the main teaching building. It has been identified as a dungeon entrance. A dungeon. Lin Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. Those readers who have played games know that dungeons often represent high rewards. Zhou Wu, however, there is a level restriction for entering that dungeon. Players must be level 10, and only 2 can enter. Currently, you are the only one in the entire Li City who meets the requirement. Zhou Wu, therefore, I would like to formally invite you on behalf of the military district to team up with us to explore this dungeon. You would take 70 of the loot, while we would only take 30 and prioritize selecting the technical materials we need. What do you think? Zhou Wu seems to be quite sincere. Lin Chen fell into deep thought. An unknown dungeon, which could potentially be the first discovered in Li City, would definitely contain valuable items. Fortune favors the bold. This risk is worth taking. Moreover, with his current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter a ridiculously powerful boss, he could basically handle anything. Lin Chen, sure. But I will use this time of pioneer benefits to level up with my team members first. Zhou Wu, that's not a problem. We'll be waiting for you at the Industrial University. After discussing the main matter, Zhou Wu seemed to relax and became more talkative. Zhou Wu, esteemed one, to thank you for your cooperation. I have another piece of information to provide. The first hospital in the east of the city has been preliminarily sealed off by us, but it is infested with a large number of elite zombies, and there may even be mutated ones. Zhou Wu, that place has the most complete medical facilities in the city, and we hope to fully acquire it. If you need a suitable leveling point during the 48-hour bonus period, that would be an excellent choice. Of course, if you can clean it up, the military will be immensely grateful. This calculation is quite shrewd. This is both a gesture of goodwill and a request, letting him act as a free cleaner to facilitate the military's subsequent acquisition. However, Lin Chen indeed needs a place to test his strength after reaching level 10, as well as to farm some experience and survival coins. In order to build a portable safe house and upgrade vehicles, he needs a full 1500 survival coins, which far exceeds the amount he currently has. Moreover, the dungeon entrance requires a level of 10, and currently he is the only one with that level, but he can't go in alone. At the very least, Xueqing must be brought along. Additionally, Zhao, Qian, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang also need to level up. It wouldn't be fair to let just one boss charge in a battle, would it? The first hospital, with its abundance of elite monsters, is indeed a good leveling point. Lin Chen understood. These simple 3 words concluded the conversation. He turned to the side and found Shen Xueqing looking at him with a curious and inquisitive gaze. The military reached out to you, she asked softly. Boss lady, you're really smart. The military has invited us to explore a dungeon. Lin Chen nodded and briefly explained the situation. After listening, Shen Xueqing furrowed her brows slightly. The first hospital. The situation there must be quite complicated. Before the apocalypse, it was a place that was hard to come by, with a bed being hard to find. That's perfect. Lin Chen stood up, stretching his muscles with his joints cracking in a series of pops. They'll take you there to level up, mainly you, as you need to enter the dungeon with me. 10 minutes later. Let's go, set off. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the group quickly boarded the black SUV heading towards the first central hospital of Li City. Lin Chen did not want to miss the 48-hour bonus period. Along the way, the number of zombies gradually increased. When encountering groups of 3 to 5, Lin Chen would stop the car. Zhao Qian, you 3 get down and practice. Yes, boss. The 3 of them, now with better equipment, showed no fear at Lin Chen's command and excitedly jumped out of the car. Zhao Qian, wearing a survivor set, held a white recurve bow, his figure lean and agile. It was unclear if the kid was naturally talented or had trained, but his arrows were quick and accurate. Li Yutong held a newly found green dagger emboldened by Xiangyang's healing aura and specifically targeted those zombies that Zhao Qian had shot and who were incapacitated. Her fortune talent had an extraordinary effect on looting items from monsters, making Lin Chen envious. Equipment and supplies that were rarely seen before now appeared in abundance. Before they even reached the hospital, her 1-cubic backpack was already full. Reluctantly, Lin Chen had Xueqing transfer 5,000 survival coins to each of the 3, upgrading their backpacks to level 3. When encountering a horde of more than 20 zombies, Lin Chen would step in personally. Everyone watch closely, he'll demonstrate what AoE is. He brandished the purple gold dragon soul, stepping out of the car to face the screaming zombies charging towards him. Half-moon blade technique. Lin Chen shouted lowly, then suddenly swept his blade forward. A massive, tangible purple-gold blade energy erupted from the blade, transforming into a fierce crescent that howled into the horde of corpses. With devastating force, The sounds of blades cutting through flesh melded together as the purple-gold crescent cut through the horde. None could withstand the onslaught, whether they were bisected or decapitated. With a single strike, he cleared a fan-shaped vacuum in the horde. Kill level 1 zombie team gains 6 experience, individual gains 2 experience. Kill level 1 zombie, individual gains 2 experience. The team function Lin Chen activated changed the experience distribution to 40 for himself, 30 for Xueqing, and 10 for each of Xiangyang and the others. The sound of rapidly increasing experience points echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Holy shit. Xiangyang in the car clenched his fists in excitement, feeling his blood boiling. This is what a real man looks like. In just half an hour's drive, under the 30 experience boost of the bonus period, everyone else's experience bar surged significantly except for Lin Chen. Finally, the wide building complex, still bearing the large characters Li City First Central Hospital, appeared before them. The black SUV stopped at the street corner 500 meters away from the First Central Hospital of Li City. Ahead, the scene was filled with a throng of people. Of course, those were not people. They were zombies. They wandered aimlessly in the vast square outside the hospital entrance, blocking all the entrances and creating an unbearable stench and low moans that merged into a cacophony that sent chills down one's spine. Boss, this number is at least 1 or 2,000, right? Xiangyang in the back seat said, looking at the terrifying scene through the car window, a hint of fear in his voice. This spectacle was even more exaggerated than the zombie tide scene earlier at the Industrial University. Not just that. Xueqing's voice came from the front passenger seat. Wearing her mask, glasses, data flashed rapidly in her cold eyes. In the first floor square area, the observable ordinary zombies are estimated to be between 2,800 and 3,200, among which there are at least 100 second-tier elite zombies. Moreover, the energy reactions inside the hospital wards are even more numerous and dense. She turned her head to look at Lin Chen. If we charge in directly, we could easily get bogged down by the zombie tide and fall into a war of attrition. You can manage alone, but we few would find it troublesome, making it hard to coordinate. Boss lady, what do you think? Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his unabashedly aggressive gaze, Xueqing's ears turned slightly red, but she quickly entered tactical analysis mode. She extended her slender finger, pointing at a lonely 2-story security booth at the hospital entrance. That can barely be considered a high point. We can first clear out the security booth. You guard downstairs to prevent zombies from approaching, while we use Thunderstorm from the second-floor window to utilize its silent force field characteristic to clear the zombie horde on the square. The gunfire from Thunderstorm is restricted to a 10-meter range, so it won't prematurely alert the zombies inside the main building, allowing us to minimize external threats. Meanwhile, Xueqing's gaze shifted to Xiangyang in the back. Xiangyang can take advantage of the chaos created by the attracted zombies to activate his disguise talent and sneak into the main building from the side to prioritize collecting medicines and medical equipment and investigate the situation in the wards. Once we clear the square, we can enter the main building, thus avoiding extensive damage to the facilities and fulfilling the military's requirement for complete takeover, accomplishing 2 goals with 1 action. After this explanation, clear and logical, Xiangyang and the others were left dumbfounded, their eyes filled with admiration for Xueqing. As expected of the boss lady, beautiful and effective. Oh no, I meant beautiful and intelligent. Snap. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, a smile of approval on his face. As expected of my boss lady, this plan, I give it 101 points. 1 more point is my pride. Who is your boss? Xueqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. Lin Chen chuckled, turning to the 3 in the back and issuing commands. Did you all hear? This is how our Tiansu operates. Got it. Understood, boss. The 3 of them echoed in unison. Action. With a command from Lin Chen, the SUV was instantly stored in the spatial backpack. Lin Chen took the lead, charging towards the security booth at the hospital entrance with the 4 of them. 7 or 8 zombies were wandering near the booth. Lin Chen's figure flickered, appearing behind a zombie. His right hand formed a claw and directly crushed its cervical vertebra. Crack. Before the surrounding zombies could react, his figure had turned into a fleeting shadow, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds in the confined space. In less than 5 seconds, all the zombies fell limply to the ground. Lin Chen kicked open the door of the security booth, which was empty. Safe. He turned back and signaled. Xueqing was the first to enter, followed by Xiangyang and the others. Lin Chen guarded the entrance, vigilantly scanning the square. Xueqing hurried up to the 2nd floor and stopped at a window facing the square. She took Thunderstorm out of her backpack. Boom. The heavy gun was propped against the window sill, emitting a dull sound. The appearance of this gun was imposing, a form of irresistible romance for any man. But at this moment, it was controlled by a slender and cold beauty. Xueqing took a deep breath, gripped the gun handle, and slowly infused her mental energy. Buzz. The 6 barrels of Thunderstorm began to rotate slowly and an invisible force field quietly expanded in front of the gun muzzle. Silent force field activated. Her gaze pierced through the scope, locking onto the most densely packed area of zombies in the center of the square. Begin. Lin Chen's voice echoed in everyone's minds through the team channel. Received. Xueqing's eyes sharpened as she pulled the trigger. Tat 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 tat. It was not the deafening roar one might imagine. In its place was a deeply suppressed motor-like hum emanating from within the gun. Outside the muzzle, a torrent of death composed of countless energy projectiles violently tore through the air in a silent, yet savage manner. Puff 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 puff. In the center of the square, that densely packed horde of zombies seemed to be swept away by an invisible giant hand. The first wave of zombies at the forefront was instantly reduced to minced meat, and blood missed the stench of liquid splattering everywhere. The rain of bullets showed no signs of stopping, forming a sweeping fan that crazily extended in all directions. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, dismembered limbs scattered. Those sluggish, ordinary zombies appeared as fragile as paper in the face of this steel storm, collapsing in droves. In just the first round of fire, over 100 zombies were torn to shreds. Inside the guard booth, the others could only hear the dull hum of thunderstorm. The bloody massacre outside the window was taking place in a strange silence. What the hell? Xueqing had completely entered a state of focus. The insight talent allowed her to clearly capture every weak point of the zombie horde, while Thunderstorm's terrifying firing rate and silent force field enabled her to unleash firepower without restraint. She was no longer the gentle boss lady who needed protection from Lin Chen. Instead, she was the embodiment of death and destruction, the Gatling Bodhisattva. Kill 1 level zombie team experience 6. Kill 1 level zombie team experience 6. Kill 2 level elite zombie team experience 26. A series of system prompts cascaded through the minds of all team members like a waterfall. Xiangyang go. Seeing a slight gap in the zombie horde, Lin Chen seized the opportunity and turned to Xiangyang. Yes, boss. Xiangyang suddenly came to his senses, his entire aura instantly blending with the surrounding zombies, silently slipping out of the security booth and stealthily moving towards the side door of the main building. Soon Xueqing's bullets ran out. Lin Chen stepped forward to take over Thunderstorm, allowing Xueqing a brief rest. The gunfire continued to roar silently. 10 minutes later, when the last magazine turned the remaining zombies at the edge of the square into mush, the dull gunfire finally ceased. Xueqing slowly released the trigger, beads of fine sweat forming on her forehead, her chest slightly heaving. Although she was enhanced by Xiangyang's recovery talent, firing so many bullets at once was still a bit of a strain for her. Fortunately, Lin Chen's takeover in the middle gave her a chance to rest. She turned to Lin Chen, her cold eyes flickering with a hint of excitement she hadn't even realized. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up. Boss lady, from now on I'll call you Compassionate Bodhisattva, Physical Exorcism, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Xueqing. She shot Lin Chen a glare. Could this guy not praise someone seriously for once? When Li Yutong and Xiangyang leaned out to look outside, they both gasped in shock. The once overcrowded vast square was now empty. The ground was covered with a thick layer of a carpet made of minced meat, rotten bones, and dark red blood plasma, with countless glowing loot orbs scattered throughout, creating a scene that was both disgusting and spectacular. In this battle, it was conservatively estimated that nearly 3,000 zombies were eradicated. Ding. Your teammate Xueqing has leveled up to LV8. Ding. Your teammate Li Yutong has leveled up to LV4. Ding. Your teammate Xiangyang has leveled up to LV4. A series of level up prompts sounded. Let's go clean up the battlefield and then enter the building. Lin Chen put away his joking demeanor and drew his purple gold dragon soul. Xueqing continued to keep watch at the guard booth, while Li Yutong and Xiangyang navigated through the remains collecting loot. Lin Chen assisted them while also providing close protection against any zombies that might resurrect. Although the entire square looked quite disgusting now, the previous experience allowed Li Yutong and the others to cope. The hospital plaza reeked of blood and gunpowder, a thick suffocating miasma clinging to the air. Shattered remains of nearly 3,000 zombies carpeted every inch of ground, a grotesque spectacle capable of making even the sturdiest soul vomit their last meal. Yet Li Yutong and Xiangyang merely wrinkled their noses at first, then quickly adapted. Especially Li Yutong, her small face lit with exhilaration, she darted about like a nimble raccoon in a melon patch. Blue. Boss. A blue orb over here. A skill book right here. Wow, this one. This is Constitution Serum. Permanently increases Constitution by 5 points. Lin Chen watched her flustered exclamations with a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. He seriously doubted that had circumstances permitted, this girl wouldn't have launched into a flawless backflip on the spot. The fortunate fate talent was simply absurdly unfair. They hadn't even cleared a third of the battlefield, and already Li Yutong alone had unearthed over 20 green tier items, 3 blue tier artifacts, and even a rare permanent attribute serum. Such drop rates would defy belief if spoken aloud. Drink this, Lin Chen said, handing the softly glowing blue vial of Constitution serum to Xiangyang. Boss, this is far too precious. Xiangyang hastily waved her hands, her cheeks flushing crimson with nervousness. She knew her worth lay solely in her healing aura, in raw combat strength. She couldn't even match Li Yutong. Drink it now. Lin Chen's voice held unshakable certainty. You are the strategic core of this team. Your survival takes absolute priority. Understand? Tears welled in Xiangyang's eyes. Gazing into Lin Chen's unwavering expression, she finally whispered a soft took the vial, and drank it in one swift gulp. A warm current surged through her body, and she could distinctly feel her physical constitution strengthening. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves scavenging the battlefield. Atop the main hospital building, in the director's office, an ashen-faced middle-aged man crouched behind heavy curtains, gripping a high-magnification telescope, his gaze locked with predatory intensity on several figures moving across the plaza below. His name was Zheng Peisin, the former administrative director of this hospital before the cataclysm. When the world fell, he awakened the martial prowess talent, granting him dramatic surges in both strength and agility. Leveraging his pre-cataclysm authority and newfound martial might, he swiftly seized control over the handful of doctors and nurses trapped with him on the top floor, crowning himself petty sovereign of this crumbling domain. At first, all he'd sought was survival. But when military broadcasts urged unity and mutual aid, he realized the old order had shattered beyond repair. Power once grasped let loose the darkest undergrowth of human nature. Male physicians who dared resist, or proposed fair rationing, were cast from the rooftop one by one to become feasts for the undead. And the young, beautiful nurses, reduced to mere playthings, vessels for his unchecked lust. Damn, those legs, that rear. Through the lens, Li Yutong bent to retrieve an orb, her form taut and youthful, sculpted perfectly by her fitted combat trousers. Beside her, Xiangyang wore a surgical mask, but her delicate, unblemished features radiated unmistakable innocence. Zheng Peisin's throat tightened, his body, only just sated by another nurse, stirred again with dark arousal. He never imagined for a moment that those few figures down there had cleared the plaza themselves. One man flanked by two women. Preposterous. Instinctively, he credited the leeching military district. Clearly, elite forces had swept the area with overwhelming firepower, and these three were nothing more than lucky scavengers trailing in their wake. Damn it. Rage boiled within him. He whirled and kicked viciously at a young woman huddled naked on the floor beside him. Worthless. You moan like a dead fish. Made me miss vital intel. She gasped in pain, trembling silently, arms clutching her frail frame. Still unsatisfied, Zheng Peisin's gaze slid toward the office corner, where a young male doctor in a blood-stained white coat hung suspended from the ceiling, bound by ropes, barely clinging to consciousness. Zheng Xiaobin, I ask you one final time, swear fealty to me and lend me your talent. Refuse and I'll hurl you out that window this instant. Zheng Peisin snarled. Hanging above, Zheng Xiaobin lifted his head with immense effort, his eyes bloodshot, blazing with defiant fire. Zheng Peisin, you beast, just kill me now. Stubborn fool. Zheng Peisin spat, his gaze flashing with avarice and frustration. This Zheng Xiaobin possessed a talent so extraordinary it defied reason. Healing. Healing. It didn't merely accelerate wound recovery, it performed miracles. Zheng Peisin himself had witnessed a nurse freshly scratched by a zombie undergo treatment, and watch in awe as the telltale signs of zombification receded, vanishing entirely. It purged the zombie virus itself, an ability of unparalleled rarity. To command Zheng Xiaobin was to hold the most valuable currency in the entire post-apocalyptic world. Whether recruiting followers or negotiating with titanic powers like the military, he'd wield unmatched leverage. Yet this boy, this unbreakable bone, refused to yield. Wait, once I've taken those two girls downstairs, I'll break you slowly, piece by piece. Zheng Peisin sneered, raising his telescope, once more his gaze flickering between Xueqing and Li Yutong as he schemed his next move. Back on the plaza atop the guardhouse's second floor, Xueqing, who had been maintaining vigilance, suddenly furrowed her brow. Unburdened by the plaza's carnage, her senses remained acutely attuned to prying eyes. Someone's watching us, she stated calmly over the team channel, then withdrew a military-grade telescope from her pack and scanned the direction of the sensation straight toward the top floor of the main hospital building. Almost instantly, she caught a fleeting glint of reflected light behind a curtain in the director's office. Confirmed survivor on the top floor, observing us from the director's office. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Qian's message appeared in the team channel. Zhao Qian, boss, I've reached the 13th floor. Found recently slain zombies, wounds inflicted by bladed weapons. Zhao Qian, there are active survivors inside this building. I'm advancing toward the roof, but the stairwell entrance is blocked. Can't proceed yet. Lin Chen paused mid-scavenge. Interesting. Even after such devastation, survivors still clung to life here. Had they drawn the same camouflage talent as Zhao Qian? Boss, there are survivors. Should we rescue them? Li Yutong edged closer to Lin Chen, her voice hushed with quiet apprehension. Rescue? Lin Chen smiled faintly at her naive earnestness. You still haven't grasped the rules of this new world. How can we tell friend from foe? This girl clearly hadn't yet internalized the harsh calculus of apocalypse survival. Those who neither cried out for help nor fled upon sight, and who actively hunted zombies, were no ordinary survivors. Ah well, I'm just a little scared. Scared? Lin Chen grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. The entire city of Xiangyang is our training ground now. Zombies, or fools who reach out recklessly, we cut off the hand that dares grasp. His tone was light, almost casual, yet beneath it thrummed an ironclad, unassailable authority. Inside the top-floor office, Zhang Payson lowered his telescope, and his mind raged with inner conflict. Greed screamed for him to descend immediately to claim both women, each exquisite in her own way, as his exclusive possessions. Especially that fiery, outrageously lucky girl. She was perfection incarnate. Yet cold reason warned him they might well be military operatives. Rushing in blindly would be suicide. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. Zhang Payson clenched his jaw, resolve hardening. He'd send scouts first, to test the waters. He'd use the nurses he despised most, dispatch them as bait, ordering them to beg for assistance downstairs. If the strangers truly belonged to the military, their response would be courteous, and he'd seize the chance to pledge allegiance, trading his administrative rank and intimate knowledge of the hospital for a secure position of power. But if they were merely opportunistic scavengers tagging along behind the army, a cruel, feral smile curled Zhang Payson's lips. Then he'd show them no mercy. Just as he turned to issue his orders, unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes far below lifted upward and fixed upon his window, offering a slow, knowing, and deeply unsettling smile. In the hospital plaza, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from a fleeting glint of reflected light on the rooftop of the inpatient ward, a faint, knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. He activated the team voice channel. A spectacle is about to unfold. Everyone play your part flawlessly. Especially you. Yutong suppressed that look of having just struck gold. Yes, that very expression caught between laughter and restraint. Hold it steady. And stop leaping about like a startled hare. Those two headlights of yours are making me dizzy. Huh. Li Yutong, who had been eagerly lunging toward the next azure energy orb, froze mid-motion, blinking blankly. She glanced down at her striking figure, and her cheeks flared crimson in an instant. Senior brother, what on earth are you saying? Yet she obediently tamped down her excitement and mimicked Xiangyang's demeanor, adopting a face etched with fear and exhaustion. Yan, stop scavenging too. Lin Chen continued, directing the operation. All three of us, gather here, pretend to inventory supplies while maintaining vigilance. The two girls instantly grasped his intent and moved without hesitation. Thus an odd tableau unfolded across the plaza. A man led two young women, not scouring widely but huddled in a corner, arranging scattered supplies on the ground, counting them aloud, while casting nervous glances in every direction, like sparrows trembling at the twang of a bowstring. On the rooftop of the main hospital building inside the director's office. Utterly incompetent. Zhang Payson observed the trio's clumsy performance below through a high-magnification telescope, his sneer growing ever more savage. This confirmed his judgment beyond doubt. These were no elite fighters, merely lucky scavengers trailing behind the military, picking over their leavings. Those two girls won't escape me. He whirled sharply, his predatory gaze sweeping over several female nurses cowering in the room, disheveled, half-undressed, trembling uncontrollably. You, all of you, go downstairs, he commanded, chin jerking downward toward the plaza, his tone brooking no dissent. Go seek aid from them. Tell them you're survivors trapped here by zombies, and lure them into the main building. Bring them up, and I guarantee your rations will double every day. At his words, the nurses' faces did not brighten with hope, but twisted instead with raw terror. One nurse, older, perhaps 30, with unusually clear eyes, summoned all her courage and stammered, Director Zhang. What if they're the ones who are dangerous? Dangerous? Zhang Payson barked a cruel laugh, as if hearing the most absurd jest imaginable. Then his expression darkened in an instant. Slap. A thunderous backhand sent the nurse crashing to the floor. Do you truly believe you still have a choice? He snarled, grinding his boot into her back, his features contorted with malice. Now? Immediately. Get out, downstairs. Or I'll hurl each one of you from this window, right now. Brutality and threat shattered the last vestiges of their fragile hope. Faced with death, they had no alternative. Moments later, 3 ragged, emaciated nurses emerged unsteadily from a fire escape alcove beside the inpatient ward, leaning heavily on one another. They spotted Lin Chen and the 2 young women huddled in the plaza corner, and seized upon them as lifelines, screaming hoarsely with every shred of strength left in their bodies. "Help us! Save us!" Lin Chen and his companions instantly rose, alert and wary. Li Yutong and Xiangyang even flinched behind Lin Chen, perfectly embodying vulnerability and helplessness. The three nurses staggered forward, stumbling with each step. The eldest, the one who'd been struck, led them. Beyond her relatively clean nurse's uniform, she wore nothing beneath, her silhouette revealing unmistakable prominent contours. She collapsed before Lin Chen, not even pausing to speak, but dropped straight to her knees with a heavy thud. The other two younger nurses followed suit, tears carving clean trails through grime and sweat on their cheeks. From above, Zheng Peisin watched through his scope and nodded satisfied. Well acted, convincingly raw, yet reality bore no resemblance to his assumption. "Please, save us. And save the others upstairs too." The elder nurse lifted her head, her eyes held in abyssal despair and a searing, unquenchable hatred. She abandoned Zheng Peisin's script entirely, laying bare the truth without reserve. "Upstairs, on the top floor, there's a demon. His name is Zheng Peisin. After the apocalypse, he seized all supplies and hurled every male doctor who dared resist him off the roof to feed the zombies. He treats us nurses as playthings, subjecting us to unspeakable degradation. We simply could bear it no longer. Please, if you serve the military, you must save us." The two younger nurses wailed in chorus, spilling forth Zheng Peisin's atrocities: enslavement, hoarding, wanton slaughter, as if emptying a bamboo tube of beans. They knew this was their sole chance. Better to defy Zheng Peisin's tyranny than become complicit in his cruelty, so they gambled everything on these strangers' remaining humanity. That gamble had crystallized the moment they noticed how immaculately Lin Chen's two companions were dressed. Li Yutong and Xiangyang stood stunned, eyes wide with shock and fury. Lin Chen, however, betrayed little emotion upon hearing the horrors recounted. Such depravity was tragically commonplace in the apocalypse. Power invariably reshapes human morality. Just as before the cataclysm, he, a struggling web novelist, would never have dared even glance at Xueqing with desire. To phrase it elegantly, admire from afar, never dare defile. What truly shifted the light in his eyes, however, was neither the kneeling nurse's exposed forms, nor any such triviality. Or is it not so? Rather, it was the elder nurse's next utterance. "That demon, he's holding captive a young physician named Zheng Xiaobin. Dr. Zheng. He awakened the healing talent. It's extraordinary. He's a good man. You must save him." As if recalling something vital, the nurse added urgently, 2 days ago, Xiao Li was clawed on the arm by a zombie. Her transformation was imminent. Dr. Zheng treated her and pulled her back from the brink of undeath itself. He purified the zombie virus. Even that. Purified the zombie virus. Those 5 words detonated in Lin Chen's mind like a thunderclap. While the others remained reeling from Zheng Peisin's brutality, Lin Chen's thoughts narrowed to a single ironclad resolve. This physician, Zheng Xiaobin, he would be his. A strategic asset capable of purifying the virus, held value surpassing 100 purple tire artifacts. With him, one gained infinite margin for error. With him, one held one of the apocalypse's most pivotal bargaining chips. "Are you certain every word is true?" Lin Chen's voice dropped low, his gaze sharpening like a honed blade fixed upon the elder nurse. She trembled beneath his stare, but nodded emphatically, "Absolutely true. We swear it." "Good." Lin Chen gave a slow, deliberate nod, his decision forged in an instant. He helped the nurse rise, offering a warm, though self-perceived, smile. "Rest assured, we'll intervene. Take shelter in that security booth over there. Leave this to me." After dispatching the 3 nurses, he turned to the team channel. "Madam Boss, our plan has changed." Xueqing understood instantly. "You intend to turn his trap against him." "Precisely." Lin Chen grinned, a smile edged with glacial cold. "Since our host upstairs is so hospitable, wouldn't it be terribly rude not to pay him a visit?" He ascended, alone. The main inpatient building. Its top floor, the hospital director's office. Zheng Peisin lowered his binoculars, his brows knotted tightly into a grim knot. That man had actually walked in alone. Everyone else, including the cool, stunningly beautiful woman, had remained outside at the security booth. What was this move? Had he entered first to scout the area, confirm safety, and then radio the main force waiting outside? Yes, that must be it. Zheng Peisin's mind raced, landing on what he believed to be the most logical explanation for Lin Chen's actions. The more he thought, the more convinced he became. After all, who would dare storm such a perilous zone, recently ravaged by a zombie horde, without overwhelming advantage? Once this clicked into place, the faint unease in Zheng Peisin's chest vanished entirely, replaced instead by a warped, ravenous greed. If he seized this vanguard scout, he could hold him hostage, forcing the main force outside to surrender. Better yet, he could use him as bait to lure those 2 exquisite young women upstairs. "Ha ha ha. A low, unrestrained chuckle escaped Zhang Peisen's throat as his sinister gaze swept over the nurses sprawled unconscious on the floor. He strode forward and roughly tore away the tattered remnants of their clothing. Ryup. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply. With practiced ease, he twisted their bras and cotton underpants into crude ropes and bound their wrists and ankles with brutal efficiency. He stuffed cloth into their mouths as well. The nurses thrashed violently, their eyes burning with humiliation and raw terror. Zhang Peisen ignored them completely, only growing more aroused. Only after finishing did he saunter satisfied toward Zhang Xiaoban, suspended from the ceiling. Zhang Xiaoban, do you see? Zhang Peisen pointed triumphantly at the writhing bodies on the floor, gloating to the suspended young doctor. Soon new company will join them. Those two downstairs, one cool and aloof, the other lively and bright. TSK, both absolute treasures. In a moment I'll let you watch me claim them. And you'll learn once and for all how utterly foolish it is to defy me. As he spoke, he snatched up a ragged strip of cloth and shoved it deep into Zhang Xiaoban's mouth without hesitation. Fury blazed in Zhang Xiaoban's eyes, but all he could emit were feeble, muffled whimpers. Let's go welcome our honored guest. Zhang Peisen clapped his hands once and strode toward the stairwell, flanked by two of his most trusted nurses. Though less striking than Li Yutong and Shen Xueqing downstairs, these two women were obedient and ruthlessly cruel. Their complicity had been indispensable to Zhang Peisen's reign of terror. His plan was already set when the scout ascended. These two would feign distress, ambush him from behind, while Zhang Peisen struck He'd seizing him in one decisive move. He'd awakened the martial combat aptitude. How could subduing a mere scout possibly pose a challenge? His calculations clicked into place with chilling precision. Alas, he had no inkling that what approached was no helpless scout. But no words seemed adequate. Lin Chen stepped into the building. Thick, cloying air hung heavy with the mingled stench of blood and antiseptic. Corridors brimmed with grotesquely mutilated corpses, half consumed and strewn haphazardly. He showed no trace of reconnaissance, merely strode forward, unwavering toward the staircase the nurses had indicated. One thought consumed him: to purify the zombie virus. This physician, Zhang Xiaoban, must be secured. Pity why's he a man? Lin Chen mused inwardly as he climbed. If only the chief physician were a woman like Madame Boss. Purifying viruses by day, purifying me by night. Got carried away. His extraordinary mental acuity rendered every sound upstairs crystal clear: footsteps, ragged breathing, and the muffled, desperate whimpers of women with mouths gagged. Lin Chen didn't pause, not for an instant. He knew precisely what surprise awaited above, and as he mounted the final step to the top floor, he beheld the so-called trap. At the stairwell entrance, two nurses, moderately attractive, clad in uniforms, stood with backs turned, pretending to haul a fallen metal bed across the corridor to barricade it, shouting urgently, "Hurry! Block it now, they're coming up!" Behind them stood a sallow-faced, middle-aged man gripping a fire axe, posing with theatrical solemnity, as if prepared to die defending survivors. His gaze locked warily on the stairs below. This performance was laughably inept. Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to critique it. At the sight of him, Zhang Peisen's eyes lit up instantly. He's here. Zhang Peisen flashed the two nurses a sharp, knowing glance. They understood instantly, spun around, faces alight with feigned relief and joy, and lunged toward Lin Chen, each concealing a gleaming scalpel behind her back. "Comrade, are you sent by the military to rescue us?" Zhang Peisen's impassioned line had barely begun. Lin Chen moved. He ignored the two lunging women entirely, and never glanced at the man brandishing the fire axe. His target had been fixed from the very beginning. Boom. Lin Chen slammed his right foot hard into the floor, launching himself forward like a cannonball, bypassing the women entirely and charging straight at Zhang Peisen. Too fast. So fast that Zhang Peisen's face remained frozen mid-performance, still wearing that tragic heroic mask. So fast that the women hadn't yet raised their scalpels. "You." Zhang Peisen managed only a single syllable before a black blur swallowed his vision. He couldn't even register the motion, only felt an unstoppable, monstrous force slam into his chest with devastating force. Thud. A deep, thunderous impact, like a war drum struck at full force. Lin Chen's simple, direct punch required no technique, no skill. Zhang Peisen's vaunted martial combat aptitude was a mockery before him. Crack, 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 crack. His ribs shattered in rapid, sickening succession, the entire chest cavity collapsing inward with visible, horrifying concavity. His body flew backward like a discarded sack, slamming into the far wall before crumpling limply to the floor, blood and viscera erupting from his mouth, staining the tiles crimson. Aptitude, seize, activated. You have acquired Constitution 1. Ding. You have successfully seized item S from survivor, Zhang Peisen, keychain 1. Lin Chen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Another worthless drop. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The two nurses, still frozen mid-lunge, watched in paralyzed horror, their expressions shifting from feigned delight to stunned disbelief to abject terror, as if petrified by sorcery. They watched wide-eyed as Lin Chen passed between them, and with a single punch reduced Xiangyang, director, their invincible demonic overlord, to a pulpy ruin. Lin Shan retracted his fist, never glancing again at the ruined figure on the floor. He walked past the two petrified women, his sheer presence buckling their knees until they collapsed helplessly onto the ground. He headed straight for the director's office. The physician capable of purifying the virus was there. As for the script, sorry, I have no interest in playing along. Lin Chen pushed open the heavy wooden door of the dean's office, which was slightly ajar. A complex smell mingled with blood, debauchery, and despair rushed towards him. The office was enormous, lavishly decorated, but had now become a hell on earth. On the floor, 7 or 8 female nurses were bound naked, their mouths stuffed with cloth like lambs awaiting slaughter, their eyes filled only with numbness and fear. Their bodies were covered in bruises and unspeakable marks. Lin Shen's gaze swept over them, and he didn't even furrow his brows, merely feeling a sense of astonishment inside. These city folks certainly knew how to have fun. In the center of the office, a young man wearing shorts and glasses was suspended from the ceiling by ropes, his feet off the ground. It seemed he was the one Zheng Xiaobin who could purify the virus. His mouth was also stuffed, and he glared at Lin Chen with fiery eyes, making angry sounds from his throat. Clearly, he took Lin Chen for an accomplice of Zheng Peisin. Relax, I'm here to save you. Lin Chen smiled at him, just about to step forward to free him. Bang! The office door was kicked open from the outside. Zheng Peisin appeared, a large dent in his chest, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, his face twisted as he leaned against the doorframe. Behind him were 2 female nurses, both with faces full of resentment. He was still alive. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He believed that his previous punch should have turned even an elephant into mush. This guy had some substance. Zheng Peisin fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, then glanced at the naked bodies in the office. Seeing Lin Chen's eyes wandering over the young bodies, the ferocity on his face suddenly twisted into a distorted understanding. He thought Lin Chen was one of his kind. Brother, impressive skills. Zheng Peisin forced himself to stand straight, spat out a mouthful of blood, and croaked. I was blind to not recognize a master like you. He pointed at the women on the floor, then at the suspended Zheng Xiaobin, his face revealing a knowing smile that only men could understand. How about this? Let's not hurt each other's feelings. We are both seeking pleasure in this apocalypse. Why not have a fight? Whoever wins takes all the women here, including the doctor, who can heal. The loser will cut off an arm and roll out of here. How about it? He was full of confidence, having leveled up to level 5 by killing disobedient male doctors and downstairs zombies, thanks to his fighting talent. In his view, the reason he was heavily injured by a single punch earlier was entirely due to underestimating his opponent and being caught off guard. In a direct confrontation with his fighting talent, how could he possibly lose to a survivor of the same level? Oh, Lin Chen became genuinely interested upon hearing this. Of course, it wasn't about those women, nor was it about this fool who didn't know his limits. He didn't want to become one of this lecherous man's kind. Rather, it was about him personally. A level 5 survivor who could withstand his punch and not die must have quite impressive attributes. That was certainly more valuable than the zombies outside that shattered with a mere touch. Now that he had leveled up, the chances of seizing low-level zombies were getting lower. The fact that this guy proposed such a request was like offering up a prime punching bag. Sure, Lin Chen nodded straightforwardly, revealing a set of white teeth. However, I have one condition. Speak. Zheng Peisin's eyes lit up. I don't like using weapons. Oh, let's just use our fists and feet, Lin Chen said, actually putting away the purple gold dragon soul behind him. Huh. Good. Brother is straightforward. Zheng Peisin laughed heartily, thinking how audacious his opponent was to forego weapons and engage in hand-to-hand combat with a fighter. He suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing a fairly muscular upper body, and squared his fists, preparing for the fight. In the next second, he launched himself at Lin Chen like an enraged bull. The battle was about to begin. Zheng Peisin threw a powerful straight punch, cutting through the air, aimed straight at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen did not dodge. He merely raised his left hand casually. Slap. A light sound echoed. Zheng Peisin's heavily weighted punch was effortlessly caught by Lin Chen's palm, unable to advance even a fraction. How could this be? Zheng Peisin's pupils contracted sharply as he felt his punch hit what seemed like a piece of refined steel. The opponent's strength was unfathomable. He tried to withdraw his fist, only to find his hand firmly locked by the other's 5 fingers, as if gripped by an iron clamp. Not bad strength, Lin Chen commented. Then he moved. Bang. A simple knee strike hit Zheng Peisin's abdomen squarely. Puff. Zheng Peisin instantly bent over like a shrimp, throwing up his previous meal. The searing pain nearly made him faint. Talent Seize activated. You have gained Physique 1. Lin Chen released his grip, allowing him to stagger backward. Come again, Lin Chen beckoned. Oh, I will kill you. Zheng Peissen went completely insane. He could not accept that his once proud strength was being crushed, and he lunged forward again in fury. Next, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the office. Zheng Peissen, like a madman, used every means, kicking, punching, crashing, biting, to frantically attack Lin Chen. Although the fighting talent endowed him with quite decent combat skills, technique was worthless in the face of absolute power. Lin Chen was like a resilient pine tree swaying in the wind, always able to dodge fatal attacks with minimal movement and the most unfathomable angles, then landing punches, palms, elbows, and knees on Zheng Peissen without much force. Each attack inflicted immense pain on Zheng Peissen, yet was not enough to kill him instantly. Talent Seize activated. You have gained Strength 1. Talent Seize activated. You have gained Agility 1. Talent Seize activated. You have acquired an item from Level 5 Survivor Zheng Peissen Limited Edition Lighter X1. Talent Seize activated. You have gained Stamina 1. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Chen's mind, causing the smile on his face to grow wider. Awesome. So exhilarating. This was the correct way to utilize the Seize talent. Meanwhile, Zheng Peissen, treated as a punching bag, fell into endless fear. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and stamina were rapidly draining with each of Lin Chen's attacks. He was weakening. No, don't, you devil. Zheng Peissen screamed in terror and turned to flee. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Lin Chen's voice was like a death sentence. Go, kill him. Zheng Peissen desperately shouted to the two female nurses. The two female accomplices exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and pulled out surgical knives from their thighs, stabbing towards Lin Chen from both sides. Lin Chen did not even turn around, launching counterattacks with both hands. Slap, slap. Two crisp slaps echoed. The two women were spun around 3 times on the spot, blood pouring from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Chen truly did not want to hit women. Meanwhile, Zheng Peissen had been stripped of all power to resist his attributes, falling below those of an ordinary person. Lin Chen stepped forward, placing a foot on his face, and ground it down forcefully. Be smarter in your next life. Crack. The sound of his skull shattering was crisp and pleasant. Opponent's physique reduced to 0, a death determined. You have killed Level 5 Survivor Zheng Peissen. Gained 500 experience points, 500 survival coins. Was he really that easy to defeat? Lin Chen did not even glance at the corpse on the ground and approached Zheng Xiaobin, hanging in midair, cutting the rope. Woo-woo. Zheng Xiaobin fell to the ground, immediately spitting out what was in his mouth, gasping for air, then urgently pointing at the tied-up nurses. Save them. I'm not interested, Lin Chen flatly refused. My only goal is you. Looking at Zheng Xiaobin's confused and angry eyes, Lin Chen thought for a moment and took out his phone to message Zhou Wu. Major Zhou want to take credit. There's a survivor camp on the top floor of the first hospital. The main culprit has been dealt with, and there are about a dozen people left. You can send someone to handle it. They are all valuable medical personnel. After speaking, Lin Chen did not wait for a reply and turned off the communication interface. He had done more than enough. Zheng Xiaobin stared at him in shock, seemingly not expecting him to act this way. Then he reacted, staggering towards the nurses to begin untying them. Thank you. Thank you. No need for thanks, just make sure to work well for me in the future. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to look at the touching scene anymore, hoisting the still weak Zheng Xiaobin onto his shoulder and turning to leave. Just as he walked out of the office, a long repressed roar filled with endless hatred and delight erupted from behind. Following that were the sounds of punching and kicking, along with the women's piercing screams. It seemed that those two wicked accomplices would not survive the day. Lin Chen did not pause, carrying his spoils as he disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Lin Chen emerged from the stairwell carrying the still somewhat weak Zheng Xiaobin. Boss, Lin Chen. At this moment, Zheng Xiaobin was left with only a pair of shorts barely covering his important parts, his once robust body now marred with various bruises and scars from instruments. Let me introduce our new partner, Zheng Xiaobin, a doctor with exceptional talent, Lin Chen succinctly stated as he set Zheng Xiaobin down from his shoulder. Facing Lin Chen's entire team for the first time, Zheng Xiaobin felt somewhat shy as he glanced at the cool and stunning Shen Xueqing, the lively and beautiful Li Yutong, and the gentle and quiet Xiangyang. His cheeks slightly flushed as he pushed up his glasses, which only had one lens left. In the apocalypse, encountering so many clean, beautiful women who looked so well was simply an unbelievable occurrence. Is he the doctor who can purify the virus? Shen Xueqing's eyes sparkled as she quickly grasped the key point. Exactly. Lin Chen nodded, then looked towards the empty main building, grinning. All right, we'll discuss the details later. Our work is not done yet. Clear out everyone in the hospital except for those dozen people on the top floor. Boss Lady Yu and Yutong stay at the security booth and continue to clear the targets on the perimeter and the low-floor windows. Xiangyang, you infiltrate inside and coordinate with us to explore high-value areas like the pharmacy and data archives. As for Yan, please take our doctor to the security room to rest, give him something to eat, and let him treat himself. I'll be pushing up from the first floor. With the orders given, everyone took their positions without any dissent. For Lin Chen's team, the next few hours were less a battle and more an efficient assembly line operation. Shen Xueqing set up her thunderstorm using the cover of the silent force field to accurately target the windows on each floor of the main building, with any zombies attempting to approach the windows being shredded by silent projectiles. Li Yutong was responsible for monitoring the surrounding environment, while Xiangyang activated her restoration aura, keeping Shen Xueqing's stamina and spirit at peak levels while assisting Zheng Xiaoban with his treatments. Zheng Xiaoban, dressed in only shorts, made Xiangyang's face flush as she gingerly applied medication under his guidance. Zhao Qian, under the cover of his disguised talent, moved through the shadows of the building, continuously reporting key locations like the drug warehouse and precision instruments room in the team channel. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had become the most terrifying bulldozer, wielding the purple gold dragon soul, sweeping upwards from the first floor hall. Any zombie that stood in his way, be it a standard or elite type, could not withstand a single strike from his half-moon blade technique. The purple gold blade light roared through the narrow corridors and wards, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and flying body parts. A battle? No, this was entirely a one-sided massacre. As night gradually fell, the cleaning operation that had lasted for several hours finally approached its end. In the entire first central hospital of Li City, not a single breathing zombie could be found. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and decay, yet the vast hospital had fallen into an eerie silence. At that moment, a row of military truck headlights pierced the night, the roar of engines growing louder. Zhou Wu and his crew finally arrived, albeit belatedly. After all, they were not a small team like Lin Chen's, capable of flexible maneuvers. They had essentially pushed their way through. Naturally, there had been battles along the way. Meanwhile, their purpose for coming to the hospital was not to collect supplies, but to occupy it and restore its functionality. The soldiers jumped out of the vehicles, skillfully forming a combat formation as they cautiously entered the square. The scene before them left them all dumbfounded. In the square, aside from the dark blood and scattered flesh covering the ground, as well as countless glimmering fallen objects, it was utterly empty. Seeing the light in the guardhouse, Zhou Wu quickly walked in, and when he saw Lin Chen leisurely sitting in the guard's rocking chair puffing smoke, he was utterly astonished. Lin, Mr. Lin, about the zombies here. Zhou Wu's voice was somewhat hoarse. Oh, you mean those? Lin Chen casually remarked while blowing on the blade. It was too noisy, so I took care of them casually. The soldiers behind Zhou Wu, including a newly promoted advisor, all gasped in disbelief. Casually, took care of. Are we talking about those thousands of zombies and the dozens or hundreds of elite ones mentioned in the intel? Is this even a human thing to say? Moments later, several rescued nurses came to Zhou Wu, supported by soldiers, to report the situation. When they heard that Zheng Xiaoban's talent was healing and that he could purify the zombie virus, the 30-something advisor's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately entered the guardhouse, speaking to Zheng Xiaoban in a commanding tone. Comrade Zheng Xiaoban, your abilities are crucial for our military and for the entire survivor base in Li City. I hereby order you to immediately return with us to the military district for unified allocation. Zheng Xiaoban was startled by his bureaucratic demeanor and instinctively shrank back behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed and his smile turned somewhat cold. Where did this audacity come from? Who gave him the courage? Before he could speak, a crisp and loud slap echoed in the silent room. Zhou Wu slapped the advisor hard across the face, sending him staggering and his glasses flying off. Fool. Zhou Wu's voice was icy, devoid of any courtesy. I command you to immediately put away your outdated bureaucratic mindset. This is the apocalypse. Mr. Lin and his team are our allies, not your subordinates. Mr. Zheng Xiaoban is Mr. Lin's companion, and his fate is solely determined by Mr. Lin. You have no right to boss around here. If there's a next time, just go to logistics and feed the pigs. The advisor covered his stinging face, eyes filled with disbelief, but under Zhou Wu's murderous gaze, he didn't dare utter a word. After reprimanding his subordinate, Zhou Wu immediately turned to Lin Chen, his face regaining seriousness and apology. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologized. It was my failure to discipline him. Our military has no intention of forcing you or your companions. He paused, continuing sincerely regarding Mr. Zheng Xiaoban, we hope to reach a cooperation with you. Any costs incurred from his healing and purification will be compensated by our military in supplies, intelligence, or anything else you need. We can discuss the specifics in detail. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Wu, whose attitude had changed so rapidly, and silently nodded in approval. This was a smart man, one capable of getting things done. Cooperation is possible. Lin Chen sheathed his blade and stood tall. However, right now my brothers and sisters are tired we need to return to rest first. As for this hospital, he surveyed the surroundings. The remaining medicines and equipment inside will be my gift to the military as a greeting. The cleanup of the battlefield is also your responsibility. After saying this, he waved his hand before Zhou Wu could speak again. Fall back. Let's go home. As Lin Chen led his team away in an SUV, the military personnel looked on with a mix of awe, shock, and envy. Leaving First Hospital, they drove for roughly 10 minutes before a steel jungle of skyscrapers rose before them, several rooftops emblazoned with bold logos. Liqing Bank, Construction Vault, Development Central Branch. This was the financial artery of pre-apocalyptic Liqing, the bank street. Lin Chen slammed the brakes, parking at the street's entrance. His gaze swept across the bank towers, their heavy metal doors and windows sealed tight, and a sly, knowing smile curled his lips. Boss, why are we here? Xiangyang asked, puzzled. Come on, I'll take you all on the heist of a lifetime. Lin Chen switched off the engine and turned to face the group, flashing a wide grin. What are we doing? Shen, Xueqing, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang chorused in unison. Lin Chen lowered his voice, speaking slowly, each word dripping with mystery and allure. Robbing banks. Huh. An eerie silence fell over the vehicle. Li Yutong and Xiangyang's mouths dropped into perfect OS, their faces frozen in dazed disbelief, utterly lost in time and space. Even Shen Xueqing, ever composed and aloof, flickered with astonishment in her eyes. Rob a bank? Even in the apocalypse, this was absurdly audacious. Li Yutong was the first to snap out of it. She burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, convulsing with mirth. Boss, you're serious? Robbing banks is illegal. Illegal? Lin Chen chuckled, pointing outside at a zombie in tattered business attire, dragging one leg, drooling thick saliva. Go ask him if he enforces statutes. Besides, Lin Chen cleared his throat, adopting an air of solemn righteousness. What do you call it? We're facilitating post-apocalyptic resource reallocation, lightening the wealth burden on Liqing survivors. Think bigger. When everything's free, how can it be called robbery? His twisted logic left everyone torn between laughter and exasperation. Zhao Qian adjusted his glasses with a wry smile. Boss, bank vault doors aren't ordinary locks. Wrong specialty. Lin Chen arched a brow. No. Zhao Qian instantly straightened, his eyes alight with the quiet confidence of a true expert. My expertise fits perfectly. There's no lock I can't open. Then that settles it. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Xueqing, you take Yutong and Yan to the rooftop of that building. Secure a vantage point, clear this entire street with thunderstorm, and maintain perimeter watch. Zhao Qian and I will go inside to withdraw funds. Understood. Shen Xueqing responded instantly. Operation commenced. With graceful precision, she led the two girls into the adjacent office tower. Moments later, the muffled, resonant hum of thunderstorm echoed from the rooftop, suppressed by a silent field. Soundless barges like scythes wielded by Death himself began harvesting the wandering, white-collar zombies below. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Zhao Qian approached the grandest structure on the street, the headquarters of Liqing Commercial Bank. The reinforced glass entrance lay shattered. The lobby was a scene of utter devastation. Mangled corpses littered the floor, half consumed and unrecognizable. They pressed forward without pause, heading straight for the vault zone deep within the bank. Bypassing several violently breached security gates, they finally stood before a colossal circular vault door, over 2 meters in diameter, gleaming coldly with polished steel. Its surface bore a mechanical combination lock of terrifying complexity, interwoven with multiple keyholes. Well, can you crack it? Lin Chen asked. Child's play. Zhao Qian withdrew a set of lock-picking tools, exquisitely precise, almost sculptural in craftsmanship. His spiritual focus sharpened, his fingers danced across dials and keyholes like butterflies among blossoms. Click, clack, faint delicate clicks of internal mechanisms echoed. In under 3 minutes. To Lin Chen's astonished gaze, the massive vault door, weighing dozens of tons, creaked open just enough to reveal a narrow gap. Zhao Qian wiped sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply, pride gleaming in his eyes. Done, boss. Lin Chen clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. Outstanding work. He heaved with all his might, pushing the heavy door fully open. Instantly, both men drew sharp, synchronized breaths. No stacks of paper currency. No rows of frost-glazed safes. Instead, beneath the dim emergency lighting gleamed row upon row, pile upon pile, of perfectly stacked gold bars shimmering with blinding molten brilliance. Damn, even Lin Chen couldn't suppress a raw, instinctive curse. He stepped forward and casually lifted a 1,000-gram bar. Ding. Detected convertible item, investment gold bar, 100G. Convert to survival coins. Yes. Ding. Conversion successful. 10000 survival coins acquired. Watching his balance surge by 10,000 coins in an instant, Lin Chen's breathing quickened, sharp, electric, alive with revelation. They'd struck gold. truly struck gold. Gazing at the vault's glittering hoard, Lin Chen felt like a mouse who'd tumbled headfirst into a silo of rice. No, a dragon who'd burrowed straight into the heart of a treasury. Ding. Conversion successful. 100,000 survival coins. Ding. A rapid-fire cascade of system chimes erupted in his mind, sweetest symphony he'd ever heard. Standing at the vault's center, his hands blurred, reaching, touching, converting. Each heavy gold bar dissolving into digital fortune. His survival coin balance surged, visibly, violently, impossibly fast. 200,000. 500,000. 1 million. Beside him, Xueqing stood utterly dumbstruck, jaw slack, eyes glued to Lin Chen's motion, then darting to his own alliance panel, where the total fund counter scrolled upward with dizzying speed. The number had grown so vast it began to warp his sense of reality. "B-boss, did we empty the vault?" Xueqing's voice trembled, barely audible. Too narrow-minded. Lin Chen didn't look up. His hands never paused, his words tumbling forth in fervent rhythm. "Emptying. This is National Treasury relief." Minutes later, after converting the final gold bar, Lin Chen let out a long, slow, satisfied breath and deposited every coin into the Alliance treasury. Survival coins 2138529. Over 2,138,529. Lin Chen's grin stretched ear to ear. Just moments earlier, he'd fretted over spending 10,000 coins on a safe house, then agonized over imminent poverty. Now, a millionaire overnight. The thrill was intoxicating. "Let's go, next target." With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chen strode out of the bank, dragging a still-dazed Xueqing behind him. The next hour became Xueqing's most unforgettable locksmith odyssey. He followed Lin Chen down Bank Street, visiting 7 or 8 central branches and regional headquarters, one by one. His task remained simple: pick the locks, open the vaults. Lin Chen's role: transform those gleaming ingots into ever more unbelievable strings of digits on the Alliance panel. When they finished auditing the last bank and returned to the street's entrance, Xueqing had already purged the entire block of zombies. The 3 women sat idly atop the SUV, swinging slender pale legs. Zheng Xiaobin sat slumped in the third-row seat, lost in thought. At Lin Chen and Xueqing's return, Li Yutong leapt down from the roof, brimming with curiosity. "How did it go? How much did we get, boss?" "Check the Alliance fund yourself," Lin Chen teased, feigning mystery. The 3 women immediately opened their Alliance panels. In the next second, their expressions froze. Identical absolute stillness. Alliance Tiansu. Level 1. Members 610. Alliance funds 1159382. 11,593,882. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions. Li Yutong extended her fingers, counting zeros one by one, until at the end numbers themselves seemed to blur beyond comprehension. "Oh my God!" Xiangyang covered her mouth, eyes wide as saucers, pure unfiltered disbelief radiating from every pore. Xueqing remained outwardly calm, but the faint telltale tremor of her eyelashes betrayed profound inner turbulence. Over 11 million survival coins. What did that even mean? A single survivor grinding relentlessly for an entire day might earn less than 100 coins. Yet they'd amassed a sum capable of igniting frenzy across all of Liqing's surviving population in little more than an hour. "Boss, you're legendary." Li Yutong finally broke the silence, raising both thumbs high, her admiration utterly sincere. Half an hour later, inside the brightly lit villa of Qianni Mountain Manor, a dinner of extraordinary luxury unfolded amid the ruins of the apocalypse. To celebrate Zheng Xiaobin's induction, Xueqing and the others had prepared an elaborate feast. Braised pig trotters, steamed yellow croaker, fried vinegar-marinated pork, cola-braised chicken wings, and ma jia soup. Under Xiangyang's continuous restoration aura, and amplified by his own innate talent, Zheng Xiaobin's body had nearly healed. Lin Chen declared him a priceless find. Now dressed, he sat slightly stiffly at the table, absorbing the warmth, strength, and quiet unity of the team. The meal passed in easy, joyful camaraderie. After dinner, they gathered in the living room to tally the staggering yield of their Hospital Land Bank Street expedition. They'd cleared an entire hospital and a full financial district, slaying over 5,000 zombies, including elite Class 2 and 3 specimens. Thanks to the Pioneer bonus, 30 experience gain, and equitable party-based XP distribution, Lin Chen ascended to level 11, while Xueqing reached level 10 as planned. Xueqing, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang also leveled up in succession, averaging level 7. Newly recruited Zheng Xiaobin absorbed enough XP to reach level 2. Lin Chen opened his personal stat panel. Name: Lin Chen. Alliance Tiansu. Titles: Pioneer Peerless. Level 11 12505000. Combat Power 679. Constitution 177. Strength 172. Agility 110. Spirit 112. Stamina 108. Talent Cs. Weapon Purple Gold Dragon Soul. Equipment Laborers Gloves Adidas Wong Running Shoes Repulsion Bracelet Pure Vest Brave Vanguard Jacket Trousers. Skills Crescent Blade Technique Frenzied Charge. Passive Skills Hardened Epidermis Incomplete Sunlight Adaptation Passive Basic Regeneration Passive. Survival Coins 118529 All funds deposited into Alliance Treasury. Backpack Capacity 150 cubic units acquired from defeating Zheng Payson. Note all stats include equipment and title bonuses. But the true centerpiece, the loot, amplified by Li Yutong's fortune talent drop rates, had soared beyond belief. The study floor was nearly buried under a kaleidoscopic carpet of gear and artifacts. Over 150 Greenier items, 23 blue rarity pieces, and, most astonishingly, a complete blue rarity set. Physician set blue rarity. Physician's white coat top Spirit 8, Constitution 5. Physician's casual pants bottom Spirit 5, Agility 3. Gold-rimmed glasses head Spirit 10. Set effect 2-3 healing efficiency 10. Set effect 3-3 Spirit 10, skill cost 10. This set is tailor-made for Dr. Zheng. Xueqing murmured, her usually serene eyes widening with rare awe. Needless to say, Lin Chen grinned and immediately traded the entire legendary ensemble to Zheng Xiaobin. MMR. Lin. Boss, this is far too precious. Zheng Xiaobin recoiled flustered. He'd only just joined, had contributed nothing, and yet was being offered a priceless rare set. Take it. Lin Chen's tone brooked no refusal. I don't care about your past, but your integrity. I trust it. You're now a core pillar of this team. You purify zombie virus. You pull people back from the brink of death. That means every one of us carries an extra life. That value. It eclipses not just a blue set, but even a purple one. You've earned it. Your safety and your endurance are our collective lifeline. Your mission, stay alive. Maximize your healing output. Understood. Our dedicated healer must be armed to the teeth. Blunt, unvarnished. Yet each word struck Zheng Xiaobin like thunder, his eyes instantly glistening with tears. He wasn't naive. He understood Lin Chen's meaning. This wasn't charity. It was absolute trust, unshakable reliance. Seeing Zheng Xiaobin hesitate, Li Yutong couldn't resist chiming in cheerful and direct. Oh, come on, brother Xiaobin. Just take it. Our boss is like this. He never holds back for his own. Look at Yan and me. We got loads right away. With boss, there's always plenty to go around. Xiangyang nodded softly in agreement. Yes, take it. Lin Chen is right. Just then Xueqing unearthed 2 more items from the gear pile and handed them over. These belong to you too. Lin Chen peered over and burst out laughing. Well, did the hospital only spawn Dr. Gear? One was the head nurse's stethoscope blue rarity necklace Spirit 8, Agility 5. The other the ER physician's running shoes blue rarity footwear Agility 10. Lin Chen picked up the stethoscope-shaped necklace and dangled it teasingly before Zheng Xiaobin. Here, put this on. From now on you'll have to monitor my heartbeat check if scavenging makes me so excited I develop arrhythmia. Zheng Xiaobin's face flushed crimson. He stammered, speechless. Xueqing and Li Yutong dissolved into delighted laughter, filling the villa with light and warmth. Once fully equipped, Zheng Xiaobin underwent a visible transformation. His once hunched frame now stood tall and resolute, bolstered by attribute boosts. His crisp physician's coat paired with the stethoscope necklace lent him the unmistakable aura of a divine healer reborn in the apocalypse. Not bad. Clothes make the man, and armor makes the warrior. Much more pleasing to the eye now, Lin Chen nodded approvingly. He distributed remaining gear among the team. After equipping several blue-tier items and retaining Thunderstorm, Xueqing's combat power climbed to 311. Lin Chen himself took nothing. At his current stage, gear without unique effects held little value for him. The surplus Y-tier equipment was entrusted to Xueqing for listing on the auction house. All right, loot division. Resource allocation, concluded. Now comes something vital. All eyes turned toward him. Lin Chen paused, then withdrew from his inventory a scroll radiant with dazzling golden light. First, we build ourselves a home. In the living room of the villa, the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar due to Lin Chen's last words settled down. Zheng Xiaobin and Zhao Qian looked puzzled. After all, the security of Qianni Mountain Villa was already top-notch in this apocalyptic world. What more could one need to settle down? However, Xueqing, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang all shared a unique sparkle in their beautiful eyes. Home. This word, which seemed incredibly luxurious in the apocalypse, attracted them far more than any divine weapons. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Lin Chen smiled and didn't keep them in suspense. He flipped his palm, and a scroll shimmering with a dark golden hue appeared out of thin air. Portable safe house construction blueprint golden legend. Effect consumes one's individual survival coins and specified materials to construct an initial area of 50 square meters for a portable safe house. Safe house features 1. Absolute defense can withstand any attack at the current stage. 2. Space folding can be stored in the backpack at any time, but all non-bound personnel inside must be cleared. 3. Energy core comes with an initial energy core that can self-recover energy, providing basic lighting and electricity for the interior. 4. Upgradable can be expanded and upgraded in functionality by consuming materials and survival coins. Required materials: silent core X1, high strength alloy X50 units, energy crystals X20 units. Boss, this is simply an apocalyptic fortress, Zhao Qian exclaimed, looking at the words absolute defense on the holographic screen, his voice trembling with excitement. With this we won't fear going anywhere. Zheng Xiaobin also looked shocked. He had never imagined that this game-like system could create objects out of thin air. It is a bit pricey, but it's worth it. Moreover, we are quite wealthy right now. This amount of money is nothing, Lin Chen remarked, glancing at the alliance funds with over 1,000 W. Lin Chen was unconcerned. Just as he was about to choose yes, he caught a glimpse of Li Yutong, who was clasping her hands together and chanting. Yutong, what are you doing? Lin Chen asked curiously. Off. Li Yutong was startled, her small face flushed as she shyly whispered. I am praying to the system deity for us to succeed in one try, and I hope it doesn't create a flawed product. This made everyone laugh. Lin Chen felt a spark in his heart. Right? Didn't they have a walking lucky one in their team? For such construction, who better than her? Ahem. Lin Chen cleared his throat and walked seriously in front of Li Yutong. Your prayer lacks sincerity. Huh? Li Yutong looked confused. To have your wishes come true, you must have an offering, Lin Chen said earnestly. Offering? Li Yutong took a step back, nervously hugging her ample chest. Boss, you aren't going to. Lin Chen looked at her terrified yet adorable expression and nearly burst out laughing. He maintained a serious face and continued, what are you thinking? My intention is you need to contribute a bit of your luck as an offering. He pointed at the floating blueprint. When I start constructing, just place your hand on it and silently wish for excellent, perfect double attributes, and so on. Got it? Though it sounded absurd, Li Yutong nodded heavily at Lin Chen's serious expression. Leave it to me, boss. Great. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then heavily pressed yes on the holographic screen. Ding. Detected construction requirements: consuming high-strength alloy X50, 8 energy crystals X20, silent core X1, and survival coins X1000. Materials are complete and funds are sufficient. Construction commencing. The moment the words fell, all the specified materials in Lin Chen's backpack transformed into streams of light floating in the center of the living room. The silent core that exploded from the silent sovereign served as the base, emitting a faint blue glow. 50 pieces of high-strength alloy and 20 energy crystals surrounded it like planets orbiting a star. Lin Chen winked at Li Yutong. Li Yutong understood and immediately stretched out her small hand, nervously, carefully touching the projection screen, closing her eyes and muttering, System deity, bless us for a perfect construction. It would be best if the area is larger with more bedrooms. Defense should be invincible and energy should be unlimited. At the moment she touched the screen, a faint golden halo spread from her palm, merging into the entire construction system. Ding. Special energy intervention detected. Construction process influenced by good luck. The final product quality will have a slight probability of improvement. Success. Lin Chen was overjoyed. In the next second, all the materials in the center of the living room erupted with blinding light. The alloys and crystals melted and decomposed in the air, transforming into the purest liquid metal and energy torrents, resembling a magnificent data storm, wildly swirling, reorganizing, and building around the silent core. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a palm-sized black metal cube slowly coalesced in the center of the data storm. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, covered in complex patterns filled with a sense of science fiction, with streams of energy flickering in the patterns, ultimately converging at the center of the cube, where the blue rhombus crystal formed by the silent core lay. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. When all the light dissipated, the exquisite black cube hovered quietly in midair. Ding! Congratulations! With the blessing of the good luck talent, you have completed a perfect construction. You have obtained a portable safe house. Due to perfect construction, the initial area of the safe house has been increased to 300 square meters, comes with an initial material synthesis table X1, and the efficiency of the energy core is increased by 10. A series of system notification sounds erupted in Lin Chen's mind, making his mouth nearly stretch to his ears. Truly a lucky one. Not only did he not lose, but he also made a killing. Is this finished? Zhao Qian stared at the small cube, his face filled with disbelief. How can this house people? Is it a model? Xiangyang also muttered softly. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, and with a thought the method of using the safe house entered his mind. Using the safe house detected compatible space, do you want to merge with the current house structure? Instantly, a detailed, three-dimensional diagram of the entire villa appeared in Lin Chen's mind, with a phantom golden framework perfectly covering the outline of the villa. From the basement to the rooftop, it covered perfectly. Yes, safe house merging. Buzz. A slight buzzing sound, a visible golden ripple spread from under Lin Chen's feet, instantly sweeping across the entire villa. In less than 10 seconds. Safe house merging completed. Done. It doesn't feel any different, Li Yutong said, looking around in confusion. The layout of the room had not changed at all. Only on the wall at the entrance a display screen had appeared. Portable safe house, current level basic upgradable internal space, 300 square meters defense level absolute, physical energy, defense, current energy, 99, can be replenished with energy crystal solar power status merged. Let's try the functions. Lin Chen walked to the air conditioning remote and casually pressed the switch. Beep. The fan blades of the air conditioner turned in response, slowly blowing out a refreshing cool breeze. Previously, to save unnecessary energy, everyone, including Lin Chen, had not used any electrical appliances other than some necessary lighting. Fortunately, the weather was just at the juncture of summer and autumn, making the temperature quite comfortable. Feeling the cool air, Li Yutong murmured. So nice. The following morning at Xiangyang Villa, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a surreal warmth upon the marble floor, an eerie gentleness amid the ruins of the world. In the dining room, a long table was set with a simple breakfast, milk, slices of toast, and canned fruit. Lin Chen sat down with refreshing ease, stretching languidly. Every cell in his body thrummed with explosive vitality. He had slept exceptionally well the night before. Or rather, more precisely, he had spent hours studying deep into the night, with Xueqing, then rested for merely 3 or 4 hours beneath Xiangyang's extraordinary recovery aura, emerging fully revitalized, his energy restored to its absolute peak. Beside him, Xueqing appeared especially radiant today. Her usual cool composure softened by a delicate drowsy allure, her gaze, whenever it flickered toward Lin Chen, carried a subtle unspoken fluster. She wore a loose white t-shirt, yet it could not fully conceal the striking contours enhanced by her dark night rose ensemble. Lin Chen observed her openly, thoroughly pleased, until the rest of the villa's residents entered the dining room one by one, instantly shattering the serene harmony with an awkward tension. Zhao Qian, Li Yutong, Xiangyang, even Zheng Xiaobin, the injured member under special care, all four bore profound dark circles beneath their eyes. Zhao Qian yawned incessantly, his eye sockets blackened as though he'd been punched twice. Xiangyang's face was pale, her spirit visibly drained, as if her own recovery aura had utterly failed her. Zheng Xiaobin looked positively ashen, his steps unsteady, almost floating. Most astonishing was Li Yutong. The ever-vibrant, luck-blessed girl now wore twin dark circles rivaling those of a giant panda, her gaze fixed accusingly on her glass of milk, as if the cup itself owed her hundreds of blue-tier equipment pieces. Well, did you all go leveling up together last night? Lin Chen lifted his glass of milk and took a sip, teasing knowingly. Zhao Qian grimaced, mouth half open but silent. Xiangyang and Zheng Xiaobin lowered their heads, pretending intense concentration on their toast. An indescribable embarrassment hung thick in the air. Lin Chen's gaze finally settled on Li Yutong, the boldest and most transparent member of the team. True to form, under his steady gaze, Li Yutong puffed out her cheeks, steeling herself for some momentous decision. At last she lifted her head decisively, her expression resolute as she blurted, "Team leader." My. Lin Chen arched a brow. Don't you think we should reinforce this villa? Her voice dwindled, her eyes darting away nervously. Reinforce? It feels perfectly secure. I thought we just reinforced it last night. You don't think absolute defense is a joke, do you? Lin Chen replied, genuinely puzzled. It's not about security. Li Yutong's cheeks flushed crimson. She bit her lip, then surrendered entirely, whispering, "It's the soundproofing." Team leader. The villa's soundproofing still leaves much to be desired. Cough. Cough, cough. No sooner had she spoken than Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin, mid-sip of milk, choked violently. Xiangyang's face flushed scarlet in an instant. She nearly buried her head into her plate. And beside Lin Chen, Xueqing stiffened abruptly, her previously languidly composed face erupted into a blazing tide of crimson. Her fingers tightened around her dinner knife until her knuckles whitened, her beautiful eyes blazed with fury as though skewering Lin Chen alive with sheer glare. Lin Chen froze for a beat. Soundproofing. Noise. Last night, in a flash of revelation, he understood. The culprit was none other than himself. He'd forgotten. Ever since his level surged and his attributes shattered human limits, his strength, stamina, and endurance had all ascended to truly monstrous levels. And Xueqing, as the recipient, possessed physical resilience far beyond ordinary humans as well. When two superhuman beings engaged in certain primal unspeakable acts, especially in moments of overwhelming passion, Xueqing's unrestrained, tearing melodious cries echoed with startling resonance. Recalling them, Lin Chen conceded, yes, their penetration power had been rather exceptional, especially for the two women occupying the third floor directly above him, Xueqing and Xiangyang, gazing at their aggrieved yet unspoken glares, and then at Xueqing, who seemed on the verge of spontaneous combustion. Lin Chen felt no trace of embarrassment. Instead, he cleared his throat with solemn gravity. Setting down his milk glass, he addressed Xueqing with the gravitas of a high-level strategic briefing. Comrade Xueqing, your observation is profoundly significant. It directly impacts our team members' rest quality and internal cohesion. I, as director of science, have fully acknowledged the situation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the mortified Xueqing, a mischievous smirk tugging at his lips. Tonight, I'll be more mindful. Mindful tonight. Xueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she'd just heard. That wretch. How dare he utter such words, in front of everyone? Wasn't that tantamount to announcing unequivocally that it would happen again tonight? Uffed. Xueqing burst into laughter, then hastily clapped a hand over her mouth. But her eyes, crinkled into crescent moons, sparkled with irrepressible mischief. Zhao Qian and the others struggled to suppress their own chuckles, faces flushed crimson, shoulders trembling with barely contained mirth. Thus a breakfast that began in awkward silence ended instead in warm, lively conviviality. After breakfast, Lin Chen sent Zhou Wu a brief message, meet at the dungeon entrance. Then he rose and announced to the group, Xueqing and I are heading to Gongye University to handle something. Zhao Qian, you take Yutong and the others to clear scattered zombies near the villa and continue gathering supplies. Prioritize safety, don't venture too far. Yes, team leader. Zhao Qian snapped to attention, his vigor visibly renewed. The others nodded in unison. Satisfied, Lin Chen approached Xueqing, ignoring her warning glare, and slipped an arm firmly around her slender waist, murmuring low in her ear, let's go. Time to get serious work done. Xueqing swayed slightly, then stomped hard on Lin Chen's foot, wrenching free from his hold and striding swiftly toward the door, though the telltale flush creeping up her ears betrayed her turbulent inner calm. Half an hour later, at Licheng University of Industry's main academic building, the entire campus had been converted into a military camp. Classrooms, dormitories, and cafeterias remained intact and fully repurposed. Tens of thousands of survivors appeared to be sheltering there. Major Zhou Wu stood rigidly at the main gate in crisp combat fatigues, awaiting them with stern composure. Upon spotting Lin Chen's vehicle approaching, he hurried forward to greet them. At the dungeon entrance stood a shimmering arched portal, a soft ripple of ambient energy emanating from its surface. Zhou Wu drew a deep breath, cutting straight to the point, ready. Inside is completely unknown. Proceed with utmost caution. Piece of cake, we're off. Lin Chen grasped Xueqing's hand and stepped first into the undulating spatial ripple like water parting before them. The instant both crossed the threshold, a cold mechanical system prompt resonated simultaneously within their minds. Ding. Detected 2 players level 10 entering as a party. Current party members, 22. Dungeon dead campus activated. Primary objective, eliminate all zombies and rescue survivors. Friendly reminder, this dungeon operates in non-lethal mode. Character death within incurs a penalty of 3 levels. In the next instant, everything spun violently. The world before them transformed utterly. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a moment. Before him was no longer the cold cement walls of the basement classroom, but a familiar scene. A wide school gate, the golden characters, Xiangyang Senior High School, and the straight avenue behind the gate lined with fragrant camphor trees. Aside from the faint smell of blood lingering in the air at the end of his vision, a semi-transparent energy shield enveloped the entire campus, resembling an inverted glass bowl. This place is, Xueqing gazed at the scene before her, a hint of dazedness and shock flashing in her chilly eyes. She murmured instinctively, Xiangyang Senior High School, my alma mater. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, curiously surveying the surroundings, then glanced at Xueqing. He didn't expect this scenario to pick such a place. Just as he was about to say a few words, a cold system notification echoed in their minds simultaneously. Ding. Welcome to the Instance Death Campus. Main Quest Campus Cleanup 1. Eliminate ordinary zombies, students 0102. Eliminate elite zombies, staff 0123. Defeat boss-level zombies, campus administrators 034. Rescue survivors 010. Quest hint, survivors are trapped in building 3 girls' dormitory. Instance rules, this instance is in non-death mode. Characters who die within the instance will suffer a penalty of 3 levels and will be forcibly teleported out of the instance. Interesting. Lin Chen stroked his chin. This penalty is a devastating blow for ordinary players. But for him, it seemed he had never considered that he might die. 3 bosses. Xueqing, you're familiar with this place. Do you have any clues? Lin Chen tilted his head and asked. Xueqing took a deep breath, her confusion swiftly replaced by her usual calmness and a hint of deeply hidden disgust. If the campus administrator refers to the one in charge before the apocalypse, her voice turned cold. Then those three bosses are likely the head of security, the director, and the principal. Oh, Lin Chen detected something amiss in her tone. There are only a few troublemakers in the school. Xueqing pointed at the nearest guard station. Here the head of security, an old pervert, who takes advantage of his connections to harass female students. She then pointed to the central administrative building. Here the director, a lecherous fat man, whose eyes light up at the sight of pretty girls. He often used the guise of discipline checks to exploit me, and I've heard he has a peculiar hobby of collecting female undergarments. As she spoke, Xueqing's teeth clenched, her chest heaving. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Lin Chen, if it really is him, I'll kill him myself. Lin Chen smiled. He preferred Xueqing's murderous expression over her usual cold demeanor, adding a touch of vibrant life to her. No problem, your enemy, you can deal with him. He then shifted the topic curiously. What about the principal? You seem to have quite an impression of her. Mentioning the principal, Xueqing's expression became somewhat peculiar. The principal is a very beautiful woman, parachuted in, quite young and very capable. Oh, Lin Chen perked up, letting out a meaningful sound. A beautiful principal. Tisk, this instance understands human nature quite well. Back then, many male teachers at the school regarded her as their dream girl. But she's probably a zombie now. Xueqing shot him a glance, too lazy to entertain his wild thoughts, quickly getting into the moment. The security office is at the school gate, the director's office is on the second floor of the administrative building, and the principal's office is on the top floor of the administrative building. Let's take down the head of security first, then head to the administrative building. I'll follow your lead, navigator. The two wasted no more time and walked directly towards the nearby security office. After taking a few steps, several tattered, uniform-clad, staggering student zombies surrounded them, drawn by the sound. Level 1 zombie student with pathetic attributes. Lin Chen was even too lazy to draw his sword, directly kicking one after another, as if bowling, sending them crashing against the wall, turning them into a pile of mush. Ding. Killed ordinary zombie X1, task progress 1100. Ding. Killed ordinary zombie X1, task progress 2100. Arriving at the entrance of the security office, Lin Chen kicked open the iron door. A stout zombie in a security uniform with half of its face already decayed roared and lunged at him. Level 2 elite zombie, head of security, strength 15, constitution 18, was no different from paper in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen sidestepped, drawing out the purple gold dragon, soul the blade flashing. The massive head flew into the air. Ding. Killed elite zombie X1, task progress 112, talent C's activated. You have gained constitution 1. Ding. You have acquired security uniform top X1, a security uniform pants X1, a security hat X1. A complete set of blue gear security set. Lin Chen glanced at the attributes. The entire set provided 5 constitution and 5 strength, which was top-notch for beginners, but garbage for him. What a pity. If only it could drop a female security uniform, it would definitely be exciting for you. Lin Chen casually tossed the gear into his backpack, not forgetting to tease. Xueqing ignored him, turning to head towards the administrative building. However, she was puzzled that the head of security was not one of the bosses, just an elite unit. Just a short distance ahead at the corner, 7 or 8 zombies in school uniforms stumbling along swayed towards them. The blade flashed, and the sound of slashing filled the air. Ding. Killed ordinary infected X8. Task progress 8100. Inside the administrative building, dozens of elite zombies resembling teachers wandered in the corridor. Lin Chen directly activated his invincible mode, and the purple gold dragon soul formed a net of blades. Within 10 seconds, the corridor was filled with corpses. Ding. Killed elite zombie X1, task progress 212. Ding. Killed elite zombie X1, task progress 1212. The elite quest was instantly completed. The two arrived at the director's office on the second floor, the heavy wooden door tightly shut. Behind the door came nauseating chewing sounds and low growls. This is it. Xueqing's voice was as cold as ice. Go ahead, I'll cover you from behind. Lin Chen patted her shoulder. Xueqing nodded firmly, taking a deep breath, and chose not to kick the door. She took out a huge rotary machine gun thunderstorm from her backpack, aiming the dark muzzle directly at the door lock. Bang! A dull sound erupted, and the entire wooden door, along with the frame, was blasted into pieces by the violent stream of bullets. Behind the door, a portly zombie with a beer belly was pinning a female student zombie down on the desk, performing unspeakable acts. That greasy face was identical to the image in Xueqing's memory. Level 3 boss zombie director, level 12 constitution 45. Skills: greasy armor, passive foul roar beast. Xueqing's beautiful eyes blazed with rage, and without saying a word, she pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. The thunderstorm began to roar, the chain of bullets as thick as an arm instantly engulfing that plump zombie. The greasy armor on the director indeed made it far more resilient than ordinary zombies, but Thunderstorm was a purple epic weapon. Under the relentless metallic storm, layers of fat were stripped away, bones shattered, and ultimately the entire body was reduced to a puddle of indistinguishable flesh. Ding. You have killed a boss-level zombie. X1 task progress 23. Xueqing gripped the trigger, tightly firing until the entire magazine was emptied, and only when the meat paste before her no longer resembled a human form did she slowly release her hand, her chest heaving violently. Lin Chen stepped forward, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Feel better. Xueqing silently nodded, the hatred in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a sense of relief. A faint blue light orb and several white light orbs floated up from the meat paste. Lin Chen reached out to grab the blue orb, revealing it to be a skill book. Passive skill book, greasy armor quality, blue rare effect, permanently increases physical damage reduction by 10 upon learning. Here, loot. Lin Chen directly traded the skill book to Xueqing. It's yours, keep it. Xueqing accepted it without refusal and immediately learned it. As for the white orbs, they were all yellowed panties, female vests, and other such items. Ugh. They are indeed perverse. She tossed away the owner's private collection. The two continued up the stairs, heading straight for the principal's office on the top floor. The principal's office door was slightly ajar, and inside came a faint sound of a woman sighing. Lin Chen gestured for silence and quietly pushed open the door. Inside the luxurious office stood a woman in a professional skirt, her figure graceful, face exquisite, but devoid of color, facing away from the door as she gazed out the window. She seemed not to have transformed into a zombie, but emitted a thick aura of death. Level 3 boss, principal, level 15 constitution, 30 strength, 25 agility, 40 spirit, 50 skills, mental charm, wailing grudge, a spirit-type boss. Lady, since you have arrived, why hide and seek? The female principal slowly turned around, her hollow eyes locking onto the two, a strange smile curling on her lips. That exquisite face exuded a sense of competence from before the apocalypse. She seemed like a strong woman. In the next second, an invisible mental shock surged towards the two. Xueqing let out a muffled grunt, her face turning pale, but that was all. Her current combat power was not low. Lin Chen, however, showed no reaction. With his mental attributes and the damage reduction from the resist ring, this level of attack was no different from a tickle. Is this all? Lin Chen dug at his ear, looking disdainful. A flicker of shock crossed the principal's face. Now was the time. Lin Shan exerted force with his feet, activating raging charge, launching himself like a cannonball. Purple gold dragon soul traced a brilliant arc of purple gold in the air. The principal was horrified, wanting to activate wailing grudge, but Lin Chen's speed was too fast. As the blade passed a beautiful head, still retaining some grace, flew into the air, her expression one of disbelief. One strike and she was killed. Ding. You have killed a boss-level zombie. X1 task progress 23, talent Cs activated. You have gained spirit 2. Ding. You have obtained Principal's Black Stockings. X1, a figure-hugging Xiangyang Principal's private collection. X1. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 blue, 1 surprisingly purple. Figure-hugging Xiangyang Principal's private collection, required level 10 requirement, female S-class figure, attributes, spirit 20, agility 15, constitution 15, special effect, elegance. Wearing it slightly enhances the effectiveness and resistance of spirit-type skills. Special effect, fit automatically adapts to the wearer's figure, providing 5 defense. Damn. Lin Chen stared at the attributes of the Xiangyang, his eyes widening. These attributes were simply tailor-made for Xueqing. He picked up the purple Xiangyang and glanced at the enticingly shiny black stockings beside it, turning to Xueqing with a mischievous grin. Boss lady, top-tier gear. Want to try it on? Lin Chen held up the purple Xiangyang along with the glossy black stockings, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. His gaze swept over Xueqing's body, wrapped in a white t-shirt with curves that were nothing short of stunning, and the implications were clear. Cough, cough. Xueqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, but unlike before when she was filled with anger, she forced herself to calm down and cleared her throat. She extended her delicate fingers to point at the task panel. Main task, eliminate the leader-level zombie, progress 23. Rescue survivors, progress 0-10. Her cold voice was like a basin of cold water, dousing the small flame of motivation ignited within Lin Chen. There's still one boss left to find, and the survivors haven't been rescued yet. Stop thinking about those trivial matters. Lin Chen was taken aback and finally realized. Right, the task involved 3 bosses, the security captain, the education director, and the female principal. Wait, the security captain was just an elite monster. He almost forgot the main task. Alright, I'll listen to you, boss lady. He reluctantly put the cheongsam and stockings back into his backpack, but he was determined. This piece of clothing would eventually have to be worn by the boss lady. Yes, it was only a matter of time. The survivors are in the girls' dormitory, building number 3. Let's head over there. The boss is likely nearby. Xueqing quickly mapped out the route. Girls' dormitory. He am familiar with that. Lin Chen instantly perked up. The two quickly left the administration building, heading towards the dormitory area. The scattered student zombies along the way posed no barrier to their progress. Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to use his knife, effortlessly resolving them with mere physical prowess. Soon a dormitory building marked with a sign reading Building No. 3 appeared before them. At the entrance, a chunky zombie in a blue uniform was blocking the way, clutching a large bunch of keys. Seeing Lin Chen and his companion, it let out a sharp shriek and charged forward with its stubby legs. Level 3 Leader Zombie Dormitory Ant Level 13 Constitution, 50 Strength, 35 Agility, 15 Spirit, 20 Skills. Key, Throw Deathly Lion's Roar. So the last boss was her. The dormitory Ant opened her gaping mouth, and a visible soundwave shockwave surged towards the two. Xueqing let out a muffled grunt, her spirit shaken, and her face paled further. However, Lin Chen was completely unfazed. His spiritual attribute was terrifyingly high. Shut up, old lady. Lin Chen grumbled as he dug into his ears, and in an instant his figure vanished from the spot. Furious charge. He didn't even draw his knife. In the moment he brushed past the dormitory and his right fist tightened, unleashing over 80 points of terrifying power directly onto her temple. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The ant's massive body was sent flying as if struck hard, her head exploding, splattering red and white all over the wall. Another one-hit kill. Ding. You have killed a leader-level zombie. X1 task progress 33. Ding. Main task campus cleanup completed 3-4. Please rescue the survivors promptly. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained strength 1. Done. Lin Chen kicked open the dormitory building's door, and a peculiar mixture of perfume and mildew wafted towards him. The hall was empty. The two ascended the stairs, reaching the corridor on the second floor. The clothesline in the corridor was filled with colorful, various small garments, including some boldly styled lace products. Amidst the putrid odor, there was a hint of a teenage girl's unique fragrance. Lin Chen's eyes widened. He clicked his tongue in amazement, walking with his hands behind his back like an old official, inspecting, commenting as he went. Boss lady, look at this pink one. Oh, it's quite nice and adorable. Wow. This black one has a bit too little fabric. Xueqing's pretty face turned red as she pinched the soft flesh at his waist, lowering her voice to say, be serious. Find someone. Lin Chen chuckled. Hey, I'm just reminiscing about my youth. Lin Chen rubbed his waist, grinning. The last time I entered a girl's dormitory was back in college, sneaking in under the pretense of fixing computers. Xueqing shot him a glance and chose not to respond. Her insight talent activated fully, quickly locking onto a direction. 5th floor, the innermost room, 501. There are 10 life signals, very weak, but showing no signs of zombification. With a clear target, the two wasted no time and swiftly made their way to the 5th floor. The door to room 501 was barricaded tightly from the inside with desks and chairs. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words and kicked the door. Boom. The door, along with the barricade, was sent flying. Inside the dormitory, 10 pale, emaciated girls in school uniforms huddled together, letting out terrified screams. When they saw 2 living people standing at the door, their screams finally subsided. The bravest girl among them, slightly bolder, took a step forward. She was tall, and even in loose school pants, her long straight legs were hard to conceal. The upper body wore a faded black tank top, perfectly accentuating the developing figure of a teenage girl. On her plain little face, there was a mix of caution and a hint of stubbornness as she looked at Xueqing behind Lin Chen. Sister, who are you? Lin Chen's gaze uncontrollably lingered on the girl for a few seconds. Wow, she really is quite well developed. If she looks this good before adulthood, how impressive will she be when she grows up? Lin Chen's gaze instinctively lingered on her for an extra moment, his mind starting to wander. At that moment, Xueqing seemed to sense his thoughts and discreetly elbowed him, whispering, they are still children. Her words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the small flame that had just ignited within Lin Chen. He awkwardly cleared his throat twice and retracted his gaze. Right, minors, not acceptable, not acceptable. He cleared his throat twice, withdrawing his slightly predatory gaze and adopting a trustworthy expression. We are here to rescue you. The girl named Chenlia was quite composed, confirming their safety before immediately expressing gratitude on behalf of all her classmates. At that moment, the cold system notification sounded again. Ding. Main task, rescue survivors completed 4-4. Ding. All tasks completed, dungeon settlement in progress. Congratulations on completing the dungeon death campus perfectly. Rewards being generated. Ding, you successfully cleared the death campus dungeon, gaining 3,000 experience and 3,000 survival coins. Damn, that's really stingy. As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow vintage school bus appeared out of nowhere at the girls' dormitory. Special Vehicle Soul Bus function can safely transport the survivors rescued from this dungeon to a designated location within the leeching area only. Survivors, please board the vehicle and allow the player to set the teleportation destination. A school bus. We can even choose the destination. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? He instinctively wanted to set the transport destination to the villa at Xiangyang Mountain. To take these lively little cabbage back, raise them well, and wait for them to come of age. Hee. Lin Chen's mouth uncontrollably twisted into a strange arc as he almost blurted out set the destination to Xiangyang Mountain. Before he finished, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Xueqing was smiling, her right hand twisting his waist, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Her gaze seemed to say, "You dare." Lin Chen felt a chill run down his neck and his survival instincts surged. He immediately changed to a serious expression, silently modifying the teleportation destination to Licheng Industrial University, Licheng Military District Survivor Shelter on the system interface. After getting everything done, Lin Chen led a group of shaken high school girls downstairs. Sure enough, a shiny new yellow school bus was waiting below. After sending them onto the bus and watching it disappear in a flash of white light, the translucent energy shield enveloping the entire campus also shattered and vanished like bubbles. The dungeon has come to an end. Let's go, boss lady. Lin Chen stretched lazily. Show me around your alma mater. Xueqing glanced at him, but did not refuse. The two walked side by side in the empty campus, the afternoon sun warm and gentle. Xueqing enthusiastically recounted stories from those 3 years. The building I attended back then is this teaching building, class 3-2. Xueqing pointed at a building, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Oh, Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he pulled her inside. He cornered her against the wall, one hand propped up on the wall, leaning down beside her ear, and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Those little girls just now were indeed a bit too young. But, boss lady, you are of age." He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out 2 sets of school uniforms that had dropped earlier, handing her the women's version of one. What do you want to do? Xueqing instantly became alert. Lin Chen grinned, pointing towards the teaching building, his voice dropping even lower. "Change into it. Let's go to the classroom for some extra lessons." Xueqing looked at the obviously smaller school uniform, her pretty face reddening, but seeing Lin Chen's unyielding gaze, she ultimately took it almost as if bewitched. Half an hour later, in the classroom of class 3-2, the curtains were tightly drawn. Over an hour later, in the principal's office on the top floor of the administration building, the massive desk emitted groans under the weight. After an unknown amount of time, in the girls' dormitory building number 3, room 501, the springtime was boundless. When Lin Chen and Xueqing walked out from the dungeon's light gate, it was already evening. Zhou Wu, who was waiting at the door, was taken aback when he saw the two. Lin Chen still looked refreshed. However, Xueqing beside him had a flushed face, her eyes shimmering like water, her cold aura mixed with a hint of lazy charm, and her walking posture was slightly awkward. "Mr. Lin, was the battle in there very intense?" Zhou Wu asked, somewhat astonished. "Cough, it was all right." Lin Chen cleared his throat. "Everything inside has been resolved." He patted Xueqing on the back. "You rest in the car first while settle the accounts with Major Zhou." Xueqing shot him a fierce glare, then hurriedly walked towards the nearby SUV. After Xueqing left, the smile on Lin Chen's face instantly vanished, returning to calm. He traded a complete set of blue security gear and those worthless white gear to Zhou Wu. "According to the rules, the drops from the dungeon belong to your military district, and the rest belong to me. No objections." Zhou Wu looked at the fairly good blue gear and the numerous white gear, then glanced at Lin Chen's unfathomable eyes and immediately nodded. "No problem. Mr. Lin, you've worked hard." The man before him was definitely not someone he could casually deal with. Cooperation and mutual benefit were the only ways to coexist. As Lin Chen's voice faded before Zhou Wu could fully comprehend the information brought by the blue equipment, a cold and grand system announcement suddenly resonated in the minds of all survivors in the entire Li City area. Li City area announcement. Congratulations to the Tiansu Alliance for being the first to clear the region's special dungeon death campus. All members of the Tiansu Alliance receive a reward, all attributes 1. Due to the dungeon being cleared, difficulty adjustments are now being made and Death Campus is officially downgraded to a level 5 access dungeon with monster strength and drops accordingly reduced. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Such good fortune. Not only did it benefit the boss lady, but it also shared the attribute boost with several helpers who stayed at home. A blood profit. The announcement had been broadcast 3 times in a row. After 3 seconds of silence, the regional chat channel exploded. What the hell? Tiansu Alliance. Is it that anonymous Big Shots Alliance again? All members getting all attributes 1. Damn, how much of a lead does this give them? Are we even allowed to play anymore? All members getting all attributes 1. Damn, is it too late for me to join Tiansu? Big shot, give me a chance. Don't dream up there. The standards for joining such a godly alliance must be ridiculously high. Damn, I worked hard all day killing zombies, and I only gained one attribute for leveling up. They get all members one attribute from one dungeon. How are we supposed to compete? Don't even think about it. The dungeon entrance is at the Industrial University, surrounded by military personnel, like a fortress. Not even a fly could get in. So, does that mean the anonymous Big Shot collaborated with the military? A strong alliance? Or could it be that the anonymous Big Shot is actually with the military? What a joke. We independent players can't even get a sip of soup. Right, we're still trying to level up, while they have already cleared the dungeon, and we don't even know what the dungeon is about. In the channel, envy, jealousy, shock, and despair intertwined, forming a torrent of information. Just then another announcement popped up. Lee City military announcement: the entrance to the Death Campus dungeon is located at the main teaching building of Lee City Industrial University, now fully controlled by our military. From now on, the military will open registration for all survivors to challenge the dungeon. Any survivor reaching level 5, with no criminal record, and willing to contribute to the reconstruction of Lee City can come to register. Once approved, the military will organize entry into the dungeon. As soon as this announcement was made, the regional channel erupted again. The military's move was quite brilliant. Although they did not clear at first, they firmly controlled the entrance to the dungeon. This meant they had control over a strategic resource point that continuously produced gear, supplies, and experience. Instantly, the military's prestige among survivors skyrocketed. Countless independent survivors flocked to them, expressing their desire to side with the military, causing the power dynamics in the entire Lee City to tilt towards military dominance. This greatly enhanced the military's authority and cohesion among survivors. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Wu, who was also looking at him, his face showing a hint of apologetic helplessness. Mr. Lin, what do you think about this? Zhou Wu looked at Lin Chen, revealing a wry smile. It's quite good. Lin Chen's reaction, however, was surprisingly calm. He shrugged, not taking the matter to heart at all. It was just a dungeon that he had already cleared, and its rewards had been downgraded. If the military wanted it, they could have it. He could only sigh that the military was indeed the military. Their methods were not something ordinary people could overlook. After bidding farewell to Zhou Wu, Lin Chen took the driver's seat in the SUV. In the passenger seat, Xueqing's blush had yet to fade completely. She glanced at the indifferent man beside her and couldn't help but let out a soft snort. What's wrong? Not heartbroken. That dungeon entrance is a treasure trove. It's just a second-hand item left over from my play. Oh, what's there to be heartbroken about? Lin Chen started the car, grinning as he leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. But your new car. I haven't had enough fun with it yet. How about, let's go back and have another physical education class. Get lost. Xueqing's face flushed red again as she reached out to pinch the soft flesh at his waist. Half an hour later, the black SUV drove into Cheney Mountain Villa. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Chen sensed that the atmosphere in the villa was off. He pushed the door open and entered, only to see Zhao, Qian, Li Yutong, Xiangyang, and Zheng Xiaobin sitting stiffly on the sofa, all looking tense and serious. Especially Li Yutong, who was only wearing a cool little tank top and hot pants in the summer. A large expanse of her snow-white skin and full curves were exposed to the air, but she was completely unconcerned about this at the moment. Her big eyes were filled with anxiety, and upon seeing Lin Chen enter, she jumped up from the sofa like she had seen a savior. Boss, you're finally back. What's wrong? Has the sky fallen? Lin Chen glanced at them and casually asked. Pretty much. Li Yutong hurried to Lin Chen's side, picked up a paper note, emitting a faint blue glow from the coffee table, and handed it over. Boss, look. This is something that dropped after we killed an elite zombie outside the villa this afternoon at a convenience store. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and took the note. It felt cool to the touch, with an extraordinary texture, glowing with a blue rare quality. However, when he focused his eyes, the system panel did not show any attribute bonuses. Prophecy quality blue rare attributes: none effects, none description. The heavy rain and dark night have passed, and the cold is approaching. On the note, there was only a line of sharp small characters written with unknown ink. The heavy rain and dark night have passed, and the cold is approaching. These 8 short characters gradually made Lin Chen's smile fade away. The heavy rain, dark night. Does this not refer to the relentless downpours and eternal nights since the apocalypse began? Having passed indicates that this phase has ended. It ended when I killed that boss. So, the cold is approaching. Could this be a preview of the next phase? Does this mean the next phase will be cold? Boss, what? What does this mean? Li Yutong asked, anxiously looking at Lin Chen's serious expression. Lin Chen did not answer. He put the strange note into his backpack and scanned the others. Zhao Qian, go check the villa's heating system to ensure energy reserves are sufficient. Zheng Xiaobin, Xiangyang, inventory all our medicines, especially those for treating frostbite and colds. Li Yutong, here. The lucky girl immediately straightened her posture. Your luck is about to play its true role. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened. From now on, take Zhao Qian and scour every possible place inside and outside the villa for resources. I need more supplies. Especially warm clothes, blankets, high-calorie food, and everything that can burn. Listening to Lin Chen's undeniable expectations and feeling the powerful pressure emanating from him, everyone realized that something big was about to happen. Lin Chen walked to the giant floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the panel, noting that the Pioneer bonus period buff had less than 2 hours left. The true apocalypse may have just begun. In the living room of the villa, the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone understood that the matter prompting Lin Chen, usually carefree, to issue a serious battle preparation order was definitely significant. Soon only Lin Chen and Shen Xueqing remained in the living room. Shen Xueqing walked to Lin Chen's side, watching his profile as he gazed out the window, a hint of worry in her cold eyes. Do you think this prophecy is true? It's about 90% likely. Lin Shan withdrew his gaze, pulling her down onto the soft sofa. I had a vague feeling before that the apocalypse wouldn't be so simple. Heavy rain, eternal night. These are merely appetizers. There will certainly be other challenges awaiting us. He didn't seem overly worried. Not to mention just the cold. Even if an ice age were to arrive with the portable safe house, our little team could live comfortably. To him, this felt more like a preview of a version update. Hearing this, Shen Xueqing furrowed her delicate brows tighter. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. Lin Chen, should we disclose this information? Disclose, eh? Lin Chen laughed upon hearing this and shook his head. He squeezed Xueqing's soft palm, explaining, Boss lady, you're thinking too simply. Firstly, this is just a prophecy. What if it turns out to be false? Our Tiansu is currently the top alliance in Li City, and I, the anonymous big shot, am rumored to be quite formidable. Whether we release the news under the name of Tiansu or I publicly announce it as the top of the battle power list, if this prophecy turns out to be fake, our reputation would be ruined. How could we recruit talent in the future? You didn't see the regional channel. People wanting to join us are nearly overwhelming. Reputation is hard to establish, but can be destroyed in an instant. Secondly, Lin Chen continued, even if the message is true, how many people do you think we can save just by speaking? Human nature is complex. The majority will be skeptical, mocking, or think we are being alarmist. In that case, we would only attract trouble. In an apocalypse, rampant benevolence is the most useless thing. Lin Chen's words were harsh, but also the most truthful. Shen Xueqing was exceptionally intelligent and naturally understood. She just looked at the devastated world outside the window, feeling a pang of compassion. Especially in Li City, a typical subtropical city, many people had grown up without ever seeing snow. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she thought of a mutually beneficial solution. We don't have to announce it ourselves. Oh, we can inform the military district. Xueqing's thoughts became clear instantly. Let them evaluate the truth and decide whether to disclose it. That way, regardless of whether the information is true or false, the risks would be borne by the military district, having nothing to do with us. If the information is true, the military district's early warning can save many people, and their prestige among survivors will be heightened, which will also benefit our subsequent activities in Li City. If the information is false, it would merely be a military misjudgment. At worst, our relationship with Zhou Wu would become slightly tense, but that would be negligible. Moreover, based on the military's current prestige, even if it is false information, it would be within their capacity to bear. After hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but lean in and kiss Xueqing's smooth cheek. Boss lady, your mind is truly becoming sharper. From now on, the strategic decisions of the team will be up to you. Get lost, we're talking serious business. Xueqing's face flushed, pushing away his approaching face. Hee, this is serious business. Lin Chen laughed as he opened his friend list, found Zhou Wu's avatar, and directly sent a screenshot of the prophecy's attributes and content. At the end, he added a sentence. Major Zhou, this information was unintentionally obtained by my person. Discern its truth for yourself. That is all. Meanwhile, at the top-level conference room of Li City Industrial University. Amidst swirling smoke, the remaining high-ranking officials of the military district in Li City were seated around a large conference table, and the atmosphere was serious. Leading them was a stern-looking middle-aged man wearing the insignia of a colonel with 2 bars and 4 stars. His name was Chun Feng, former vice commander of the Li City military district and now the highest commander. Let's hear your opinions regarding Tiansu and that Lin Chen. Chun Feng's voice was deep, his gaze piercing as it swept over the seated advisors. A young advisor spoke first. Commander, I believe this person, or rather the Tiansu alliance, poses a huge threat to us. They possess intelligence and power completely unknown to us, and this instance of the dungeon event is the best proof. I suggest we find a way to uncover his identity and control him if we cannot utilize him. His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Foolish. Before Chen Feng could speak, another senior advisor scoffed coldly. Control? How do you control someone who single-handedly breached an industrial university, slaughtered a tide of corpses in a hospital, and completed a special dungeon? Who would you send? Would you go yourself? Moreover, according to intelligence, he currently possesses a functioning machine gun. What do you plan to use to control him? Are wooden sticks that can't even fire bullets. The old advisor reprimanded without reservation. From Zhou's report, this Lin Chen does not harbor hostility towards our military. One could even say he has consistently shown goodwill. Whether it's the heads from the Long Dragon gang, or the supplies from the hospital, or even the follow-up from this dungeon, he has handled everything with great tact, leaving us face-saving opportunities. I believe this person is a friend, not an enemy. We should court him, not oppose him. Just then Zhou hurriedly walked in. Report, Commander. Urgent intelligence. Zhou's expression was unprecedentedly grave, and without the slightest delay he immediately shared the screenshot, an original message sent by Lin Chen in the exclusive high-ranking military chat. After the heavy rain and dark night past, the cold is approaching. When these 10 words appeared in the chat panel, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the 2 advisors who had just been red-faced from arguing stopped breathing. Chen Feng suddenly stood up from his seat, staring intently at those words as a chill shot straight from his feet to the top of his head. The cold is approaching. He murmured to himself, looking at the number displayed on the regional channel 645431, his face turning extremely grim. In just a few days, the current number of survivors had dwindled to less than 1/10 of what it was before the apocalypse. Li City is located in the south with a mild climate. The recorded historical lowest temperature has only hovered around 0 to -1 degree. So-called winter requires just 1 thermal underwear, 1 sweater, and 1 thick coat. Not to mention those cold-legged goddesses who dare to step out in thick stockings even in winter. Over 90% of families here have not prepared thick winter clothes, let alone professional cold resistance materials. If the prophecy is true, a sudden severe cold will be a nightmare, more terrifying than the tide of corpses for the survivors of Li City. Commander, could this be a prank by Lin Chen? The young advisor's voice trembled. He has no need to, nor would it benefit him. Chen Feng firmly denied. With his current status and strength, what good would it do him to play tricks on us like this? Chen Feng paced back and forth in the conference room, his mind racing. Finally, he slammed his hand down on the table, making a resolute decision. Send my orders? Better to believe in its existence than to doubt it. Immediately, in the name of the Li City Military District, release a regional announcement. Just say that according to military experts' predictions, the next phase of the apocalypse is highly likely to involve global cooling, urging all survivors to prepare for cold weather in advance. Additionally, open applications for the Industrial University shelter to all survivors. We must concentrate our efforts to solve the central heating issue. 2 minutes later, following the dungeon completion, another major announcement exploded across the Li City regional channel. Li City Military District announcement. According to urgent predictions from military meteorological experts, after the Pioneer's bonus period ends, the global climate may enter an extreme cold mode, with temperatures plummeting. All survivors are urged to immediately gather cold weather clothing, high-calorie food, and heating fuel. Those who are able may proceed to the Industrial University survivor base. The military will do its utmost to provide centralized heating shelter. Once the announcement was made, the entire regional channel erupted. What the heck? Is this for real? It's going to get colder. This is hilarious. The military isn't being rigorous anymore. It's autumn now. How cold can winter in Li City really get? Exactly who would wear those bulky down jackets? I prefer style over warmth. I am who I am, a different kind of firework. Upstairs 1. The military released this. It should be reliable, right? Damn, I don't even have a down jacket at home. Huh. I'm from the north. Our winter quilts, down jackets, and heating pads are piled high. I'm totally winning this. Big brother upstairs, can you take in a little sister? I can warm the bed, woo-woo. My family has central air conditioning. I'm not afraid. Warm in winter and cool in summer, blissful. Is the one upstairs stupid? The whole city is without power. Can your air conditioning work? Are you going to power it with love? Oh no, I live on the top floor and it leaks in winter. I'm going to be frozen into an ice sculpture. I have over 10 kinds of quilts, currently accepting survivors, females only. Preferably pretty ones. Those who can warm the bed. The channel was in chaos, panic, relief, skepticism, requests for help. Various messages flooded the screen. Amidst this massive information, a seemingly inconspicuous message was sharply captured by the military intelligence analysts. Wangchang, everyone don't panic. There's a clothing industrial park in Xiangyang town west of Li City, which has a huge down jacket factory that used to exclusively do OEM for boating down jackets. I used to work there. There are at least hundreds of thousands of pieces in stock. Enough for the whole city. This message instantly brightened Chen Feng's gloomy face. He suddenly looked up and issued an order to Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu, immediately contact this Wang Chong. At any cost. Additionally, immediately assemble the 3rd and 5th reconnaissance teams to set off for Xiangyang town. In the Qianni villa, Lin Chen leisurely leaned on the sofa watching as Zhao Qian and Li Yutong excitedly reported on their progress in the team channel. Boss, all the bedding in Area A has been thoroughly searched. There are also 70 to 80 thick down jackets. I found a box of hand warmers. Li Yutong's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Well done. Lin Chen casually praised, yet his gaze drifted towards his character panel. The golden buff of the Pioneer bonus period was nearing its end with each passing second. Remaining time 000158, the final moments of revelry were about to conclude. As Lin Chen watched, the countdown reached its last second, precisely turning to midnight. Ding. Lee City area announcement: the first phase of the Doomsday Game adaptation period has ended. The effect of Pioneer bonus has been removed. Loading second phase scene. Loading complete. The second phase of the Doomsday Game Extreme Cold has officially begun. The announcement hit the survivors still awake like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake, leaving their minds blank. Extreme cold. What extreme cold? The military's warning. Was it true? However, the system announcement gave them no time to think or react. The moment the announcement ended, an indescribable chill descended upon every corner of the world out of nowhere. Inside the Qianni villa, Lin Chen, who was sitting with his team members enjoying the post-battle tranquility, distinctly felt the temperature around him plummeting at a pace defying the laws of physics. The warm moisture in the air instantly condensed. Lin Chen's breath turned into a visible white mist under the light. Subconsciously, he reached out to touch the glass coffee table in front of him, and the spot felt icy cold, as if he were touching a metal plate just taken from the freezer. Damn! Zhao Qian, standing by the window, exclaimed, and everyone turned to look. On the massive floor-to-ceiling window, a layer of intricate ice flowers was visibly forming and rapidly spreading inward, thickening in just a matter of seconds. The once devastated night view outside was completely covered by a thick layer of white frost, making it impossible to see clearly. Phase characteristic extreme cold has been activated. Current area temperature 5 degrees Celsius. In 6 hours, the temperature is expected to drop to 20 degrees Celsius. In 24 hours, the temperature is expected to drop to 40 degrees Celsius. Friendly reminder 1. During the extreme cold phase, all ordinary zombies elites and above infected will undergo frost mutations, significantly increasing their attributes and danger levels. Friendly reminder 2. All outdoor water sources will freeze. Please be mindful of water storage. Friendly reminder 3. Please seek reliable heat sources. Survivors with a constitution below 20 points exposed to 40 degrees Celsius for over 10 minutes will suffer irreversible frostbite, leading to death. Wishing everyone an enjoyable game. 3 times. Meanwhile, on Lin Chen's personal panel in the team channel, a new status message popped up. You are under the influence of the extreme cold environment. Detected temperature in your environment 5 and still decreasing. You have acquired a mild negative status, cold stamina, and energy recovery speed 10. Opening the area chat channel. As expected, it had completely gone mad inside. If the previous military announcement still left many with a glimmer of hope, thinking it was an exaggerated warning, then at this moment the version update personally released by the Doomsday Game system shattered the last shred of illusion. Damn, 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 40 degrees. What the hell is the system joking about? This is the South. It's Lee City. It's over. It's all over. My house doesn't even have air conditioning. Good news, I have air conditioning at home, but the bad news is my air conditioning doesn't have a heating function. What the hell? What the hell? What happened? Why is it suddenly so cold? My teeth are chattering. Help! My hands and feet are numb. Someone help me. My window glass is frozen cracked. Down jackets. I need down jackets. They'll trade all my food for one down jacket. Down jackets. Where are the down jackets? I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked the military announcement. I'm willing to trade my girlfriend for a down jacket. Hey, isn't your girlfriend inflatable? I just killed a zombie in the wild, and now I'm feeling like I'm about to turn into an ice sculpture. The system is telling me my stamina is rapidly depleting. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. In the midst of this despair, several boastful messages stood out glaringly. Thank you, military. Thank you to the big shot who gave the military intel. I wrapped all my blankets around me in advance. I'm feeling warm now. So comfortable. With my little diesel generator running and the electric heater on, the room is as warm as spring. Watching these idiots outside freeze to death is so damn satisfying. Xiangyang town. Down jacket factory. Brothers, the opportunity to get rich has come. Who the hell wants to team up with me to raid? If we get it, we'll be the kings of this winter. Team up 1. Level 5 agility type looking for a strong meat shield big brother to lead. In an instant, the words Xiangyang Town Down Jacket Factory lit up like a beacon in the night, igniting hope for all the desperate survivors. Countless requests for team-ups and coordinates began to flood the screen. However, the atmosphere in the villa's living room was entirely different. The cold air only lasted for a few minutes. The villa's central air conditioning switched to heating mode and cranked the backup diesel generator to its maximum output. Warm air flowed continuously from the vents, completely isolating them from the sub-zero chill outside. The girls were clad only in thin loungewear, feeling no trace of the cold. Li Yutong even held a cup of freshly brewed hot cocoa, sipping it slowly, her big eyes filled with relief and lingering fear. "Boss, this is so comfortable, isn't it?" Xiangyang looked at the thick layer of ice on the window outside and felt the warmth inside, quietly marveling. The stark contrast made her feel like she was living in two worlds. Comfortable. Lin Chen lazily leaned on the sofa, a mischievous smile crossing his face as he glanced at the blushing Xueqing beside him. "This is just the beginning." He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone of someone who's been through it. "Wait until I arrange a hot spring for you all. Then we can soak in the hot springs while singing, watching outside as people fight over a single down jacket. Tisk, that would be living." Lin Chen's vivid description made Li Yutong and Zhang Yan's eyes sparkle with excitement. Only Xueqing gave him a firm pinch at his waist. This bastard was starting to dream big again. However, hot springs seemed indeed very tempting. Just then Lin Chen's friend list lit up with Zhou Wu's avatar. Meanwhile, at the temporary command center of Li City Industrial University. "Report, Commander. The thermometer shows that the outdoor temperature is steadily dropping at a rate of 0.2 degrees per minute. Report. The area channel has completely spiraled out of control. According to incomplete statistics, at least hundreds of temporary shelters have erupted in chaos due to panic." Chen Feng listened to the stream of bad news, his face dark as water, his fists cracking with tension. The very thing he feared most had indeed happened. "Zhou Wu." Chen Feng suddenly turned his head. "Yes. Where is our team now?" "Report, Commander. The 3rd and 5th reconnaissance teams arrived at the outskirts of Xiangyang Town 5 minutes ago. But the situation is not optimistic. According to reports from the reconnaissance team, the number of zombies in the entire industrial park is at least over 5,000. Moreover, they have become exceptionally agitated since the temperature began to drop." The conference room fell into a deadly silence once more. Over 5,000 frenzied zombies. And they could muster only about 600 people even if the entire military district acted now. How could they fight this battle? The next morning at dawn, Lin Chen's chat channel lit up. A profile icon trembled. It was Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu's message was brief. "Mr. Lin, the Liqing military district urgently requires your assistance." Lin Chen did not reply immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the regional chat channel, still flooding with frantic messages. Panic from the sudden polar freeze continued to spread. Wails and desperate cries echoed without cease. Yet soon a technical post of utterly different tone pierced through the chaos, arresting everyone's attention. A survivor named Wang Jian posted, "Brothers, don't panic. Stop rushing headlong for those worthless down jackets. They're utterly useless. We're 10 layers at minus 40 degrees, and you'll still freeze to death. I just ran an experiment. Once your base constitution exceeds 40 points, the system's cold debuff vanishes entirely. Your body will only feel a chill, no further drain on stamina or vitality. Constitution is the ultimate truth." This message struck like lightning, cleaving through the fog of confusion, clouding every survivor's mind. That's right. This is no longer the world we knew. It's a gamified apocalypse. Attributes are the bedrock. In an instant, the regional channel's tone shifted dramatically. "Holy hell, is this real? Just hit Constitution 40. Holy hell, only the top-tier players on the leaderboard can manage that. Idiot, equipment bonuses count too. Heh, I've got the sturdy body talent. My Constitution is already 36. I'll hit 40 after one more level. Damn it, mine's only 18. I'm freezing like a damn toddler. Anyone got Constitution boosting gear? I'll trade you my wife. Upstairs, 2 wives for 1 green item, granting 5 Constitution. The auction house. Hurry to the auction house. I remember someone listed dozens of white-tire gear pieces boosting Constitution. Shit, I'm too slow, they're all gone. Hey, slow down. Leave some for me." In the villa's living room, Li Yutong and Xiangyang read the post as well, and instinctively turned towards Xueqing. Xueqing merely smiled faintly. Then she opened her auction house backend. Ding. Your sturdy work pants white has sold for 20 survival coins. Ding. Your thick labor gloves white has sold for 20 survival coins. Ding. Your worn mountaineering backpack white has been bid up to 80 survival coins and successfully sold. A cascade of system notifications flooded her screen. Earlier, while clearing the library and hospital and scavenging along their route, They gathered countless low-tier attribute items, white gear dismissed as trash, each granting merely 1 constitution or strength. Xueqing, finding them cluttered, had casually listed them all at the auction house's minimum price. She never imagined that the Polar Freeze update would instantly transform this refuse into hard currency. Fortunately, the system remained merciful, imposing no limit on how many pieces of gear one could wear. Even donning 10 pairs of trousers, if unbothered by discomfort, would fully apply all attribute bonuses. In mere moments, over 100 white-tier items she'd listed were snapped up, netting nearly 8,000 survival coins in total. Though modest for their current team, the thrill of transmuting junk into gold sent the girls into delighted rapture. Sister Xueqing, look at this. I'm dying laughing. Li Yutong clutched a tablet pointing at a transaction record, her laughter bubbling unrestrained. Look at this guy, Li Junjia. His avatar's even a hulking bodybuilder. Yet what did he snatch? A pair of sized women's underwear. Xiangyang leaned over, glanced, and stifled a giggle. Yutong, don't be so harsh. Maybe he bought it for his girlfriend. Yeah, right. Li Yutong waved dismissively, incredulous. With the world collapsing like this, who's got time for romance? He's wearing it himself. She lowered her voice, but her gossipy tone carried clearly across the entire living room, a grown man grabbing size. TSK. That measurement must be like stirring a cauldron with a toothpick. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The moment she finished speaking, Zhao Qian, sipping water nearby, spewed it violently, choking crimson, doubled over in paroxysms of coughing, as if his lungs might rupture. Enough amusement. Time for serious matters. Lin Chen closed the regional channel and finally opened Zhou Wu's chat window, replying languidly with 3 words. What is it? Almost instantly, Zhou Wu's reply popped up, followed immediately by a voice call request. Lin Chen accepted. Mr. Lin. Zhou Wu's voice was ragged with exhaustion and hoarseness. Gunfire and human shrieks roared in the background. We're trapped in the Xiangyang town down jacket factory. Over 5,000 zombies, frost-mutated after the temperature dropped, their strength and speed massively enhanced. Our defenses are collapsing. On behalf of Colonel Chen Feng, Supreme Commander of the Liqing Military District, I formally request your aid. Should you help us seize the down jacket factory, the military will pay any price. Any price. Price. Lin Chen stroked his chin, genuinely stumped for a moment. Money. He held tens of thousands in survival coins. Utterly unnecessary. Gear. The military stockpiles held no appeal. Personnel. He needed none. Their team was already flawless. As an elite-focused strategist, he required neither numbers nor redundancy. Noticing Lin Chen's hesitation, Xueqing's cool crystalline eyes flickered. She leaned close, her breath warm against his ear. High-strength alloy. Energy crystals. 4 words jolted Lin Chen awake. Of course, his vehicle upgrade card lay dormant in his inventory, a sole legendary golden tier artifact capable of transforming his SUV into a true apocalypse war machine. At the top of its upgrade material list stood precisely these 2 components. High-strength alloy, 500 energy crystal, 100. He'd traded for them once before at the military base, yet only possessed 50 units of alloy and 20 crystals, both long since consumed constructing their safe house. Especially energy crystals, apparently rare drops unseen despite slaying countless bosses. Only high-strength alloy had accumulated modestly given its relative abundance. Decided, Lin Chen said calmly into the calm. I require high-strength alloy and energy crystals. How much? Zhou Wu asked, urgency sharpening his voice. 400 units of high-strength alloy, Lin Chen demanded boldly. And 100 energy crystals. Silence stretched from the other end, tense, heavy, lasting over 10 seconds, before Zhou Wu's voice returned, strained with bitterness and apology. Mr. Lin, the alloy poses no issue. Our arsenal reserves are sufficient. 400 units can be transferred to you immediately. But energy crystals, we truly have none left. Those 20 we gave you comprised our entire stockpile. We have no idea where else to source them. None. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. That complicated matters. Sensing his displeasure, Zhou Wu hurried to add, however, we know exactly how those 20 crystals were obtained. Oh, they dropped when we cleared the military base, killing the mutated K9 unit captain, a tier 3 elite boss. We suspect such crystals only emerge from uniquely powerful mutated beasts. Mutated military dogs. Lin Chen's eyes flared. This was a breakthrough clue of immense significance. Very well, Lin Chen mused briefly before deciding. Then the terms change. 400 units of high-strength alloy. Transfer now. For energy crystals, your military will provide intelligence-verified locations where exceptionally powerful mutated beasts are known or suspected to dwell. Agreed. Zhou Wu accepted without hesitation. Ding. Player Zhou Wu has initiated a trade with you. Trade item, 400 units of high-strength alloy. Lin Chen glanced at it and chose to accept. In the backpack, the number of grayish alloys surged instantly. You have obtained high-strength alloy X400. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Wu's voice carried a hint of relief. Mr. Lin, have you received the items? Our people are running out of time. Understood, setting off immediately. Lin Chen casually responded and hung up the communication. He stood up, clapped his hands, and said to the already prepared group in the living room, "All right, let's get going." Shen Xueqing and Zhao Qian immediately perked up. However, when Lin Chen brought Shen Xueqing to the villa garage and looked at his old buddy, the black SUV, he found himself in a dilemma. The outdoor temperature had already dropped to -15 degrees and was still falling. A thin layer of frost covered the ground. This old buddy, weighing over 2 tons, was a runaway iron coffin on such road conditions. Moreover, as a southerner, Lin Chen had no experience driving in the snow, let alone putting on chains or changing to snow tires. It seems we can only rely on Route 11. Lin Chen shrugged somewhat helplessly, returning the SUV to his backpack. Though it was useless, it was still a mobile camp. Are we walking there? A hint of surprise flashed in Xueqing's cold eyes. Xiangyang town is a straight distance of 60 kilometers from Qianyi Manor. What else could we do, boss lady? Lin Chen's gaze appraised her, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Xueqing's outfit could be described as a stunning sight amidst the apocalypse. On the outside, she was wrapped in a long white down jacket she had scavenged, hiding her curvaceous figure, revealing only a pretty face, wearing fake glasses and exuding a cool aura. However, Lin Chen's mental strength was incredibly powerful. He could clearly see that beneath that thick down jacket was the purple epic gear produced in the Death Campus instance. Body-hugging Qipao Principal's private collection. The high-slit hem of the Qipao revealed a pair of straight long legs wrapped in blue-quality tactical black stockings, also a fine product of the Principal. After all, the attribute bonuses of these 2 pieces of gear were simply too enticing. Body-hugging Qipao Purple Epic Spirit 20 Agility 15, Constitution 10. Tactical black stockings Blue Rare Constitution 5, Agility 5. Just from these 2, Shen Xueqing gained a total of 15 points in Constitution. Adding her upgraded attributes and other equipment, even without the heavy thunderstorm machine gun, her base Constitution stood firmly above 50 points. This value was enough for her to disregard the biting cold of -40 degrees. Boss lady, your gear is quite unique. Lin Chen moved a little closer, lowering his voice to tease her. Are you planning on using physical charm or beauty charm in battle while wearing Qipao and black stockings? Mind your own business. Xueqing's pretty face flushed, glaring fiercely at him, though her ears uncontrollably turned red. She wasn't dressing up to look good. It was purely for the attributes. All right, no worries. Lin Chen smiled, raising both hands, then shifted the topic. Let's go, my black stockings battle goddess. It's time to set out. Without waiting for Shen Xueqing to react, he stepped out of the garage first. Shen Xueqing stamped her foot in place, ultimately following him with resignation. Black Stockings Battle Goddess as a nickname made her feel both humiliated and furious, yet she couldn't refute it. After giving Zhao Qian some precautions, the two left the villa. The moment they stepped into the cold, a biting wind rushed towards them. However, for the two whose constitution attributes had already surpassed the limits of human, this low temperature capable of freezing ordinary people instantly merely brought a slight chill. Their physical qualities had begun to detach them from the realm of humans. Without further ado, Shen Xueqing determined the direction and immediately mapped out the optimal route for Lin Chen. The next moment, their figures swiftly dashed across the icy road, racing towards Xiangyang town. The significant increase in agility from their level-ups allowed them to run much faster than ordinary people. Even the icy and slippery roads couldn't pose any challenge to them. Their speed was comparable to motorcycles. Halfway, the two encountered their first zombie. Level 5 normal frost zombie appeared unchanged, except that after the extreme cold arrived, a layer of white frost had formed on its surface, making its originally rotten skin as hard as ice. This was the frost mutation indicated by the system. Its level had risen from level 1 to level 5, with attribute increases of 58 points. However, its attribute improvements were still insufficient in the presence of Lin Chen and Shen Xueqing. Without needing Lin Chen to intervene, Shen Xueqing would raise her thunderclap, and with one shot accurately take off their heads, casually collecting some negligible experience and survival coins. 2 hours later, when the two crossed the last mountain, a towering flame finally came into their view. Xiangyang town has arrived. The two stood on the hillside, overlooking the entire battlefield from above. It was a massive industrial park, and at that moment, at one of the main entrances of the park, the military had established a fragile defense line, relying on several armored vehicles and hastily constructed fortifications. The beams of searchlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the dense horde of corpses in front of the defense line. Countless frost zombies were charging fearlessly at the military's position. The military's main city defense formation was gradually retreating. The number of zombies was simply overwhelming. Subsequent zombies stepped over their fallen comrades, continuously surging forward, compressing the defense line, which was on the verge of collapse. The situation is worse than expected. Xueqing's insight talent was activated to its fullest, quickly analyzing the battlefield information. The number of zombies exceeds 6,000 and continues to pour in from deep within the park. Furthermore, she paused, her tone becoming serious. The most critical point is that I sense several powerful energy reactions in the largest factory at the center of the park, at least elite level. You're amazing, boss lady. However, Lin Chen showed no signs of tension on his face. He even had the leisure to pat Xueqing's plump backside wrapped snugly in her down jacket. Let's go. He put away his smile, his gaze turning to the chaotic battlefield, his tone flat, yet carrying an air of arrogance. It's our turn to enter the fray. We can't hold it any longer. Captain, the line is about to collapse. A young soldier screamed hoarsely, his axe notched and battered as he watched helplessly while a frost-covered mutated zombie, its strength vastly augmented, hurled his comrade aside. The frost not only elevated the zombie's tier, but also fortified its defenses. With a thunderous crunch, the heavy blast shield buckled inward. The soldier gripping it spat blood and flew backward, instantly swallowed by the surging tide of corpses, without even a cry. The defensive line had been torn open, a fatal breach. Hold the line. Hold it, damn you. Zhou Wu's eyes blazed with fury. With one savage swing, he split a zombie's skull, a scalding blood splattered across his face, only to freeze instantly into icy shards beneath the biting -20-degree cold. But there were simply too many zombies, relentless, unfeeling, undying, surging forward like a black tide, wave after wave battering against this fragile dam, forged from flesh and steel. Despair was etched onto every soldier's face. They had given everything they had. It's over. The young soldier watched in horror as a frost zombie breached the final line. Its pallid, maddened eyes locked onto him, its fetid breath mingling with glacial wind as it lunged forward. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. Death seemed inevitable, yet no searing pain followed. Instead, a low, resonant hum, like a swarm of furious bees, filled the air. He snapped his eyes open. What he saw would haunt him for eternity. The frost zombie poised to tear him apart, and the dozen others aligned directly behind it, vanished as if erased by an invisible hand, their upper bodies severed, cleanly dissolving into a storm of blood, flesh, and frozen shrapnel. A vacuum corridor, several meters wide, abruptly cleaved through the heart of the zombie horde. What in the world just happened? His mind went blank. Instinctively, he turned toward the direction of the attack. He was not alone. Every surviving soldier along the line turned at once and beheld the impossible, less than 50 meters to their flank rear atop the cab of a derelict semi-trailer truck. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the storm. She wore a long, oversized white down coat, yet even that could not conceal her icy, transcendent beauty, untouched by wind or snow. Gales whipped the hem of her coat upward, revealing beneath it, dazzling, breathtaking purple, the high-slit silhouette of a cheongsam. Beneath the cheongsam stretched long, elegant legs sheathed in black silk, glistening with dangerous allure. A vision so stunning it could drive any man mad, even in the apocalypse. Yet in her hands rested a weapon grotesquely mismatched with her slender, graceful frame, a monstrous, snarling beast of war. 6 obsidian black barrels spun with chilling speed, unleashing streams of energy-laced projectiles into the zombie ranks. Behind her rimless white glasses rested a face of flawless, serene composure, utterly devoid of panic. Is that her? A captain recognized her instantly. He'd fought alongside her at the University of Technology. Xueqing, the woman who stood ever at Lin Chen's side. Before anyone could recover from the sheer visual shock, Xueqing moved again. Her motion was economical, precise, calmly adjusting her aim. A low guttural hum vibrated through the air, not a roar but the restrained whine of rotating mechanisms. In the next instant, a metallic tempest, composed of countless high-explosive rounds, ripped through the night sky. Where the barrage passed, even the frost zombies' steel-like bodies crumpled like paper. No distinction existed here between common zombies and elite variants. Before such overwhelming firepower, all were equal in annihilation. She didn't need to aim deliberately. Merely pointing the barrel toward the densest cluster of zombies was enough to ignite a slaughter of staggering brutality. My God! The young soldier gaped, dumbfounded, as the black tide that had once spelled certain doom now visibly receded, devoured before his eyes. Corpses fell in waves where chaos once reigned. A vast expanse of empty ground now yawned before the front line. The pressure vanished instantly. Every soldier froze, not from hesitation, but because there were simply no zombies left within reach. Their sole movement was to crane stiff necks upward, gazing upon the woman atop the trailer with the awestruck reverence reserved for deities, her 6-barreled heavy machine gun conducting a symphony of physical transcendence. Cheongsam, black silk, Gatling gun. Three utterly incongruous elements fused seamlessly into a surreal, violent masterpiece, an apocalyptic ballet of brutal elegance. Gulp. A soldier swallowed hard, his voice parched as he whispered to his comrade, "Brother, are we hallucinating? Why does her gun still work, while ours rot in storage?" Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, murmured another, eyes blazing with fervor. Elsewhere, Lin Chen stood with his hands tucked casually into his pockets, observing the one-sided massacre afar, his lips curved in quiet satisfaction. Watching Xueqing's silhouette, heroic and radiant amid the firelight, he let out a genuine admiring sigh. The boss lady is truly extraordinary. Soon Xueqing exhausted her ammunition. Lin Chen vaulted onto the truck's hood and caught her as she leapt down. The army's commanding captain stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, Mr. Lin. Your arrival couldn't have been more timely. No trouble at all. Find a place for my woman to rest. Then gather everyone still fit to fight and follow me. Have your men tighten the defense and hold this position." Lin Chen's gaze swept over the soldiers who were still in a daze, finally landing on Zhou Wu. "Those who can still breathe, follow me. The time for cleaning up trash is over. Next, we should meet the management of this factory." The leading captain felt a chill in his heart, instantly understanding Lin Chen's meaning. The outer tide of corpses was merely an appetizer. Inside the factory, there were even more terrifying entities. He dared not slack off in the slightest, immediately selecting 10 elite soldiers who were in decent condition, all above level 7, to follow behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen wielded the purple gold dragon soul, leading the charge. He turned and plunged into the remaining horde of corpses. For a full 2 hours, even as the zombies' levels increased, Lin Chen still found it quite effortless to slay them. However, the defense provided by the frost transformed Lin Chen from a single blade style to a dual blade style. Fortunately, the soldiers from the military district were also quite capable. Under the effective command of the captain, they barely guarded Lin Chen's flank, allowing him to focus on moving forward. With the addition of Xueqing, the front line became stable. Lin Chen kicked open the heavy iron door of the factory. Boom! The iron door flew inward, toppling a section of production equipment. A wave of chillier air mixed with the stench of machine oil and rot hit him. Inside the spacious factory, the halted production lines resembled the skeletons of iron beasts, with countless pieces of fabric and half-finished down jackets scattered on the ground. And there were also several corpses that had been gnawed down to their skeletons. Roar! In the deepest part of the factory, 3 exceptionally tall figures slowly stood up from the shadows. They were entirely different from the frost zombies outside. On the left was a corpulent figure wearing a tattered suit, holding a massive wrench, exuding an oily aura. Frost Elite Production Supervisor, variant level 12 Constitution, 55 Strength, 45 Skills, Deadly Wrench mandatory, overtime passive attack speed increases by 50 when health is below 30. On the right was a female variant wearing a pair of shattered glasses, holding a red tag that read defective, her nails sharp as knives. Frost Elite Quality Control Leader, variant level 12 Constitution, 40 Strength, 35 Skills, Caustic, Wit, Mental Shock, Deadly, Nitpicking marks target weaknesses, reducing their defense by 20. Standing in the center was a giant zombie over 2.5 meters tall, dressed in a factory director's uniform that was bursting at the seams with muscles, his hands transformed into 2 massive ice hammers. Frost Boss Frenzy, Director level 15 Constitution, 70 Strength, 80 Agility, 30 Skills, Ice Hammer Illusory, promises mental charm, low probability of confusing the target, last-minute elimination, executes the lowest level subordinate, restoring 10 of own health. Hiss. Zhou Wu and the others behind him gasped in shock at the sight of these 3 behemoths. Their originally cold bodies felt as if they might be frozen solid. Each of their auras was more terrifying than the strongest variants they had encountered in the wild, especially that director boss with 80 points in strength attributes. The combined attributes of 4 soldiers barely reached that number. However, a strange smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Production Supervisor, Quality Control Leader, and the Director. Goodness, the management is all here. He flexed his wrist and beckoned towards the 3 bosses who had already locked onto them, emitting threatening growls. "Come, let's have a meeting. The agenda is about the company's bankruptcy, liquidation, and changes in legal representatives." Before his words fell, the production supervisor moved first. Its corpulent body erupted with an unexpected speed, roaring as it charged forward, the massive wrench in its hand creating a gust of wind, smashing towards Lin Chen's head. "Mr. Lin, watch out," the captain exclaimed. Yet Lin Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. He didn't even move his feet. Just as the wrench was about to fall, he moved. Quickly, a purple gold blade of light that could not be captured by the naked eye struck first. Swish! The heavy wrench shattered in midair along with the massive head of the production supervisor, both flying skyward. Scorching blood sprayed out but crystallized into ice in midair. Ding! You have killed level 12 Frost Elite Production Supervisor. Gained experience points x 1200. Survival coins x 1200. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained strength 2. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained the item Oily Wrench White x1. With one stroke. A one-hit kill. Lin Chen didn't even glance at the headless corpse that crashed to the ground, his gaze shifting to the quality control leader, who was momentarily stunned in fear. Next, it's your turn, quality control. Do you have any objections to my work efficiency? The quality control leader shrieked, activating caustic wit. A wave of mental shock pierced Lin Chen's mind. However, with his mental attribute already exceeding 100 combined with the resist ring's reduction, this level of attack was hardly even a tickle. His figure flashed as he activated Raging Charge. He transformed into an arrow released from the bowstring, instantly crossing several dozen meters to appear in front of the quality control leader. Your objections are hereby rejected. The purple gold dragon's soul rose from below, delivering a magnificent upward slash. The quality control leader's body was cleanly split in two at the waist. Ding. You have killed level 12 Frost Elite Quality Control Leader. Gained experience points x 1200. Survival coins x 1200. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Mental 1. In less than 10 seconds, the two elite variants that Zhou Wu and the others thought were unbeatable became pieces of flesh on the ground. Commerce and his soldiers had completely numbed out. They watched the man in the center of the factory casually harvesting the powerful monsters with only one thought left in their minds. Is this the true value of being at the top of the power rankings in Li City? Roar. Seeing his two subordinates eliminated in an instant, the final director boss erupted in fury. It roared, and instead of directly charging at Lin Chen, it unhesitatingly activated last-minute elimination. It grabbed the nearest level 7 frost zombie, and with a swing of its massive ice hammer smashed it into mush. A faint red light flew out from the broken corpse, merging into the director boss body. Its health visibly restored by a portion. Quite decisive. Lin Chen grinned widely, a surge of battle intent rising in his eyes. However, it's useless. He no longer waited, suddenly exerting force under his feet, charging towards the nearly 3-meter behemoth. The director boss clashed its two hammers together, producing a tremendous sound, and charged towards Lin Chen. Come on. Lin Chen laughed heartily as the purple light of the purple gold dragon soul surged. He chose not to meet force with force, but leveraging his impressive 62 points in agility, as the ice hammer was about to make contact, he ducked low like a ghost and slipped through the boss armpit. At the same time, his long knife sliced through smoothly. Half-moon blade technique. A solid purple gold blade of energy swept along the ground, precisely cutting at the ankles of the director boss. Crack. The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. The massive body of the director boss instantly lost balance and crashed to the ground. Talent Plunder activated. You have gained Constitution 2. Now let's discuss the issue of equity transfer. Lin Chen turned around, looking down at the boss kneeling on the ground and roaring in agony, the curve of his lips growing colder. He raised the purple gold dragon soul high, aiming at the massive head. I declare that this acquisition is a resounding success. With the blade's descent, the head flew off. Ding. You have killed level 15 Frost Boss Frenzy Director. Gained experience points x 3000. Survival coins x 3000. Talent Plunder activated. You have obtained Skill Book Ice Arrow x1. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 12. All attributes 1. A swift kill. Yet another swift kill. The entire factory lay in a deathly silence. In the air, only the echoes of heavy objects falling and the chilling sound of blood rapidly congealing remained. Lin Chen flicked the blood droplets off the blade of the purple gold dragon soul knife, glancing at the skill book Ice Arrow lying quietly in his backpack, deciding not to learn it for now. He noted that this item required the use of a ranged weapon. Currently, only Zhao Qian and their team used a bow, so he would save it for him. Thunderstorm is also a ranged weapon, but the ammunition is incompatible. His gaze swept over the 3 boss corpses, finally landing on the group of soldiers behind him. They stood frozen, each holding their weapons. What are you standing there for? Clean up the battlefield and prepare for the handover. The leading lieutenant instinctively brought his legs together, stood upright, and saluted sharply, his voice trembling from overwhelming excitement. Yes, Mr. Lin. At the order, the other soldiers seemed to awaken from a dream, rushing into the factory to frantically collect the shimmering orbs on the ground. However, although they were following orders, each soldier's gaze discreetly darted toward the man standing calmly with a knife. In their eyes there was not greed, but rather a deep reverence for a strong individual. Simultaneously, whether intentional or not, they only picked up the white orbs, ignoring those of other colors. At this moment, Xueqing walked in from outside, having removed her thick down jacket, revealing a breathtaking purple qipao underneath. She approached Lin Chen, her cold gaze sweeping over the wreckage on the ground, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Lin Chen naturally reached out, wrapping his arm around her soft waist, and leaned down to whisper with a smile. Are you tired? Feeling the strong arm around her waist, Xueqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave him a flirtatious eye roll. I merely lifted a finger, unlike certain someone who worked up a sweat. Her voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for the surrounding soldiers to hear, each of their expressions growing even more peculiar. Lifted a finger and cleared thousands of zombies. What kind of monsters are these two? Lin Chen laughed heartily, just about to say something, when his peripheral vision caught a particularly dazzling orb next to the factory boss corpse. The glow was deep and noble purple. An epic item. Lin Chen released Xueqing and walked over, bending down to pick up the orb. As the light faded, an ancient-looking dark gold ring engraved with peculiar patterns lay quietly in his palm. Ding! You have obtained a purple epic equipment squeezing ring. Squeezing ring, purple epic equipment type, ring equipment requirement, spirit 20 attributes, spirit 20, endurance 20, effect 1 capital residue, passive, you are a walking capitalist. The wearer has a fixed 10 chance to gain an additional 50 of the survival coins dropped by elite or higher units upon killing them. Effect 2, last value active, even waste has its value. You can actively mark any unit, cooldown time 24 hours. When the marked unit dies during the marking period, all its equipment will drop intact and automatically transfer to your backpack. Note as expected of you, Zhoubapi. Lin Chen looked at the ring's attributes and effects, especially the note, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Goodness. As expected of something dropped by the factory manager, the attributes are simply outrageous. Not forgetting to squeeze the remaining value from the employees, even in death, huh? Mr. Lin. Zhou arrived at the scene, seeing the ring in Lin Chen's hand. A flash of envy crossed his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and said nothing more. Lin Chen ignored him and naturally put the squeezing ring on his finger. A cool breath rushed into his mind, making the entire world feel much clearer. His spirit attribute surged once more under the dual enhancement of equipment and level up. Besides this ring, the factory manager boss also dropped a blueprint. Modification blueprint blue rare. After use, it can upgrade the electricity or water system of the safe house, once slightly enhancing energy conversion efficiency or water purification efficiency. This is indeed a good item which he could use as soon as he returned. With Zhou Wu's arrival, more soldiers entered the factory, packing all the collected down jackets into a small mountain in the factory's open space. Zhou Wu took a deep breath, walked up to Lin Chen, and said earnestly, Mr. Lin, we owe you this time. Without you, we wouldn't have completed the mission. According to our agreement, we only take half of these down jackets, and the other half all belong to you. As he said this, the lieutenant and the soldiers behind him had no objections. In their view, this was only natural. Without him, they would have become the fodder for those frost zombies outside by now. However, Lin Chen merely glanced at the mountain of down jackets and waved his hand. I don't want the down jackets. Zhou Wu was taken aback. Huh? Our team isn't large, or a few dozen will suffice. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, you can take the rest. Zhou Wu was overjoyed at his words, just about to express his gratitude. But Lin Chen's tone shifted. However, just because I don't want them doesn't mean they are free for you. Let's calculate the down jackets as survival coins for us. Zhou Wu was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood Lin Chen's intention. Lin Chen was creating fair terms for both parties in their cooperation, ensuring neither side felt taken advantage of. This had its pros and cons. The benefits. Lieutenant Major Zhou, a soldier responsible for perimeter watch, rushed in, his face filled with terror. Something's wrong. In storage, where the finished products are kept, we found. He gasped heavily from fear as he spoke. Then several people followed him to a heavy metallic warehouse door. The metal door had been completely open, marked with numerous massive scratch marks. Each scratch exceeded 2 meters in length, as if carved by sharp blades. Even more chilling were the gigantic, inhuman claw marks on the ground in front of the warehouse door. Those claw marks extended from the darkness deep within the warehouse, reaching toward the neighboring factory's building. A dreadful thought surfaced in everyone's minds. This factory actually harbored something even more terrifying. Lin Chen's smile vanished, replaced by a look of keen interest. It seems this company hasn't reached the final step of bankruptcy liquidation yet. Xueqing stepped forward, her purple qipao standing out strikingly amidst the chaos of the factory. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she, wearing a pair of mask glasses, gazed past Lin Chen towards the taller factory next door. There is no threat here, but over there, in the adjacent factory, there is a very strong energy signal. Her voice held a hint of seriousness. Is it stronger than the factory manager boss from earlier? Lin Chen asked. Much stronger, Xueqing confirmed. Moreover, the energy fluctuations are strange, unlike any zombie I've encountered before. Alright, got it. Lin Chen nodded, turning to Major Zhou Wu, who was directing soldiers to move winter coats. Major Zhou, I leave this to you. Convert that pile of clothes into survival coins at market price and charge me later. Zhou immediately replied, no problem. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Lin Chen then looked at Shen Xueqing. You and the others stay here while I go take a look. By yourself. Shen Xueqing expressed some concern. It's just a relatively strong signal source. What could possibly happen? Lin Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry, you'll be back soon. With that, he dashed towards the neighboring factory. The adjoining structure was a large dyeing factory. The air was thick with a pungent chemical smell mingling with a frosty chill, creating an indescribable odor. Particularly the ammonia scent from the dyes gave Lin Chen a feeling akin to being in a cesspool. Fortunately, having grown up in an industrial area, he was somewhat familiar with this smell. It even felt somewhat nostalgic. On the ground, colorful dye barrels lay toppled with red, yellow, blue, and green liquids flowing out, frozen into a colorful ice surface in the frigid temperature of over 20 degrees below zero. In the dim light, it appeared strangely beautiful. Lin Chen paid no mind to these details. His spiritual energy had already locked onto the powerful energy source. The office building. He swiftly kicked open the glass door of the building and charged inside. The first-floor hall was eerily quiet. There were no zombie growls or signs of activity, just scattered documents and broken office supplies littered across the floor. In the center of the hall stood a figure with her back to him. It was a woman dressed in a standard office lady suit with a well-tailored gray blazer and a white shirt underneath. The lower half was a tight-fitting short skirt, and her legs were clad in torn flesh-colored stockings topped off with a pair of black high heels that stood about 7 to 8 centimeters tall. It seemed she sensed Lin Chen's gaze. When the woman turned around, he saw a face that could only be described as perfect with delicate features, yet her expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a finely crafted doll. On her chest, a name tag was faintly visible in the dim light. Customer Service Supervisor Peng Feifei, not bad-looking girl. If it weren't for the lifeless gray in her eyes and the blood-red text flashing on the system panel, Lin Chen might have mistaken her for a survivor. Frost Elite Boss Customer Service Supervisor Peng Feifei, Level 20, Physique 150, Strength 135, Agility 120, Spirit 100, Skills Fatal High Heels Active Customer, Complaint Mental Shock PI Pressure Passive. When health is below 50, all attributes increase by 20. Note: an excellent customer service representative can always solve all problems presented by customers with a smile. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. Wow, a named boss, this is my first encounter. Previous bosses didn't even have names. Moreover, her attributes are almost on par with his. Her physique and strength were slightly inferior, but her agility was subtly superior. Survivor A182155032. Are you misunderstanding something? Just upgraded to level 12, Lin Chen's agility attribute was actually still lower than hers. Name: Lin Chen, level 12, 13, combat power 734, physique 182, strength 176, agility 111, spirit 136, stamina 129, talent robbery, skills fury. Weapon: purple gold dragon soul, equipment labor. The most critical issue is that with Shen Xueqing not around, he lost his human target auto-aim and had no idea what her weaknesses were. Roar. The next moment, the doll came to life. Peng Feifei opened her mouth and let out a sharp roar that was completely contradictory to her appearance, while the high heels under her feet cracked the tiles, and she lunged directly at Lin Chen. So fast. With 120 agility, it completely exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. His pupils constricted as he instinctively blocked with his blade. Clanged. A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Lin Chen felt a tremendous force transmit through the blade, causing his arm, holding the purple gold dragon soul, to go numb, and he was uncontrollably pushed back 2 to 3 meters. Damn, this woman is surprisingly strong, but would be a pity not to push her back. He looked down and saw a shallow white mark appear on the blade of the indestructible epic weapon purple gold dragon soul. The female zombie merely extended a hand, using her seemingly delicate and fair fingers to block that lethal strike. Her nails sparkled with a metallic luster, sharp as blades. For the first time, Lin Chen encountered an opponent who could stand up to him. Interesting. He licked his lips, his fighting spirit completely ignited. Since the apocalypse began, if he hadn't deliberately lowered his damage, not a single zombie would have survived a hit from him these past few days. Without any unnecessary chatter, Lin Chen activated Fury Charge, proactively advancing towards her. The clash of blades and claws echoed in the vast hall, creating a series of sparks and deafening booms. The figures of one person and one corpse moved so fast that ordinary eyes could hardly follow, only seeing two shadows intertwining and separating rapidly. After several exchanges, Lin Chen realized he could not gain the upper hand. Although the purple gold dragon soul was sharp enough, the female zombie's body was terrifyingly resilient, especially her hands, which were as hard as alloy. Continuing to use the purple gold dragon soul could not inflict effective damage on her. The most troublesome part was that she appeared to have no obvious weaknesses. If this continued, even if he could win, it would likely cost him a lot of energy. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam. Since the blade isn't effective, then let's try a different approach. Since I cannot kill you, then I will force you to die? No, I meant rob you of your life. The battle reignites. Talent robbery. Peng Feifei pays no mind to what Lin Chen is thinking now, as she cannot fathom, or rather she would not think at all. Her attacks show no hesitation as she lunges at Lin Chen again. However, this time Lin Chen's strategy has changed as he sheaths the purple gold dragon soul behind him. With his fists clenched, he poured all his strength into his punches without reservation. Bang! Fist and claw collide. Lin Chen's fist struck solidly against Peng Feifei's sharp claws. He began to confront Peng Feifei heat-in. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item broken ID badge X1. Effective. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, but his hands did not stop. Another punch landed on her shoulder. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item elite white collar gray coat blue quality X1. As the system notification echoed, the gray suit jacket on the female zombie boss vanished into thin air, revealing the white shirt underneath, which was tightly stretched. Lin Chen. The scene began to feel a bit off. The battle continued. Lin Chen let himself go completely. He was like an unflagging pile driver relentlessly pummeling Peng Feifei. Peng Feifei seemed unaware that she was missing a piece of clothing and instead intensified her assault. Lin Chen continued to fend off while activating his talent. Bang! Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item black high-heeled shoe left X1. The female zombie stumbled on one foot, but quickly regained her balance, continuing to attack while hopping. Bang! Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item black high-heeled shoe right X1. Now both high-heeled shoes were gone, and the female zombie's speed actually increased. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, feeling as if he had done something foolish. But he couldn't stop now. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained agility 1. Finally something useful. Bang! Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item white shirt damaged X1. With a swoosh. As the shirt disappeared, 2 grand lights wrapped in black lace instantly broke free from their restraints, describing thrilling arcs in the vigorous motion. The faint cherry red points visible on them became particularly eye-catching in the dim hall. Lin Chen's gaze was momentarily frozen. Holy crap! He cursed inwardly, feeling as though he was not fighting a boss, but browsing some pay channel. Just that moment of distraction allowed Peng Feifei's claws to reach his face. Lin Chen narrowly leaned back to evade the attack. He dared not be careless any longer, reminding himself, this is a zombie, it could kill me, as he fought back with all his might. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item skirt with a faint fragrance X1. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item flesh-colored stockings damaged X1. The battle continued in an extremely bizarre atmosphere. So soft. This must be at least AD. The feel is really good. The clothing on Peng Feifei was being visibly knocked off piece by piece. From the suit to the shirt, from the skirt to the damaged flesh-colored stockings. And her attributes were being slowly and steadily weakened through Lin Chen's repeated robbery attempts. With this exchange, the scales of victory began to tilt towards Lin Chen in an extremely unorthodox manner. Stop! Don't take off anymore. Lin Chen swung his fists while unable to help but complain. This was the first time he wished his talent wouldn't be so effective. Finally, after another heavy punch, talent robbery activated. You have obtained item last line of defense black lace version X1. When the last piece of clothing protecting that mysterious black triangular area disappeared, with a system notification, a flawless naked body was presented before Lin Chen without reservation. Even Lin Chen, who had seen much, experienced a momentary brain freeze. The body, dazzlingly white in the dim light, seemed to have been calculated to perfection. An increase would make it plump, a decrease would make it slim. In the polluted air of the apocalypse, this primitive and wild beauty was overwhelmingly striking. As Peng Feifei lunged at him once more, Lin Chen was momentarily unresponsive. It's over, I'm done for. A sense of deadly crisis quickly tightened his nerves. The claw, gleaming with metallic coldness, tore through the air, aiming directly at his face. Damn! Lin Chen bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain and the taste of blood forcibly pulled him back to reality. He stumbled backward. The icy wind from the claw brushed past the tip of his nose, and a huge gash was opened in the front of his tactical jacket. Well, the only decent piece of clothing is gone. The sound of fabric tearing echoed throughout the hall. Amitabha form is emptiness, emptiness is form. He instinctively chanted, and as his feet slid, he suddenly closed in on the stiffened Peng Feifei, due to a missed attack, delivering a merciless, powerful elbow strike to her side. Bang! The dull sound of impact reverberated. Peng Feifei let out a sharp scream, swiping back with a claw. Lin Chen advanced rather than retreating, deflecting the claw with one hand and thrusting his knee upward. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained stamina 2. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained agility 1. Namo. Avalokiteshvara. Actually, held on. Lin Chen's recitation began to stray, but his actions grew increasingly fierce. This is a zombie. Sending you on your way, may you be happy in your next life. The battle finally came to an end. Upon completely defeating this level 20 elite BOSS, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ding. You have killed level 20 Frost Elite Boss Customer Service Supervisor. You have gained experience x 5,000. Survival coins x 5,000. Lin Chen took a long breath looking at the small piece of fabric in his hand, as well as the naked curvaceous corpse on the ground before him, lost in thought. What is this all about? I have never been this exhausted even after battling Xueqing for 3 days and nights. Just then footsteps approached from the entrance of the building. Shen Xueqing led the way, followed closely by the anxious Zhou Wu and a team of elite soldiers. When they saw the scene in the hall, everyone was stunned. Especially Shen Xueqing. Her gaze slowly shifted from Lin Chen to the naked female corpse on the ground, then back to Lin Chen's face. The worry on her face froze instantly. Soon a visibly red hue rapidly spread from her neck to her ears. Finally, her cold phoenix eyes fixed on Lin Chen, the temperature in her gaze colder than the Antarctic ice cap. Lin Chen. She enunciated each word, her voice laced with a chilling acidity. What were you just doing? The air itself felt colder than the sub-zero temperatures outside, 20 degrees below freezing and beyond. Lin Chen, a man of preternatural strength, and the lifeless, unclothed body of a female zombie, a being of terrifying power. In his hand, he held a small fragment of black lace, undeniably feminine in origin. This was too much. Their minds threatened to overload. Mr. Lin, what exactly did you do to this female zombie boss? This was no longer combat. It was a crime scene. Yet unlike the soldiers struck dumb by shock, Shen Xueqing's reaction was immediate and visceral. Her clear phoenix-like eyes first widened in disbelief, then clouded with confusion, before all emotion coalesced into a glacial fury so profound it could freeze a soul solid. Lin Chen. Her voice emerged from between clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with frostbitten menace. What were you doing just now? It's over. That was the first thought that flashed through Lin Chen's mind. He could cleave a level 15 boss in a single stroke. He could withstand assaults from level 20 elites. But before Shen Xueqing, now his primal survival instinct screamed at maximum alert. Instinct propelled him into action. His expression remained perfectly composed, tinged even with feigned bewilderment and innocence, as he casually waved the delicate scrap of fabric in his fingers. Madam Boss, perfect timing. Quick, take a look. What are this item's attributes? I've been studying it for ages, yet the system panel refuses to display anything. Silence fell, absolute and suffocating. Zhou Wu and the others stared, eyes bulging. A deity. Mr. Lin was nothing short of divine. At such a moment, he could still calmly debate gear attributes, with not a flicker of shame. Such extraordinary composure. Even Shen Xueqing hadn't anticipated this response. Her slender frame stiffened, breath catching mid-inhale. Trembling with rage, she pointed at Lin Chen, lips trembling before finally forcing out words. You're despicable. You call that an item? I'm asking what you did to her. As she spoke, her gaze flickered to the naked corpse, and her cheeks flared crimson, burning with both humiliation and wrath as she swiftly turned her head away. Oh, you mean this? Lin Chen's face lit up with exaggerated realization. He sighed deeply, adopting an expression of solemn gravity. Madam Boss, please hear me out. The truth is far from what you imagine. What do I imagine? Shen Xueqing's chest rose and fell violently, the elegant curves accentuated by her qipao, growing even more arresting. Did I disturb your refined pastime by arriving too soon? At those words, Zhou Wu and the others flinched as if struck, desperate to vanish into the wall like bricks. Was this truly something mortals dared overhear? Impossible. Lin Chen declared, radiating unassailable integrity. Am I that kind of man? I was engaged in battle, a grueling, near-fatal confrontation. Battle? Shen Xueqing scoffed. Does battle require stripping her bare? What arcane technique is that? 18 grasps to disrobe. Lin Chen's jaw twitched. 18 grasps to disrobe, oddly precise. It's a long story. A battle of unparalleled hardship and brutality. He turned toward Zhou Wu and the others, speaking with the hushed reverence one might reserve for fallen comrades. You didn't see how savage, how formidable this boss truly was. Then he shared the boss's attribute panel across the party channel. Frost Elite Boss, Customer Service Manager Peng Feifei. Level 20 Constitution, 150 Strength, 135 Agility, 120 Spirit, 100. When Zhou Wu beheld that staggering cascade of stats, each shattering their prior understanding, he drew a sharp, audible breath. 150 Constitution, 120 Agility. See, Lin Chen's voice deepened with sorrowful weight. Her defenses were impenetrable. Even my purple gold dragon soul struggled to wound her meaningfully. And her speed, ghost-like her strikes razor-sharp and merciless. I fought her for over 100 exchanges, teetering on the edge of death, before uncovering her secret. His expression grew enigmatic, almost sage-like. Her strength draws entirely from her equipment. Each piece destroyed weakens her, diminishing her power step by step. To defeat her, to avenge the innocents slaughtered by her hand, I had no choice. I was forced to act with tears in my eyes, stripping away one by one every source of her power. By the end, a sacred, almost saintly light seemed to shimmer across Lin Chen's countenance. Zhou Wu and the others listened slack-jawed, though something felt off. The boss's terrifying stats and Lin Chen's unwavering righteousness somehow lent his tale chilling plausibility. Of course, with Mr. Lin's overwhelming strength, how could he possibly harbor base intentions toward a mere zombie? This must be a form of combat so advanced, so esoteric that ordinary minds could scarcely grasp it. Xueqing, though swayed by the zombies' revealed attributes, refused to yield, not out of doubt, but pride. She bit her lower lip until it paled, chest heaving, watching Lin Shan recite his outrageous fiction with flawless sincerity, wishing only to tear apart that impossibly handsome face worthy of a celestial patron. "Where's your proof?" Xueqing ground out 3 words like shards of ice. "Look." He hurriedly opened his interface, projecting it before her. "Talent, C's, activated. You have acquired gray blazer of the elite white-collar worker, blue quality 1. Talent, C's, activated. You have acquired black high-heeled shoe, left 1. Talent, C's, activated. You have acquired white shirt, damaged 1. A torrent of system notifications made Xueqing's eyelid twitch uncontrollably. Her fury slowly dissolved, replaced by a look of profound, surreal absurdity. Especially this one. He gestured to the lace fragment in his palm. This, the core, the very heart of her power. Only when I seized it did this invincible boss finally collapse. This was a triumph of justice over evil. Lin Chen concluded, his voice resonant, unwavering. A young soldier, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. But the instant the sound escaped him, Zhou Wu shot him a glare so fierce it silenced him instantly, forcing the laugh into a strangled cough. Zhou Wu stepped forward and rendered Lin Chen a crisp, formal military salute. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your service." His expression was grave, his eyes filled with unfeigned reverence. He now believed Lin Chen utterly, because, aside from this explanation, no other possibility even registered in his mind. Could it truly be that Mr. Lin harbored some perverse fascination, stripping bosses mid-combat? No. Impossible. Utterly inconceivable. Meeting Zhou Wu's earnest gaze, Lin Chen nodded approvingly and clapped him on the shoulder. No trouble at all, serving the people. Inwardly, he mused, true brotherhood lives in the heart. He assumed Zhou Wu's salute was merely diplomatic cover, never imagining the man genuinely believed him. Only Xueqing approached silently, seizing the moment when no one watched, her small hand darting to Lin Chen's waist, gripping the soft flesh and twisting it full 360 degrees. Yikes! Lin Chen sucked in a sharp breath, facial muscles spasming, but outwardly he maintained his sage-like poise, offering Zhou Wu a strained, gallant smile. Xueqing watched him, her expression shifting endlessly, fury, suspicion, incredulity, then finally a deep, steadying breath. Insight. She would verify it herself. Seconds later, her slender frame jolted violently, her blazing anger extinguished, replaced by raw shock and lingering dread. Insight confirmed Lin Chen's account in full, and laid bare with chilling fidelity the sheer peril of that battle. That level 20 designation, that monstrous stat sheet, overwhelming Lin Chen in every domain. Xueqing's heart clenched sharply. She could vividly imagine it while she and Zhou Wu dealt with minor threats outside. Lin Chen stood alone here, facing a horror beyond mortal reckoning. Any other person, even herself, would have been obliterated in an instant. Yet Lin Chen not only survived, he won, in a manner so astonishingly unorthodox, so utterly him. When she looked at him again, all that remained in her gaze was tenderness, aching, quiet, profound. He always bore the gravest dangers alone, masking sacrifice with a reverent charm. "You?" Her voice softened, tentative. "Were you hurt? Do I look injured?" Lin Chen instantly puffed out his chest, thumping his firm pectorals with a grin. But at the sight of his smug, boyish grin, the fragile tenderness blooming in Xueqing's heart instantly curdled back into flustered indignation. She shot him a sharp, exasperated glance. Then inadvertently her eyes drifted once more to the nude corpse on the floor, her cheeks igniting anew. Then, "Hurry up and collect your spoils. What are you waiting for?" Lin Chen seized the reprieve like salvation, immediately gathering the glowing loot orbs dropped by the boss. The largest orb pulsed with brilliant blue light. Ding. You have acquired the blue rare set White Collar Elite Lady set. Lin Chen's pulse quickened as he inspected its details. White Collar Elite Lady set Purple Epic. Level requirement 10. Set components gray blazer of the elite white collar worker, white shirt, pencil skirt, black, high-heeled, shoes, beige stockings. Set attribute 30 to all stats. Set effect I professional charm passive. Wearer's charm increases slightly. A success rate in negotiations with humanoid intelligent beings improves by 10. Set effect 2 precision focus passive. Reduces mental stamina consumption by 20 during intricate operations or skill usage requiring intense concentration. Special note I this set is bound upon acquisition, non-divisible. If any component is removed, all set effects will vanish after 60 seconds. Special note 2 the set possesses self-repair and self-cleansing functions. Phew. Lin Chen exhaled sharply. These attributes were tailor-made for Xueqing, especially the precision focus effect synergizing flawlessly with her thunderstorm and insight abilities, vastly extending her endurance. He lifted his gaze, burning with intensity, as he fixed it upon Xueqing. Madam Boss, legendary loot. Made just for you. And with that he shared the full set attributes with her. Xueqing scanned the details, and her beautiful eyes gleamed unmistakably captivated. Yet the memory of the garment's origin, the scandalous method of acquisition, flushed her cheeks crimson once more. To wear attire stripped from a corpse. She simply couldn't. I refuse. Xueqing turned her head away stubbornly defiant. Yet even as she spoke she recalled her own qipao, also looted from a boss. Don't say that, Madam Boss. Lin Chen leaned close, whispering beside her ear. Think, 20 less mental strain. Your thunderstorm could become your basic attack, effortless, relentless. Then you'd truly be the bodhisattva of the Gatling gun, who wouldn't bow before you and chant Buddha. And besides, look at the note self-cleansing. Immaculate. Sterile. As fresh as new. You. Xueqing stammered, mortified and incensed, yet utterly without rebuttal. Stealing a furtive glance at the ensemble, the sleek gray blazer, the form-fitting pencil skirt, she wondered just for a heartbeat, how would it look on me? Lin Chen swiftly tossed the purple elite businesswoman set into the depths of his backpack, deciding to temporarily set it aside to avoid further provoking the Sunto explode boss lady beside him. He cleared his throat and began to collect the other light orbs that Peng Feifei had dropped. Aside from the complete purple set, the remaining spoils were quite decent. 2 more pieces of blue rare-grade equipment were obtained. One was the manager's belt with a spirit attribute of 10. The other was the efficient document bag backpack, which increases space by 10 cubic meters when used. This one is useful, the rest are just flashy nonsense. Lin Chen pouted, glancing at the attributes before hastily collecting everything. These items may seem trivial, but they could prove unexpectedly useful in the future. As for the remaining dozen white pieces of equipment, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to look. He simply waved at Zhou Wu and the soldiers who were already on standby behind him. The rest of these you can take your cut from the military district yourselves. Yes, Mr. Lin. The soldiers immediately stepped forward, swiftly gathering the white light orbs. They feared that if they were slow, this big shot might pull off some shocking stunt. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Chen's gaze returned to the pale corpse in the center of the hall. He kicked the corpse's arm lightly with his toe. The flesh had grown somewhat stiff in the extreme cold, but still retained an astonishing elasticity. He turned his head, and in a tone as if discussing what to have for dinner, asked the serious Zhou Wu, who was directing his subordinates in counting the gains. How should we handle this thing? Are you going to take it back for dissection and research? Yes, definitely. Zhou Wu's eyes lit up at this, nodding vigorously, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. A level 20 elite boss, and of a type we've never seen before. Mr. Lin, the research value of this is simply enormous. For the military's research department, such a complete high-level boss specimen was worth even more than those hundreds of thousands of down jackets. All right then, the corpse belongs to you. Lin Chen waved his hand with a generous expression that seemed to say you've struck gold. Zhou Wu was so excited he almost saluted again, quickly signaling 2 soldiers to bring over a specialized body bag, carefully preparing to pack up this precious research material and take it away. Watching the 2 soldiers flustered and unable to look directly at the corpse, Lin Chen's smile grew ever wider. Only Xueqing, looking at the corpse that was about to be packed away, had a flicker of complex sympathy in her cold eyes. At that moment, a young soldier in charge, holding a pink hardback notebook, hurried over. Major Zhou. Mr. Lin, we found this in the drawer of this supervisor's desk. The soldier's expression was somewhat strange as he handed over the notebook. It was a very girlish diary adorned with shiny cartoon stickers on the cover, utterly incongruous with the harsh atmosphere of this apocalyptic world. A diary. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow but did not reach for it. Xueqing walked over and took the diary from the soldier, feeling its cold surface. She opened the first page. The elegant handwriting recorded the daily life of an ordinary urban white-collar worker filled with complaints about work and love for life. She quickly flipped through the pages until the day the apocalypse began. The handwriting started to become hurried and terrified. The world has ended. Monsters are everywhere. I'm trapped in the company. I'm so scared. I killed a colleague who tried to attack me. I stabbed his eye with the heel of my high-heel shoe. I vomited for a long time, but I survived. Xueqing quickly scanned through, noting that these entries were largely similar, reflecting the struggles and despair of early survivors. Until a certain page, her gaze suddenly froze. Today I encountered it. The husky named Wei Feng that belongs to the boss of the neighboring Wanda factory. It has also turned into a monster now, as big as a small cow, so terrifying. But it didn't attack me. It seems to recognize me, whining in front of me, rubbing its head against my hand, just like before. It dealt with all the zombies trying to approach me, tearing them to shreds. Then it brought back half a pack of biscuits from outside, placing it in front of me, wagging its tail. Seeing this, Xueqing's heart tightened. She continued to read. Wei Feng comes every day to clear the zombies around me, bringing me all sorts of food. Although most of it is no longer edible, I know it tried its best. With it around, I feel like I have hope again. I called for help on the regional channel, saying I was at the dye factory in Xiangyang town, that I still had food, and asking if anyone could come to rescue me. But there was no response. No one came. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. My hope is fading bit by bit. Are there no good people left in this world? The last few pages of the diary became increasingly desperate, filled with chaotic scrawls and curses. The final page contained only a short line with the date marked as yesterday. The system says that starting tomorrow it will be very, very cold. Wei Feng didn't come today, does it? Not want me anymore. The diary stopped abruptly here. The entire hall fell silent. Xueqing closed the diary, taking a deep breath, feeling a heavy oppression in her chest. She looked up, her cold voice tinged with a hoarse quality. I understand now. Peng Feifei must have completely broken down when the extreme cold arrived, ultimately transforming into a boss. Xueqing glanced around. There were no signs of heating or fire in this office building. When hope was utterly extinguished, facing an unbearable chill, her final mental defenses collapsed. That's why after her death such high attribute equipment dropped, because those garments were her last obsession in the cold and despair. After hearing Xueqing's analysis, Zhou Wu and the soldiers behind him fell silent. A woman who struggled desperately in the apocalypse, abandoned by the entire world, ultimately became a monster in the cold and despair. This story left them with mixed feelings. However, Lin Chen's focus was completely different from theirs. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Wu, and they both saw a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. A husky that can find food for its owner, protect its owner, and knows how to eliminate threats. Zhou Wu's voice was somewhat hoarse. That husky must be the owner of those paw prints at the neighboring garment factory. Lin Chen took over, his smile completely vanishing, replaced by a chilling aura. An ordinary zombie, even if it were an elite or a BOSS, merely follows its instinct as a beast. But a mutated beast with intelligence, capable of avoiding danger, hunting and protecting, and possibly even capable of stockpiling resources. Its threat level far exceeds that of the level 20 boss corpse before them. Where did it go? A soldier couldn't help but whisper. It may have gone to find a warmer, safer place to winter. Lin Chen said slowly, his gaze passing through the shattered glass door, looking towards the cityscape covered in ice and snow in the distance. Or it might be looking for more food to prepare for winter. This last sentence sent a chill through everyone present, a coldness that pierced deeper than the -20-degree temperatures. As everyone was still discussing the terrifying, intelligent husky, a delayed system announcement suddenly exploded in the minds of all survivors in Xiangyang. Xiangyang area announcement: congratulations to the survivor Anonymous for successfully killing the level 20 area elite boss. Xiangyang area announcement: the death of this boss has effectively slowed the deterioration of the extreme cold characteristic in this area. The current temperature in the area has risen from 27 to 22. The rate of temperature decline has decreased by 10. Xiangyang area announcement: we encourage all survivors to continue their efforts and actively eliminate high-level mutated beings to contribute to improving the survival environment. The announcement rang out 3 times, echoing through the skies. Indeed, Lin Chen still chose to remain anonymous. The entire area chat channel, after a brief pause, erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. The temperature is 22, and there are at least 99 messages in the area channel. What the hell? Am I seeing things? The temperature rose by 5 degrees. Really? My panel shows that the stamina consumption for the cold status has decreased. It really is warming up. Anonymous big shot is awesome. Voice breaking. Can a person really do this? Killing a boss can change the weather. What's the difference from a deity? Don't be a hater. Does a deity even have this kind of power? This is simply like a walking air conditioner remote. Whoa, thank you, big shot. My physique just crossed 20 points, and I was almost frozen stiff under the blanket before, but now I feel like I can live again. This truly is a real big shot, quietly making a fortune while saving the world. Compared to those who only know how to boast, it's like the sky and the earth apart. Fire Alliance Chun Hao come out and take a beating. Look at the anonymous big shot, and then look at you. All you do is shout slogans all day long. Licheng Military District do the big shots, and the military district know who this deity is. Please introduce me. I am willing to offer my treasured 1982 cola. In the area channel, countless survivors with physiques below 40 points sincerely expressed their gratitude to this unknown savior. For him it might have been a casual act, but for those struggling on the brink of life and death, this rise in temperature of 5 degrees is the difference between life and death. In the lobby of the dying factory's office building, Zhou Wu's gaze towards Lin Chen could no longer be described as mere awe. Mr. Lin. Zhou Wu's voice was extremely dry as he organized his words and cautiously asked, the military district would like to ask if you can publicly declare that this operation was executed in collaboration with the military. This would not only enhance the military's reputation, but also send a signal to all survivors that the military has aligned itself with this top-tier powerhouse. This has an immeasurable effect on stabilizing public sentiment and restoring the military's prestige. Whatever. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. He only cared about the actual benefits. As for the empty fame, whoever wants it can take it. Moreover, the military district did indeed contribute this time. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Wu exclaimed in delight, immediately using his authority to issue a new announcement in the area channel. Licheng Military District announcement, in collaboration with the anonymous powerhouse, we successfully killed the level 20 elite boss in Xiangyang Town Industrial Park and obtained a large number of down jackets, giving all survivors a precious respite. The military calls on all survivors to actively report the locations of high-level elite boss or special mutated beings. Once verified, the military will offer generous rewards. Let us unite and overcome this crisis. Licheng Military District announcement. Additionally, the down jackets obtained from this operation will arrive at the Industrial University shelter in 3 hours. All survivors can acquire them for the price of 10 survival coins after passing the verification. Once this announcement came out, the area channel was once again in an uproar. The military's prestige reached its peak after this official announcement. Countless survivors began to respond actively, with various praises pouring in, and some even started sending fragmentary information to the military district. Lin Chen paid no further attention to this, and walked over to Xueqing, looking at her slightly gloomy face due to the diary, and gently pinched her cheek. Let's get to work, then head home for dinner. Xueqing softly replied, her inner tension alleviated a bit by these simple 4 words. Yes, going home. In this apocalyptic world, having a place they could call home waiting for them was indeed fortunate. After bidding farewell to Zhou Wu, the two cooperated with the military to cleanse the remaining scattered zombies in the industrial park. Zhou Wu was extremely efficient. The hundreds of thousands of down jackets were directly converted into 300,000 survival coins and traded to Lin Shan on the spot. Only in a collective like the military district could such a large amount of survival coins be made available at once. As for the price difference generated in the process, Lin Chen didn't want to fuss over it too much. After all, the current utility of survival coins was still low. The supplies in the mall were not even appealing to him. Coupled with the harvest from previously cleansing the zombies and the BOSS, Lin Chen's survival coin balance surged once again. When the sky was completely dark, the two finally returned to Chinny Villa. Inside the villa, it was warm as spring. The bright lights illuminated the entire living room as if it were daytime, and under the influence of the energy core of the safe house, the central air conditioning steadily delivered warm air, completely isolating the bitter cold outside at 20 below zero. In the open kitchen, tempting aromas of dishes wafted through the air. Zhao Qian, Li Yutong, Zhang Yan, and Zheng Xiaobin had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Lin Chen and Shun Xueqing return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, madam, you are finally back. Li Yutong was the first to rush over, her big eyes filled with worry. You were gone for a whole day. We were almost worried to death. It's fine, just dealing with some minor trouble. Lin Chen smiled and ruffled her hair. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin also hurried over to greet him, their faces showing genuine respect and relief. Only Xiangyang, the shy and introverted girl, quietly brought out 2 cups of ginger tea that had been prepared long ago, handed them over, and softly said, Big brother Lin, sister Xueqing, please drink some hot tea to warm yourselves. Xiangyang is so considerate. Lin Chen took the cup, took a sip, and the warm liquid slid down his throat, dispelling the last trace of cold. Although with his physique, it didn't seem that necessary. But the warmth was not just physical, it was in the heart. It was the atmosphere of mutual love and support within the team. On the dining table, a sumptuous dinner was already laid out. The steaming hot pot rolled in the center of the table, and rich aromas spread throughout the room. Various beef and lamb hot pot ingredients, and even several plates of seafood that people love to eat in hot pots at the seaside filled the table. Everyone sat together with the apocalyptic cold night outside the window, yet inside was a warm and lively human world. This stark contrast evoked an unreal sense of happiness in everyone's hearts. Boss looked quickly. During a break in the meal, Li Yutong excitedly opened the leaderboard and pointed at the combat power list for Lin Chen to see. That Zhou Wu from the military district is now ranked 3rd. That Shen Hao from the Fire Alliance has been pushed down to 4th. Lin Chen glanced over. Leeching Area Combat Power Leaderboard 1 SD, Anonymous Combat Power 914 2 ND, Anonymous Combat Power 311 3 RD, Leeching Military District Zhou Wu Combat Power 189 4 Teach, Fire Alliance Shen Hao Combat Power 175. Clearly, the military strength has rapidly increased after controlling the dungeon entrance and receiving the equipment distributed by Lin Chen. He then also checked the levels of everyone in the villa. The highest level was Zhao Qian at level 9, followed by Li Yutong and Xiangyang at level 8, and even Zheng Xiaobin, who just joined, reached level 5. Since Lin Chen and Xueqing maintained a party status with everyone in the villa, even if everyone was inside, they could still enjoy the experience points from Lin Chen's monster kills. As for himself, with the help of the talent snatch, he had snatched a large number of attribute points from Peng Feifei, bringing his combat power to 914. Boss, is that husky really that powerful? Zhao Qian recalled the brief explanation Lin Chen gave in the team channel during the day and couldn't help but ask. As soon as this was mentioned, the atmosphere at the dining table grew tense. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and detailed the contents of Peng Feifei's diary, as well as the husky's behavior of avoiding danger, hunting, and guarding. After listening, everyone fell silent. Thinking predator. Zheng Xiaobin adjusted his glasses, his face turning pale. Its threat level is probably higher than all the bosses we've encountered before combined. Will it come looking for us? Xiangyang asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know. Lin Chen shook his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. But it can be certain that as the extreme cold persists, food will become scarcer. And our villa, glowing with lights and emitting the aroma of food, looks like a lighthouse in the dark night to it. A lighthouse filled with fresh food. Lin Chen's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present except for Xueqing. It wasn't the low temperature from outside, but the gaze of an unknown and powerful predator lurking nearby. If it doesn't come, that's one thing. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold arc as he lifted a hot cocoa and drank it all. If it dares to come. Just right, I've never had dog meat hot pot before. Leeching University of Technology, the main academic building, now repurposed as the command headquarters of the Leeching Military District. The district's original garrison lay too far from the urban center, hindering troop mobility for leveling up and rescuing survivors. Among all local institutions, the university boasted the most comprehensive facilities, even housing several aging manual lathes capable of machining spare parts. Inside the vast conference room, windows and walls had been sealed with insulating materials, leaving only narrow observation slits and ventilation openings. At the room's center stood a makeshift heating stove, a repurposed oil drum filled with blazing firewood, its soft crackling the sole source of warmth in the frigid space. Chen Feng, colonel of the military district, and its highest-ranking commander sat, with several senior officers around the stove, holding a strategic briefing. Unlike previous meetings, today's table held an additional presence at its far end, a young, yet resolute figure. Zhou Wu. Through repeated contact with Lin Chen, Zhou Wu had secured critical strategic assets for the military district: dungeon intelligence, advanced weaponry, insulated parkas, and high-tier boss carcasses, earning him an exceptional promotion into the district's innermost decision-making circle. He was also at present the sole individual combatant of notable capability within the entire Leeching military district. Zhou Wu's innate talent was no trivial matter: spear commander, granting a 30 boost to both strength and agility when wielding polearms. This spear referred not to firearms, nor to any metaphorical or anatomical connotation, but strictly to the traditional cold weapon variety. Yet no suitable weapon had yet been found for him. He still wielded a Waitire spear. Moreover, spear mastery, a discipline long absent from modern military training curricula, had been acquired by Zhou Wu solely through fragmented knowledge gleaned from library texts, further constraining his combat potential. Likewise, barring martial arts enthusiasts or those blessed with extraordinary aptitude, few in this new era, where only cold weapons remained viable, could replicate Lin Chen's unique ability to acquire ranged firearms through level progression. Most fighters mastered only basic techniques: cleaving, slashing, thrusting, and few truly unlocked their weapon's full potential. Report current status. Colonel Chen Feng removed his cap and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. A young staff officer immediately rose, opened his notebook, and spoke with grave solemnity. Sir, as of Tuesday tonight, preliminary data, compiled from regional channel reports and provisional shelter submissions, indicates over 3,000 survivor fatalities directly or indirectly attributable to the extreme cold within Xiangyang. An additional 9,000 have sustained frostbite of varying severity. Total confirmed survivor count on the regional channel has fallen below 520,000. A collective gasp rippled across the room. In less than 24 hours, 3,000 lives had vanished silently into the teeth of this sudden, merciless winter. Chun Feng's brow knotted tightly, his gaze turned so dark and brooding it seemed to drip with storm clouds. He turned toward Zhou Wu, and that. Lin Chen, any new developments? Zhou Wu shook his head. Sir, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen returned to his base immediately after completing the exchange. No further activity has been observed. Maintain contact with him. Chun Feng nodded curtly, then shifted his attention to the intelligence officer. Any leads on other high-tier bosses within the region? Silence answered him. Xiangyang, once a quasi-first-tier metropolis of 8 million souls, was neither vast nor diminutive in area, encompassing several counties and satellite cities. Unlike northern megacities built around centralized urban cores, Xiangyang was a decentralized, loose assembly city, administering for districts 5 counties and 3 county-level cities under delegated authority. Its directly governed urban core was comparatively modest, hosting fewer than 3 million permanent residents, and notably remained one of the rare trillion-yuan GDP cities without a metro system. The majority of its population resided across those 3 county-level cities, each possessing its own distinct downtown hub. Today, across this sprawling expanse, more than 6 million zombies held dominion. To locate elite bosses concealed within such monster-infested wastelands was akin to searching for a needle in a frozen ocean. Effective tomorrow. Intensify reconnaissance. Chun Feng slammed his fist upon the table, voice ringing with irrevocable resolve. Deploy all frontline, second-line, and third-line combat personnel. Operate in squads. Clear the city periphery while leveling up and map every inch of this territory by hand. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, 60 kilometers beyond Liqing's urban boundary in Luocheng County, the once bustling Dawan Plaza now served as the stronghold of the Flamefire Alliance. Inside the Alliance Lord's office, Chun Hao kicked over his desk in fury, tins and biscuits scattered across the floor. Damn it all. Again. He pointed wildly out the window, trembling with rage, his face flushed deep purple. Does that damn mutt think we're its cafeteria? The Alliance's senior leaders stood frozen, speechless, following his gesture to see a colossal shadow strolling lazily amid the plaza ruins. It was a Siberian husky, its bulk rivaling that of a full-grown bull. With arrogant, unhurried strides it approached the newly reinforced barbed wire perimeter, lifted a hind leg, and drenched a freshly erected steel post in urine so icy it instantly frosted over. Then, as if guided by intimate familiarity, it ambled to the warehouse's side wall, where just yesterday it had torn a gaping hole with its claws, patched today with a sheet of steel. It extended one massive paw and rapped sharply against the steel plate. Clang, 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 testing its thickness. Then, with unmistakable disdain, it shook its head as though deeming the metal woefully inadequate. Finally, it plopped itself squarely before the warehouse entrance, stuck out its tongue, and flashed a textbook-perfect, husky smile toward the sentries atop the watchtower, eyes gleaming with a disconcerting blend of cunning or sheer idiocy and mockery. Lord, ventured a deputy lord, voice hushed. It doesn't seem inclined to enter. I know it isn't entering. Chun Hao was near apoplexy. Since the onset of the Great Freeze, this inexplicable husky, whose origins remained unknown, had become the Flamefire Alliance's living nightmare. Was it an enemy? It never initiated attacks on humans. Indeed, just yesterday, when a minor zombie wave besieged them, the husky had sauntered in nonchalantly, ripping apart dozens of undead in seconds, then snatched a dropped carton of instant noodles and trotted off. Was it an ally? Hardly. It paid regular visits, dismantling defenses and ransacking stores, taking only food as if collecting protection fees. Had they tried to fight it? They had. Their highest-level elites charged in unison, only to be swatted aside like flies, bones, shattered limbs twisted, now groaning in the infirmary. But to refrain from fighting meant helplessly watching it treat their stronghold as an Awaken buffet, coming and going as it pleased. What made Chun Hao's blood boil most was his very public vow, issued moments earlier on the regional channel, to lead the Flamefire Alliance in eradicating bosses and safeguarding survivors, only to turn and find his own base besieged by this dog. Now the regional channel overflowed with ridicule, and countless users tagging him, demanding livestream coverage of his husky skinning endeavor. His dignity had been flayed raw by canine contempt. Lord, perhaps we should relocate, someone dared suggest. Relocate? To where? Shen Hao's face fell into utter despair. The road to the city is impassable. You've seen it yourselves. Elsewhere, either zombie swarms or rubble. Where do you propose we go? At that moment, a thunderous explosion shook the building. Boom! Faces paled. Everyone rushed to the windows. There it stood, the husky having dragged in a derelict city bus, now charging headlong into the warehouse's newly repaired steel door with terrifying momentum. The steel buckled inward with a deafening groan. Awoke. Triumphant, the husky howled, abandoned the bus, and plunged into the warehouse. Minutes later it emerged, clutching half a frozen pig in its jaws and lashed across its back with vines 2 heavy sacks of rice. Before departing it paused, glanced back toward the office tower, and bestowed upon the seething Chun Hao one final devastatingly smug grin, then flicked its tail and vanished into the blizzard. Inside the office, absolute silence. A long hollow pause. Then, too, Chun Hao spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward rigid as stone. Lord! Inside a standalone villa at Xiangyang Manor, the warmth was a stark contrast to the biting cold outdoors. A bronze hot pot bubbled, gently releasing rhythmic puffs of steam. Scarlet oil churned vigorously, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. Lin Chen leisurely lifted a slice of tender beef, just cooked to perfection. With his chopsticks rolled at once in a custom-made garlic-infused sesame oil dip and slipped it into his mouth, closing his eyes in blissful satisfaction. This is life. Across from him sat Xueqing, Zhao Qian, Li Yutong, Xiangyang, and Zheng Xiaobin, each with a steaming bowl of dipping sauce before them. Indeed, they were enjoying hot pot for breakfast. While other survivors fought bloody battles over frozen loaves of bread or braved zombie hordes just to scavenge a windproof down jacket, Lin Chen's squad had already settled into a decadent rhythm, savoring hot pot and singing merrily. Here, you must eat more, Xueqing. You worked hard last night, you need extra nourishment. Lin Chen piled a generous portion of tripe onto Xueqing's plate. Puffed cough, cough, cough. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin, who had been sipping milk, choked violently, faces flushing crimson, as those words struck their ears. Li Yutong and Xiangyang blushed faintly, as well, lowering their heads in quiet embarrassment, pretending to focus intently on the shrimp balls swirling in their bowls. Lin Chen. Xueqing's cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate rosy hue. Flustered and indignant, she extended her foot beneath the table, still clad in fuzzy slippers, and pressed it firmly onto Lin Chen's instep, grinding down with deliberate emphasis. Yikes! Lin Chen feigned a sharp intake of breath, but his grin only widened. Boss lady, such fiery enthusiasm so early in the morning. I'm not sure I can keep up. Shut up. Xueqing snapped, mortified beyond measure, her beautiful eyes blazing with barely contained fury. The villa was perfect in every way, except for its abysmal soundproofing. Lin Chen, are you certain it wasn't your voice that carried? Xueqing, get lost. No one does it like that. Ever since that infamous incident, the one that left the entire team sleepless due to the villa's dreadful acoustics, this insufferable man hadn't toned it down one bit. He'd only grown bolder. Fortunately, as Xiangyang's level rose, her innate talent, recovery, grew increasingly potent. Otherwise, everyone would likely have arrived at breakfast wearing twin shadows beneath their eyes. Haha. Lin Chen smirked mischievously, enduring the undefeatable massage, while shifting his gaze toward Li Yutong. The girl showed no restraint. Wearing only a sleeveless top and shorts, she openly displayed generous expanses of fair, smooth skin. Yutong, anything interesting happening in the regional channel? As the team's self-appointed intelligence officer and atmosphere coordinator, Li Yutong's daily ritual was to lurk in the regional channel, feasting on gossip. Oh yes, absolutely. Li Yutong replied, mouth stuffed with konjac noodles, her speech delightfully muffled. It's been quite the spectacle this morning. She swallowed hastily and swiped across a luminous interface. Her finger tapped a post on the screen. Look, 30 minutes ago someone reported that their squad attempted to scavenge supplies at the Xiangyang City residential complex in East District, but found themselves utterly unable to enter. Unable to enter? Zhao Qian leaned forward, intrigued. Blocked by a zombie horde? No. Li Yutong shook her head, her expression clouded with puzzlement. He said the entrance felt like an invisible wall, visible yet impenetrable. Inside, everything appeared eerily normal. Even figures could be seen moving about on balconies. Yet no matter how loudly they shouted, no one inside responded, as though deafened by silence. An invisible wall. Moving figures. No response to calls. Lin Chen's chopsticks froze midair, suspended above his plate. In that instant, several key terms flashed through his mind. Independent space. Impenetrable boundary. Living beings within. This familiar formula. This unmistakable essence. Dungeon. Lin Chen and Xueqing exclaimed in unison. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze flickered a shared spark of exhilaration. Their previous foray into the dead campus dungeon at Licheng Senior High School had yielded tremendous rewards, not only legendary purple tear gear, but also a substantial favor owed by the military. They hadn't expected another dungeon so soon, nor one discovered so effortlessly. After all, the dead campus entrance had been hidden at the University of Technology, yet the dungeon itself lay nestled beneath Yuan Mountain in the city's northern reaches. Clearly, this game's latest update had introduced numerous new elements, without even issuing a patch note. A glaring oversight. Strongly disapproved. Let's go, finish up fast, and head there now. Lin Chen's energy surged. In 3 swift motions, he emptied his bowl. To him, an unexplored dungeon was nothing less than a colossal treasure chest overflowing with experience points, attribute upgrades, and gleaming equipment. To skip it would be a profound betrayal of his title, Pioneer. Seeing Lin Chen's fervor, the rest of the team quickened their pace without hesitation. They had long grown accustomed to his instincts. Whenever Lin Chen committed to a course, immense gains inevitably followed. 10 minutes later, bellies full and spirits high, they began assembling their gear. Wait, hold on. Li Yutong suddenly raised her tablet, her face pale. There's fresh intel. She pointed to a newly refreshed, blood-red pinned post in the regional channel. Its author's ID read Lone Wolf. Though brief, the message sent chills down spines. Don't go to Xiangyang City. It's hell incarnate. Our 10-member squad entered. Only I crawled out alive. It's no safe zone. The zombies there blot out the sky. Those figures on the balconies are illusions, traps. Don't go. Anyone who does will die. Below the post, chaos erupted. Whoa, real or fake? Wasn't it supposed to be secure? 10 minutes ago, someone swore they saw people airing quilts inside. Did you see a body bag instead, eh? Damn, I nearly assembled a party to check it out myself. 10 people and 1 survivor. What tier of zombie horde could possibly do that? Anyone who's played knows. 10-player dungeons are meant to be tough. Rushing in blindly guarantees wipeout. The panic surging through the regional channel stood in stark contrast to the serene calm within the villa. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin turned silently toward Lin Chen. Brother Lin, this. Zhao Qian began hesitating. Not a trace of tension marred Lin Chen's features. Traps. Zombies blotting out the sky. He chuckled softly, a hunter's fierce burning light igniting in his eyes. Now that's more like it. A dungeon capable of annihilating a 10-person squad had better drop a legendary gold tier reward, or it simply wouldn't earn its difficulty rating. He rose, hoisting the purple gold dragon soul weapon onto his shoulder, then swept his arm outward toward his fully geared comrades. Attention, all personnel. Objective Xiangyang City, East District. Deploy. Clear the dungeon. Claim the first kill. Let's go. Clear the dungeon and claim first blood. Lin Chen strode confidently out of the villa gate, shouldering the purple gold dragon soul greatsword. The others followed closely behind, rubbing their hands together in eager anticipation, their faces alight with excitement. Nanli Li Yutong lingered at the rear. Brother Lin, it's awfully far from here to East City. There's no way we'll make it back tonight, right? Then, no warm, cozy bed tonight. The rest nodded in solemn agreement. This frozen, desolate world, having such a safe and comfortable home, was nothing short of divine bliss. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen halted and turned around. Who said there wouldn't be? Everyone froze bewildered. In the next instant, under the stunned gazes of all present, Lin Chen raised his hand and gently clenched it before the towering 3-story villa. Ding! Would you like to switch the portable safe house to spatial folding mode? Yes. No sooner had the words left his lips than the impossible unfolded. The massive villa began to tremble violently. Then, like a mirage shimmering over desert sands, its edges blurred, warped, and dissolved into unreality. Amidst shifting light and shadow, the structure shrank rapidly before their eyes, collapsing down into an exquisitely crafted palm-sized silver metallic model that shot forward with a soft whoosh, landing neatly in Lin Chen's open palm. Lin Chen casually tossed the miniature villa into his spatial storage bag. And all that remained on the ground was a vast 300-square-meter foundation pit, a stark, silent testament that what they'd just witnessed was no illusion. Silence fell over the scene. Zhao Qian, Li Yutong, Xiangyang, and Zheng Xiaobin stood frozen, mouths agape, eyes bulging as if ready to burst from their sockets. The villa is gone, just like that, packed away. Thighs. Zhao Qian pointed first at the empty foundation, then at Lin Chen, stammering helplessly. Holy crap! Finally, Li Yutong shattered the silence with a scream so thunderous it seemed to shake the heavens themselves. Oh my God, Brother Lin. You stuffed the whole house into your pocket. She all but lunged onto Lin Chen, her eyes blazing brighter than any legendary golden artifact she'd ever seen. Does this mean we can live anywhere we want? Spot a scenic stretch of land, drop the house, and move in, fully furnished. And run the air conditioning while cooking hot pot. Of course, Lin Chen nodded calmly, savoring Li Yutong's electrifying enthusiasm and the pleasant friction of her arm against his. Theoretically, given sufficient power, we could host a party atop a zombie's skull. Reassured by his answer, Li Yutong and Xiangyang instantly embraced, leaping and shrieking with unrestrained joy. In a mobile 5-star hotel. That's true security in the apocalypse. Shen Xueqing, though already privy to the secret, betrayed her inner turbulence. The faint upward curve of her lips and the glint dancing in her cool, clear eyes. With their lingering concerns resolved, the group set off in earnest. From Qianni Mountain Villa to Weigang City in East City spanned nearly 35 kilometers. A journey made slower and more treacherous by icy roads and scattered debris. Walking proved faster and safer than driving. The march proceeded as usual. Small clusters of straggling zombies, 3 or 5 at most, were dispatched by Zhao Qian and the others. Zhao Qian's archery grew increasingly precise. He now struck frost zombies squarely in the head from over 100 meters away. After mastering the frost arrow skill, he could even impose chilling control effects upon them. Li Yutong and Xiangyang, shielded by Zheng Xiaoban's cover, wielded green-tier longswords with growing synergy. Twin blades united, invincible under heaven. Bolstered by Xiangyang's restoration aura, their stamina depletion slowed dramatically and experience accrued steadily. But when confronted with hordes exceeding 50 zombies, Lin Chen stepped in personally. He didn't even bother drawing his blade. Instead, he activated Raging Charge, barreling into the horde like a living armored vehicle, crushing frost zombies into splinters with fists and knees. Innate Talent, Seize, activated. You acquired Frost Zombie Tooth 1. Innate Talent, Seize, activated. You acquired Torn Cloth Strip 1. Innate Talent, Seize, activated. You acquired Endurance 1. Under absolute superiority and raw attributes, the battle resembled less a clash and more a one-sided slaughter. Approaching noon with the map indicating less than 5 kilometers remaining to Weigang City, Lin Chen paused. Let's rest. He and Shen Xueqing remained unfazed, but Zhao Qian and the others, having endured hours of grueling travel and combat, showed signs of mental fatigue, even beneath the soothing glow of the restoration aura. There's a shop ahead. Let's regroup inside for half an hour. Lin Chen strode to a storefront with a closed metal shutter, gripped its icy base with both hands, and flexed his waist. Ryrie eye up. The rusted shutter peeled upward effortlessly. What lay beyond left everyone momentarily speechless. Bright glass display windows, pink walls, and, centered proudly in the window, a mannequin clad in a striking crimson lace lingerie set. It was a lingerie boutique. Whoa. Li Yutong's and Xiangyang's eyes lit up instantly, and quiet, delighted squeals escaped their lips. Lin Chen merely glanced, indifferently, nothing extraordinary. Compared to the shockingly avant-garde attire he'd once unearthed in the village chief's home back in Xiangyang village, these pieces felt almost modest, lacking edge, lacking flair. Just as he considered suggesting another location, Li Yutong sidled up, tugging gently at his sleeve with a pitiful little sway. "Brother Lin, can we go in and grab some clothes?" And she gestured toward herself and Xiangyang. "Look, we're nearly out of clean outfits. At this rate, we might have to go out bareskinned next time." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, cheeks flushing rose pink. Bare-skinned, an unbidden image flashed across Lin Chen's mind, vivid, tantalizing, especially Li Yutong's dramatic curves, before he could utter a word. Boom! A deafening crash jolted everyone. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaoban snapped instantly into combat stances, muscles coiled and senses razor-sharp. Shen Xueqing, silent and swift, had already glided beside the boutique's reinforced glass door. Her long black-stockinged leg remained poised midair in a flawless spinning kick, while before her the tempered glass lay shattered into a crystalline web. She lowered her leg, brushed non-existent dust from her palms, and turned, her serene porcelain face breaking into the faintest, most beguiling smile. "No need to panic." She beckoned gently to Li Yutong and Xiangyang. "Come on, sisters, let's go pick out something lovely." With that, she stepped gracefully across the glittering shards and vanished inside. "Yeah, long live the boss lady." Li Yutong cheered, dragging Xiangyang in her wake. Lin Chen watched Shen Xueqing's elegant silhouette disappear through the doorway and grinned. Well now, she claimed indifference, yet delivered that kick faster than anyone else. Chuckles bubbling, he followed her in. Instantly the spacious boutique filled with the bright, chattering voices of 3 women brimming with giddy excitement. Only Zhao Qian remained rooted at the threshold, face burning crimson, neck craning inward, peeking furtively, yet shamefacedly, his expression equal parts flustered and comical. "Brother Zhao, aren't you coming in?" Zheng Xiaoban, ever the unflappable physician, asked plainly. I think I'll pass. It's all girl stuff." Zhao Qian scratched his head, stammering. Zheng Xiaoban smiled at his bashful innocence and didn't press. And he clapped Zhao Qian lightly on the shoulder and stood beside him at the entrance. All right, let's hold perimeter watch, and yes, watch. And Zhao Qian straightened like a soldier receiving orders, scanning the deserted street with exaggerated vigilance. Eyes sharp, posture rigid, relief palpable. Inside a lingerie store, after a friendly exchange and an in-depth discussion, Li Yutong and Xiangyang each emerged clutching armfuls of spoils, their faces radiant with quiet satisfaction. Their backpacks strained at capacity once more, yet their expressions bloomed with a rare, unadulterated joy, precious even in the apocalypse. Xueqing led the way, her countenance still composed and aloof, yet the black stiletto heels clicking against the pavement carried a lightness unmatched by any of the others. Lin Chen brought up the rear, watching the three women chatter animatedly, and shook his head with a wry smile. At last he understood why women and zombies were jointly hailed as the two eternal themes of the apocalypse. For in certain circumstances their combat prowess proved equally unfathomable. After a brief rest, the group set off once more. The remainder of the journey passed without incident. Xiangyang City was a newly developed residential complex built within the past few years. Its surrounding infrastructure remained incomplete, resulting in sparse foot traffic and consequently very few wandering zombies. By early afternoon, the group arrived at their destination. As survivors had reported over the regional channel, a dense crowd, no fewer than 200 or 300 people, had already gathered outside the northwest gate of Xiangyang residential complex. This location had been confirmed as the entrance to the dungeon. A makeshift barrier, constructed from military trucks and barbed wire, cordoned off the crowd while dozens of soldiers stood guard with grim, unwavering focus. Every 5 meters, a repurposed metal drum served as a modest heater radiating fragile warmth. Behind a simple table on the inner side of the barrier, several uniformed personnel worked briskly, registering survivors queued in orderly lines. Those below level 5, step back. Don't waste our time. Team registration. Team leader, display your combat profile. Anyone under 80 points is wasting everyone's breath. You'll only die inside. Next, hurry up. Amidst the clamor of shouted orders and murmured speculation, the frigid air itself seemed to vibrate with human urgency. The arrival of Lin Chen's group struck the scene like a drop of scalding oil into icy water, immediately drawing every gaze. They were simply too conspicuous. The man at the front stood tall and unassuming in appearance, yet moved with such serene, unhurried grace that he stood in stark contrast to the tense vigilance etched across every other survivor's face. Especially striking was his strikingly handsome visage, a sight so arresting that it stirred envy among countless onlookers. All eyes instantly locked onto Li Yutong. Outside, temperatures plummeted toward minus 30 degrees Celsius, everyone else huddled beneath layers of heavy winter gear, swaddled like bears. Yet she strode forth unflinchingly, her upper body clad in a form-fitting black leather jacket, its zipper half lowered to reveal the sculpted contours of a white tank top beneath. Her lower half wore sleek black hot pants, exposing 2 long shapely legs wrapped tightly in sheer black stockings, utterly bare to the biting cold. White hiking boots completed the ensemble, accentuating the elegant length and subtle curve of her limbs. Holy hell, is she made of iron? How can she stand this chill? I'm shivering just looking at her. Those legs, absolutely unreal. Is she insane? Trading survival for vanity. In the apocalypse, a woman like that is nothing but a porcelain vase, fragile, beautiful, and doomed. A vase? Are you blind? Can't you see her jacket glowing? That's a blue-tier artifact, minimum 8 points in constitution. I'd kill for one in my dreams. No way is that true. Then her pants and boots. At worst, they're green-tier artifacts. With that full ensemble, her total stat bonuses likely surpassed those of an entire team. Cold. She felt none of it. Awe swiftly gave way to stunned silence, and then inevitably to raw envy. When they realized this fiery, alluring woman was no mere ornament, but a warrior armored to the teeth, their discomfort settled deeper than any Siberian gale. Then attention shifted to another woman. Tall and statuesque, she wore a long white down coat, left deliberately unzipped. With each step, the garment parted to reveal fleeting glimpses of a breathtaking purple cheongsam, its high slit revealing far more than it concealed. Most devastating of all were her long, slender legs, encased in sheer black stockings, glowing with lethal allure against the pristine snow. Each stride landed like a pulse upon the hearts of onlookers. Gulp. A chorus of involuntary throat-clearing rose around them. I'm healed just like that. Legs forever. 2 years. 1. With a figure like that, if only her face matched. But when they strained to glimpse her features, all they saw was a soft, indistinct blur, as if veiled behind frosted glass. Damn it, another powerhouse. That pair of glasses is definitely a rare artifact masking identity. What is this team? One more astonishing than the last. Amid a storm of gazes, astonished, envious, covetous, reverent, Lin Chen led his companions straight past the long queue, heading unhesitatingly toward the military registration desk. Hey, over there, you line up like everyone else. A reckless survivor raised his voice, only to be abruptly silenced by a comrade who clapped a hand hard over his mouth. Are you suicidal? Didn't you see the officer at the desk just stand up? Huh. Indeed. As Lin Chen's group approached, a uniformed figure behind the registration desk shot upright, his face alight with unmistakable excitement, striding forward with purpose. Mr. Lin. The man was Zhou Wu. In just a few days, he had grown sharper, leaner, and his insignia now bore a single silver star and newly promoted lieutenant colonel. Zhou Wu rendered a crisp, formal salute, his gaze sweeping briefly over Shen, Xueqing, and the others, then flickering with swift, subdued astonishment. This was his first time seeing the complete Tian's team assembled. He quickly ushered them into a nearby shop, hastily converted into a temporary rest station. Inside, a massive oil drum had been transformed into a roaring furnace, its fierce heat banishing the bone-deep cold. Mr. Lin, it's an immense relief to have you here. Zhou Wu personally poured steaming hot water for each guest, his deference bordering on ceremonial. We're old acquaintances. No formalities needed, Lin Chen said with a dismissive wave. Straight to the point. Tell me about this dungeon. Yes, sir. Zhou Wu snapped upright, his expression turning grave and focused. Through repeated encounters, he had come to understand Lin Chen's direct, no-nonsense approach. This dungeon is named Xiangyang Ghost City. Its entrance lies at the northwest gate of the residential complex, specifically the side gate beside us. According to current intelligence, entry requires a minimum level 5 clearance. A party of at least 4 members, and no more than 10 may enter simultaneously. He paused, his expression darkening. Before your arrival, 3 survivor teams, and one of our own elite reconnaissance squads, had already entered. And all of them lost contact. Zhou Wu drew a slow, steadying breath before continuing. Only one member of the earliest entering team, the Lone Wolf squad, managed to escape. But his mind was shattered. He babbled endlessly about everything being false, all traps, and similar phrases. From his fragmented testimony, we deduced the dungeon's interior spans vast dimensions, teams with countless zombies, and a flicker of genuine fear crossed Zhou Wu's eyes. The zombies inside appear to perform. They mimic normal human behavior, luring survivors into carefully laid snares. Our reconnaissance squad comprised elite troops. Their commander's combat rating reached 112, yet within 10 minutes of entry their names grayed out on the alliance roster. Upon hearing Zhou Wu's account, Zhao Qian, Zheng Xiaobin, and the others felt a chill crawl up their spines. Zombies capable of acting that defied every known boundary of their understanding. Fascinating. Lin Chen took a slow sip of hot water, then met Zhou Wu's gaze. Given such peril, why hasn't your military claimed the first kill? Zhou Wu offered a wry, self-deprecating smile and shook his head. Mr. Lin, you jest. With our current strength, entering would be little more than suicide. Commander Qin Feng has issued strict orders: no soldier from this military district may enter, unless absolute certainty of success is guaranteed. Civilian entry is likewise restricted to preserve vital manpower. This dungeon's completion, across all of Liqing, may well depend solely upon you and your Tian's team. Since it's so entertaining, let's not waste any more time. Anytime. No problem. Seeing this, Zhou Wu quickly followed, saying, Mr. Lin'll take you there now, while I've cleared the passage for you. The survivors still queuing or watching outside were in an uproar when they saw Lin Chen and the others follow Colonel Zhou Wu straight to the dungeon entrance. Why don't they have to wait in line? We've been freezing here for half a day. This must be a big shot invited by the military. A burly man with a face full of flesh said sourly, What? Do you have to pull strings just to die these days? He instinctively turned his head and met Xueqing's cold phoenix eyes hidden behind her mask glasses. Lin Chen merely paused his steps and chuckled lightly without looking back. Xueqing arguing with such small fry diminishes our worth. Under Zhou Wu's guidance, the 6 of them passed through the military's defense line and arrived at the northwest gate of the residential area. It was an unremarkable iron gate, but inside was not the road of the community, but a translucent light curtain that rippled like water. Ding. Detected a party of 6. Captain Lin Chen, all members have reached level 5, meeting the entry requirements. Dungeon name Victoria Harbor, Ghost City mode, Death mode, task objective. Failure penalty death. Do you wish to enter? Go ahead and die, you privileged ones. From behind, some survivors whispered venomous curses. Lin Chen smirked, too lazy to care about the failure's impotent rage. He turned to his team. Are you ready, everyone? It's time to go. He winked at the crowd and led the way into the light curtain. A slight dizziness washed over him, and the scenery before his eyes instantly changed. Replaced by warm sunshine, lush green grass, and the distant laughter of children. They stood in a clean and tidy square of the residential community. Not far away, several children were playing on a slide, while a young mother sat on a bench gently watching them while knitting. Further away on a balcony, a housewife was hanging out blankets, and an elderly man leisurely watered the flowers. Everything seemed so normal, peaceful, and idyllic, as if the apocalypse had never arrived. This place. Zheng Xiaobin watched the scene before him, his eyes turning red, his voice slightly choked. Isn't this just the most ordinary scene before the apocalypse? Zhao Qian also looked dazed, his tense nerves unconsciously relaxing. Even the usually lively Li Yutong and the demure Xiangyang were somewhat entranced. Wow, this place is so beautiful it looks fake, Li Yutong murmured. Smack. With a crisp sound, she covered her forehead, looking at Lin Chen with grievance. Brother Lin, why did you hit me? To wake you up. Lin Chen retracted his hand, scanning the surroundings with a smirk that held a hint of mockery. You're right, this place is fake. His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking the still immersed crowd. Fake. But everything before them felt so real, the warmth of the sun, the gentle breeze, even the faint scent of grass in the air. Boss lady. Lin Chen didn't elaborate further, just looked at Xueqing. She had already activated her insight talent. Her expression was unprecedentedly grave behind the masked glasses. All red names. Her voice was soft, yet it made Zhao Qian and the others' hearts sink heavily. Not a single living person, all are monsters with extremely strong energy reactions. The world I see is different from what you see. In my view, the sky here is dark red, all buildings are dilapidated, and what lies beneath our feet is not grass, but dried black blood and shattered bones. That is not a mother, but a level 12 elite zombie, and what she's holding is not yarn, but a bloody piece of human intestine. Ugh. Xiangyang and Li Yutong immediately retched, their faces turning pale. The warm and beautiful scene under Xueqing's description instantly transformed into the most horrifying horror movie scene. Those children are several small inferior mutants. The one hanging blankets on the balcony is a hanging ghost zombie, and what it is hanging are several complete human skins. With Xueqing's calm narration, Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. They finally understood why the previous team had been wiped out. In such a realistic illusion, who would be the first to draw their weapon against a knitting mother and children on the slide? Once they let down their guard, what awaited them was a deadly ambush. This dungeon designer has some talent. Lin Chen praised, then looked at the others. All right, the show is over. Since they are putting in so much effort, we should cooperate a bit, otherwise it would be too disrespectful. Forget about whatever demons and schemes, just charge in. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved without warning. Furious charge activated. Lin Chen's body shot forward like a cannonball, instantly crossing dozens of meters, crashing directly into the young mother sitting on the bench. Be careful. What are you doing? In the illusion, the surrounding residents cried out in alarm, glaring angrily at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's target was only that level 12 elite zombie. The young mother seemed not to expect Lin Chen to act so decisively. Her gentle expression instantly froze, replaced by ferocity and shock. She let out a shriek, and the yarn in her hand, which was actually the bloody intestine, whipped towards Lin Chen's head like a long whip. But it was too late. Lin Chen's speed was far beyond hers. Stop pretending. Acting in front of me. Boom. With a huge crash, Lin Chen's body slammed into the elite zombie. The bench shattered, and the elite zombie was hit as if by a speeding truck, its chest caving in, and its body flew out, smashing through two inferior mutants that were playing before finally crashing onto the slide lifeless. Ding. You have killed level 12 elite zombie imposter. Gained 1200 experience points, 1200 survival coins. Talent steal activated. You have obtained Spirit 1. Talent steal activated. You have obtained Survivor's Knitting Needle X1. At the moment Lin Chen succeeded, the entire world was pressed on pause. The next second, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Creak, creak. The warm sunlight, the green grass, the laughing children. All the beautiful scenes shattered like a mirror, replaced by a dark red sky, dilapidated buildings, and swarming around from all directions were countless zombies numbering in the hundreds. The cozy community square instantly turned into a hell on earth. Roar. The thunderous roar replaced the previous laughter, startling Li Yutong and the others. That young mother was the switch. All this happened too quickly, and only now did Xueqing manage to finish her warning. But it seemed to be of no use. My God, how many are there? Li Yutong stared at the dark tide of corpses, her scalp tingling. Steady. Form up. Zhao Qian shouted, quickly entering combat mode. But Lin Chen stood before the tide of corpses, stepping forward, instead of retreating, a wild grin on his face. He slung the purple gold dragon soul over his shoulder. The purple gold dragon patterns coiling around the blade seemed to come alive. An invisible domineering pressure swept outward from him. All ordinary zombies with combat power lower than his froze their bloodthirsty red eyes dimming. Come on, now it officially begins. He suddenly plunged the purple gold dragon soul into the ground and shouted to Xueqing and the others behind him, "You deal with the stragglers. This area is mine. Brother Lin this." Zhao Qian's mouth went dry and he instinctively reached out to stop him, but before the words left his lips, Lin Chen moved. Without even turning back, he slowly drew the Xiangyang long hun from the ground, its blade angled downward toward the earth. A low hum resonated through the air. "Watch closely." Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet laced with unshakable arrogance. "This is what clearing the field truly means." In that very instant he struck. He did not charge forward. Instead, he gripped the blade with both hands, lowered his center of gravity, and channeled every ounce of his strength into the Xiangyang longhun. Skill Crescent Moon Saber Art. In a flash he swung, the blade cleaving the air as a colossal 3-meter-long crescent of violet gold energy tore free, roaring toward the densest cluster of zombies ahead. As Lin Chen's power grew, so too did the devastating potency of the Crescent Moon Saber Art. There was no thunderous explosion, only a grating, bone-chilling screech of severance. The violet gold crescent sliced through the horde like a white-hot knife through butter, silent, seamless, and utterly unstoppable. Where it passed, every zombie in its path, common or elite alike, vanished as if erased by an invisible eraser. Their upper torsos hung suspended midair, while their lower halves dissolved instantly into fine dust. The crescent surged onward, shattering resistance like dry twigs, carving a fan-shaped vacuum, zone 20 meters long and 3 meters wide directly through the black tide of corpses. One strike. Just one strike. Over 100 zombies, gone, erased from existence. Ding. You have slain 72 level 10 zombies, imposters. N gained 5040 experience points. N gained 5040 survival coins. Ding. You have slain 15 level 10 elite zombies, imposters. N gained 9000 experience points. N gained 9000 survival coins. N talent Plunder activated. You acquired Torn Patient Gown 1. Talent Plunder activated. You acquired Agility 1. N talent Plunder activated. You acquired Moldy Bun 0. 5. A cascade of system notifications flooded Lin Chen's mind. Behind him, Zhao Qian, Zheng Xiaobin, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang stood frozen, petrified. 4 mouths agape, 4 faces slack with disbelief, as if they'd witnessed the end of the world, or rather something even more impossible than the apocalypse itself. Damn it. Finally, Zhao Qian, the steady, disciplined archer, broke the silence with a raw, unfiltered curse. What had he just seen? A single slash, cleansing an entire arc. That was over 300 zombies. It would take him an entire day of relentless shooting to fell even half that number, and Lin Chen had wiped them all away in one stroke. This isn't gameplay, it's cheating. Zheng Xiaobin murmured, his worldview crumbling beneath him like shattered glass. So cool. Li Yutong and Xiangyang stared, eyes sparkling with awe. No words could capture the sheer majesty of absolute power. Only Xueqing remained outwardly composed, though visibly stunned. Her acceptance ran deeper. She tightened her grip on the laybow, her frost-cold phoenix eyes blazing with rising battle fervor. Roar. A brief hush followed. Then the remaining zombies, roused by the scent of blood, surged wildly around the vacuum zone, converging from both flanks. Not done yet. Lin Chen laughed, a bold, resonant sound, and charged forward, swinging again. Crescent Moon Saber Art. Another violet gold crescent blazed forth, sweeping across the opposite flank and clearing another vast swath of the undead tide. Talent Plunder activated. You acquired Constitution 1. N Talent Plunder activated. You acquired Packaging Paper of Lucky Cookie 1. Lin Chen stood like an immortal war god, unyielding, tireless, striking left and right in perfect rhythm. Wave after wave of violet gold crescents descended like scythes wielded by Death himself, reaping zombie lives without pause. The so-called Xiangyang Ghost City, a place once feared as certain doom for any survivor team, had become nothing more than Lin Chen's personal experience vault. Don't just stand there. Lin Chen glanced back mid-swing and shouted. A few elite stragglers slipped through. Take them down. Consider it training. The others snapped back to reality. Sure enough, 7 or 8 abnormally large, unervingly agile elite zombies had darted through the gaps between crescents, shrieking as they bore down upon them. These were elite imposters, level 12 and above. Protect the rear. Zhao Qian barked instantly, his voice sharp as steel. He drew his recurved bow in one fluid motion, loosing a frost arrow that struck an elite zombie square in the knee, freezing it solid in place. Yutong, Yawen, take the one on the left. Zheng Xiaobin raised his blast-resistant shield, planting himself firmly before the 2 girls. On it. Li Yutong cried out sharply, lunging forward alongside Xiangyang. two emerald longswords crossing in perfect unison to cleave another elite zombie in half. Meanwhile, farthest back Xueqing had already shouldered the laybow. A deep, ominous drone filled the air. She switched from automatic to precision burst mode. Bang, bang, bang. Each high-explosive round detonated precisely inside an elite zombie's skull, reducing it instantly to crimson mist. A bodhisattva may gaze with gentle eyes, but her wrath carries thunder. After the initial shock subsided, the team swiftly settled into flawless combat synergy. Lin Chen cleared wide zones up front. Xueqing controlled the battlefield from range, suppressing, disabling, eliminating key targets. Yutong and Xiangyang executed swift, lethal close-quarters engagements. Zheng Xiaobin served as a movable bulwark and tactical support, providing unwavering defense. Shen Xueqing operated as a mobile artillery platform, dispatching the most dangerous threats with surgical precision. A seamless, highly coordinated combat assembly line had formed, effortless, instinctive, and deadly. 10 minutes later, the plaza lay silent, save for scattered limbs and shimmering loot, orbs glowing in hues of gold, violet, and jade. Not a single zombie remained standing. Nearly 1,000 zombies, the terrifying tide that would have crushed any ordinary survivor group, had been slaughtered, utterly annihilated by 6 people in 10 minutes. Huff, huff. Yutong leaned heavily on her sword, sweat glistening on her brow, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Did we really do it? She whispered, staring at her trembling hands in disbelief. Yes, we did. Zhao Qian's voice trembled, not with fear, but with exhilaration and fierce pride. For the first time, they had truly fought at this scale and survived. They had won. Their last battle at the hospital had been Lin Chen's solo spectacle. They'd merely scavenged afterward, utterly detached. This time, however, Lin Chen had deliberately left some enemies for them to face. It was training, team building forged in fire. Lin Chen drove the Zijin Longhun back into the earth and nodded approvingly at his breathless comrades. Well done. He glanced inward at his status screen. Level 12, 3855050000. This battle alone had granted nearly 30,000 experience points, just shy of level 13. Shen Xueqing and the others had also surged forward, experience bars swelling dramatically, several already bathed in golden light, signaling imminent ascension. Loot the battlefield. Lin Chen waved his hand decisively. Especially you, Yutong. Unleash your legendary luck. Find me a legendary drop. Got it. Yutong instantly revived, cheering as she dashed headlong into the glittering pile of loot orbs. Yet, just as victory's sweet relief began to settle. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A grotesque wailing shriek, like a wartime air raid siren, pierced the air from the tallest residential tower nearby. The sound carried a sinister resonance, inducing dizziness, nausea, and violent surges of qi in every listener. Xiangyang and Zheng Xiaobin, being the lowest level, paled instantly and nearly collapsed to their knees. Shen Xueqing's insight talent flared violently in warning. She jerked her head upward, gazing straight at the tower's penthouse floor, and her expression turned stark with alarm. Lin Chen, watch out. There's something huge up there. A deafening roar erupted from the flowerbed in front of the main building. The ground trembled violently as if struck by a meteor. Countless clods of earth-shattered stones and ice debris shot into the sky, forming a curtain of dust soaring over 10 meters high. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin instinctively shielded Li Yutong and Xiangyang behind them, their eyes fixed anxiously on the direction of the swirling dust. What is that? Such a huge commotion. From the dust, a massive silhouette slowly stood up, its crimson eyes glowing ominously under the dark red sky, locking onto Lin Chen and his group. As it stepped out of the dust, its full form finally revealed itself. What the hell? Even the well-informed Zhao Qian couldn't help but curse. Li Yutong and Xiangyang widened their eyes, mouths agape in an O shape. It was a dog. Teddy. If it could still be called a teddy. Its size was comparable to that of an adult African elephant, standing over 4 meters tall. Its fur, which should have been brown and curly, was now a filthy, greasy gray-black, matted together in tufts with unknown dark red flesh and tissue hanging from it. Its limbs were grotesquely thick, filled with explosive muscle lines. With each step it cracked the hard frozen ground beneath. What was most physiologically disturbing was its teddy-like face with distorted features, corners of its mouth stretched to its ears, constantly dripping foul-smelling mucus. Its crimson eyes were filled with chaos, rage, and a kind of familiar lewdness. Ugh! Li Yutong retched, her face turning pale. It's so disgusting. How could a teddy look like this? It's not cute at all. Level 10 Elite Mutant Beast Berserk Teddy. Level 10 Constitution, 95 Strength, 85 Agility, 60 Spirit, 30 Skills, Filthy Pounce, Rabid Bite, Mountain Press. Lin Chen glanced at the data popping up on the panel, raising his eyebrows. With nearly 100 points in Constitution and Strength and 60 points in Agility, it was indeed quite a nuisance, enough to easily wipe out any reconnaissance team from the military outside. However, roar. The berserk teddy let out a roar, then pushed off its hind legs, its massive body, leaping high, performing a motion familiar to anyone who has raised a teddy. In midair, it began to madly perform a thrusting motion towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face darkened. Xueqing. He didn't even bother to draw the purple gold dragon soul embedded in the ground, simply calling out over his shoulder. It's up to you. Moi. Shen Xueqing was taken aback. Lin Chen's face clearly displayed 2 words: disdain. So disgusting. He curled his lips. I don't want to dirty my knife. Shen Xueqing. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. What does this jerk take her for? A garbage cleaner. But looking at the giant teddy still performing indecent motions in midair, trailing a long arc of yellow behind it, due to its momentum, she had to admit. It was indeed disgusting. Bang! The berserk teddy landed heavily, producing another loud bang. It showed no signs of stopping, using all fours to charge straight at the group like an out-of-control dump truck. Its target was clear: Lin Chen, standing at the forefront. Lin Chen. Seeing this, Shen Xueqing couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Lin Chen, however, merely waved his hand impatiently, even taking 2 steps back, adopting a stance of hurry up and deal with it, don't let it get close to me. Shen Xueqing gritted her silver teeth, stamping her foot, a cold glint flashing in her phoenix eyes. The next second, buzz, the silencing field device at the tip of the thunderstorm gun instantly activated, and 6 gun barrels began to spin rapidly, emitting a dull hum. Facing the berserk teddy charging at her with a stench, Shen Xueqing showed no fear on her face. Today she, the Avalokiteshvara of Gatling, would enact divine retribution on this beast that sullied the word cute. Turn to ash for me. Turn to ash. The trigger was pulled. Puff puff. A storm of metal formed by countless energy projectiles instantly tore through the air, accurately covering the path of the charging berserk teddy. The teddy's 95 points in constitution were as fragile as paper in the face of the terrifying firepower of the purple epic weapon. Its filthy fur, matted with chunks of flesh, was shredded in an instant by the barrage. Next, it was its iron-like muscles and bones. A whoa! The berserk teddy let out a heart-wrenching scream. It tried to evade, but with 60 points in agility, it was meaningless under the barrage. Its charge came to a sudden halt, its massive body pinned in place. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just 3 seconds, the once imposing and ferocious elite mutant beast was as if it had been thrown into an industrial shredder, gradually erased from this world from head to toe. When Shen Xueqing released the trigger, all that remained on the ground was a large puddle of indistinguishable meat mush and a glowing orb of blue light. Ding! Your team member Shen Xueqing has killed level 10 elite mutant beast berserk teddy. You gain 1,000 experience points and 1,000 survival coins. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward to pat Xueqing's shoulder. Well done, boss lady. You are getting more and more like the Avalokiteshvara of Gatling. Shen Xueqing's pretty face flushed, putting away the thunderstorm. She shot him a glare. Next time you deal with such disgusting things yourself. Isn't it only you who has long-range attack capabilities? Lin Chen smiled as he stepped forward to pick up the blue orb. Passive skill book: Rabid Dog Pounce. Blue rare learning requirements: Strength 30, Agility 30. Effect: execute a rapid pounce, dealing 150 of strength damage to the target with a chance to inflict a tear effect. Trash skill. Lin Chen casually tossed it into his backpack, preparing to turn around and sell it at the trading post. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a cold system notification echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! The second phase task of the Victoria Harbor Ghost City Dungeon has been activated. Main quest: clean the community. Task Objective 1, kill Building Tyrant Wang, who coordinates marked. Task Objective 2, kill Bully Li San, coordinates marked. Task Objective 3, resolve all survivor troubles. 023. As the notification sound faded, a virtual community map appeared before everyone. On the map, 2 adjacent residential buildings were marked with bright red skull icons. One marked Hu, one marked San. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin looked at the task objectives, their expressions becoming somewhat strange. Building Tyrant. Bully. What kind of nonsense is this in a post-apocalyptic dungeon? Interesting. Tired of killing zombies, just right for a change of pace. Let's switch it up. Lin Chen looked at the 2 bright red skulls on the virtual map, a playful smile appearing on his face. Bully. This familiar term instantly brought back a sense of the world before the apocalypse. Brother Lin. Are we going to kill someone? Zheng Xiaobin adjusted his glasses, his face pale and his voice trembling slightly. After the apocalypse descended, he had seen zombies devour people and witnessed humans turning against each other for survival, but he had never considered taking the initiative to wield a blade against his own kind. Zhao Qian's expression also grew serious as he tightened his grip on the recurved bow. Li Yutong and Xiangyang instinctively huddled closer, clearly uneasy about this task. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lin Chen turned around and glanced at them. You need to understand one thing. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable strength. In this world, there are only two types of beings that can breathe. One is our own kind. The other is monsters that can drop gear experience and survival currency. Zombies are monsters, mutated beasts are monsters, and these so-called bullies and tyrants are also monsters in my eyes. Moreover, they are even more despicable than zombies. Furthermore, since the people in the dungeon are classified as bosses, who knows if they are still human? Do you understand? A simple and crude reasoning suddenly enlightened Xueqing and the others. Indeed, it was the apocalypse, so what was the difference between humans and zombies? In Brother Lin's eyes, there was only a distinction between our own kind and wild monsters. With this thought, any internal barriers vanished. Got it. Xueqing nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. He killing monsters and looting gear, I like it. Li Yutong, even more eager for chaos, waved her small fists, her face brimming with excitement. All right, enough chit-chat. Xueqing's cold voice rang out. She had been silent, but her attitude had already made everything clear. Wearing a pair of mask glasses, she looked at the closest marker on the map labeled 3. The target is in building 3, 13th floor. There are 5 people inside, and their energy signatures are quite strong. Additionally, there are 7 very weak life signals, likely trapped survivors. Xueqing's inside ability made her essentially a human radar for information detection. All right, let's meet this Lin Shan first. Lin Chen hoisted purple gold dragon soul and waved his hand. Let's go, it's time to collect the rent. Victoria Harbor's Ghost City Building 3. Unlike the desolation outside in the square, the entrance of this building was intact, reinforced with steel from the inside. As Lin Chen and his group approached, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the hallway. Who goes there? Stop! 2 men in leather jackets wielding machetes rushed out from the hallway, looking at Lin Chen and the others with suspicion. As their gazes swept over Shen, Xueqing, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang, unreserved greed and lewdness erupted in their eyes. Yo, brothers, luck is on our side today. One of the yellow-haired thugs whistled, his gaze unabashedly appraising Li Yutong's long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. 3 beauties. Especially that one in the cheapao tsk tisk, what a figure, what a presence. Another scar-faced man licked his lips, grinning wickedly. Hey kid, you know your place. Leave these 3 girls and the gear on you, and you 3 guys can scram. Sangu is in a good mood today, so we'll spare you. Due to the restrictions of the dungeon, they had not stepped out of this building since the apocalypse began, and whatever happened outside was firmly sealed off by the dungeon. They claimed to be survivors, but they resembled prisoners trapped in a cage. Xueqing and Zheng Xiaobin's anger surged, instantly ready to confront them. However, Lin Chen stopped them with a hand. He looked at those 2 oblivious fools with interest, a warm smile on his face. What are you staring at? The scar-faced man was taken aback and instinctively asked, what are you looking at? Try looking again. Lin Chen's smile grew even brighter. Try looking again if you dare. The scar-faced man, provoked by Lin Chen's disdainful attitude, raised his machete and rushed forward. However, as he raised his foot, a shadow flashed by. Lin Chen appeared right in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Lin Chen didn't even use a weapon, he simply delivered a knee strike right to the scar-faced man's abdomen. The scar-faced man's eyes bulged out instantly, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp as he vomited a mixture of stomach acid and filth, collapsing limply to the ground. Talent Steel activated. You have obtained Agility 1. Ding. You have successfully stolen Survivor Scar-Face's item Rusty Iron Chain X1. The other yellow-haired thug was dumbfounded. Before he could react, Lin Chen had already turned around, delivering a swift and decisive kick to his knee. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed through the hallway. The yellow-haired thug let out a scream that was anything but human, clutching his distorted knee as he rolled on the ground in pain. Talent Steel activated. You have obtained Spirit 1. Ding. You have successfully stolen Survivor Yellowhair's item, Expired Condom X1. Lin Chen shook off his hands in disgust, as if he had touched something filthy. From start to finish, it took less than 3 seconds. The 2 guys whose combat power was even inferior to ordinary zombies in his eyes had completely lost their ability to fight. He turned back to look at the astonished Xueqing and the others, shrugging. See, I told you they were monsters. Just one touch, and they break, not even dropping anything good. Without looking at the 2 moaning figures on the ground, he kicked open the unit door and walked straight in. Shen, Xueqing, and the others followed closely behind, leaving only 2 humanoid monsters wailing on the ground. On the 13th floor, the door was wide open. A muscular bald man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall and covered in tattoos of dragons and tigers, was sitting majestically on a throne made of stacked boxes of instant noodles and bottles of mineral water. In his hand, he wielded a fire axe that shimmered with a green glow, clearly a piece of green quality equipment. At his feet, 7 or 8 survivors, both men and women clad in ragged clothing, were curled up in the corner, trembling with fear. This man was obviously the mission target, the bully Lin Chen. Bully Lin Shan, level 7 combat power, 68 strength, 25 constitution, 23 agility, 10 spirit, 10 sangu. Not good. Someone is attacking. A lookout brother rushed in to report, but before he could finish, his face was stomped by a boot clad in hiking shoes, cutting off his voice. Lin Chen entered casually. Lin Shan's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected the other side to arrive so quickly, and even the 2 best fighters he had sent out didn't raise an alarm. He abruptly stood up from his throne, gripping the fire axe tightly, and shouted with bluster, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Do you know whose territory this is?" Lin Chen seemed not to hear his words, instead examining the room at his leisure, finally fixing his gaze on the green fire axe, curling his lips. "Is this it? I thought it would be more impressive. A broken green axe, and you dare to call yourself a leader?" Lin Shan was utterly enraged by Lin Chen's undisguised disdain. Since awakening his talent after the apocalypse, his strength had greatly increased, and he had been a tyrant in this building. He had never been subjected to such humiliation. If it weren't for the inexplicable power surrounding the entire building, he would have long realized his dream of being the war god of the community. With a roar, he raised the fire axe and swung it toward Lin Chen's head. "Watch out!" The survivors in the corner cried out in alarm. However, Lin Chen didn't even move. He merely raised his left hand and extended 2 fingers, the index and middle fingers. In the incredulous gazes of everyone, he effortlessly pinched the fire axe, which seemed capable of cleaving a zombie's skull with just 2 fingers. The axe blade was less than a centimeter from his forehead. The fierce wind blew his bangs, but the expression on his face remained that playful smile. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was excruciatingly sharp. Lin Shan felt as though he had struck a piece of finely tempered steel, his grip going numb as the axe could no longer advance an inch. How is this possible? His strength was 25 points. Lin Shan's mind went blank. Not bad strength, but too slow, Lin Chen casually commented. Then, with a slight exertion of his 2 fingers gripping the axe, he said, "Crack." That green quality weapon, which Lin Shan cherished like a treasure, sturdy fire axe, shattered like a low-quality plastic toy. Lin Shan, the survivors in the corner, Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin. They knew Lin Chen was strong, but strong enough to break green equipment with just 2 fingers. That was beyond their comprehension. "My axe!" Lin Shan let out a wailing cry. "Your life? You should worry about your own first." Lin Chen released his grip, allowing the half-axe to drop to the ground. In the next second, he moved. Skill-frenzied charge. No one saw his movement clearly. Everyone felt as if their vision blurred, and Lin Chen had vanished from his original spot, appearing right in front of Lin Shan in an instant. A simple and unadorned right straight. Boom! The punch landed solidly on Lin Shan's chest. His chest, which could withstand the claws of ordinary zombies, caved in like it had been struck by a battering ram, forming a terrifying curve. Lin Shan didn't even have time to let out a scream before his body flew back like a kite, with a severed string crashing violently into the wall behind, creating a tremendous noise. The wall cracked, and Lin Shan's body slid down along the wall, collapsing to the ground silent. 1 punch. Instant kill. Ding. You have killed level 7 survivor Lin Shan. Gained 700 experience points and 700 survival currency. Talent Steal activated. You have obtained Strength 2. Talent Steal activated. You have obtained item. Damn, I overdid it with the show-off. I didn't control my strength while I wanted to hit him a few more times. Well, Lin Chen retracted his fist and turned to the corner where the survivors were already scared silly, revealing a friendly smile. "Hello. The community brings warmth, may I ask? Who's next?" Lin Chen's kind smile, reflected in the eyes of the 7 or 8 survivors in the corner, was far more terrifying than the dark red sky outside. Especially that phrase, "Who is next?" sounded like a death knell echoing from the depths of hell. Next, who will be the one to have their chests smashed open with a punch left hanging on the wall like a pile of mush? The survivors trembled like quails in the cold wind, the sound of their chattering teeth particularly clear in the silent room. It made the already cold weather feel even chillier. That bully named Lin Shan, though not a good person, seemed like a celestial being in their eyes. Yet such a celestial being had not even managed to make a single move in front of this seemingly ordinary man, nor had he dropped any proper equipment. This was no liberator, it was clearly a more ferocious, brutal, and unreasonable prehistoric beast. Aye. A young man, wearing glasses, looking like a university student, shakily raised his hand, his face pale as paper. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I am next." After shouting, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen's smile stiffened for a moment. The psychological quality of this batch of survivors was somewhat lacking. Know what I mean is, Just as he was about to explain, another middle-aged woman suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face as she knocked her head. Hero, please spare us. We were all forced by Lin Chen. We are all good citizens. Yes, yes. We are all good citizens. The remaining people followed suit, all kneeling down in unison, making the scene quite spectacular. Stop. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples, feeling that communicating with this group of people with abnormal thought processes was more exhausting than fighting 10 bosses. Everyone stand up. He shouted angrily. His voice, full of strength and power exceeding 90 points, caused the entire room to vibrate. The survivors were startled into trembling, scrambling to stand up, each cowering in the corners, afraid to make a sound. Lin Gu, it seems they misunderstood. Li Yutong stifled a laugh and whispered into Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen shot her a sideways glance and irritably said, "Shut up." He cleared his throat and looked at the group of survivors, striving to make his tone sound more amiable. When I asked who is next, I did not mean to kill you. I was asking who has any issues that need resolving. Issues? The survivors exchanged confused glances, their faces filled with bewilderment. What kind of new jargon was this? At that moment, a young mother holding a child seemed to grasp at the last straw of hope, mustering her courage to speak in a voice as faint as a mosquito's "I. My child has a fever, hasn't eaten anything for several days. Please, can you give some fever medicine?" As soon as her voice fell, a system prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Survivor's request for help detected. Task module: community cleanup updated. Resolve survivor issues 1 to 3. Task description: find fever medicine for the child. Task reward: 100 experience points, 50 survival coins. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. So that's it. This so-called resolving 23 issues is actually this kind of errand task. Though the rewards were a bit stingy, even the smallest mosquito is meat. Easy problem. Lin Chen waved his hand and turned to look at his team behind him. Zheng Xiaobin. Here. Lin Gu. Zheng Xiaobin, who had been waiting nearby, dashed over, his face filled with excitement, as if to say, finally, it's my turn to shine. Check on her child. Okay. Zheng Xiaobin immediately took out a first aid kit from his backpack. This blue medical kit made him look incredibly professional as he skillfully checked the child's temperature and gave them crushed medicine, his movements seamless. The young mother was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling up in her eyes, repeatedly thanking him. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling increasingly like a leader. He looked back at the group of survivors, a kind smile returning to his face. All right, now who is next? This time the survivors finally reacted. This group of people before them were not bullies. They were warm-hearted living bodhisattvas. Aye. It was still the bespectacled man. He pushed up his glasses and stammered, my problem is, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Lin Chen glanced at him and thought quick on the uptake. He casually picked up a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water from the scattered supplies and tossed them over. Next, the bespectacled man stared blankly at the instant noodles, his mind a blank. Just that simple. Give me some clothes. I haven't worn any for many days. A woman wrapped in a bedsheet shivered and raised her hand. Lin Chen didn't say anything, glancing at her in surprise. She was quite good-looking. In some occasions before the apocalypse, she could even pass for an A-list. But as his gaze moved down, oh my, how many times has this been used? The door is still open. He then gestured towards Li Yutong. Li Yutong understood and pulled out a set of clothes she had collected from her backpack and tossed it over. It was quite considerate with both inner and outer layers. The woman didn't hesitate at all, letting go of the bedsheet and tremblingly putting on the clothes in front of everyone. Perhaps after so many days her sense of shame had long been worn away. Next, I want to go home. I want my mom. A crying girl said softly. Lin Chen remained silent. After a full 3 seconds, he finally spoke. This issue is a bit beyond the scope. Next, the girl cried even harder. Thus, in an extremely bizarre atmosphere, Lin Chen began his community warmth delivery service. Feeding the hungry, clothing the cold, and for those who are scared. The scared ones can just look a bit longer at the human-shaped pits on the wall. The more they look, the less afraid they become. Li Yutong and Xiangyang watched Lin Chen's actions, their mouths twitching. This guy, is he a devil? Turning the system task into something like this is truly unprecedented. Before long, the problems of 5 survivors were resolved. Only 2 remained, one a middle-aged man who had been cowering in the corner afraid to speak. The other was a young man in his 20s wearing a relatively clean jacket. It's your turn. Do you have any questions? Lin Chen asked the middle-aged man. The man suddenly raised his head, a strange light flickering in his eyes. He pointed at Li San's corpse and exclaimed sharply, my question is about him. He stole my food, broke my leg, and did it right in front of me. The man's voice abruptly ceased, his face filled with pain and resentment. Oh, Lin Chen nodded knowingly. Your question has been resolved. The man was stunned. Resolved? Yes. Lin Chen pointed at the corpse on the ground. You see, the one who caused the problem is no longer here. Therefore, your problem is naturally resolved. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the corpse, then suddenly, as if driven mad, he lunged at the pile of supplies, frantically stuffing food into his arms while emitting a neurotic laughter. Xiangyang took a step back in fear. At that moment, a young man walked out from the crowd behind. "Hey, who are you guys? Are you from the rescue team sent by the military district?" Although there was still a hint of fear on his face, it was overshadowed by a sense of scrutiny and an air of arrogance. This young man was called Gao Fei, a rich second generation before the apocalypse. He had been living quite comfortably with his family's stored food and a bit of cleverness until being controlled by Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Shan being killed instantly, he immediately felt that his opportunity had come. In his eyes, since Lin Chen's group was so strong, they must be an official organization. Gao Fei's gaze swept back and forth between Xueqing and Li Yutong, a glint of admiration and greed flashing in his eyes. He then cleared his throat, adopting a negotiating posture. "Since you are here to rescue us, then please act quickly. There isn't much food and water left here, and you must ensure that we have at least 3 hot meals a day going forward. Also, you must take full responsibility for our safety. I don't care how many zombies you have to kill, but you must find us a place that is absolutely safe. Furthermore, I demand." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a blur in front of him. Lin Chen's figure had somehow appeared before him, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart. What do you want? I warn you, my dad is." Slap. A crisp and resounding slap echoed. Gao Fei spun around 2.5 times before collapsing to the ground, one side of his face swelling, visibly blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was completely stunned. You dare to hit me?" Lin Chen slowly retracted his hand, digging in his ear, still wearing that warm smile. "Sorry, you were speaking too loudly, my ear was a bit itchy." He crouched down and patted Gao Fei's face, which was swollen like a pig's head. "Kid, you seem to have misunderstood a few things. First, I am not from the military district, nor am I your father. I have no obligation to take care of your eating and drinking. Second, I am saving you because of mission requirements, doing it as a matter of convenience. To me, you are no different from that stone on the roadside, and your only value is helping me complete the mission progress." Lin Chen stood up, looking down at him, his smile gradually turning cold. "Thirdly, and most importantly, I am here to complete a mission, not to be a wish-granting turtle satisfying the desires of fools like you. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, do you believe I will throw you off this building to see if I can trigger some hidden achievement?" Gao Fei trembled at Lin Chen's icy gaze. The anger that had just surged within him extinguished instantly, leaving only endless fear. He then realized that this man before him was 100 times more terrifying than the bully Lin Shan. "So do you still have questions?" "No." Ding. The main mission cleaned, the community progress updated. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen stood up. "After all this effort, it didn't yield as much as me taking down an elite monster." Lin Chen stood up and said to Zhao Qian behind him, "Go bring out all the food and water from this room." He pointed at the survivors in the corner, who were still in shock. "This, Brother Lin Wei." Zhao Qian hesitated. "We are not lacking in this bit of stuff," Lin Chen said indifferently, "and we definitely cannot let others say that our Tiansu alliance is robbing the survivors' rations." Although he wasn't afraid it wouldn't sound good if it got out, Zhao Qian suddenly understood and immediately took Zheng Xiaobin to transport supplies. Soon boxes of instant noodles, biscuits, and bottled water were piled up in front of the survivors. "These are now yours. I think this will last you for a while. You all have backpack space, right? Distribute them among yourselves. Of course, I believe someone will come to receive you soon. But who knows? So after we leave, make sure to lock the door. Whether you live or die depends on your own luck." Having said that, Lin Chen ignored their endless gratitude and turned to leave. This time the dungeon did not have the situation of a shuttle bus appearing like in the last Death Campus. So he also didn't know how to resolve the issue with these survivors afterward. He would rely on that damn system arrangement. As he passed by Gao Fei, he paused his steps. Gao Fei was startled, almost wetting his pants. Lin Chen, however, merely chuckled softly, not looking back as he led his team out of the room. Zheng Xiaobin, after carefully explaining the usage and precautions of each medicine to the young mother, used his healing talent on every survivor except Gao Fei before leaving. This made Lin Chen and the other team members feel gratified. He truly was a good doctor with medical ethics, not one of those performance doctors who messed around for results. Xueqing walked at the back. As she exited, her cold gaze hidden behind her mask-like glasses glanced at Gao Fei. It wasn't until the footsteps of Lin Chen and his group completely faded in the hallway that Gao Fei collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with resentment. That glance carried no emotion, yet it left Gao Fei feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave, chills running from head to toe. All right, the warm-up is over. Next location. Walking along the dilapidated path in the community, Lin Chen stretched his wrists. Xueqing, scout ahead. Okay. Xueqing halted, her insight talent fully activated as her gaze turned towards building No. 8 not far away. A few seconds later, her expression slightly changed. The situation is not quite right. Something seems off. Lin Chen, carrying the purple gold dragon soul, felt his previously carefree smile fade slightly. Xueqing's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, her eyes behind the masked glasses flickering with data streams. In Building 8, there are numerous life signals. Isn't that normal? Just like the survivors trapped in Building 3 earlier, Li Yutong instinctively replied. No, Xueqing shook her head, confusion lacing her tone. It's different. The life signals in Building 3 varied in strength, consistent with the state of the trapped survivors. But this building, the energy response from Building 8 is at least 10 times stronger than that of Li San's building. However, it's very strange. All the energy sources are gathered in a large suite on the top floor, densely packed. Yet they are all motionless, as if. Xueqing paused, seemingly searching for the right word. Moreover, the boss marked by the mission building Tyrant Wang, who is energy response. Xueqing's brows knitted tighter, completely overlaps with the other life signals, making it impossible for me to distinguish him separately. At this point, even Lin Chen became intrigued. Interesting. Let's go take a look. He hoisted the purple gold dragon soul and strode towards Building 8. Building 8 was a stark contrast to the previous Building 3, which was filled with filthy blood and litter. Here the unit doors were intact, and even appeared to have been cleaned with a mop, the floor shining. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any scent of blood or decay, only a faint smell of disinfectant lingered. It felt less like a survivor's hideout in the apocalypse, and more like a strictly managed star-rated hotel. Something strange was afoot. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin looked increasingly tense, while even Li Yutong tucked away, her playful demeanor cautiously following behind Lin Chen. The group made their way unobstructed to the top floor. The door to the large suite Xueqing mentioned was surprisingly ajar. Lin Chen gestured for everyone to stay outside, while he boldly pushed the door open. The sight before Zhao Qian and the others outside left them dumbfounded. In the spacious living room, more than 10 individuals sat upright, gathered around a massive, oval conference table. Each of them was neatly dressed, their expressions solemn, as if they were participating in a crucial business negotiation. Seated in the main position was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white shirt, looking cultured and in his early 30s. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he not only did not panic, but instead revealed a warm smile and stood up. Welcome, my friend. Your group must be the heroes who dealt with the scum in Building 3, right? Lin Chen glanced at the system map, noticing a bright red skull symbol flickering above this cultured man's head. Building Tyrant Wang Hu. Building Tyrant Wang Hu, level 9 combat power 102, strength 35, constitution 30, agility 15, spirit 22, skill. His attributes were unremarkable, even inferior to Li San. Yet Lin Chen's spiritual power, exceeding 100 points, keenly detected a hint of danger emanating from this man. Yes, just a hint. The kind you could barely notice. Hero is a stretch. We were just delivering warmth to the community, Lin Chen casually replied, pulling out a chair for himself and sweeping his gaze over the so-called survivors at the conference table. Upon seeing an outsider intrude, the expressions of the people remained unchanged, still retaining their meeting posture, their eyes vacant. And my friend, you certainly have a sense of humor. Wang Hu chuckled and also took a seat, clasping his hands on the table, adopting a negotiating posture. My name is Wang Hu, the representative of the survivors in this building. The scum from Li San's group has occupied Building 3, bullying the weak and committing atrocities. We have long wanted to eliminate them, but unfortunately, we cannot leave this building. Thanks to you all for stepping forward and ridding the community of this threat. His words were smooth and calculated, both flattering Lin Chen and distancing himself from Li San. Li Yutong and Xiangyang exchanged glances, both feeling a bit confused. Was this really the mission target? He seemed more like a gentleman than anything else. You're too kind. Lin Chen crossed his legs and said lazily, since we are all survivors here, let's speak frankly. You must be aware of the system task, right? So what is your problem? Are you short on food or water? Or do you want to see the teddy bear downstairs doing a pole dance? Wang Hu's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. My friend, you speak plainly. We indeed have a problem that requires your assistance. He sighed, revealing a hint of worry on his face. We have a few elderly individuals here in poor health who urgently need some anti-inflammatory and blood pressure medication. However, the pharmacy in the community has long been overrun by zombies. So your problem is to ask us to fetch medicine for you. Lin Chen interrupted him. Exactly. Wang Hu nodded, his gaze sincere. As long as you can help us obtain the medications, we are willing to trade all the resources in this building in exchange. This condition sounded reasonable, even quite sincere. Zheng Xiaobin, being a doctor, was already somewhat tempted. However, Lin Chen just smiled. He looked at Wang Hu, a trace of indescribable amusement in his smile. Getting medicine? That's simple. Suddenly he shifted gears and asked, but I have a question. Please go ahead, my friend. Lin Chen pointed at the silent survivors next to the conference table. What national affairs are you discussing in this meeting? You all look like you're at a funeral with such a serious atmosphere. It seems they don't really need medication. They all look quite healthy, sitting more upright than students during military training. As soon as these words were spoken, cracks finally appeared in Wang Hu's gentle smile. The air in the living room seemed to freeze in that instant. My friend. Truly humorous. Wang Hu adjusted his glasses, a cold glint flashing behind the lenses. Not humorous, not humorous. Lin Chen waved his hand and stood up. I just think you should deliver a full performance. Next time, remember to get your actors a better makeup artist. Look at them. Their faces are pale, their eyes are dark. If I didn't know better, I'd think they had collectively overindulged and were drained. You? Wang Hu suddenly stood up, his facade completely torn away, replaced by indignation at being exposed. At the same time, Xueqing's cold voice echoed in the team channel. Lin Chen, be careful. Their attribute panels are off. Everyone has gained an additional status. Status collective will passive affect mental control, pain perception, reduced by 90, all attributes increased by 10. Obey Wang Hu's absolute command. There was no need for Xueqing's reminder. At the moment Lin Chen's words fell. Whooshed. In the living room, the more than 20 survivors who were previously like puppets all turned their heads in unison, their vacant eyes locking onto Lin Chen. Their stiff facial muscles twisted into an eerie smile, and then they sprang up from their chairs. Some pulled out sharp knives from their pockets, some grabbed chairs, and others used their nails as weapons. They surged towards Lin Chen like a pack of activated killing machines, fearlessly charging forward. Finally, no more acting. In the face of this bizarre and deadly assault, Lin Chen advanced, instead of retreating, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Now that's more like it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to deal with good citizens. As his words fell, he stomped heavily with his right foot. Skill half-moon blade technique. A purple-gold crescent blade aura soared along the table. The violet-golden blade aura flashed past the smooth surface of the conference table. Puff! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a series of muffled and dense sounds as the sharp blades cut through decayed wood. Time seemed to be pressed on slow motion at this moment. Outside the door, Li Yutong and Zhao Qian could only see that the more than 20 survivors who had just appeared fierce and ready to pounce on Lin Chen had their bodies cleanly severed at the waist. Their upper bodies maintained a forward-charging posture, their faces still wearing a bizarre smile that hadn't fully solidified, yet their lower bodies had already lost their support. Blood and entrails gushed out like a flood after a dam burst. And that building tyrant Wang Hu, who had just torn off his disguise with a face full of cold malice, had yet to transform his rage and humiliation into terror when that violet golden blade light had already swept across his neck. A head adorned with gold-rimmed glasses shot up into the air. From the severed neck, a fountain of blood sprayed over 3 feet high, dyeing the ceiling a shocking dark red. Clang! The head landed, rolling a few times, the gold-rimmed glasses falling aside, the eyes still lingering with the last trace of disbelief. Ding! You have killed level 9 survivor Wang Hu. Gain 900 experience points and 900 survival coins. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained Spirit 2. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained the item gold-rimmed glasses frameless X1. Ding! You have killed level 7 elite survivor X22. Gained experience points X1540 and survival coins X1540. The system's notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind like a barrage. The entire living room instantly transformed into a hell of blood. 23 headless corpses collapsed to the ground after a brief pause. Warm blood gathered into streams, meandering across the floor. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his blade, the blade of the violet gold dragon soul still gleaming as new, showing no trace of blood. He glanced at the chaos on the ground and curled his lips. Ugh, is that it? I thought it would last a few more seconds. Outside the door, Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin swallowed hard, their throats bobbing. One strike. Another strike. Terrifying indeed. Don't just stand there, clean up the battlefield. Lin Chen's voice pulled them back to reality. Xueqing, continue scouting to see if there are other surprises in this building. Okay. Xueqing regained her composure from the shock, activating her insight talent, again her gaze penetrating the walls, scanning the entire building. A few seconds later, she pointed to a room next door. There are 15 life signals, all female, but the breaths are very weak. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He kicked open the heavy solid wood door next door. A mixed stench of sweat and blood assaulted him, causing Li Yutong and Xiangyang to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. The room was dimly lit with the curtains drawn tightly. A few mattresses were haphazardly laid on the floor, covered with dirty quilts. Beneath the quilts, a few pale female bodies could be vaguely seen, motionless, uncertain whether they were dead or alive. In another corner of the room, 7 or 8 slightly older women huddled together, their clothes barely covering them, their expressions numb. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Zhao Qian enter, they screamed in terror like startled rabbits. No, don't come over. Please spare us. Lin Chen's temple throbbed. Again, He couldn't help but grumble internally. Why did every villain in the apocalypse indulge in such things? Did everyone's hobbies have to be so uniform? Why did every boss lair have to look like a spider's nest? Couldn't they have different hobbies, like stockpiling spicy strips or raising a few adorable little spirits? Lin Chen, get lost. I'm not like that one. Xueqing is enough for me. He rubbed his temples, finding it hard to muster any interest in this scene. Xueqing, you and the others handle this. He turned to Shen, Xueqing, Li Yutong, and Xiangyang and casually gestured to Zheng Xiaoban. Zhao Qian and I will go downstairs to see if there's anything else. This kind of comforting frightened women was better left to female comrades and professional doctors. Okay. Shen Xueqing nodded and led Li Yutong and the others inside. Just as Lin Chen was about to turn to leave with Zhao Qian, a very weak, uncertain, and trembling voice suddenly came from behind the shivering women in the corner. Zhao Qian, is that you? The voice was soft, yet it made Zhao Qian, who was about to step forward, freeze in place. Lin Chen also halted, curiously turning back. Zhao Qian turned around, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. He pushed aside the older women blocking his view and saw the source of the voice. It was a frail figure curled up in the furthest corner. She was wearing a thin t-shirt that could barely be recognized as white and a pair of denim shorts that had long lost their original color. Her exposed arms and legs were covered in dark purple bruises, horrifying cigarette burns, and various grotesque scars left by unknown instruments. She was so thin that she seemed almost skeletal, her long hair dry and disheveled, obscuring most of her face, only a pair of hollow large eyes fixed intently on Zhao Qian. Overall, she was not beautiful, and in fact, compared to the other women in the room, she was even considered ugly. And by some it meant a significant number. In short, she was an ugly girl. Zhao Qian was stunned. He struggled to recall if he knew such an ugly girl. Do you know me? Zhao Qian asked hesitantly. The girl seemed to exert all her strength, finally squeezing out a few words from her throat. I am Chenwei. Zhao Qian chewed on the name, initially feeling unfamiliar. But in the next second, a long-buried memory surged into his mind like a floodgate opened. Chenwei. The girl in a white dress in college, walking along the tree-lined path with books in hand, her smile illuminating all of youth. The dream girl he had gathered countless courage to approach, yet never dared to speak to. The white moonlight that he heard had entered a big company after graduation, and then he lost all contact. How could it be her? Zhao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the girl before him, who seemed so different from the one in his memory, his body shaking uncontrollably. You are Chenwei. His voice was choked. So be it. Watching this scene, Lin Chen silently stepped out of the room, leaning against the wall in the corridor, pulling out a cigarette from his backpack and lighting it. Everyone has their own story. It seemed that Zhao Qian was about to learn an important lesson in life today. He did not urge him. After about 10 minutes, the door finally opened. Zheng Xiaoban and Zhao Qian walked out one after the other. Zheng Xiaoban's face looked grim, while Zhao Qian appeared dazed, his eyes red and lost. All done. The system didn't prompt that the task was completed. Lin Chen exhaled a puff of smoke and casually asked. He thought they had solved the survivor issue, but the task progress bar 823 hadn't moved. Zheng Xiaoban's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to begin. In the end, it was Zhao Qian who, with a voice nearly dreamy, stammered, Brother Lin. Chenwei. She is not going to make it. She has multiple internal injuries and is infected, and her mental state is. Dr. Zheng said she has at most 2 hours left. So, Dr. Zheng's treatment can't save her. Lin Chen frowned, asking about the task. Can't save her, Zheng Xiaoban added hoarsely. The injuries are too severe beyond my current skill limits. I can only alleviate her suffering temporarily. Then what issues does she have? Lin Chen asked, concerned about the task. Zhao Qian took a deep breath. As if using all his strength, he raised his head, his red eyes looking at Lin Chen, his voice trembling and hoarse. She said. She wants to become a real woman before she dies. The air in the room was thick like a bowl of lard. Zhao Qian's eyes were red, and that sentence, she wants to become a real woman before she dies, felt like a dull knife laced with poison, sawing repeatedly at everyone's hearts. Li Yutong and Xiangyang gaped in shock, their faces painted with disbelief and a hint of an indescribable blush. Even the usually composed Shen Xueqing showed signs of turmoil in her eyes. In the apocalypse, one could indeed be pushed to their most primal and frantic state. Lin Chen remained silent, not uttering a word. Leaning against the wall, he fished a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. The swirling smoke obscured his expression, yet his mind raced at an unprecedented speed. Safe. Zheng Xiaoban had already delivered the death notice. Even the talent for healing could not turn back the tide. Not saving. Looking at Zhao Qian's lost and devastated face, Lin Chen knew that if this matter was not handled well, it would become Zhao Qian's lifelong inner demon. A subordinate burdened by inner demons cannot go far. A team troubled by inner demons can go even less far. A simple story. The white moonlight of university days, a mutual crush halted by the cowardice of lips and teeth, ultimately disappearing into the vast sea of people. To meet again, yet in such a hellish scene. Reunion signifies eternal farewell. Damn, how vulgar. Lin Chen cursed inwardly, yet he couldn't extinguish the inexplicable irritation in his heart. As the last wisp of smoke was slowly exhaled, dissipating in the murky air, Lin Chen finally made a decision. He extinguished the cigarette, but against the wall. Ding. The crisp system prompt echoed in his mind. He opened the long-neglected store, his gaze locking directly onto the medication section. Basic healing potion price, 5,000 survival coins bottle. Basic virus blockade potion price, 5,000 survival coins bottle. Lin Chen looked at his long string of survival coins balance, and for the first time felt that these items might serve purposes beyond building houses and upgrading vehicles. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 2 bottles. In the next moment, 2 tubes radiating a soft green glow appeared in his hands. He walked up to the dazed Zhao Qian and pressed the potions into his cold hands. Go give it to her. Lin Chen's voice was calm. Zhao Qian raised his head in confusion, looking at the potions in his hands, his lips trembling. Lin go. It's useless, Lin go. Zhang Xiaobin couldn't help but interject, his voice filled with the despair of a healer. I just checked at Chen Wei. Her internal organs are failing in multiple areas, and there's a severe infection. It's no longer a problem that potions can solve. These 2 bottles of basic healing potion might allow her to temporarily regain some color to look like a normal person, but that would only be at the cost of her last bit of vitality. At most, it would extend her life by 2 or 3 hours. Zhang Xiaobin stared intensely at Lin Chen. This will only make her comfortable before she dies. It cannot cure her. I know. Lin Chen's response surprised everyone. He looked at Zhao Qian, speaking clearly and deliberately. I do not wish to cure her. I just want you to have no regrets with each other. Those who mutually like each other will always show their best side to one another. Even when facing death, they do not wish to leave a bad impression on the other. I do not want regrets to arise before they have completed their matters. When someone dies, everything is lost. But those who live must continue living. I do not want my brother to live in shadow for the rest of his life. These words carried no profound wisdom, yet they struck like a heavy hammer against Zhao Qian and Zhang Xiaobin's hearts. Zhao Qian could no longer hold back. The usually taciturn man wept like a flood breaking its dam. He said nothing more, just tightly clenched the 2 tubes of potion and bowed deeply to Lin Chen. A full 90 degrees. Then he turned and walked into a nearby relatively clean bedroom, carrying the frail girl named Chen Wei, who seemed as if she might shatter at any moment. Bang! The door closed gently, isolating 2 worlds. Sigh. Li Yutong let out a long sigh, her small face filled with sympathy and regret. Xiangyang also had red-rimmed eyes, quietly lowering her head. Let's go wait downstairs. Lin Chen waved his hand, leading the remaining few away from the oppressive rooftop. In a room downstairs, the group sat in silence. No one spoke. Li Yutong unusually refrained from chattering, merely hugging her knees and staring blankly at the dark red sky outside. Xueqing was cleaning her thunderstorm, her movements slow and focused, as if doing so to calm her emotions. Time passed second by second. 2 hours in the apocalypse sometimes felt longer than 2 years. Zhang Xiaobin occasionally glanced at the time, his expression growing heavier. From a medical perspective, the girl named Chen Wei should have already. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Very light, yet steady. Everyone looked up towards the door. Zhao Qian had returned. He had changed into clean clothes, and there was no trace of the immense sorrow everyone had anticipated, nor any sign of dejection. In fact, there was even a hint of a smile. He appeared calm, unnaturally so. Zhao Qianyu. Zhang Xiaobin's heart skipped a beat, thinking Zhao Qian had suffered a tremendous shock and was losing his mind, prompting him to quickly stand and approach the console. But just as he took a step forward, he froze. Because behind Zhao Qian, another figure walked in. It was a girl. She had also changed into the clean clothes that Li Yutong had given her, a set of loose sportswear. Although somewhat thin and pale, her eyes no longer held the emptiness and numbness seen before. Those eyes had light. They sparkled. But they were not the same as the girl they had just seen. It felt like a different person. She timidly hid behind Zhao Qian, but still mustered the courage to show a shy and bashful smile to the astonished crowd. Hello everyone. My name is Chen Wei. Silence. The entire room was enveloped in a deathly quiet. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the girl named Chen Wei, as if drawn by a magnetic force. Li Yutong's mouth formed an O shape large enough to fit an egg. Xiangyang rubbed her eyes vigorously, doubting whether she was hallucinating due to exhaustion. The first to react was Zheng Xiaobin, the chief medical officer of the team. He adjusted his nearly fallen glasses, pointing at Chen Wei, his finger trembling, as if he had Parkinson's, unable to utter a complete sentence. A medical miracle? No. This is a medical marvel. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Wei. The girl's voice was still somewhat timid, but much stronger than before. She peeked out from behind Zhao Qian, giving a deep bow to the crowd, her face filled with the relief of having survived and a hint of shyness. I'm sorry for how I looked before I scared you all. Saying this, she shyly raised her hand and gently brushed it against her cheek. She had returned to the appearance of the ugly girl seen upstairs. This? Li Yutong's eyes nearly bulged out. Did she change her face? A Sichuan opera master. Then she gently wiped her face, removing something from it. It was a mask. Disguise mask. Blue rare effect can change one's appearance according to the user's intention. Note this item only has a visual deception effect and cannot change one's physical structure. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. This explains why she could survive in a top floor that resembled a spider's den and still maintain. But what about the injuries on your body? Zheng Xiaobin still couldn't understand. Organ failure. That can't be solved by disguise. Even if Lin Ge gave you 2 vials of medicine, it would only extend your life for a few hours. This is a challenge to his professional capability. Upon mentioning this, Chen Wei's cheeks flushed crimson, instinctively retreating behind Zhao Qian, her gaze secretly glancing at him, her voice faint like a mosquito. Because of my talent. She took a deep breath, seemingly gathering immense courage, and spread her palm. A system panel appeared before everyone. Talent Sword of the God of Love Effect 1. I activated after establishing a love and protection relationship with one's beloved. When wielding a sword-type weapon, all attributes excluding equipment increase by 30. Effect 2. The target of love and protection, Zhao Qian, receives a 10 increase in all attributes. Effect 3. During the duration of the love and protection relationship, all damage taken by either party, including physical, magical, true, and damage over time, will be borne by both individuals. Remark: my sword is not born for slaughter. Its sharpness stems from everything I wish to protect. Its weight is the tenderness of the entire world. Hiss. The moment the talent effects were revealed, the room filled with gasps of astonishment. Li Yutong and Xiangyang's wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Zheng Xiaobin's eyes behind his lenses bulged wide. Even Lin Chen's smile froze for a moment, replaced by intense shock and joy. A god-level talent. This is definitely another god-level talent. Moreover, it's a dual-binding god-level talent. I understand. Zheng Xiaobin slapped his thigh excitedly, shouting, it's damage sharing. Damage sharing saved her. The injury that Chen Wei sustained at that time was, in the system's judgment, a form of fatal continuous damage. The effect of the medicine was to provide her and Zhao Qian with the stamina and time to complete the ritual. And the completion of the ritual activated this talent. Once this talent was activated, the fatal damage was shared between you and her. Zhao Qian, your level and physique far exceed hers, and your vitality is strong, so you bore more than 80 of the fatal damage. Plus, Xiangyang's recovery aura continued to have an effect. The two of you managed to endure this fatal condition. Logic perfectly closed loop. This is not a medical marvel at all. It's clearly a miracle of love under the rules of the system. Good job. Lin Chen slapped Zhao Qian on the back, the force nearly sending him staggering. Not bad. Quietly bringing such a treasure back to the team. Zhao Qian's face flushed from the compliment, merely chuckling foolishly. I didn't think that much. I just didn't want her to die with regrets. He looked at Chen Wei beside him, his gaze tender enough to bring tears. Chen Wei looked back at him, her pale face flushed with color, her eyes filled with unbreakable love and dependence. But Li Yutong blinked, her big eyes leaning in closer, her small face full of gossiping excitement. The activation condition of this talent, establishing a relationship of love and protection. How did you two establish it in the room? Was it, She made a meaningful sound. No wonder, no wonder. I thought, Zhao Qiang, how did you take 2 hours to come out? It turns out you went to save the world and activate your talent at the same time. What does love and protection mean? Can you elaborate? Any details? Can you reveal a little bit of the paid content? Li Yutong. Xiangyang couldn't take it anymore and covered the mouth of this little girl who seemed intent on causing chaos. Lin Chen was highly amused. Goodness. He now understood everything. In those 2 hours, Zhao Qian not only fulfilled the goddess' last wish, but also conducted a grand final stimulation revival ritual that could be recorded in history. Boom. Zhao Qian and Chen Wei's faces instantly turned as red as 2 hot irons. Shen Xueqing's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, but she quickly returned to her icy demeanor, though the smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Zhao Qian scratched the back of his head, his face unable to hide his overwhelming joy and a hint of bashfulness. Under the concern of Lin Chen and Li Yutong, all truths were revealed. It turned out that just after Lin Chen and the others left Xueqing with the resolve of reuniting only to part forever, fed Chen Wei those 2 vials of medicine. The effect of the medicine was immediate. Chen Wei's near-death body regained some color, but as Zheng Xiaobin predicted, that was merely burning her last remnants of life. Moreover, the situation was far worse than Zheng Xiaobin anticipated. The 2 vials of medicine only extended her survival time by a few dozen minutes. She still looked very ugly. The scars crisscrossing her face made her look like a demon returned from hell. But Zhao Qian didn't mind at all. In his eyes, she was still that girl in a white dress with a smile warmer than the sun from the university library. In their final moments, the 2 didn't waste a single second. Zhao Qian clumsily recounted his experiences after graduation, how he struggled to survive in this apocalyptic world, how he met Lin Chen and found meaning in living. Chen Wei quietly listened, occasionally raising her scarred hand to gently caress Zhao Qian's face. As life approached its end, she used her last bit of strength to say to Zhao Qian, do you know, in college I actually noticed you for a long time. I regret not being braver back then. Me too. Zhao Qian's tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhao Qian, in the next life you must find me. No, there won't be a next life. In this life I want you. I want to be your woman. Then Chen Wei removed the mask she had been using to disguise herself, and the hideous scars on her face faded away, revealing smooth, delicate skin. Zhao Qian saw the true, original her. At that moment, Zhao Qian had no time to think about anything else. Whether she was beautiful or ugly, she was the goddess in his heart. The 2 clumsy individuals finally broke through that thin veil at the end of life. Neither wanted to leave regrets for the other. Immediately after, a series of system notification sounds began to flood their minds. Ding! Detected survivors Zhao Qian and Chen Wei have successfully established a love and protection relationship. Ding! The activation conditions for survivor Chen Wei's special hidden talent have been met. Congratulations to survivor Chen Wei for successfully awakening the unique talent, Sword of the God of Love. At the moment the talent awakened, Chen Wei's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Thus she transformed into her current healthy appearance. Most of the previous pains were immunized before level 10 Zhao Qian, you must work hard to level up. If you were to be killed in one hit now, Chen Wei would also lose half her life. The reverse is true as well. This is not the Sword of the God of Love, it's simply grasshoppers on the same rope. This remark instantly shattered the previously touching atmosphere. Xueqing rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Li Yutong and Xiangyang burst into laughter. Zhao Qian and Chen Wei's faces turned bright red, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Lin Chen, however, disregarded all this, waving his hand to announce, "Alright, starting today, Chen Wei is the 7th member of our Tian Su Alliance." He casually pulled out a blue-quality longsword that had dropped earlier from his backpack and tossed it to Chen Wei. "Here is starter equipment. Make do with this for now." As Chen Wei grasped the longsword, a wondrous power surged from within her. Her attribute panel underwent an astonishing transformation before everyone's eyes. At the same time, Zhao Qian's panel also flickered slightly. His overall attributes increased by 10 out of nowhere. Wow, the CP combo skill is terrifying. Li Yutong exclaimed again. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He opened the task panel for a glance. Main quest: clean up the community. Progress: resolve survivor issues 2223. Why is there still one missing? Lin Chen stroked his chin, observing Zhao Qian and Chen Wei with great interest. A once honest and simple tech enthusiast now exuded an air of determination, with all his attributes rising by 10. A frail figure who had just been teetering on the brink of death now held a long sword emanating a faint glow, with his attribute panel reaching a standard usually seen in the 2nd tier of their team. Name: Chen Wei, level 10100, talent, Sword of the God of Love, unique strength 6. 5-1. 5, constitution 7. 8-1. 8, agility 6. 5-1. 5, spirit 7. 8-1. 8, stamina 7. 8-1. 8, combat power 36. For the numbers in parentheses denote talent bonuses. How can this possibly be the Sword of the God of Love? This is clearly a super bundle, buy one get one free with permanent buffs. Lin Chen's mind was racing with calculations. Zhao Qian was one of their own, and when one of their own grew stronger, it meant an increase in his overall assets. This is a win-win situation. Blood profit. Alright, stop showing off your affection here. Lin Chen waved his hand, interrupting the overly sweet atmosphere between the couple. The task isn't finished yet. 2223, just one more to go. He opened the task panel, pointing at the glaring number. That's strange, didn't we solve everyone's issues in that building? Li Yutong began counting on her fingers. The ones needing fever reducers, those wanting food, drinks, clothes, and the one with the broken leg counts as solved too, since the one who broke his leg is gone. She counted while casting a curious glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. Why are you looking at me? Do I have the answers on my face? Li Yutong chuckled, her small face full of praise me for being clever. Boss, you forgot about someone. The rich second generation named Gao Fei. You just resolved your issue and found him displeasing. But his issue hasn't been resolved. A word struck Lin Chen like a bolt of lightning. Oh right, that idiot. He had been so caught up in his own enjoyment that he slapped him without even asking what issues needed solving. Let's go back and check. Lin Chen hoisted the purple gold dragon's soul, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I want to see what other problems he has. The group returned to the 13th floor of Building No. 3. The door was tightly shut. Xiangyang stepped up and knocked. Inside there was a deathly silence. Lin Chen lost his patience and raised his foot to kick the door. Wait a minute. Xueqing suddenly spoke, her eyes behind the mask glasses fixed intently on the door. There's something wrong inside. That guy named Gao Fei has a very strange life signal with energy fluctuations that are extremely violent and chaotic. Chaotic. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaoban to step back. Click. A light sound as the lock opened. He pushed the door open. A heavy stench of blood mixed with an aura of resentment rushed at him. In the living room, the few survivors they had just warmed were now sprawled in pools of blood, lifeless. On top of the pile of supplies, the young man, named Gao Fei, was staring at Lin Chen at the doorway with blood-red eyes. His body twitched unnaturally as if countless worms were wriggling beneath his skin, and the half of his face that Lin Chen had swollen was now bruised and showing eerie black patterns. Ding. Warning. The survivor Gao Fei has been eroded by special energy due to extreme resentment and unwillingness and is undergoing mutation. Mutation progress 78. 85. 99. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that was not human, Gao Fei's body suddenly swelled, his jacket tearing apart to reveal a monster nearly 3 meters tall, covered in pustules and flesh lumps. Level 11 Elite Mutant, the resentful one. Gao Fei, strength 40, constitution 55, agility 15, spirit 30, skills resentful curse, flesh spray. So the final problem is himself. Lin Chen looked at the ugly monster before him, not feeling tense at all, but rather amused. The designer of this instance was quite clever. Such people are indeed a plague, better to turn them into monsters to drop some gear. Lin Chen. The monster's throat let out a garbled roar. It's all you. I will kill you. It roared, opening its bloody maw as a foul-smelling green liquid shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Zheng Xiaoban stepped forward, using his body to block the liquid. Sizzle. The corrosive liquid splashed onto Zheng Xiaoban's blue medical suit, producing a puff of white smoke, yet leaving no trace behind. Gao Fei was stunned. His full-force strike couldn't break through the defense. Is that all? Lin Chen scratched his ear, looking thoroughly uninterested. He couldn't even be bothered to draw his sword. With a flash of his figure, he activated Furious Charge, instantly appearing before the monster. In the monster's terrified gaze, Lin Chen lifted his right foot and casually kicked upwards. Bang! It was like bursting a balloon filled with water and rotten meat. Gao Fei's massive head shot up into the sky, tracing a graceful parabola, before finally crashing down with a thud in the corner of the room. Ding! You have slain level 11 Elite Mutant, the resentful one. Gao Fei gained 1100 experience points and 1100 survival coins. Talent Seize activated. You have gained Strength 1. Talent Seize activated. You have obtained Survivor Gao Fei's item Patek Philippe Watch X1. Lin Chen looked at the system notification, his mouth twitching. Damn it. What a poor guy. Even turning into a monster is so underwhelming. Just then a series of system alerts rang in everyone's minds. Ding. Main quest, clean up the community, progress updated. Resolve survivor issues 23. Congratulations to the Tiansu Alliance. Main quest, clean up the community, completed. Second phase of the instance completed. Activating the final phase of the instance. Final task, Victoria's Secret. Task objective, go to the fountain in the community center garden, find and enter the Victoria's Secret Club and kill the final boss, the club owner Wang Dong. Task hint, a real man never fears challenges. Of course, he also never fears the gentleness of women. Wish you have fun. Is this ever going to end? A single instance has so many layers. Victoria's Secret Club. Li Yutong read the task name, her face flushing red. This instance designer surely has a side hustle. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. A club. Final boss. This sounds like there are plenty of good items to be had. He waved his hand grandly, full of spirit. Let's go, brothers. He'll take you all to have some fun. Li Yutong instinctively glanced at the spoils she had just looted from an underwear shop, now nestled in her backpack. Then at Xueqing's alluring figure, and finally settled her gaze on Lin Chen, her expression turning profoundly peculiar. Boss, is this dungeon's designer by any chance your long-lost brother? Cough. Cough. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaoban choked violently, their faces flushing crimson. Chen Wei, the newest team member, was so mortified she buried her face behind Zhao Qian's back, revealing only a pair of ears flushed deep red, as if they might bleed. Nonsense. Lin Chen rebuffed the remark with solemn authority. How could I possibly have a brother so vulgar? He stared gravely at the mission prompt, stroking his chin in thoughtful silence. A true man never shies from challenge, nor from the tender allure of a woman's embrace. Wishing you an enjoyable experience. Lin Chen smacked his lips, and the irrepressible smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth utterly betrayed his innermost thoughts. This designer understands men far too well. Pa. Filthy. Shen Xueqing's delicate face darkened with fury as she shot Lin Chen a venomous glare, her eyes silently warning, try enjoying yourself, and see what happens. Unfazed, Lin Chen hoisted the purple gold dragon soul over his shoulder and swept a commanding hand toward his teammates, each wearing a distinct expression, his presence thunderous and unassailable. What are you all staring at? Let's go. I'll take you to an upscale salon. Time to broaden your horizons. Room inspection. At the heart of Xiangyang City residential complex stood an ornate European-style fountain, long since dried up. At its center rose a pristine white female statue, though its head had vanished without trace. Dark crimson blood congealed at the jagged neck stump, lending the scene an unsettling air. According to the system map, the entrance lay directly beneath the statue. How do we get down? Zhao Qian circled the fountain, finding neither mechanism nor aperture. Lin Chen strode forward, neither searching nor consulting Shen Xueqing. He knew this design intimately. It was second nature to him from the pre-apocalyptic world. Without hesitation, he raised his foot toward the statue's marble base. Boom! A thunderous crack split the air as the solid marble plinth shattered into fragments under his kick, revealing a spiraling staircase carved from opulent stone. From the stairwell's mouth spilled soft pink light and languid seductive music, along with a cloying wave of perfume that instantly saturated the air. Whoa! Liu Tong leaned forward awestruck. So this residential complex actually hides something like this underground. The developer really knows how to play. Lin Chen descended first, resolute and unwavering. Shen Xueqing followed closely behind, her phoenix-like eyes sharp with vigilance and tinged with something indescribable, perhaps disdain. At the stairwell's end stood a pair of massive gilded double doors. Across them, flamboyant pink neon tubing twisted into bold letters. Victoria's Secret Club. Lin Chen grinned, knock no knock, and kicked the door open. Bang! The door flew inward. What lay beyond stole the breath, not of Lin Chen, but of everyone else. This was no smoke-choked, chaos-ridden den of debauchery they'd imagined. Quite the contrary. It was dazzling, golden, glittering, extravagantly luxurious. Beneath their feet stretched plush pure wool carpeting, above hung glittering crystal chandeliers, and through the air drifted soothing blues music. An impossibly vast hall housed over a dozen Texas Hold'em poker tables, each exquisitely crafted, each radiating staggering value. At every table sat several stunning dealers. Voluptuous, impeccably costumed bunny girls, cat girls, maids, office ladies, nurses. Every archetype imaginable. Their faces wore polished professional smiles, their hands moved with elegant precision as they shuffled cards, utterly oblivious to the intruders. At the far end of the hall, upon a colossal leather sofa, reclined a portly middle-aged man, dressed in fine silk loungewear, puffing a cigar. Two women draped in diaphanous veils clung to him, one on either side. Level 20 Final Boss Club owner Mr. Wong, strength 90, constitution 120, agility 60, spirit 100, skills. Welcome, honored guests. Rather than panic, Mr. Wong exhaled a slow, deliberate smoke ring and smiled amused. What would you like to play? His gaze roamed shamelessly over Shen Xueqing, Liu Tong, and Chen Wei, greed blazing in his eyes. New arrivals. Excellent, truly exquisite specimens. Care to join a game? He snapped his fingers. From the nearest table, a raven-haired bunny girl dealer in sleek black leather rose gracefully, her smile sultry, her gesture inviting. Level 15 elite ace dealer fake. Shen Xueqing's insight talent instantly registered the truth. Boss, they're all elite monsters. Fascinating. Lin Chen's grin widened. He pulled out a chair, sat with bold, unapologetic ease, and slammed the purple gold dragon soul onto the table with a resonant clang. Tell me, how do we play it? The bunny girl's smile grew sweeter still as she expertly cut the deck, her voice honeyed and hypnotic. Oh, it's simple, sir. Texas Hold'em, life or death stakes. Each of you contributes one life as initial wager. So do we. Win, and you may claim whatever you desire. She flicked out her crimson tongue, tracing her lower lip. Lose, and your life along with those lovely companions behind you belong entirely to Mr. Wong. The moment her words faded, crimson circles flared beneath Zhao Qian and the others, locking them in place immobile. Ding. You have entered the final boss battle, special rule, life or death poker. Rule: you cannot deal damage to the boss or any entity within the arena until you exhaust all your chips. Your immobilized allies serve as living wagers. Each lost round randomly sacrifices one teammate. Boss! Li Yutong cried out in alarm. Don't panic. Lin Chen didn't turn. His gaze remained fixed, curious unblinking, on the bunny girl. Deal the cards. He meant to uncover exactly what trick the boss had up his sleeve. The bunny girl dealt 2 whole cards. Lin Chen didn't even glance at them, merely tossed them aside. I fold. Moi. She froze bewildered. Even Mr. Wang frowned. Sir, what precisely do you mean by this? Lin Chen crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and drawled lazily. I mean, I'm not playing. What? We're adults now. Gambling isn't a healthy pastime. I stand eternally opposed to gambling and narcotics. I stand eternally opposed to gambling and narcotics. Is something missing? Xiangyang murmured, blinking innocently, her mind momentarily adrift. Cough. Cough. Lin Chen shot upright, startling everyone, as he planted his boots squarely atop the poker table. Your lives and your gear. He bared his teeth in a grin so chilling it made every dealer recoil involuntarily. I claim them all. Children choose, but I take everything. Ignoring the system's flashing warnings, golden light erupted around his right fist. Skill-frenzied charge. Like a cannonball unleashed, he launched himself across the table, straight toward Mr. Wang, the final boss at the hall's far end. You dare break the rules. All composure vanished from Mr. Wang's face, replaced by raw terror and incandescent rage. Lin Chen answered, not with words, but with motion. Rules. Before absolute power, rules exist only to be shattered. Lin Chen's movements were swift to the extreme. His fist, imbued with terrifying power, disregarded all rules and surged straight forward amidst Wang Dong's horrified gaze. This punch was enough to shatter the wall. However, just as the fist was less than half a meter away from Wang Dong's face, an invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere, emitting a muffled thud. Lin Chen's fist seemed to strike against a super alloy steel plate compressed to its limit. A tremendous rebound force surged back, causing him to be forcefully pushed back half a step. A slight numbing sensation spread through his fist. Ouch! Ding! Warning! Detected an attempt to violently destroy the special rule, betting life in the instance. Behavior judgment violation. Penalty mechanism activated. A series of cold red system notifications flashed frantically on Lin Chen's retina. Ha! Fool! Wang Dong snapped back to reality from his initial shock, his face instantly replaced by a sickly ecstasy. He pointed at Lin Chen and laughed boisterously, his corpulent body shaking violently. Who do you think you are? Here I am the rule. I am the heaven. Dare to disrupt my game. You will pay the price. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet beam of light suddenly shot down from the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, accurately locking onto the team behind Lin Chen. Penalty execution: sacrifice one teammate with the lowest combat power. The scarlet light swept rapidly over Zhao Qian, Li Yutong, Xiangyang, Zheng Xiaobin, and Chen Wei. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin's hearts instantly leaped to their throats. Lowest combat power. Was there even a question? Sure enough, the scarlet beam showed no hesitation and instantly fixed on Chen Wei, who had just joined the team and was only level 1. No. Zhao Qian's eyes widened in despair as he let out a desperate roar, crazily trying to rush forward, but his body was firmly restrained by the light circle beneath his feet, unable to move. Chen Wei's body was enveloped in red light, her complexion draining of color as a visible black aura was forcibly extracted from her body. It was her life force. Ding. The talent Sword of the God of Love has been triggered. During the duration of the love and protection relationship, all damage received by either party, including physical, magical, true, and persistent damage, will be shared by both. Just as Chen Wei's life force was about to be drained, the black aura about to be stripped from her suddenly split in two. A small portion remained within her, while over 80% transformed into a black stream of light, instantly merging into Zhao Qian's body. Zhao Qian let out a muffled grunt, feeling a chill power invade his body, his face showing a hint of pain. But it was only a slight discomfort. As a level 10 survivor with all attributes boosted by 10 due to his talent, how robust was his life force? Under the influence of Xiangyang's restoration aura and Zheng Xiaobin's healing talent, 2 gentle halos of white and green light enveloped everyone, quickly restoring color to Zhao Qian and Chen Wei's pale faces. Ding. Penalty settlement in progress. Detected that the life signs of penalty target Chen Wei are stable. Detected that damage has been shared. Penalty effect: judgment failure. Failure. The last 2 words seemed to cause the system to stutter momentarily, carrying a hint of incredulous mechanical tremor. The entire luxurious clubhouse fell into a silence. Wang Dong's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, as if a duck had its throat grasped. The flesh on his face twitched violently with his eyes bulging wide, fixed intently on the unharmed Chen Wei and the merely groaning Zhao Qian. Failed. His proud instance rules actually. Failed. This. Li Yutong and Xiangyang gaped looking at Chen Wei, then at Zhao Qian, their eyes filled with disbelief. This dog food is way too tough, right? It can even counter the instance rules. Ha ha ha, well done. Lin Chen retracted his fist, not angry at the broken situation, but instead gave Zhao Qian and Chen Wei a thumbs up. He turned his head to look at the completely petrified Wang Dong, his smile becoming exceptionally radiant, his teeth gleaming white under the pink lights. Sorry, my brother's dog food seems to be a bit tougher than your rules. You guys. Wang Dong finally reacted from his shock and endless humiliation and fury crashing down on his sanity. Kill them for me, he screamed hysterically. With his command, the rabbit-eared dealer in black leather instantly lost her sweet smile, replaced by a fierce expression. Her body emitted a series of cracking bone sounds as she transformed, her figure enlarging, tearing through flesh to reveal a pair of grotesque bat wings, her hands transforming into sharp bone claws. Level 15 Elite Ace Dealer Fake instantly transformed into Level 17 Elite Mutant Desire Demoness. At the same time, all the beautiful dealers by the card table tore off their disguises, morphing into various grotesque elite monsters, roaring as they charged forward. And the red light circle restraining Zhao Qian and the others shattered the moment the rules were defiled. Good timing. Zhao Qian's pent-up anger exploded at that moment. He drew out a longbow from behind, knocking an arrow cloaked in frost. Wei, stay close to me. Chen Wei nodded vigorously, gripping her blue longsword tightly as a powerful force surged from within her, causing all her attributes to spike by 30 instantly. Roar! The Desire Demoness let out a shrill scream as she lunged at Lin Chen. Your opponent is me. With a cry, Xueqing moved. She didn't even use Thunderstorm, her figure flickered, and the seemingly ordinary guard dagger transformed into a cold gleam, stabbing towards the Desire Demoness' brow. On the other side, Zheng Xiaobin roared, raising a massive blast shield, charging forward like a human tank to confront the two monsters, creating space for Li Yutong and Xiangyang to deal damage. The battle erupted in an instant. Yet Lin Chen did not move. He simply watched quietly, a hint of playful amusement gracing his lips. His gaze passed over the chaotic crowd, firmly locking onto the final boss, Wang Dong, who was trembling in fear at the end of the hall. Now, Lin Chen's figure vanished from his original spot. It's our turn to play a game. A cold voice like a devil's whisper echoed in Wang Dong's ear. Wang Dong felt a chill surge from his feet straight to his crown. He turned abruptly, only to meet Lin Chen's emotionless gaze. You? Don't come over. Let's put it up, handsome readers. He screamed in terror, trying to retreat, only to find his legs unresponsive. It should have been a leisurely stroll. Now it's a hurried crawl. What are you choking on? What are you crying about? Useless. Lin Chen hummed a viral song from before the apocalypse, stepping closer to Wang Dong. He lifted his foot and gently stepped down. Crack, crack. The two crisp sounds of bone breaking echoed. Wang Dong's knees were crushed under Lin Chen's forceful stomp. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the clubhouse. Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping, delivering two more kicks. Crack, crack. Wang Dong's arms twisted at a bizarre angle, rendered completely useless. Ding. Talent robbery activated. You have gained strength 1. Ding. Talent robbery activated. You have gained agility 1. Ding. Talent robbery activated. You have gained constitution 2. Ding. Talent robbery activated. You have obtained item limited edition cigar X1. Lin Chen crouched down, patting Wang Dong's distorted face, twisted in pain and fear, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Hey, don't scream. You are the boss after all. The game has just begun. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. After all. Lin Chen's smile grew increasingly friendly. Such a top-notch punching bag is hard to come by. I will fight you to the end. Wang Dong, the boss chosen by the rules for this dungeon, has completely broken down at this moment. He watched helplessly as his proud rules were shattered by the couple's affection and saw his carefully trained beautiful dealers retreating one after another under the coordination of the opposing team. As for himself, his limbs were shattered, lying on the ground like a pile of rotten flesh. Endless humiliation and fear ignited his final courage. He opened his bloody mouth, gathering a dense black light in his throat. Skill Corrosive Saliva. This was his last trump card, the only attack skill awakened after his apocalypse. However, before that mass of black saliva filled with all his resentment could be spat out, a large foot clad in combat boots accurately kicked his chin. Crack. The sound of his jawbone shattering was crisp and melodious. Wang Dong's mouth was forcibly closed, and the thick phlegm he had been brewing for a long time, along with broken teeth and blood, was swallowed back with a thud. A burning sensation and a foul smell instantly spread from his esophagus to his entire stomach. Wang Dong's eyes were about to pop out his chubby face, turning a deep purple. TSK, TSK. Lin Chen withdrew his foot, shaking the sole of his shoe in disgust. In public, don't spit everywhere, and especially don't eat recklessly, do you understand? I opened the heavens with my right fist, transforming into a dragon. Lin Chen hummed a tune reminiscent of Zhou Dong from before the apocalypse, delivering a punch to Wang Dong's belly, which resembled a 10-month pregnant woman. Zhou Dong versus Wang Dong, total domination. The fist sank deep and the fat rolled like waves. Ding. Talent steal activated. You have gained stamina too. Ding. Talent steal activated. You obtained the item Greasy Naval Mud X0. 5G. Lin Chen's face darkened for a moment. The expression of the whole world is reduced to just one. He followed up with an elbow strike, hitting Wang Dong hard in the back. Ding. Talent steal activated. You gained physique too. Ding. Talent steal activated. You obtained the item Collector's Edition Kidney Treasure Expired X1 bottle. Damn. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. He stifled the second half of the lyric that should have followed. What was the second half again? Handsome readers. This boss is way too weak. What kind of junk is being dropped? He felt insulted. On the other side, the battle was intense. The mutated desire, which once a bunny girl, flapped her wings, moving swiftly, her claws sparking against Xueqing's dagger. Xueqing fall back. Xueqing's advantage lay in her ranged firepower and precise insight. She was not good at close combat. Lin Chen's gaze shifted as he spotted a level 16 elite mutant frenzied guardian sneaking up on Xiangyang, who was healing Zhao Qian and Chen Wei. Grasping the claws of the scales, they are not needed dough. Lin Chen hummed a tune as he seized Wang Dong's greasy hair, lifting his massive body of over 300 pounds with ease. Let's go. In Wang Dong's terrified gaze, Lin Chen's arm muscles bulged, and with a twist of his waist, he spun around fiercely. Wang Dong's hefty body was hurled like a giant wrecking ball by Lin Chen. Whoosh. The 300-pound cannonball tore through the air, accompanied by a chilling wind, crashing precisely into the frenzied guardian. Roar. The frenzied guardian had just raised its tray-like weapon and had not reacted yet when it was struck head-on by a massive meatball. Boom. A muffled sound. The frenzied guardian was knocked back as if hit by a speeding truck, its ribs cracking with every inch, and its body flew back, crashing into the wall, sliding down, twitching twice before falling silent. As for Wang Dong, who was used as a weapon, the situation was even more tragic. He felt his internal organs shift, the corrosive saliva he had just swallowed roiling in his stomach, and a mouthful of old blood mixed with stomach acid spewed out. Ding. You have killed level 16 elite mutant frenzied guardian. Experience points 1600, survival coins 1600. The system notification brightened Lin Chen's eyes. Huh. This gameplay is quite good. It saves time and effort and allows for resource recycling. Boss. Incredible. From afar, Zheng Xiaobin, who was covering with a shield, stared wide-eyed at this scene, unable to close his mouth. My dragon fist is not made of kneaded dough. Lin Chen grew excited, rushing to Wang Dong's side in a few quick steps, grabbing his ankle again amidst his pained groans. Let you experience what it means for time to pass in the blink of an eye, vanishing like smoke. He focused on the level 17 elite mutant fallen dealer, entangled with Zhao Qian and Chen Wei, swinging Wang Dong up once more. Couples fighting together, huh? Here, let me add a dish for you. Whoosh. Meteor Hammer Wang Dong limited edition strikes again. The fallen security guard, engaged in a shootout with Zhao Qian, suddenly felt darkness engulf him as a massive shadow loomed over him. Bang! Another solid impact followed. The fallen dealer was thrown off balance. Good opportunity. Zhao Qian seized the moment, launching the prepped ice arrow, which hit the fallen dealer's forehead precisely. Chen Wei shouted, activating Sword of the God of Love, her attributes soaring, and with her blue longsword, she traced a beautiful arc, instantly severing the fallen dealer's throat. Ding. Your teammate has killed level 17 elite mutant fallen dealer. Experience points received. Beautiful. Lin Chen gave the couple a thumbs up. Then he walked over to the already frothing at the mouth, dazed Wang Dong. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. Lin Chen slapped his face. The game isn't over yet. Ding. Talent steal activated. You obtained Spirit 2. Ding. Talent steal activated. You obtain the item Hidden Cash X 500 survival coins from the silk robe's lining. Huh, they actually dropped coins. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a new continent. His gaze toward Wang Dong changed dramatically. No longer was he just seeing a punching bag, but rather a walking, occasionally dropping coins. Human piggy bank. Quick, tell me, where else do you have money hidden? Lin Chen grabbed Wang Dong by the collar, shaking him frantically. Wang Dong was already so tortured he was delirious, only able to emit wheezing sounds. Lin Chen frowned. It seemed he wouldn't get any answers. He could only take matters into his own hands. I was wrong. Please, Give me a quick death. Wang Dong squeezed out a few words with the last of his strength. Quick death. Lin Chen smiled a smile that appeared more terrifying than a devil in Wang Dong's eyes. Don't be anxious. How can a prime boss like you die so easily? After all, the rewards for dungeon settlement haven't been dropped yet. The entire clubhouse had seemingly transformed into a fiery battlefield. The desire which had seized a flaw delivering a lethal strike that pierced through the eye socket, and the cold goddess was more ruthless than anyone else. On the other side, Zhao Qian and Chen Wei's Cupid combo technique had become increasingly refined. Zhao Qian skillfully drew his bow and shot arrows, each imbued with a chilling aura continuously restricting the enemy's movements. Under the 30-full attribute enhancement of the sword of Cupid, Chen Wei clumsily slashed at the frozen target that Zhao Qian had immobilized. Li Yutong and Xiangyang behind Zheng Xiaoban's massive shield moved gracefully with their dual swords. The outcome of the battle was already determined. The elite monsters on the field had been wiped out. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was providing his personalized service. Don't play dead. Lin Chen stomped on Chairman Wang's chubby face, grinding it down forcefully. Chairman Wang was barely breathing, his eyes unfocused with a mixture of blood, gastric acid, and corrosive liquid foaming at the corners of his mouth on the verge of passing away. Damn it, am I going to die? Lin Chen frowned, realizing that this couldn't happen. Experience points, survival coins, and the final dungeon settlement rewards hadn't been dropped yet. He crouched down and ripped open Chairman Wang's luxurious silk robe. Rip! The robe tore, revealing something even more luxurious underneath. Leopard print boxers. Li Yutong with keen eyes saw this scene from a distance and gasped, hurriedly covering her eyes though her fingers were spread wide apart. A blush instantly appeared on Xueqing's cheeks as she spat and turned her head aside. Lin Chen paid no mind to these reactions. His gaze was like the most precise X-ray scanner scanning every inch of Chairman Wang's corpulent body. Ding! The talent robbery has been activated. You have obtained stamina 1. Smack! He slapped the belly. Ding! The talent robbery has been activated. You have obtained the item Chairman Wang's hidden blue pills X2. Are you a medicine cabinet come to life? He was furious, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Chairman Wang, euphemistically termed physical search. Bang! 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 The dull thuds echoed incessantly, causing Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaoban in the distance to shiver. Ding! The talent robbery has been activated. You have obtained Spirit 1. Ding! The talent robbery has been activated. You have obtained the item Collector's Edition photo album unopened X1. Ding! The talent robbery has been activated. You have obtained Agility 1. Ding! The talent robbery has been activated. You have obtained the item a gold card hidden in the layer of the leopard print underwear X1. Gold card special item effect. Enjoy the highest level of membership service at any Victoria's Secret chain club. Note, perhaps you can use it to open the door to a new world. Lin Chen's movements came to a halt. He held the thin gold card, lost in thought. This thing must be worth a lot before the apocalypse, right? He glanced at Chairman Wang, who was already rolling his eyes and whose body began to twitch slightly, feeling that this guy was really going to be ruined by him. Forget it, let's squeeze out the last bit. Lin Chen stood up, raised his foot, and aimed for Chairman Wang's head. It was time to send him off. However, at that moment, Chairman Wang's dull pupils suddenly refocused, flashing with a hint of vengeful madness. I, even in death, will drag you down with me. He roared with the last ounce of strength he had left. The floor of the entire clubhouse violently shook. Blood-red runes illuminated the walls, ceiling, and all decorative items. A destructive energy began to gather wildly. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Xueqing's expression changed immediately, warning. Self-destruct. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, and instead of retreating, he stomped down hard. Bang! Chairman Wang's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. The destructive energy that had just gathered enough to level the entire clubhouse instantly dissipated with his death. Ding! You have killed level 20 final boss Chairman Wang. Earned experience points 2000, survival coins 2000. Ding! Your level has increased to level 13. All attributes 1. I gave you face and you dare to self-destruct. Self-destruct my ass. Clean up the battlefield, prepare to retreat. Lin Chen commanded, and everyone immediately began to quickly collect the glowing orbs dropped by the elite monsters. At that moment, a series of system announcements resonated throughout the entire Li City area. Li City area announcement: congratulations to the Tiansu Alliance for being the first to clear the special dungeon Ghost City of Victoria. All members of the Tiansu Alliance receive rewards, all attributes too. The difficulty of this dungeon has been downgraded to level 10 entry normal dungeon. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. The regional chat channel instantly exploded. Damn, it's Tiansu again. That anonymous Big Shots Alliance. All attributes too. My god, this reward is too insane. I'm done for, completely done for. We're still fighting for a bite to eat, while they have already cleared the dungeon. What about the Flame Alliance? Did Leader Chen Hao not say he would organize people to strategize? Where are they? Don't mention it, I heard their leader fainted from anger after being provoked by a dog. What about the military district? Why is there no movement? The leaders of the military district are guarding outside Victoria City, probably waiting for the big shots from Tian Su to come out and pay their respects. Lin Chen was indifferent to the commotion outside. His attention was entirely captured by the 3 dazzling golden lights beside Chairman Wang's corpse. Golden Legend. He stepped forward and bent down to pick it up. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the special reward for being the first to clear the dungeon, the ultimate secret of Victoria. A gift box radiating a gentle golden light appeared in Lin Chen's hands. He rubbed his hands together filled with anticipation, like opening a mystery box, and opened the gift box. In the next second his expression turned incredibly strange. Lin Chen's expression could only be described with a single word. He looked at the gift box in his hand, emanating a soft golden light, then glanced at the eager crowd behind him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Boss, what did you open? Is it the Golden Legend? Li Yutong could no longer contain her curiosity and bounced over her little head, stretching forward. Ahem. Lin Chen cleared his throat and his expression instantly became extremely serious, as if what he held was not a trophy, but a top-secret document concerning the future of humanity. He slowly opened the gift box. Buzz. A dazzling golden radiance more brilliant than the 3 beams of light beside Wang Dong's corpse shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire luxurious club in a splendid golden hue. The intense energy fluctuations nearly palpable caused everyone present to feel a wave of heart palpitations. Damn, it really is the Golden Legend. Xiaoqian couldn't help but let out a curse. As the golden light dissipated, a piece of clothing lay quietly on the silk lining of the gift box. It was a set of women's lingerie. A design that was exceedingly daring, made of outrageously scant fabric woven from unknown black lace and dark golden threads. The air fell silent. Li Yutong's eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming an O. Xiangyang's face turned bright red in an instant, and she hurriedly lowered her head, her gaze fixed firmly on her toes. Even the usually aloof Shen Xueqing had a moment of frozen shock in her phoenix eyes hidden behind her glasses, and her earlobes visibly flushed a charming pink. Disgraceful. She bit her silver teeth, squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth. Be serious. Lin Chen admonished earnestly. You see the surface while I see the essence. He solemnly took out the set of lingerie from the gift box, his movements as grave as welcoming a sacred object. The system panel subsequently appeared. Victoria's ultimate gift set, quality Golden Legend, equipment type armor, equipment requirement female, level 10, single item attributes, top constitution 20, spirit 20, single item attributes, bottom strength 20, agility 20, set attributes 221. All attributes 22. All skill consumption reduced by 23. Absolute defense can withstand a fatal attack not exceeding 200 of one's combat power once, after which it enters a 24-hour cooldown, during which said attributes are halved. Special effects 1. Enchantment aura passive against male targets with lower combat power. There is a certain chance to put them into a state of infatuation for 3 seconds. 2. Queen's Blessing active can designate a target with a resonance relationship to gain a 10 boost to all attributes for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 1 hour. Note, wearing this you become the most radiant queen in the night. Friendly reminder, this set has automatic cleaning and size adjustment functions, but please note that in the Queen's Blessing state it may become somewhat cool. Hiss. The moment they saw the attributes, gasps of amazement echoed throughout the room. These attributes are simply out of this world. A total of 80 points added to the 4 primary attributes, comparable to a low-end purple epic weapon, plus an additional 80 points from the set attributes. A full 160 points. How many raids would it take to achieve these attributes? This is equivalent to gaining the attribute points of 40 levels directly. Powerful. Invincible. These attributes directly overshadow the sum of several pieces of equipment on him. Especially that absolute defense, it's like a second life. And the Queen's Blessing directly provides a 50 all-attribute buff to his CP, combined with Zhao Qian and Chun Wei's talents, it's like a mobile nuclear missile launcher. However, Lin Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted to Shen Xueqing beside him. This equipment. Aside from her, no one else in the team could wear it. Of course, Lin Chen was also reluctant to give it to anyone else. Here we go again, working for Xueqing. The insight talent allowed Shen Xueqing to see the attributes of this set of equipment right away. Her breath momentarily halted. In her cool phoenix eyes a flicker of astonishment and desire passed by, but more than that there was embarrassment and anger. The Golden Legend. Who wouldn't want it? But the style. The effects. Ahem. Lin Chen cleared his throat, trying hard to make his expression appear serious, righteous, and filled with academic discussion. Xueqing. He shared the equipment panel with Xueqing. Look at this equipment in terms of attributes, it's simply tailor-made for you. With significant boosts to constitution and spirit and reduced skill consumption, your thunderstorm endurance will double. That absolute defense is a strategic life-saving skill. Xueqing remained silent, but a faint blush crept up her ears. Of course I know this style might be a bit avant-garde. Lin Chen pondered his words carefully. However, we must look at problems with a developmental perspective. In the apocalypse, practicality is always the top priority. Aesthetic, that's secondary. Right. Li Yutong nodded vigorously from the side, her large eyes full of envy. Yes, Sister Xueqing, this is the golden legend. Wearing it, you'll be the #1 female warrior in our Li city. Xiangyang also chimed in softly. Sister Xueqing's safety is the most important. Xueqing's heart was in turmoil. Rationally, she knew that this equipment could lead to a qualitative leap in her strength, greatly enhancing the entire team. But emotionally, just the thought of wearing this ridiculously scant outfit in front of Lin Chen and possibly triggering that so-called queen's blessing made her face burn fiercely. Seeing her hesitating, Lin Chen decided to stoke the flames further. He switched to a private chat channel, speaking in a deep and magnetic voice that only the two of them could hear. Don't worry, you can wear clothes outside. And I think you'll look great in it. Only I will be able to see it. Also, it's not the first set after all. Boom. Xueqing's mind buzzed. This bastard. She shot up her head, suddenly glaring fiercely at Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with humiliation and anger. But for some reason, the tension at the corners of her mouth revealed a hint of an imperceptible smile. Even though there was more than one female in the team, the best and most suitable things should still belong to her. What's there to argue about? Besides, wasn't she still wearing that Dark Knight rose? Are there any fundamental differences between the two sets? Aren't they both serving Lin Chen? She snatched the golden gift box from Lin Chen's hands, not even looking at it, and directly tossed it into her backpack space. Her actions were swift, as if hiding something. There are still 2 more. Sister Xueqing, hurry and check what else is there. Xiangyang timely came to Xueqing's rescue. Upon hearing this, Xueqing immediately walked toward the remaining 2 golden lights beside Wang Dong's corpse. She grasped the first orb of light. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the Golden Legend level set Wasteland Crisis Tide. A heavy combat suit filled with a post-apocalyptic wasteland style appeared in Lin Chen's hands, made of dark gray high-strength composite materials with thick alloy armor on the shoulders, elbows, and knees, exuding a sense of power. Wasteland Crisis Tide set Golden Legend parts: tactical jacket, combat pants, military boots, level 10 tactical jacket, constitution 25, strength 15, combat pants, strength 25, endurance 15, military boots, agility 25, constitution 15. Set effect: 1 tough guy reduces physical damage taken by 20. Set effect: 2 frenzy. When life reaches a critical state, all attributes increase by 20. Set effect: 3 indomitable, passive, immune to all instant death effects. Cooldown time 72 hours. Xueqing, after reading it, unhesitatingly handed it to Lin Chen beside her. Lin Chen, without any hesitation, immediately took off the tactical jacket he was wearing and changed into the new gear before everyone's eyes. In an instant, his entire aura transformed, resembling a battle god stepping out from the wasteland battlefield. You? Disgraceful. Xueqing squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. Lin Chen's foundational attributes surged once again. Name: Lin Chen, Alliance Tian Su, titles: Pioneer, Peerless, New Star, level 13, combat power 1124, constitution 244, strength 255, agility 204, spirit 210, endurance 211, talent: Plunder, weapon purple, gold, dragon soul, equipment: laborers, gloves, resistance ring, pure vest and soil crisis, set tactical top, combat pants, military boots, skills: half moon blade technique, frenzy charge, passive skills: hardened skin, flawed sunlight adaptation, passive, basic regeneration, passive. Survival coins 918529, backpack 190, cubic note. Attributes include equipment and title bonuses. All attributes have surpassed 200. Ding! Your base combat power has officially surpassed 1000 points. Congratulations! You have obtained the achievement title New Star. All attributes 20. Another superb title that increases panel attributes by 100 points. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile decisively, choosing yes. In the next second, 3 grand system announcements resounded across the entire Li City area, echoing in the ears of everyone in the club. Li City area announcement: congratulations to the survivor Anonymous for being the first to break through the 1000-point combat power barrier. This announcement is made to encourage others. All survivors are encouraged to keep up the good work and overcome difficulties. In the club, those who had just watched Lin Chen's clothing show, including Li Yutong, were still blushing, completely stunned by this sudden announcement. I can't believe it. Li Yutong's mouth formed an O shape as she vigorously rubbed her ears, doubting her hearing. 1,000 combat power. Is that even human? She hurriedly opened the regional chat channel, and as expected, it was completely chaotic inside. Anonymous big shot. Eternal God, my knees are yours. I'm still fighting over a piece of white equipment, and the big shot's combat power has already surpassed 1,000. How do you even play this game? Ha ha, to the one above be content. The leader of the Fire Alliance, Chen, how hasn't even broken 200 yet. I heard he's been battling a husky these days, and is close to depression. Li City Military District Zhou Wuzhong, what does the military say? Who exactly is this big shot? Isn't this on par with strategic-level weapons? Lin Chen stood with his back to everyone, leisurely lighting a cigarette, seemingly indifferent to the clamor from the outside. However, his slightly trembling shoulders betrayed his current mood. Opening his attribute panel, he gazed at the brand new numbers that could make all survivors in Li City despair, feeling quite elated. Combat power, 1224. Title bonus 100, alright, enough gossip. He then picked up the last golden orb. A gigantic kite-shaped shield appeared, forged entirely from silver-white metal, with a golden lion head relief embedded in the center, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Arthur's Guardian Golden Legend part shield attributes Constitution 50, Endurance 50, Special Effect 1, Steadfast, as a mountain 100, immunity to repulsion and knockback effects upon successful block. Special Effect 2, Guardian's Oath active, consumes 30 of spiritual power to create a shield that absorbs damage for up to 5 allies within a 10-meter radius lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Zheng Xiaobin. Lin Chen shouted. Here. Zheng Xiaobin instinctively stood at attention. Catched. Lin Chen tossed the top-tier shield over. Zheng Xiaobin fumbled to catch it, trembling with excitement as he realized the shield's attributes. This shield was practically tailor-made for him. He embraced the shield and bowed deeply to Lin Chen, his eyes reddening, unable to utter a word. All right, man up, don't make it seem like a life-and-death farewell. Lin Chen waved his hand and started clearing the remaining purple orbs. Lucky find. He discovered 2 sets of women's underwear, both purple epic quality. One set was a light milky white with a pure design resembling afternoon white tea. Afternoon white tea set, purple epic single piece, attribute top spirit 15, single piece, attribute bottom constitution 15, set effect serenity, recovery speed of energy and stamina increased by 30. The other set was a sexy gilded color adorned with metallic sheen, filled with mysterious allure. Gilded secret set, purple epic single piece, attribute top agility 15, single piece, attribute bottom strength 15, set effect temptation 10, chance to inflict confusion effect on target when attacking lasting 1.5 seconds. Lin Chen glanced at the 2 girls peeking from behind him, a smirk forming. He tossed the afternoon white tea to Xiangyang. Yan, this is yours. It boosts spirit and constitution and helps recover mana and stamina quickly, perfect for you. And this gilded secret is for Li Yutong. This one boosts strength and agility, plus it provides control. Enjoy. Xiangyang blushed as she received the underwear, her movements surprisingly quick as she swiftly stuffed it into her backpack. Li Yutong, on the other hand, took it out to measure against herself. It must be said this set of gilded secret did indeed look stunning on Li Yutong's figure. Next, he found a precisely designed repeating crossbow. Hunter purple epic part crossbow, level 18, attributes strength 20, agility 20, special effect 1, rapid fire, instantly fires 3 energy crossbow bolts at once. Special effect 2, poison crossbow bolts automatically carry a small amount of neurotoxin, reducing the target's movement speed by 5 upon hit, stackable up to 3 layers. Zhao Qian, it's time to upgrade your shotgun. Zhao Qian took the repeating crossbow with delight. Lastly, there were some blue and green equipment. 2 complete blue adventurer sets, each granting 5 to all attributes, which were quite good. Lin Chen directly tossed one set to the newly recruited Chen Wei, giving her initial combat power. The other set was given directly to Zhao Qian, so they could wear couple outfits. Among the remaining miscellaneous items, Li Yutong keenly spotted a fluffy object. Bunny Girl's headband, special item effect, wearing it grants 5 charm. Without a second thought, she snatched it and wore it on her head. A pair of pink bunny ears stood upright, complementing her playful little face, making her look cute and lively. Boss, do you think I'm cute? She twirled around in place. Cute, pitiful, and unloved. Outside the Weigang city community, Zhou Wu was anxiously pacing back and forth. When he saw the system announcement, he was completely dumbfounded. Cleared. Finally cleared it. 3 whole days. Just as he was in shock, the dungeon portal at the northwest gate of the community rippled. Lin Chen and his party of 6 strolled out leisurely. Each person looked radiant, as if they hadn't just ventured into perilous depths, but rather taken a casual stroll in the outskirts. Lin. Mr. Lin. Zhou Wu jolted and hurriedly stepped forward, giving a standard military salute, his eyes filled with awe almost overflowing. Lin Chen and his companions moved away from Weigang City. They followed the coastline and found a cliffside beach with an expansive view and breathtaking scenery. This will do. The feng shui is good facing the sea with spring flowers blooming. The biting cold wind whipped snowflakes against their faces while in the distance the dark ocean was covered with a thick layer of ice, leaving the world shrouded in desolation. Is this really spring flowers blooming? Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the environment here. Li Yutong looked at the empty beach with some concern. Boss, we're not going to camp here tonight, are we? In this dreadful weather it could freeze us to death. Chun Wei timidly tugged at Zhao Qian's sleeve, clearly uneasy about spending the night outdoors in below 20 degrees. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. He simply extended his hand, gently grasping the empty space before him. In the next moment, a villa model palm-sized and shimmering with a silver metallic sheen appeared out of thin air, hovering in his palm. Go! Lin Chen flicked his finger. The model expanded rapidly, growing in size with a violent crackling sound that shook the ground as it visibly transformed and assembled. In just a few seconds, the familiar 300 square meter three-story standalone villa was perfectly embedded at the junction of the beach and the cliff, as if it had naturally grown there. Warm light streamed from the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, appearing like a miracle in this cold, desolate doomsday twilight. Li Yutong's mouth once again formed an O shape. Xiangyang and Zheng Xiaobin also wore dazed expressions. The newly recruited Chen Wei was utterly shocked by the scene before her. She glanced at the villa that had appeared out of nowhere, and then at Lin Chen, who wore an expression of nonchalance, feeling as if her worldview was being reshaped repeatedly. So it turns out, houses can really be carried around. Let's go home. Lin Chen, like a master, opened the villa's grand door first. A warm current mixed with the aroma of hot pot rushed towards them. The downside of eating hot pot is that the smell lingers in the air. The temperature inside the villa maintained a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius year-round, a stark contrast to the icy world outside. The moment Chen Wei stepped into the villa and felt the warmth that seemed to seep into her bones, her eyes turned red and she nearly burst into tears. This place was warmer and safer than anywhere she had stayed before the apocalypse. Oh my God! Li Yutong slumped onto the soft sofa, letting out a comfortable groan, then instinctively turned on the regional channel, preparing to see what news there was. But as soon as she opened it, she jumped up from the sofa. Boss, look, there's a problem. She pointed at the date on the screen, her voice changing tone. We clearly only spent less than 3 hours in that damned city, right? Why has the date on the phone already moved forward 3 days? At these words, Zhao Qian, Zheng Xiaobin, and the others also hurriedly pulled out their devices to check the interface, their faces changing dramatically. 3 days. For survivors in the apocalypse, 3 days was enough time for countless events to unfold. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly came to terms with it. As a former web novelist, he was all too familiar with the concept of different time flows inside and outside instances. This is all part of the routine. He didn't elaborate further, merely waved his hand, adopting the demeanor of someone who had seen through everything. It's a normal phenomenon, don't panic. Let's cook. To celebrate our Tiansu alliance welcoming a new member, we must prepare a hearty meal tonight. Lin Chen looked at Chen Wei, revealing an encouraging smile. As night fell, the villa's dining room was brightly lit. A massive dining table was filled with mouth-watering dishes. The bubbling hot pot of fatty beef, the sizzling mutated beast leg meat, and various types of beer made for an exceptionally lavish dinner. Chen Wei, welcome to Tiansu. Lin Chen raised his glass. From now on, this is your home. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Thank you, everyone. Chen Wei's eyes turned red, her voice choked with emotion. Zhao Qian beside her grasped her hand tightly and gave her an encouraging look. In the warm light and the aroma of food, her heart, which had suffered greatly in the apocalypse, finally found a harbor to dock. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight, lacking warmth, seeped through the thick curtain gaps and fell upon the disheveled bed. Lin Chen opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, his body filled with boundless energy. Yesterday's significant attribute enhancement combined with Xiangyang's bug-level recovery aura enabled him to recover to peak condition in just a few hours, even after exhausting several fields. He gently pushed aside the sleeping beauty beside him. Shun Shue's delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her rosy lips slightly parted, resembling a lazy cat, as she unconsciously murmured, "No more. Really, it will break." Lin Chen curved his lips and gently kissed her smooth forehead before quietly getting out of bed. When he arrived at the downstairs dining room, Zhao Qian, Li Yutong, Xiangyang, and Zheng Xiaobin were already gathered around the dining table. Hot milk and bread were laid out on the table. Seeing Lin Chen come down alone, everyone exchanged knowing glances, tacitly avoiding any questions about Shen Shue's whereabouts. After all, the powerful, penetrating high notes from last night made the already inadequate soundproofing of the safe house seem utterly powerless. Chen Wei, sitting next to Zhao Qian, had a face as red as a ripe apple, clearly having received her fair share of love and protection last night. Ahem. Li Yutong was the first to break the slightly ambiguous atmosphere. She displayed the regional channel with a gloating smile. Boss, you guys have to see the regional channel. Something big has happened. It's hilarious. The Fire Alliance has been blocked at the door by a dog. A dog? Lin Chen became interested and looked over. In the regional chat channel, the Fire Alliance and a Siberian husky were flooding the screen. Damn, that husky is back. Today it dragged a dump truck to crash the door. Haha, where's Alliance leader Chun Hao? Didn't he say yesterday that he would make sure that dog wouldn't return? Where is he? Don't mention it, I just escaped from watching and I saw Alliance leader Chun Hao spitting blood in anger and fainting on the spot. A dog crashing into a headquarters with several hundred people stealing half a pig and 2 big bags of rice. This is something no one would dare to write. That husky's expression was too cheeky. It even turned around and laughed at the members of the Fire Alliance on the watchtower as it left. That looked 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance. Lin Chen read these chat records and nearly burst out laughing. Wait a minute, a husky. A show of power. Just then a series of regional announcements suddenly popped up before everyone's eyes. Li City Regional Announcement. Congratulations to survivor Zhou Wu of the Li City Military District Alliance for successfully killing the level 15 regional elite boss Frostcrawler. Effectively slowed the deterioration of the regional extreme cold characteristic. Current regional temperature rose from 36 to 31. The rate of temperature drop decreased by 10. Survivors are encouraged to continue their efforts in actively clearing high-level mutated creatures to contribute to improving the regional environment. With the announcement, the regional channel erupted once more. Zhou Wu the Major is impressive. The military district is impressive. The temperature really has risen. My stamina consumption has slowed down. Haha, look at the military district, and then look at the Fire Alliance. One is saving the world by killing BOSSES, while the other is being embarrassed by a dog at the door. It's obvious who is superior. In the dining room, Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin looked pleased. Lin Chen, however, stroked his chin, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh, the leaks are growing quite fast. Looks like this apocalypse isn't just me putting on a one-man show. In the restaurant, Lin Chen observed the discussions about the Flame Alliance and the husky on the regional channel, laughing heartily. That husky was likely the Majesty mentioned in Peng Feifei's diary back in the industrial park of Xiangji Town. That little creature was quite clever, knowing that the extreme cold weather wasn't conducive to survival and directly sought out a long-term meal ticket. Poor Chun Hao, the leader of the Alliance and a top 5 powerhouse on the combat rankings, was rendered depressed by a mere dog. Lin Chen currently had no intention of going to Luocheng to act on behalf of heaven. Firstly, the over 60 kilometers journey in such freezing weather wasn't worth the hassle. Secondly, he turned off the regional channel and glanced at his teammates around the table, beginning to contemplate the state of their team. After the battle in the ghost city of Victoria Harbor, everyone's levels had seen considerable increases. He himself had leveled up to level 13. Shen Xueqing and Zhao Qian both reached level 10, becoming rare high-level players within the Liqing region. Li Yutong and Xiangyang had also reached level 9, just 1 step away from level 10. Zheng Xiaobin, acting as the meat shield, joined a bit late and missed out on the experience from the first hospital, but he had also leveled up to 7. As for Chen Wei, she had only been level 1 when she first joined the team. After tagging along for the latter half of the dungeon, she had also reached level 3. Judging by levels and equipment alone, the paper strength of the Tiansu Alliance was enough to look down upon the entire Liqing. Lin Chen's combat power of 1224 was far ahead of the rest. First place, Lin Chen Anonymous Combat Power 1224. Second place, Shen Xueqing Anonymous Combat Power 575. Third place, Zhou Wu Combat Power 291. Fourth place, Chun Hao Combat Power 272. Fifth place, Zheng Xiaobin Combat Power 247. Sixth place, Zhao Qian 161. Seventh place, Su Chen 158. Eighth place, Li Yutong 132. Ninth place, Xiangyang 130. 10th place, Chun Wei 129. Among the top 10, 7 had the prefix of the Tiansu Alliance. Such achievements, if spoken of, would surely bring despair to all survivors in Liqing. Those who were unaware might even think that this game was run by them. However, Lin Chen was fully aware. High combat power did not necessarily mean they could truly fight. This group of people, including himself, were ordinary individuals before the apocalypse. Students, online writers, doctors, white-collar workers. Every single one of them was a decent citizen. They wouldn't dare to kill even a chicken without hesitating for a long time. Although they had been forced to be decisive in killing during the apocalypse, the essence of their characters wasn't so easily changed. Lin Chen wielded the purple gold dragon soul, relying on over 200 points of strength and agility, seemingly slashing through enemies effortlessly. But in reality, It was all brute force yielding miraculous results. The so-called swordsmanship was nothing more than swinging with all his might in a wild arc. Swordsmanship, non-existent. Techniques, don't even mention it. It was purely relying on high attributes and good weapons to bully the mindless zombies. If he was like this, one could only imagine how the others fared. Shen Xueqing and Zhao Qian were better off. One was a ranged sniper, and the other an archer hitting and running, valuing the beauty of distance. As for Li Yutong and Xiangyang, their stances with their long swords were all crooked, completely relying on Zheng Xiaobin to hold the front while they poked randomly from behind. Zheng Xiaobin, on the other hand, was a very straightforward person. Whether it was due to his medical background or something else, he simply gave up on dealing damage and wholeheartedly focused on pure defense, determined to be the toughest wall for the team. The newcomer Chen Wei was even more pitiful, trembling while holding her sword. I can't do this. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks, frowning slightly. Our combat experience is still too lacking. We must practice. He spoke sternly, startling everyone. I've decided that starting today we will undertake a 3-day training plan. Training? Li Yutong blinked, still nibbling on a grilled sausage. Yes, Lin Chen nodded. We have the power to slay dragons, yet we only know how to throw punches like a tortoise. If we continue like this, we will inevitably suffer a great loss. To put it simply, we are like a bunch of elementary school students wielding divine artifacts. I am the strongest elementary student relying solely on brute force to win fights. And you guys are like those over there holding daggers and bows, not even knowing how to hold them properly, relying solely on instinct to poke and shoot. This analogy is crude but exceptionally vivid. He even had an idea. Why not go check out the military district in Liqing? Zhou Wu and his crew, being a violent organization, had soldiers who were all properly trained. Finding an instructor to guide them should be no problem. Just as he was contemplating, a faint sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Shen Xueqing descended gracefully from upstairs, wearing a silky black silk nightgown. She seemed to have just washed up, with tiny glistening droplets of water still adorning her snow-white swan neck, her face bare, yet more enchanting than any heavy makeup. The neck of her nightgown was perfectly positioned, revealing a breathtaking curve that flickered as she moved. Especially after the rain last night, her cool demeanor was infused with a captivating charm. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin hurriedly lowered their heads, afraid to look any longer. Li Yutong, on the other hand, couldn't help but murmur enviously, that figure. The boss really knows how to enjoy life. Shen Xueqing sat down next to Lin Chen, naturally sipping a cup of warm milk, while completely ignoring the gazes around her, merely casting a faint glance at Lin Chen. That glance was filled with a multitude of charms, warming Lin Chen's heart. Xueqing, do you have any good suggestions? Lin Chen suppressed the ripples in his heart and asked, have you noticed a pattern? Shen Xueqing set down her milk cup, her cool eyes sweeping over everyone. The bosses we defeated, the skill books they dropped seemed to be related to their professions in life. She raised her finger and began to count. In the Death Campus dungeon, the director dropped fatty armor, and the customer service supervisor Peng Feifei dropped a complete set of white-collar elite women's outfit. These drops are closely tied to their professions' identities and even obsessions before they mutated. Shen Xueqing paused, presenting her conclusion. So instead of learning bit by bit from an instructor, why not directly seek out a zombie boss that mutated from a martial arts practitioner? If we kill it, we could directly obtain a ready-made skill book. Wouldn't that be faster than anything else? This statement woke up those in a dream. The entire restaurant fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was shocked by Shun Xueqing's bold and precise deduction. What the hell? Li Yutong was the first to exclaim, Sister Xueqing, you're simply a genius. How did you even think of this? Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin also looked as if they had just realized something, and their gazes toward Shen Xueqing were filled with admiration. This woman not only looked beautiful and had a stunning figure, but her mind was also exceptionally sharp. Bang! Lin Chen suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of ecstatic delight spreading across his face. Martial arts school. A flash of inspiration struck him instantly, locking onto an excellent target. I just remembered. North of the city, there is a Jingwu martial arts specialized school in the suburbs north of Liqing. While that place was quite famous before the apocalypse, I heard the principal was a retired champion of national Sanda, and the instructors there are all tough characters. The more Lin Chen spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see a gleaming skill book beckoning to him. If everyone there has turned into zombies, then wouldn't it be a moving treasure trove of skill books? We have a target now. Lin Chen waved his hand, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. Everyone eat quickly. Once we're done, we'll go graduate that martial arts school. In the restaurant, Lin Chen waved his hand, decisively finalizing the itinerary for the next 3 days. It's settled. Our target is the Jingwu Martial Arts Specialized School in the northern part of the city. We are going to set up a crash course there. Yage, Li Yutong excitedly raised her hands, the grease from her mouth still not wiped clean. She didn't care about going to school. The key was that following her boss meant there would be fights and fights, men experience points and equipment to collect. Zhao Qian and Zheng Xiaobin exchanged glances, both seeing the anticipation in each other's eyes. They knew very well that their fighting styles were too rough. They had good equipment, but couldn't unleash their full power. It was time to upgrade a bit. Chen Wei was closely following Zhao Qian. Wherever he went she would go. Breakfast ended quickly. After everyone finished tidying up, they stepped onto the cold beach outside the villa. In Chen Wei's repeatedly shocked and numbed gaze, Lin Chen snapped his fingers in front of the 300-square-meter standalone villa with elegance. Collect. Accompanied by a sound of mechanical assembly, the massive villa swiftly folded and compressed, ultimately transforming into a silver model the size of a palm, obediently flying back into Lin Chen's hand before being tossed into his backpack. All that remained was a large foundation pit that looked out of place on the beach. Let's go set off. Lin Chen called out and took the lead in heading inland. Today Xueqing undoubtedly was the most stunning sight in the group. She wore the golden legendary set with attributes that defied the heavens, the ultimate gift of Victoria. In the middle layer was a purple epic set, the elite businesswoman's suit full of workplace elegance. On the outer layer, she wore a white lightweight down jacket that Lin Chen had specifically chosen for her, which not only provided a degree of camouflage, but also resisted the visual chill. The 3 layers of top-notch equipment enhanced her already tall figure, exuding a cold and refined aura mixed with a hint of seduction and allure, making her appear like a walking source of light. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on her for a couple of seconds, genuinely admiring. Madam, your outfit today is quite stunning. A faint blush appeared on Xueqing's cold cheeks as she stepped on Lin Chen's foot lightly with her tactical high heels. Shut up. She said this, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed her good mood. Of course, the beauty-loving Li Yutong was not to be outdone. Her inner golden secret set purple epic was invisible, but the outer purple epic Chongsam she borrowed from Xueqing, the form-fitting Chongsam Principal's private collection, certainly turned heads. Originally worn by the tall and slender Xueqing, it exuded grace and elegance. Yet on Li Yutong the style took a sharp turn. The Chongsam size was a size smaller, perfectly outlining her scandalous curves, especially the tightness around her chest and hips, almost bursting at the seams. The high side slit revealed large areas of her fair skin wrapped in black stockings, with every subtle movement sparking the imagination. The distance from the eastern city to the northern city exceeded 40 kilometers in a straight line, with a significant mountain to cross in between. Before the apocalypse, there was a famous forest park in Licity with a tunnel for direct passage at the foot of the mountain. But now it was easy to guess that the tunnel was either filled with abandoned vehicles or packed with zombies drawn by the scent. The car couldn't drive on the icy road, so everyone could only proceed on foot. The training plan starts now. Lin Chen walked at the back, arms crossed like a supervisor. Except for me, everyone takes turns to fight and clear the scattered zombies along the way. Zhao Qian, watch your positioning. You are an archer, not a berserker. Li Yutong, how many times have I said this? Go for the neck. Stop aiming too low. Zheng Xiaobin, hold your shield steady. Your Arthur's Guardian can block bullets. It's not meant for you to hold like a plate. Lin Chen's roar echoed along the way. However, the effect was significant. After the initial chaos, everyone quickly adapted to the rhythm. Zhao Qian, holding the purple epic crossbow hunter, could always reduce the speed or knock down the zombies charging at the front during critical moments with his 3-shot energy bolts. Chen Wei followed beside him, activating the sword of Cupid. Her attributes surged by 30. Although her swordplay remained clumsy, her precise, finishing blows made it look decent. Li Yutong and Xiangyang, under Zheng Xiaobin's cover, one focused on the main attack, while the other supported their 2 long swords, working increasingly in harmony. In the face of their luxurious equipment, ordinary frost zombies were no different from paper. An entire afternoon flew by in the cycle of fighting monsters moving forward. As evening approached, the group passed a large chain supermarket. In one store in the supermarket, the glass door at the entrance had long been shattered, and a makeshift defense was built with shelves and sandbags. Several survivors holding homemade weapons vigilantly watched their surroundings. When Lin Chen and his group of 7 appeared, all the survivors